Chapter 1. How could a Saiyan yield to a woman? As the final bell rang for the last class of the morning, AI ran yawned and stirred from his slumber, his biological clock remarkably precise. The sound of the bell invariably triggered his drowsiness. As long as there was no lecture from a certain older, unmarried woman, he could sleep soundly until noon. Stretching lazily, AI rubbed his belly and smacked his lips. It was time to eat, after all. Life was indeed pleasant at this moment, free from the burdens of working in the cosmos, toiling under the tyrannical black-heart real estate tycoon, Frisia. Forget about salary and benefits. If the boss was displeased, one might find oneself obliterated in an instant, along with the entire planet. AI Rand's previous superior, King Vegeta, had incurred the wrath of some powerful figures, leading to the annihilation of their Saiyan home planet. Vegeta, reduced to cosmic dust amidst Frisia's maniacal laughter. The thought of that colossal energy sphere made AI Rand shudder involuntarily. He mused, though this life may be mundane, it is indeed a blessing to experience such peaceful days occasionally. In truth, AI Rand was a traveler, having traversed worlds not once but twice. In his previous life, he was an ordinary shoot-in who, after being struck by a massive truck, found himself inexplicably transported to the Dragon Ball universe. Perhaps due to a shortage of people in Japan, the truck industry, specializing in sending individuals to alternate realms, had failed to meet its quotas, leading to recruitment efforts in far-off Huaxia. Thus, AI Rand was born as an elite warrior on planet Vegeta. However, before Frisia's devastating assault on Vegeta, AI Rand had not recovered his memories from his past life. Instead, he underwent the most authentic Saiyan education, learning various methods of exterminating foes, techniques for cleansing planets of indigenous life without total destruction, and how to transform into a great ape without succumbing to madness and annihilating comrades. In this manner, AI Rand spent the initial 16 years of his life in a rich and bloody existence. Until one fateful day, after he and a group of Saiyans had purged a planet, they received a summons from Frisia's forces, demanding all Saiyans return to planet Vegeta immediately. Naively, AI Rand unwittingly walked into a trap of death. It was only at the moment when Frisia's energy sphere was about to strike planet Vegeta that AI Rand regained memories of his past life. Yet, in such dire circumstances, what could he have done? He was merely a Saiyan with a battle power of 5,000. Thus, AI Rand resolved to die with dignity, raising his middle finger to the sky and shouting, "Damn you, Frisia!" That was all he could do at that moment. Even now, AI Rand remained uncertain about his thoughts at that time. Perhaps such a death held a semblance of dignity? Ultimately, he perished alongside planet Vegeta, reduced to cosmic dust. Due to unforeseen circumstances, he traversed once more into this mundane world. His current mission was to locate the tainted Dragon Balls within this everyday realm and purify them. As a reward, upon cleansing all 7 Dragon Balls, AI Rand could grant himself one wish. Upon receiving this task, AI Rand was far from enthusiastic. One wish? What a paltry offering. Did they think him unaware that the Dragon Balls could grant 3 wishes at once? Regrettably, his new employer was even more tyrannical than Frisia. Should AI Rand disobey, he would be reduced to ash, with no chance of even reaching the afterlife. Even for Saiyan, such conditions were disheartening. With a leisurely gait, AI Rand strolled out of the classroom. For Saiyans, food and battle were the 2 most significant pursuits in life. At that moment, a cold female voice resonated from behind him. AI Rand, are you once again seeking an excuse to skip club activities today? Upon hearing this voice, AI Rand's body tensed slightly, and the carefree smile vanished from his face. Reluctantly, he turned to face the strikingly beautiful and academically gifted girl, responding with exasperation. Yukino Shida, what a coincidence. Just as class ends, I run into you. However, I have no intention of skipping club activities. Surely you would allow me a moment to grab a meal at the cafeteria before heading to the clubroom? With that, AI Rand attempted to sidestep the girl and hastily make his way to the back door of the classroom. Yet, Yukino was entirely unconvinced by his flimsy excuse and followed closely behind him, having already heard him use the same rationale 3 times before. Sensing her persistent presence, AI Rand sighed resignedly. Since being coerced by a certain older unmarried woman to join the service club, he had not known a single day of peace. As a traveler, AI Rand was acutely aware of Yukino Shida. Yukino she was, after all, his beloved from his previous life. Yet, whether it was due to the long history of violence and chaos he had embraced as a Saiyan, or perhaps the Saiyan instinct to admire powerful women, AI Rand felt nothing but annoyance and frustration at Yukino Shida's stubbornness. As for participating in club activities, he had absolutely no interest. This marked the fourth time Yukino Shida had laid in wait for Ailan. Although he had evaded her on the previous occasions, the absolutely correct Yukino Shida had accepted Shizuka Hiratsuka's request and was determined to fulfill her duties. Chapter 2. Yukino Shida Yukino always speaks her mind. Following Ailan, Yukino Shida Yukino silently observed the man ahead, adorned with a gray hemp rope at his waist, and couldn't help but sigh. Ailan, I feel it is necessary to remind you once more that your deviation score in the recent examination was the lowest in the entire school. Aside from a few science subjects, your scores in other disciplines were merely single digits. This is precisely why Hiratsuka Sensei insisted you join the service club, allowing me to guide you at all times. I hope you do not take her goodwill lightly. You must also take responsibility for your future. Ailan ignored Yukino Shida, maintaining his pace toward the cafeteria. However, he couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Learning? What a joke. He hadn't grasped the knowledge from his past life, and now he was expected to learn again? Besides, he had diligently studied various subjects for the past 16 years, albeit in a rather unconventional manner, such as killing, arson, and planetary destruction. At the astonishment of the cafeteria staff, Ailan purchased 30 servings of bread and bento in one go. Behind him, Yukino Shida stared at this spectacle, her brow furrowing as she gently poked his back with her finger and remarked, Ailan, if you have made arrangements to dine with others, please enjoy your lunch and come to the activity room afterward. Confused, Ailan turned to her and replied, I haven't arranged to meet anyone. Then why did you buy so much food? Can you possibly eat it all alone? Wastefulness is a shameful act. Yukino Shida gazed up at Ailan, emphasizing the last few words. Not all this is merely enough to keep me half full. Overeating during lunch is unwise. Since you're already here, why not lend me a hand? Ailan flashed her a neighborly grin. Help carry some of this, I can't manage it all by myself. Minutes later, Ailan and Yukino Shida emerged from the cafeteria, each burdened with the spoils of the midday meal. Yukino Shida looked at the 2 plastic bags brimming with bento in her hands, bewildered. Was this lunch? In the mind of a rational individual, such a considerable quantity was far beyond what one person could consume, even for those renowned for their hearty appetites who could never finish 30 servings in one sitting. Moreover, Ailan had claimed mere moments ago that this was only enough to keep him half full. Upon arriving at the activity room, Yukino Shida took her seat by the window and solemnly addressed Ailan. Ailan, I understand your intentions. Ailan stared blankly at her. What intentions did she think he had? As the lowest-ranked student in the entire school, and with a super cute girl like me tutoring you, it is only natural for a teenage boy to engage in peculiar antics to capture my attention. I can understand that, she continued in a monotone voice. Ailan was even more baffled. Yukino Shida, maintaining her flat tone, elaborated. Although I understand your intentions, it does not justify your wastefulness. One must harbor a fundamental respect for food. There are countless individuals worldwide who endure hunger thus. I implore you to cease your foolish and ridiculous behavior, for it only serves to intensify my disdain for you. Yukino Shida Yukino's voice was devoid of warmth as she fixed her gaze upon Ailan, unabashedly expressing her contempt for his actions. Uffed! Ailan couldn't suppress a laugh. His interest piqued as he scrutinized the young girl. In his previous life, Ailan was aware that Yukino Shida was a kind-hearted individual, albeit one who struggled with social interactions and was incapable of concealing her true thoughts. However, when Yukino Shida's sharp tongue was directed at him, Ailan found it exceedingly amusing. I never would have guessed that your imagination was so vivid. This is the first time I've encountered someone who boasts about their own cuteness so nonchalantly, he remarked. The fact that I am cute is undeniable, Yukino Shida replied matter-of-factly. If you had received countless love letters daily since elementary school, and were subsequently ostracized by all the girls in the school because of it, you would understand what an exceptional person you are. I have had my indoor shoes hidden 60 times, 50 of which were by girls, 5 by teachers, and 5 by dogs. After experiencing all this, one gains insight into the nature of excellence and the kind of exclusion that talented individuals face in society. No one is perfect, which is why I decided to establish this club. The purpose of a service club is to aid others in their transformation, thereby changing the world. Therefore, you need not concern yourself with those matters. I shall undoubtedly save you. Ailan. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a halo around Yukino Shida, giving her an almost ethereal quality in Ailan's eyes. However, the rumbling protest from Ailan's stomach shattered the moment's ambience. Ailan shrugged. I find it difficult to explain my appetite, but I am genuinely famished. I shall be partaking of lunch in the activity room today. If you don't believe me, you may observe from the sidelines. As for my interest in you, to speak frankly, you're not my type. If you were to seek a partner, a Saiyan preferred someone with a fuller figure after all. One must not let hardship befall the children. As he spoke, Ayn Rand opened the first food container, casting a regretful glance at Yukino Shida's chest. Noticing Ayn Rand's gaze, Yukino Shida crossed her arms defensively and took a cautious step back. Uffed. Ayn Rand chuckled once more. After a few mouthfuls of food, Ayn Rand suddenly recalled a question he had long wished to ask. By the way, Yukino Shida, you mentioned that 5 times your shoes were hidden by dogs. Pray, do elaborate? This piques my interest. Yukino Shida. Chapter 3. Ayn Rand, have you truly not fully evolved? The digestive system of a Saiyan resembles a high-capacity shredder. In a state of hunger, a Saiyan becomes a pure, unadulterated eating machine. The first bento disappeared into Ayn Rand's stomach in mere seconds, followed by the second and third. Yukino stood by, utterly astonished. While the human stomach possesses a degree of elasticity and can vary significantly in capacity based on individual constitution, there exist competitive eaters capable of consuming food meant for dozens. Yet, such feats are typically confined to videos who would eat in such a manner in reality. It is common sense that such a voracious appetite would lead to health issues. What sort of creature is this boy? Or is it merely that I have had little interaction with boys, and thus remain unaware that they have evolved to such an extent? Yukino Shida gazed blankly at the boy seated across from her. For a solid 20 minutes, Ayn Rand continued to devour his meal without pause, the empty bento boxes piling up before him, obstructing Yukino Shida's view. Normally, one would check the temperature of their food before taking a bite, blowing on it to cool it down, chewing slowly, and finally swallowing. But what on earth is this man doing? He can consume an entire bread roll in 1 bite, and finish a bento in 2. Does he even chew? Can he truly savor the flavors of his food? At last, after finishing the last morsel, Ayn Rand nodded in satisfaction. Although I'm only half full, the taste of this food is truly delightful. During the previous 16 years on planet Vegeta, Ayn Rand had scarcely consumed any proper food. After all, one cannot expect a group of bloodthirsty warriors to produce anything palatable. Saiyan cuisine is notoriously simple, so much so that it can be encapsulated in 2 words: meat and fill me up. The cooking process is inconsequential, for raw is acceptable too. The type of meat is irrelevant. There are Saiyans who enjoy consuming aliens directly. However, it is imperative that the portions are abundant. Since regaining his past memories, Ayn Rand often felt a wave of nausea wash over him when he reflected on those 16 years. In light of this, he silently expressed gratitude to his new boss. Though she may be a heartless capitalist who exploits him, at least she had transported him to Earth. He would much rather be here than languishing on planet Vegeta. At that moment, Yukino Shida's voice interrupted Ayn Rand's reverie. I apologize. I initially assumed you were merely trying to show off and intended to waste food. I never anticipated. Pausing mid-sentence, Yukino Shida, despite her genius intellect, struggled to articulate her thoughts regarding Ayn Rand's earlier eating habits. Ayn Rand sensed her discomfort and replied nonchalantly, "You need not apologize after all. My appetite is indeed quite extraordinary. To avoid drawing attention, I used to eat alone on the rooftop during lunch." Is that so? Suddenly, Yukino Shida appeared to discover a flaw in her reasoning. Regarding Ayn Rand with utmost seriousness as she inquired, "Ayn Rand, if I recall correctly, the rooftop door has always been locked. How did you manage to access it?" "You mean that rusty lock? I simply pulled it gently, and it fell off," he explained. "The headmaster even summoned me to his office about it. However, after I clarified the situation, he forgave me and granted me permission to use the rooftop freely in the future." Noticing the disbelief etched on Yukino Shida's face, Ayn Rand recounted the details of his visit to the office a few days prior. He had been summoned by the bald-headed headmaster for questioning, who pointed to the remnants of the rooftop door lock on his desk and demanded that Ayn Rand demonstrate once more how he had damaged school property. Thus, Ayn Rand effortlessly twisted the iron rod resting on her desk into a helix. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the director of instruction and the nearby teacher instantaneously transformed from fearsome dragons into timid chicks. Although Ayn Rand has consistently ranked last in her school, she has never erred. It is likely that her visit to the rooftop yesterday was prompted by the overwhelming pressure of her studies, seeking solace in the open air. Sleeping in class? Not a concern. At Zhongwu High, we prioritize the mental well-being of our students, and such behavior is entirely understandable. In this moment, Ayn Rand has neatly packed away her empty lunchbox, preparing to dispose of it shortly, and continues to address Yukino Shida. "They said it's fine as long as I pay for it. I won't face any punishment. Though I have long been aware of the unreliability of our teachers, I never anticipated it would reach such depths. It seems the esteemed name of Zhong Wuhai has indeed fallen from grace. Having witnessed female teachers smoking, drinking, and even assaulting students, now we are left to tolerate a modern-day guerrilla rampaging through the halls. Yukino Shida finds herself exasperated. What was once a respectable school is rapidly transforming into a zoo. Perhaps transferring schools would be the only viable option. With a sigh, Yukino Shida rises, inquiring, "Have you been eating this much for the past few days?" Ailan replies, "Well, I can only manage to eat enough to stave off hunger until school ends." It appears that Ailan is indeed quite unwell. Let us remember that humans should not consume such excessive quantities of food at once. At this point, Yukino Shida hesitates, pondering whether Ailan is truly human. Could she be a bipedal gorilla or some other modern primate? The notion that one could consume 30 portions of bento and bread yet still be left only partially satiated certainly warrants further investigation. Ailan gazed at the enchanting maiden before him and expressed his heartfelt gratitude, stating, "You have truly been a tremendous help today, Minister. How about accompanying me tomorrow to procure some meals? My time, indeed, is of great value, and I cannot perpetually squander it on catering to the needs of a gorilla." Yukino brushed her ebony locks behind her ear, her gaze averted. "However, if you could consistently and earnestly participate in club activities, I might be inclined to reconsider." Chapter 4. Does purifying the Dragon Balls require romance? Regarding Yukino Shida's stipulation, Ailan found himself at a loss. After school, he resolutely pursued his own path, heading directly to his apartment. It was already April 15th, a Monday. It had been precisely 15 days since his arrival in this world. And he had attended classes at Sobu High for 10 days, yet he had yet to fully acclimate to his surroundings. Observing the people and objects around him stirred a peculiar blend of familiarity and strangeness within him. The more vibrant the environment, the more pronounced his sense of dissonance became. In his previous life, he had already surpassed 20 years of age, aimlessly drifting through existence. After being struck by a large truck, it felt as though he had merely taken a brief slumber, only to awaken as a monstrous killer. The memories of the preceding years remained firmly etched in his mind. And no matter how he tried to rationalize it, he could not deny that the person in those memories was indeed himself. At the age of 7, he embarked on his first expedition with a team to conquer a planet teeming with over 100 billion inhabitants. Within mere days, he, alongside several Saiyans, obliterated all life on that planet, regardless of age or species. Any living being was met with annihilation. The thrill of slaughter ignited a fervor within him, and the exhilaration of battle set his blood ablaze. The warrior spirit and malevolence were ingrained in the very essence of the Saiyan race, and from that moment, Ailan's lineage was irrevocably awakened. Even now, with the memories of his past life restored, Ailan found himself unable to resist the primal instincts woven into his genes. He had an insatiable yearning for conflict and carnage. From the ages of 7 to 16, Ailan undertook countless missions, and the lives claimed by his hands numbered in the billions. By the age of 16, he possessed a battle power of 5,000. A feat that marked him as a prodigy even among Saiyans. Vegeta himself had once extended an olive branch to him. However, due to the pride and reserve inherent in Saiyan culture, he had firmly rejected Vegeta's offer. Fortunately, he declined, for otherwise, he would not have had the chance to return to this world, which bore an uncanny resemblance to his past life, with a similarity index of 99. Ailan now revels in the sensation of walking alone along the path, where the gravity is merely 1/10 that of planet Vegeta, bestowing upon him an ethereal feeling as if he were traversing the clouds. The cherry blossoms lining the way continuously cleanse his spirit, and the lingering metallic scent of blood seems to have notably diminished. It must be acknowledged that, though lacking the visual splendor of scenes from his previous life as animations, there exists a certain charm here. When recalling the moments in anime where cherry blossoms dance through the air, even the most lackluster animation would instantly transform into high-definition or even ultra-clear imagery. Ailan cannot help but ponder whether this might be a rigid standard in this realm. Lost in thought, he eventually finds himself back at his apartment. This luxurious edifice, comprising 25 stories, struck him as vaguely familiar upon his first visit. It must be said that while the unscrupulous landlord continues to exploit his labor, the accommodations and meals are quite satisfactory, a significant improvement over his experiences with Frieza. During his time with Frieza's army, Saiyans were required to bring their own provisions when venturing into battle. "I have returned." Ailan pushed open the door to room 1508 and, as instructed by her boss, called out, After closing the door, a swirling orb of purple light manifested within the room, swiftly transforming into the figure of a girl with pink skin. The girl greeted Ailan with enthusiasm. "Hi there. Little Ran, have you returned so early today?" Ailan effortlessly traversed the ethereal projection created by the luminous orb, wholly disregarding the peculiar moniker the girl had assigned to her. Observing Ailan's nonchalance, the young woman continued without a hint of irritation. "Have you located the tainted Dragon Balls today?" Seated upon the sofa, Ailan was momentarily at a loss for words, protesting. "Oh, divine Kai of time, how could one possibly find them so swiftly? Furthermore, the Dragon Ball radar I requested has yet to be transmitted to me. Even if you wish to assess my performance metrics, you must provide me with the necessary tools to work with." Alas, my dear Shaoran. The Kai of Time's apparition floated before Ailan, adopting a tone reminiscent of a playful maiden. "The tainted Dragon Balls have already found their hosts. Thus the radar cannot locate them. However, I can confirm that all 7 Dragon Balls reside on this planet. Moreover, peculiar occurrences will undoubtedly manifest around the hosts of the Dragon Balls. If you remain attuned to your energy, you shall surely discover them." Ailan scoffed with a bitter laugh. "To think you are an ancient being of several billion years yet choose to masquerade as a young girl. What a twisted sense of humor you possess. Shaoran, are you secretly calling me an old hag in your thoughts? Such blasphemy against a deity incurs severe repercussions, you know. For instance, one might find their ashes scattered, unable to reach even the depths of hell." The Kai of Time's voice, laced with an unsettling sweetness, spoke of dire fates, prompting Ailan to concede. "My apologies. I was wrong to harbor ill thoughts about a deity." Continuing her inquiry, Ailan asked, "Oh, divine Kai of time, what must I do to purify the Dragon Ball hosts upon their discovery? Should I obliterate them with an energy blast? Even if I learn to sense energy from you, my combat power only exceeds 5,000. If a foe akin to a 1-star dragon were to emerge, I would likely be reduced to ashes without your intervention. Fear not, my dear Shaoran, this is your inaugural task as a time patroller. Thus, there is no expectation for you to engage in battle. Simply channel the positive energy derived from love to purify the 7 Dragon Balls. It is quite simple, is it not? Love?" Ailan sensed something amiss, questioning. "What do you mean by love? Are you suggesting romantic love?" "Indeed, Shaoran, you are remarkably astute. According to my observations throughout the river of time, Saiyans generate ample positive energy once they experience love." Upon hearing the Kai's explanation, Ailan instinctively recoiled, exclaiming, "Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. I am a Saiyan, the most formidable warrior race in the universe. How could I ever engage in romance with a human? Yet, based on my observations, it seems that apart from being fiercely combative, your race possesses an innate talent for living off the kindness of others. Who told you that? Be careful, or I shall accuse you of slander." Chapter 5. The burden of one's own sins. In response to Ailan's protests, the King of Time chose to disregard her completely. She abandoned her previous demeanor, adopting a serious expression as she fixed her gaze upon Ailan and stated, "Little Ran, there is something I must remind you of. You have no right to refuse my task. If you truly do not wish to undertake it, your only option is to return to the underworld to atone for your sins, ultimately erasing your memories and being reincarnated anew. What manner of ruthless employer could devise such a coercive labor contract? To face death for refusing to work? It is akin to the fate of those innocent souls deceived into perilous situations in northern Myanmar." Ailan, filled with sorrow and indignation, inquired, "Why did you save me before? Is the position of Time Patroller truly so vacant? Indeed, in the original timeline, you were destined to perish at the hands of Frisia. My presence near planet Vegeta was to ascertain the safety of that Saiyan infant who fled to the North Galaxy. He is the key to the future world. However, just before the complete annihilation of planet Vegeta, I suddenly perceived a significant reduction in the malevolent aura surrounding you. Although you still retain an evil heart, a faint glimmer of light has emerged amidst the darkness. Thus, this mission is not solely to purify the Dragon Balls, but also to cleanse your own soul. You must learn to live in this world as an ordinary human. The sins you have committed, regardless of time, must ultimately be borne by you." Upon hearing the profound words of the Supreme Kai of Time, Ailan fell into silence. In truth, for the past decade, he had merely been devoid of memories from his previous life. Yet, Ailan was certain that he had remained himself during that time. It was he who had committed acts of murder and arson, he who had been enamored with power, and he who had lost his humanity. Even now, with his memories restored, Ailan felt not a trace of discomfort for the countless lives he had taken. Each day continued as before, with eating and drinking, Such was the way of the Saiyan. No one perceived anything amiss. The law of survival in the cosmos is straightforward. The weak are devoured by the strong. What is wrong with the strong obliterating the weak? Even among the Saiyans, were they not nearly annihilated by Frisia in an instant? Until now. Ailan had always thought in this manner. Thus, upon arriving in this peaceful world, he felt only a profound sense of disconnection. Suddenly, Ailan was jolted. Why was he able to regard slaughter and death with such nonchalance? Why did he feel no remorse after taking so many lives? He sank into deep self-doubt. Wondering whether he was truly the Saiyan Ailan or merely the reclusive Ailan from Earth, time passed unmeasured until he was suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of dizziness. Suppressing the urge to vomit, Ailan turned to the Supreme Kai of Time and hoarsely declared, "I accept this mission." Upon witnessing Ailan's newfound willingness to undertake the task, the Supreme Kai of Time nodded in satisfaction, her demeanor reverting to that of the charming girl she had initially presented, as she cheerfully exclaimed, "Excellent, little Ailan. I also believe you are certainly capable of completing the task. However, I must remind you of a few things. Firstly, you must refrain from recklessly taking lives as you did before. Secondly, do not sever your own tail out of convenience, for I have stored a portion of divine power within it. Our ability to converse now is a result of that energy. Of course, this is merely one of the many functions of this divine power. It holds even greater significance in critical moments. Well then, we have discussed quite enough for today. Little Ran, you must diligently fulfill your duties. During this time, remember to live as an ordinary human. Farewell." With that, the apparition vanished from the room. After the Supreme Kai departed, Ailan instantly collapsed onto the sofa like a lifeless fish, burying himself deeply into its cushions and murmuring to himself, "Must one bear the weight of their sins alone?" Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Ailan's stomach emitted a loud protest. Well, it seems prudent to have a meal first. A hungry Saiyan simply cannot think clearly. The following day, Ailan, as was his custom, slumbered at his desk in school. Just as he was deeply lost in his dreams, a sharp rapping on the table jolted him awake. Bang, bang, bang. With bleary eyes, Ailan lifted his head to find an irate, mature woman standing before him. "Hey, you little rascal. How was your rest? You actually managed to sleep all the way until the afternoon dismissal. You certainly have some nerve." Hiratsuka Shizun clenched her fists, ready to deliver a punishing blow should Ailan fail to provide a satisfactory explanation for his slumber. "My apologies. I've had a few matters to attend to these past nights. I shall be more mindful in the future." Ailan's response was somewhat perfunctory, yet he spoke the undeniable truth. The King of Time remarked that the Dragon Ball radar was ineffective, devoid of any detectors. As such, Ailan had to commence anew in mastering the perception of ki. Though Saiyans possess an innate ability to harness ki, without systematic training, they cannot achieve true awareness of it. Observing Ailan's nonchalant demeanor, Pingzuka sighed in resignation and said, "Come with me, young one." "Very well," Ailan replied. Ailan slowly rose to his feet, at that moment realizing he was not the only one summoned to the office. A classmate, with lifeless eyes, stood despondently behind Shizuka Hiratsuka. Chapter 6. Hachiman Hikigaya arrives. Youth is a facade, a kind of sin. In short, may the so-called happy-go-lucky individuals explode. Within the office, Shizuka Hiratsuka, clad in a white coat and holding a cigarette between her lips, was reading aloud the text from a piece of paper. Upon finishing the last word, a dangerous glint flashed in her eyes. "Hey, Hikigaya, can you tell me what this is?" Reflecting on his high school life, the weary-eyed student Hachiman Hikigaya stood before Shizuka Hiratsuka, responding with a lack of vigor. The tuft of hair atop his head trembled, perhaps from fear. Yet, despite his trepidation, he mustered the courage to say, "I believe this is the closest representation of my high school experience." Mid-sentence, Hachiman Hikigaya abruptly halted as he noticed Shizuka Hiratsuka's fist was merely inches away from his abdomen. Ailan watched with great delight. A scene he had only witnessed in anime during his previous life. Experiencing a live-action version for free was truly exhilarating. However, he was not able to remain an observer for long as a troublemaker soon approached. Huping Zongjing, temporarily suppressing her anger, turned to Ailan and said, "I can somewhat understand someone as lackluster as Hikigaya, but Ailan, why have you not even attempted to write? Since your transfer, you have not submitted a single assignment. I inquired with Yukino Shida yesterday, and you have not participated in a single club activity. Do you harbor some grievance against me?" Hikigaya's lifeless gaze subtly scrutinized this transfer student who had joined after him. Although they wore the same school uniform, this individual's attire was decidedly peculiar. What sort of person would wear a coarse gray rope as a belt? His white shirt barely concealed his muscular physique, and his expression was particularly fierce. This person must surely be a delinquent. With this thought, Hikigaya unconsciously took a step back. Upon hearing Ping Jing's inquiry, Ailan instinctively uttered the standard response of a Saiyan faced with such questions. Humph. As if I would squander my time on such trivial matters. However, a sudden realization struck Ailan. Habits can indeed lead one to peril. The Kaioshin of time had brought him to this school not only to seek the Dragon Balls, but also to reintegrate himself into human society. Yet, before he could ponder further, Ping Jing's iron fist had already struck towards his abdomen. What a feeble attack, Ailan silently critiqued. He then enveloped Ping Jing's fist with his hand. It must be said that, by human standards, the punch was rather commendable. Ailan grasped Hirazumi Shizuka's hand and casually remarked, I apologize. I have grown accustomed to speaking this way. I will complete this assignment for you later. And as for the club activities, I shall participate in them subsequently. Hirazumi Shizuka exhaled a sigh. Well, I suppose that's acceptable. She could perceive that Ailan appeared to be somewhat fatigued. At the age of 16, boys are often overwhelmed by surging hormones, making them quite unruly. And it would be unwise to press the matter further. After a moment's contemplation, she extinguished her cigarette and rose to her feet, saying, You too, come with me. At this moment, Hikigaya looked outwardly docile, resembling a small chick. However, internally, he was in a frenzy, exclaiming, What did I just witness? A clash between delinquent students and a delinquent teacher? Should I follow them? Will I be silenced? Aaron smiled at Hikigaya, gently patting his shoulder. Let us be on our way. I presume you do not wish to endure the iron fist of teacher Hiratsuka, do you? Esteemed teacher? Esteemed teacher? My name is Hikigaya Hachiman. Ailan shrugged apologetically, saying, I apologize. It was merely that the teacher just recited your impressive work, and I found it quite intriguing. Thus, I refer to you with respect. Yari Hachiman replied with a silent expression of disbelief. Separating the scene. Hiratsuka Shizuka arrived at the door of the service club classroom accompanied by two individuals. The door, though closed, was not locked with a swift motion. She opened it and exclaimed, Hello, Yukino Shida. At that moment, a sigh emanated from within the classroom. Hiratsuka-sensei, I believe I have previously mentioned the importance of knocking before entering. Unfazed, Hiratsuka Shizuka retorted, Well, it's not my fault that you were too slow. Do take note next time. Haha. This time, not only have I brought Ailan to you, but I also present a new member. Upon hearing Hiratsuka's words, Yukino Shida shifted her gaze towards Ailan, who dutifully stepped into the classroom, obediently sitting opposite Yukino Shida while retrieving several books filled with words he could barely comprehend. Though puzzled by Ailan's sudden compliance, Yukino Shida nodded in satisfaction, having prepared for her fifth attempt at capturing him. Thus, the man standing beside Hiratsuka-sensei, looking rather dazed, is our new member? Yari, staring blankly at Yukino Shida, suddenly jolted in surprise. A club? He queried, bewildered. When did I ever express a desire to join this club? Hiratsuka raised her fist, a smile gracing her face, yet behind that amiable facade loomed an unsettling presence. Oh, do you have any objections? No, Yari averted his gaze. Having succumbed to Hiratsuka's intimidating demeanor. Well, as you can see, this fellow's character is as dismal as his gaze. It falls upon me to rectify his distorted nature. Yukino Shida crossed her arms, eyeing Yari Hachiman warily. I must respectfully decline. Being scrutinized by such a lascivious gaze makes me profoundly uncomfortable. Furthermore, our club already houses a member who has yet to fully evolve into a human, and I cannot bear the thought of adding another lecher. It places me in considerable peril. A member who has yet to evolve? Hiratsuka regarded Ailan with curiosity. At that moment, Ailan, grappling with the incomprehensible text before him, suddenly protested, Hey, could you refrain from dragging me into this? Chapter 7. The first Dragon Ball on Yukino Shida? As you can see, Yukino Shida, your service club now comprises 2 members. Hikitani's mindset appears somewhat problematic, and as for Aaron, Hiratsuka only expressed half of her thoughts. Finding it challenging to assess Aaron, after observing him for a fortnight, she concluded that his issues were numerous enough to render any critique futile. Orphaned and devoid of basic life skills, one could hardly ascertain from which mountain he had descended. He consumes voraciously, possesses considerable strength, yet his intellect seems lacking, all while harboring an air of disdain towards others. It is truly difficult to envision how Aaron might eventually integrate into society. Nevertheless, Yukino Shida surprisingly does not exhibit much aversion towards him. Rather, she appears resolutely determined to assist Aaron. Surely, they will get along splendidly. Hiratsuka, contemplating this, witnessed Yukino Shida. With a troubled expression, say, Hiratsuka-sensei, the lecherous gaze of this Hikitani student makes me feel that allowing him into the club could be perilous. Rest assured, Hiratsuka replied confidently. Hikitani possesses a reasonable risk assessment. He would not engage in such behavior. Plus, there's errand to lend a hand. With Hiratsuka's reassurance, Yukino Shida hesitated momentarily before declaring, "In that case, I shall accept this commission." Upon receiving a positive affirmation, Hiratsuka waved her hand, saying, "Then I entrust them to you. Ensure they coexist harmoniously." With that, she turned and left the room, plunging the classroom into silence. At this moment, Ailan had already slumped onto the table. The book had become utterly unmanageable, and managing to stay awake for 5 minutes was a monumental achievement in itself. He squinted his eyes, continuing to adeptly sense the atmosphere around him. Within this perception, he noted that the aura emanating from Hachiman was dispirited yet gentle. In contrast, the presence of Hiratsuka was notably more potent and fervent than that of an ordinary individual. Suddenly, Ailan furrowed his brow. Yukino Shida's aura, akin to her name, was pure and snow-white, yet subtly imbued with warmth. However, as he delved deeper into his perception, he discerned a faint trace of malevolence within her essence. It seemed evident that he needed to participate more actively in club activities, as this sensation was likely the tainted aura of a Dragon Ball. Hachiman pulled a chair and sat a considerable distance away from Ailan and Yukino Shida, fidgeting as he sought his sense of security. "May I inquire what club this is?" he asked. "The service club," Yukino Shida replied, her tone as cold and detached as ever. "The service club." Hachiman's expression soured slightly. The name had a rather suggestive connotation. Seemingly seeing through Hachiman's thoughts, Yukino Shida shot him a glance and coldly remarked, "Is that the only sort of thought occupying your mind? How terribly juvenile, dead fish eyes." "Well, after all, the name is rather." Hachiman scratched the back of his head, not particularly bothered by Yukino Shida's sharp tongue. "So, Yukino Shida, what are the primary activities of this service club? Why don't you take a guess?" she suggested, offering a hint. "What we are currently doing is a club activity." Hachiman immediately responded, "Sitting and reading? The study club?" Yukino Shida sighed. "It is my fault. I should not have held any expectations for you." At this moment, Ailan leaned on the table and groaned. "The affluent extend their benevolence to the impoverished, and this is what is termed philanthropy. Of course, these were the words previously spoken to me by the minister. My understanding of the club is that it serves as a pro bono establishment. Yet despite its lack of remuneration, it remains devoid of clientele. This is due to your rather superficial comprehension, Ailan. Naturally, considering your still evolving intellect. I find solace in the fact that you have grasped this much." As she spoke, Yukino Shida unconsciously stood up, her arms crossed before her, adopting a condescending posture as she addressed Hikiya. "Welcome to the service club. We are delighted to have you join us, Hikiya." Ailan slightly tilted her face, which was originally buried between her arms, revealing one eye as she gazed at Yukino Shida and Hikigaya. Although Yukino Shida's words were welcoming, the tone cast doubt on whether the welcome was genuine or feigned. "Since Hiratsuka-sensei entrusted you to me, I shall diligently rectify Hikigaya's mistakes while also striving to enhance Ailan's academic performance. You may thank me for that." Hikigaya rolled his eyes, feeling quite displeased. "You. Of all people. While I acknowledge my peculiarities, I still consider myself quite exceptional. I ranked second in the humanities in the school-wide mock exam and my appearance is decent. Aside from lacking a girlfriend and friends, I am fundamentally outstanding." Beside him, Ailan, hearing Hikigaya's words, buried her face once more. She felt she had no right to partake in such a conversation among academic elites. It was far more important to contemplate the aura emanating from Yukino Shida. How could she extract the Dragon Ball from her? Moreover, how does one generate positive energy? Perhaps I should inquire with Lord Kaioshin of time upon my return. Yukino Shida's expression grew colder. What is there to be proud of in being second in school? I understand now. It is your awkward personality that has left you friendless. Yukino Shida, if I recall correctly, you have also been alone for quite some time, haven't you? The esteemed flower of SBU High, the flawless and virtuous Yukino Shida Yukino, a multifaceted genius with an alluring appearance and a frosty demeanor. Even if Hikigaya was oblivious to the intricacies of female relationships, rumors about such an exceptional individual constantly reached his ears. It intrigued him that someone so remarkable had never made friends at SBU High. That is precisely because I am too exceptional. Yukino Shida declared matter-of-factly as she began to walk slowly toward the window. Yet, the world is peculiar. The more outstanding individuals are, the more they seem to be ostracized. Such a phenomenon is utterly unreasonable. Thus, I intend to establish this club, to initiate gradual change within each individual, ultimately transforming this world. She lifted her gaze towards the window, tucking a few strands of hair behind her ear. At that moment, Ailan's eyes coincidentally met hers. The sunlight graced the young girl's face, momentarily halting even the breath of the most straightforward boy. Chapter 8. Transformation is the first step to self-redemption. With the arrival of Hikitani, the narrative appeared to find its rhythm. Yukino Shida and Hikitani rose to engage in a heated debate. Outside, Hiratsuka seemed to be eavesdropping with a smile on her face. Ailan, however, showed no interest in these matters. He squinted, attuning himself to Yukino Shida's aura. It was now nearly certain that the tainted Dragon Ball resided within Yukino Shida. The malevolent energy was far beyond human possession, and as Yukino Shida's emotions fluctuated, that very essence continued to transform. Yukino remained as haughty as ever, though her face was not visible. Ailan could vividly imagine her expression. If I can converse with someone like me, then surely I can engage with most others. Hasn't that been slightly corrected? Just how confident are you? Hikitani remarked, speechless. Just as their argument reached an impasse, Hiratsuka stepped inside. Yukino Shida, pardon the interruption. It seems the prospect of Hikitani's corrective efforts is not particularly optimistic. Upon hearing this, Hikitani grew displeased. Corrective measures? I merely wish to prevent others from meddling in my true nature. That is clearly avoidance. Yukino Shida retorted. Isn't so-called change merely an evasion of the present condition? Why can't one affirm their current and past selves? Such denial resolves nothing and offers no salvation to anyone. After listening to their dispute, Hiratsuka raised her hand to interject. Now, both of you, please remain calm. Since time immemorial, when the righteousness of two parties conflicts, settling matters through competition has been a customary practice in shounen manga. Ailan remarked from the side, do they really need to compete to determine their genders? Isn't it already apparent? With a sharp glare directed at Ailan, Hirasaka Shizuka continued, therefore, let's hold a contest within this club to see who can serve others better. The victor shall have the authority to issue any command to the other. Yukino Shida crossed her arms and took a step back, declaring, I refuse. I feel a considerable danger when facing this man. That is mere prejudice. A second-year boy does not constantly dwell on such lewd matters. Indeed, not to mention the poor corporate slaves who are forced to work all day. Ailan quietly complained to herself while lying there. Hirasaka Shizuka timely interrupted the two, saying, Yukino Shida, are you afraid of losing? Which is why you. It was an obvious provocation, yet I accepted. With that, Yukino Shida turned to Ailan and asked, will you participate? Ailan? With a languid demeanor. Ailan did not even lift her head as she responded, I have no interest in that. I am far too busy to participate in such a tedious affair. That is not acceptable, Shizuka Hiratsuka interjected. The service department must cultivate a spirit of teamwork. Everyone is required to partake. Huh? Well, if I have the time, I suppose I will join, but I have matters to attend to today, so I shall take my leave. See you tomorrow. With that, Ailan rose, picked up her backpack, and made her way towards the exit. Observing Ailan's retreating figure, Shizuka let out a sigh. Compared to Hikigaya, Ailan's character issues were far more complex. Although it seemed that her demeanor had shifted considerably during this period, Shizuka sensed, based on her life experiences, that nothing had truly changed. The current attitude was merely a reflection of her desire to avoid interaction with others. Shizuka unconsciously recalled the first encounter with Ailan. Her gaze at the time was anything but human. After leaving school, Ailan sought out a secluded corner and took to the skies, racing at full speed towards her residence. I am back. Upon returning home, Ailan recited the words agreed upon with the Supreme Kai of Time. As soon as she finished speaking, the apparition of the Supreme Kai materialized within the room. Little Ailan, you found me so quickly. Did you miss me? Not at all. Ailan replied, settling onto the sofa. Today, I discovered a trace of a Dragon Ball. What must I do to extract and purify it from a human body? Ah, you are indeed impressive, having located the first Dragon Ball so swiftly. The Supreme Kai of Time responded with a playful demeanor. Witnessing this, Ailan rolled her eyes. Supreme Kai, can we skip the pleasantries? I need to know how to purify that Dragon Ball. Surely you have a method to suggest? Must I really engage in romance to purify the Dragon Balls? Dismissing her playful facade, the Supreme Kai of Time pondered for a moment before replying solemnly, at this moment, little Ailan, you are not yet capable. Both extracting the Dragon Ball residing within a human body and the subsequent purification require a sufficient amount of positive energy. This necessitates a kind heart, which, given your current circumstances, is utterly unattainable. Ailan was left speechless. What should I do then? I found it, yet I cannot extract or purify it. This job is quite the predicament. Do not fret, little Ailan. First and foremost, you must live well as a human. Of course, love is the only means by which a Saiyan can generate positive energy. However, do keep an eye on those hosts. The tainted Dragon Balls might lead to unforeseen consequences. Ailan let out a sigh and waved her hand towards the god of time, saying, "All right, I understand. You may leave now. There is nothing more to discuss." The god of time grumbled in displeasure. "Honestly, do you perceive me as merely a convenient tool?" With that, she vanished from the room. After a while, Ailan slowly approached the window, gazing at the scenery outside, murmuring to herself, "Without making a change, no problem can be resolved. Is there truly no salvation for anyone?" Chapter 9. An unforeseen transformation. Ailan sat cross-legged on her bed, eyes closed as she attuned herself to any anomalous energies in the world around her. Yet, all her efforts proved futile. No matter how she perceived it, this was an utterly mundane world, devoid of any abnormalities. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Ailan opened her eyes and scratched her head. No wonder this building seems familiar. Yukino Shida lives right across from me. It was indeed a case of darkness beneath the lamp, as her proximity had caused her to overlook it. Clearly, her training still required refinement. With that thought, Ailan directed her full attention towards Yukino Shida, for she was now the host of the Dragon Ball and must ensure her safety at all costs. After all, this was crucial for her own chance to make a wish. Contemplating this, Ailan couldn't help but indulge in daydreams. If a wish could be granted, what would she desire? Just past 8 o'clock in the same building, room 1507, Yukino Shida finished her evening routine and donned her pajamas. The white spaghetti-strapped sleepwear slipped off one shoulder, revealing her smooth skin. However, she paid it no mind, as she was living alone and had confidence in the security of her surroundings. Sitting on the sofa, she held a cat magazine, while the television played a pre-recorded anime featuring Mr. Pan. This was her nth time watching this series. As a devoted cat enthusiast, she adored any creature associated with the feline family. So, were pandas merely oversized cats? As time passed, the temperature in the room gradually dropped. A shiver coursed through Yukino Shida, prompting her to wrap herself in a blanket, murmuring, "It's already April. Will this winter never end?" Yet, the temperature continued to plummet, dipping below 10 degrees in mere minutes. Unable to endure the chill in her thin attire any longer, Yukino Shida stood up to turn on the air conditioning. Suddenly, a shimmering portal-like light materialized in the living room, emanating an unbearable cold that instantly froze the surroundings. It exerted a powerful gravitational pull towards Yukino Shida, threatening to engulf her completely. Her face went pale as the frigid air slowed her thoughts, rendering her immobile and voiceless. In a matter of seconds, Yukino Shida found herself on the brink of unconsciousness. Just as despair closed in, the door to room 1507 burst open with tremendous force, and Ailan rushed inside. "Yukino Shida," Ailan exclaimed, enveloping her in a warm embrace. "So warm." Yukino Shida murmured before succumbing to unconsciousness. In a small world blanketed in ice and snow, Yukino Shida uttered a soft whimper, gradually awakening from her stupor. Confused, she gazed up at the sky, feeling utterly disoriented. "Just moments ago, I was in my apartment. How did I suddenly end up here?" A voice echoed in her ear. "Oh, you're awake? To have fainted from the cold and only slept for 2 hours, you must be in good health, minister." Upon hearing this voice, Yukino Shida abruptly sat up, tightening her black coat, her expression shifting to one of vigilance as she scanned the source of the sound. Only when she recognized Eri did she exhale slightly, though her anxiety quickly resurfaced. "Eri, where are we? What just happened?" Eri, clad only in a white shirt, settled beside Yukino Shida and replied, "I'm not entirely sure, but it's evident that we are no longer on Earth. After all, there are no frozen tundras saturated with malevolent energy on our planet." Yukino Shida? Ailan's earlier remarks have transcended her comprehension. What does it mean to be no longer on Earth? And what is this malevolent aura she speaks of? Ignoring the expression on Yukino Shida's face, Ailan continued to speak to herself. The ability to manifest something akin to a portal is truly bizarre, isn't it? Upon hearing Ailan's words, Yukino Shida recalled the luminous circle that had appeared in her apartment. "Ailan, what exactly was that light?" At that moment, a chilling wind swept through, causing Yukino Shida's voice to quiver slightly, despite being a flower on a lofty peak. She could not help but feel a surge of fear when confronted with such an unforeseen circumstance. Ailan felt a sense of helplessness upon witnessing her condition. The human body on Earth was undeniably fragile. It seemed imperative to swiftly discover a means of returning, as the environment here posed significant dangers to Yukino. In the midst of Yukino's astonished gaze, Ailan released the tail that was coiled around her waist, cradling it in her hands as she began to chant quietly. Lord of time and space, can you hear my voice? The power you bestowed upon me should prove useful at this moment. Beside her, Yukino was utterly taken aback. Although she had previously inquired whether Ailan had not yet fully evolved, the sight of Ailan revealing her tail left her completely bewildered. So, the Lord of the Monkey truly does possess a tail. Ailan, what are you doing right now? Perhaps due to the multitude of extraordinary events she had experienced that day, Yukino's capacity for acceptance had drastically increased. Ailan, with a serious expression, held onto her tail and calmly responded to Yukino with 2 words. Please, God. Yukino? In that moment, Yukino felt as though the worldview she had constructed over the past decade had completely shattered. Chapter 10, Must I Stay for an Entire Year Before I Can Leave? Ailan clasped her tail in prayer for over 10 minutes, yet there was no response. Beside her, Yukino found herself at a loss for words. Were it not for the myriad of events that had transpired that day, she would surely suspect that Ailan was suffering from delusions. Moreover, Ailan's physical condition was deteriorating. Clad only in a flimsy nightgown and draped in Ailan's school uniform, she was ill-equipped to withstand the biting chill of temperatures plunging below -10 degrees. As time wore on, Ailan's impatience began to mount. What of the third-rate deity who promised to imbue her tail with divine power for emergencies? Why was there not even the slightest indication of its presence? As Ailan's grievances escaped his lips, a pink orb materialized from his tail, swiftly coalescing into the form of the Saiyan of time. Little Ran, I have heard you. Are you once again speaking ill of the deities behind their backs? If this continues, divine retribution shall inevitably befall you. You shall descend into the depths of hell. Upon making her entrance, the Saiyan of time began her playful banter. Yet Ailan promptly interrupted her. He gestured towards Yukino, saying, Great Saiyan of time, this is Yukino, the host of the Dragon Balls. A few hours ago, an anomaly appeared beside her, and we were transported to this world through a portal. Do you possess the means to return us? The Saiyan of time peered curiously at Yukino, her gaze assessing. Hello, I am Saiyan, the Saiyan of time. I can sense that you possess a kind heart. Greetings. Great Saiyan of time, Yukino replied, offering a slight nod. However, her mind was in turmoil, overwhelmed by a plethora of questions. She had just encountered the unfamiliar term host of the Dragon Balls. What could it possibly mean? Furthermore, was the girl before her truly a deity? Yukino found herself burdened with too many inquiries, yet she discerned that now was not the opportune moment for questions. Enough of the unnecessary pleasantries, Great Saiyan. Please devise a way to return us to Earth. The inhabitants of Earth cannot endure in such an environment for long. Sensing the urgency in Ailan's tone, Saiyan offered a knowing smile. Oh, little Ran is showing concern for humanity now? What a remarkable advancement. Ailan turned her head to the side, exclaiming in frustration. Humph. The tainted Dragon Ball resides within her. I cannot afford any mishaps before completing the task. Cain, with an enigmatic smile, chose not to continue the argument with Ailan and began to observe the wintry expanse of this snow-covered tundra. As the god of destruction entered a state of focus, her previously relaxed demeanor transformed into one of solemnity. After a moment, Cain addressed Ailan. This is an alternate dimension, akin to the hyperbolic time chamber utilized by deities. Based on my experience, the tainted Dragon Ball within Yukino beneath the snow is a 3-star ball. There are only 2 ways for you to escape. Upon hearing of the possibility of leaving, Ailan eagerly inquired, What methods? Interrupted by Cain's glare, she continued. The first method is for me to forcibly extract the 3-star ball from Yukino's body. Thereafter, you must defeat the 3-star dragon to exit immediately. However, the combat prowess of the 3-star dragon should surpass that of the Super Saiyan 3 I previously mentioned. Cain paused, casting a disdainful glance as if regarding refuse, and then turned her gaze toward Ailan. The implication of her next words was unmistakable. A mere combat power of 5,000 rendered one unworthy to stand before such a formidable opponent. At that moment, Ailan felt her face flush with indignation. How could the seemingly inept minor deity look down upon her? Yet, she remained submissive, akin to a quail. Not only due to her current dependence on others, but also because of her deep-seated frustration over her own weakness. Observing the turmoil within AI Rand's heart and her expression, Cain nodded. While this Scion often displayed an air of arrogance, since being rescued on planet Vegeta, AI Rand's malevolent inclinations had gradually diminished. Progress was being made in a positive direction. Without prolonging AI Rand's suspense, Cain revealed the second option. The second method is to remain here obediently. If you endure for a full year, a portal will reappear, allowing your return. What? A year? AI Rand exclaimed. Given Yukino's current condition, merely surviving a day seemed beyond reach. How could that possibly be? At that moment, Yukino's eyes dimmed. Not only was it implausible for her to endure, but the thought of her family worrying for an entire year if she were to vanish was too much to bear. She could no longer contemplate the future. Cain, possessing the ability to read minds, regarded Yukino with gentle eyes and spoke softly, "Do not worry. AI Rand will find a way to ensure your survival. Though my capabilities are limited, I will assist as well. Moreover, this place resembles the time chamber. While the flow of time here is unstable, a year spent in this realm will equate to merely a few hours outside, at most not exceeding a single day." Hearing the comforting words of the Kaioshin, Yukino felt her previously desolate emotions gradually uplift. Though she remained apprehensive about the future, there lingered a glimmer of hope that everything might return to its rightful course. "Shaoran, I am the deity of time. Due to certain regulations, I cannot intervene extensively during the purification of the Dragon Balls. Therefore, I can only provide you with some warm clothing and a sense of being. I apologize, but this is all I can offer at present." Observing the apologetic expression on Cain's face, AI Rand waved her hand dismissively, replying, "This is more than sufficient. Thank you, esteemed Kaioshin." Chapter 11. The commencement of a year of solitude in a sheltered cave on the snow-covered tundra. This was to be the refuge for AI Rand and Yukino for the night. Rather than a cave, it resembled a larger indentation in the stone wall, barely accommodating two individuals. Mere moments after the apparition of the Kaioshin vanished, Yukino's garments and the Sensabine were teleported in. Indeed, these clothes were originally Yukino's winter attire. It was a mystery how Cain had procured them. Upon the arrival of the clothing and the Sensabine, AI Rand could not help but mutter a sarcastic remark about the third-rate deity. It is worth noting that the Dragon Ball world possesses the miraculous capsules that could have swiftly resolved their predicament. Clearly, the Kaioshin's ability to intervene in the purification of the Dragon Balls was quite limited. Inside the cave, Yukino meticulously arranged some dry moss and plush grass along the walls, creating a small separation. She found it peculiar that she would be sharing a cave with another man this evening. Although AI Rand did not seem like an unusual person, she still felt a sense of unease. Was AI Rand truly human? While Saiyans bore an outward resemblance to humans, aside from their tails, Yukino hesitated, recalling AI Rand's abilities to fly and unleash devastating energy spheres. She was uncertain whether AI Rand could still be classified as a carbon-based life form. As Yukino worked, her thoughts wandered amidst the concepts of deities, extraterrestrials, and Dragon Balls, elements that undeniably required considerable time to comprehend and digest. The separation was complete. AI Rand. Although Yukino's tone remained frosty, her ears flushed slightly in the dim moonlight. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to a wife urging her husband to retire for the night. Suppressing her swirling thoughts, Yukino endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor as she addressed AI Rand outside, saying, "You should rest early. There remains much to be accomplished tomorrow, constructing shelter, foraging for sustenance. Very well, you may rest within, while I shall keep watch at the entrance. Should anything amiss occur during the night, do not hesitate to call my name." Aaron gazed at the flickering fire at the mouth of the cave, a creation of his key cannon. Observing the solitary figure of his companion, who would share a year of his life, lying beneath the snow on the soft grass, Yukino found her sleep elusive. "I truly appreciate your presence today. Had I arrived in this world alone, I might have faded away quietly," she expressed. "There is no need for gratitude. My sole duty is to purify the Dragon Balls within you. Until that task is complete, I shall ensure your safety," Aaron replied, his rejection of her thanks delivered with unwavering directness. Yukino furrowed her brow slightly at his response. This man perpetually repelled others, encasing himself in an impenetrable shell. As she regarded Aaron, an instinctive comparison arose in her mind, likening him to an unseasoned stray cat, perpetually wary and resistant to the world around him. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she inquired, "Could you share with me how you spent your previous life? My past holds no significance, Aaron replied, his voice calm, yet distant. He recoiled at the thought of recalling the last decade or so. In his former life, he had merely existed as a reclusive individual, languishing in peace. Whereas now he had transformed into a ruthless overlord. He felt a sense of inner turmoil, as the brutality in his blood urged him to revel in destruction, while the moral compass shaped in his previous existence continuously reminded him of the horror of such actions. Noticing the perplexity in Yukino's expression, Aaron resolved to shift the conversation. Minister, I observe that you, like myself, tend to navigate school life alone. It seems you may not have many friends there? The moment he uttered those words, Aaron realized he might have erred. At this juncture, what friends could Yukino possibly have? Sure enough, after a moment of silence, she delivered the anticipated response, friends. First, one must define what constitutes a friend. Aaron suddenly perceived a certain charm in Yukino Shida. What is amusing about that? Yukino Shida's expression gradually became somewhat stiff. No, it is merely that your somewhat forced explanation of lacking friends strikes me as rather endearing. However, I must admit I am quite curious. Judging by appearances alone, one would hardly assume that Yukino Shida-san is someone without friends. Ailan stretched languidly and began to speak. Indeed, I have been quite adorable since childhood. And it is precisely this charm that has garnered the affection of many men who have approached me. However, their feelings were not rooted in genuine affection, merely due to my cute appearance. Yukino recalled the incident from her childhood involving the hidden shoes in the storeroom, and her expression gradually became more frigid. Ailan chuckled softly, remarking that Yukino Shida was rather awkward. However, the way she casually proclaimed her own adorableness revealed an undeniable sense of self-adoration. Yukino, feeling indignant, let out a huff, asserting that Ailan had no right to label her as awkward. After all, she hardly engaged with anyone at school, preferring instead to doze off. With that, she turned her back, signaling an evident disinterest in continuing the conversation with Ailan that evening. Had she fallen asleep? Ailan muttered to himself. And upon receiving no response, he reclined upon the plush grass he had laid out beneath the snow. The bitter wind howled outside the cave's entrance. Thus began their year-long solitude. Chapter 12. An unreliable beginning in a state of drowsy haze, Ailan sensed a warm body enveloping him like an octopus. He slightly opened one eye. Indeed, even though he had sought refuge in the sheltered cave, the chill was still palpable. It was only natural for the young girl to instinctively cling to him for warmth during the night, especially since the cave's entrance was closer to the fire. However, upon closer inspection, Yukino beneath the snow truly appeared somewhat endearing. As he carefully observed the girl using his chest as a pillow, a faint smile graced Ailan's lips as he admired her serene, sleeping visage. As Ailan gazed outside, he noticed that dawn had fully arrived. He gently cleared his throat, startling the girl who had been resting on him, then closed his eyes once more, feigning sleep. With his eyes shut, Ailan perceived that Yukino Shida, despite its desolation, was unexpectedly soft. Upon awakening, Yukino was taken aback to find herself tightly embracing Ailan, letting out a startled cry as she hastily retreated into the confines of the cave. However, the narrow space offered little room for her escape. Ouch! She inadvertently collided with the rocky wall. Pain surged through her, and tears welled in her eyes as she tenderly rubbed the back of her head. Noticing that the man before her showed no signs of awakening, she quickly lowered her voice and movements, cautiously crawling out of the cave. Although her earlier predicament had been quite embarrassing, the fact that Ailan remained asleep reassured her somewhat. As Yukino Shida stealthily slipped from the cave like a thief, Ailan struggled to suppress his laughter. He was tempted to wake up suddenly and tease her, yet considering her delicate sensibilities, he opted to remain in slumber. Finally, Ailan, you are awake. Yukino sat quietly on a stone not far from the cave entrance, glancing at Ailan as he emerged. At that moment, she recalled the incident from the previous night when she had inadvertently embraced him, a blush creeping across her cheeks. It must have been because I always slept with Mr. Pan at home. Indeed, Ailan must have been mistaken for Mr. Pan. In her haste, Yukino Shida crafted the most plausible explanation for her actions from the night before. The weather today was significantly better than yesterday, with a gentle breeze wafting through the air. Aaron stretched languidly and casually remarked, I stayed up late on watch last night. The weather is splendid today. We must hasten to seek sustenance and establish shelter. Yukino Shida gazed at the boundless expanse of tundra, instinctively nodding in agreement. After the events of yesterday, she had completely come to regard Aaron as her steadfast anchor for survival in this land. Then, Aaron stroked his chin, delving into contemplation. He had sensed that this place harbored no formidable creatures. This revelation bore both favorable and unfavorable implications. The absence of potent beings suggested a lack of perilous foes. However, it also raised concerns about the availability of ample food. Given Aaron's nascent proficiency in sensing energy, he remained uncertain in this regard. Saiyans required substantial nourishment. Suddenly, Aaron seized Yukino in his arms and swiftly soared towards the lake he had discovered the previous day. Mere seconds later, a piercing scream reverberated through the air. At several hundred meters above ground, Yukino instinctively buried her head in Aaron's embrace, trembling uncontrollably, though she was reluctant to be held by him. She found herself devoid of options, her mind teetering on the brink of madness. She had been unexpectedly lifted into the sky by Aaron, with her eyes tightly shut. The rush of air filled her ears. This was not her inaugural experience aloft. After all, she had flown on numerous airplanes. Yet the sensation of flying without windows in a 360-degree panorama was truly terrifying. At that moment, she cared little for the identity of the one holding her. Nor did she ponder whether she was at the mercy of Aaron, an incomplete evolution of a primate. All she desired was to find a secure corner to hide, allowing her racing heart to find some semblance of calm. Thus, she clung to Aaron more tightly, her face pressed firmly against his chest. Observing Yukino nestled within his embrace, Aaron felt a tinge of exasperation. It was only then that he recalled her apparent fear of heights. Aaron gradually reduced her speed, lowering her head as she spoke. "I apologize." Hearing Aaron's voice beside her, Yukino felt a surge of fear. Yet she ultimately mustered the courage to slightly lift her head. At that moment, glistening tears lingered at the corners of her eyes, rendering her all the more endearing. Nevertheless, even in this precarious situation, Yukino was resolute not to show any sign of weakness. She glared fiercely at Aaron, unable to divert her gaze towards any direction other than Aaron's. The relentless rush of air in her ears incessantly reminded her that they were hundreds of meters above the ground. Observing Yukino's demeanor, Aaron felt a twinge of awkwardness as she rubbed her nose. Yet in an instant, she made a decisive resolution. If they were to survive here for a year, Yukino must overcome her acrophobia. After all, in times of danger, it would be Aaron who bore the responsibility of flying with her. Moreover, if she could not conquer her fear in such an environment, the likelihood of overcoming it in her lifetime would be bleak. Thus, the hand that had been gently draped over Yukino's shoulder swiftly moved to her waist. As Yukino felt both warmth and embarrassment, she was suddenly lifted and spun counterclockwise. What are you doing?" Yukino's voice trembled. Abruptly released from Aaron's secure embrace, she hastily closed her eyes, unable to confront the surroundings due to her fear of heights. At that moment, Aaron's hands were firmly encircled around her waist. Yukino's heart raced with a sense of unease, uncertain of what was about to transpire. Aaron gently lowered her head and whispered in her ear, "Yukino, do not be afraid, I am right behind you. Slowly open your eyes." Above them lay an expanse of azure, while below unfolded a landscape of boundless beauty. What lies before you may be a sight you have never experienced in your lifetime. Do you not wish to enrich your memories with this unparalleled moment? Upon hearing Aaron's words, Yukino trembled slightly, her heart stirred. Ultimately, she gradually opened her eyes. The verdant mossy ground and the snow-capped mountains mirrored the cerulean sky, and in the depths of a distant pine forest, a tranquil lake glimmered like a mirror. What do you think? The scenery is quite splendid, is it not? In truth, the heights are not as daunting as they seem. Awestruck, Yukino nodded. Aaron smiled gently, continuing his flight towards the distant lake. He had made up his mind that would be their campsite for the upcoming year. Chapter 13. The Gradual Dissipation of Power. Aaron crouched by the lake, exhaling a sigh as he dipped his tail into the water, patiently awaiting a catch. Yukino was nearby, scouring for dry wood. Upon witnessing Aaron's peculiar actions, she couldn't suppress a giggle, covering her mouth with her hand. Hearing her laughter, Aaron's face flushed crimson. In an attempt to avoid startling the fish lurking beneath the surface, he whispered, "What is so amusing? If it weren't for the need to protect this water source, I would have blown it to the heavens, making it far easier to collect fish. That is not permissible. Aaron, destruction is never right, no matter the location." Humph. Aaron turned his head away in annoyance, closing his eyes to concentrate on the sensations beneath the water. Suddenly, he sensed a fish approaching. His eyes flew open, and he began to move his tail with greater vigor. "Come on, bite. It's your favorite, the big worm." Then, beneath the water's surface, a fish weighing several dozen kilograms clamped onto Aaron's tail. In an instant, he felt as though he had been electrocuted. His body began to numb. This is impossible. I completed my tail training years ago. How could this happen? Before he could ponder further, a tremendous force yanked him into the water. Aaron. Yukino, witnessing this scene, discarded the firewood in her hands and rushed to the lake's edge, desperately calling out his name. However, by the time she reached the shore, the tumultuous water had returned to a serene calm. She knelt by the lake, tears streaming down her face as she murmured in self-reproach, "This is all my fault. If it weren't for saving me, Aaron would not have been here." Suddenly, an unusual disturbance broke the water's surface. Initially, it was merely a few scattered bubbles rising from the depths. But soon, the entire surface erupted. The massive fish was hurled from the water by an overwhelming force, and Aaron surged out alongside it, kicking the fish towards the shore. Once the chaos subsided, Aaron descended slowly beside Yukino, wiping the water from his face and exhaling a relieved breath. Phew, that was perilously close. I almost met my end at the hands of that beast. Aaron. Yukino abruptly stood, disregarding the water drenching him, and tightly embraced his neck. Upon feeling his warmth, she finally broke down, weeping, "I thought you were dead." Cough, cough. "Hey, let go. I was fine until you nearly strangled me." After what felt like an eternity, Yukino gradually regained her composure. Her face flushed as she released the nearly suffocated Aaron. She began to inquire about what had transpired moments before. "So, you mean your strength is rapidly depleting?" "Of course. Otherwise, how would I have almost been choked to death by you?" With a dismissive roll of her eyes, Ailan continued to speak to Yukino Shida. "The tail is the source of a Saiyans' power, yet it also serves as their singular vulnerability. However, I overcame this weakness several years ago. Just now, that brute clamped down on my tail, and I felt my strength wane. Even without further restrictions, I realized my power was rapidly dissipating." As she spoke, Ailan directed her palm, which faced Yukino Shida, towards the freshly gathered firewood, intending to launch a Kamehameha wave. A wisp of azure smoke emerged from her palm, only to vanish moments later. Nearby, a fish rolled over, seemingly possessing a modicum of intelligence, for it gazed at Ailan with an expression of bewilderment. Although it was on the verge of being devoured, it found some amusement in witnessing such a captivating display of ineptitude. "I'll deal with you soon." Upon sensing the fish's derisive laughter, Ailan's expression darkened in frustration. Determined, she summoned her energy with all her might, the veins on her forehead prominently visible. This time, a small orb of energy materialized from her palm, moving at an excruciatingly slow pace towards the pile of firewood, igniting it. This was Ailan's final Kamehameha wave. Having satisfied her hunger, Ailan patted her belly with contentment. Yukino Shida delicately wiped the grease from her lips, glancing at the fish skeleton before addressing Ailan. "No matter how many times I witness it, your appetite remains astonishing. That's typical for Saiyans. To sustain our battle-ready physiques, we require copious amounts of sustenance." Yukino Shida regarded Ailan thoughtfully, nodding gently. "I must confess, I envy your physique and strength. If I possessed such power, I could surely make this world a better place." "Make the world a better place? If you had such strength, perhaps you could indeed achieve that. But Saiyans generally do not act in such a manner." "Why not?" Yukino Shida inquired, somewhat perplexed. Ailan lay on the ground, gazing at the sky. After a moment of silence, he spoke. "Our purpose is to plunder. The cost of this power is that our people are devoid of compassion. The pursuit of strength and the disdain for the weak, the wanton acts of plunder and destruction, define our very existence. These traits are deeply etched into our genes, enduring until the day of our extinction." At this moment, Yukino Shida, with a serious expression, interrupted Ailan. "The Ailan I know is not like this." With a self-deprecating smile, Ailan turned to face Yukino and remarked, "Is that so? Perhaps you have misjudged me." Yukino gently shook her head. "No. My instincts are never wrong." As Ailan observed Yukino's unwavering gaze, he felt a tinge of embarrassment and turned away, saying, "My strength is rapidly fading. While I still possess some energy, you maintain the fire here, and I shall go topple some large trees. We must construct our shelter today. You, with your petite frame, cannot endure another night in the wilderness." With that, Ailan ventured into the forest. Chapter 14. The Gradual Approach. Bang. With a resounding crash, Ailan placed the last massive log in the designated spot indicated by Yukino Shida. Although most of his energy had dissipated, even so, with the foundational physicality of a Saiyan, moving such heavy objects weighing several hundred kilograms merely left him slightly breathless. Ailan stood proudly, hands on his hips, gazing at the wooden cabin before him. nodding with satisfaction. Though lacking tools, the cabin was modest in size, barely accommodating 2 individuals and lacking aesthetic appeal, yet Ailan sensed its sturdiness. Deeming it sufficient as a long-term sanctuary, he turned to his companion, Yukino Shida Yukino, and praised her. Yukino, you are truly remarkable. To design a house solely relying on mortise and tinted joints is no small feat. My family has been in construction, and I have always aspired to assist at home. Just like my sister, so I took some time to study this. Upon mentioning her sister, a shadow of melancholy flickered in Yukino's eyes. She had tirelessly endeavored, hoping to one day surpass her sister and earn her family's recognition, yet her sister's perfection loomed large. Regardless of her efforts, her sister always managed to outshine her. Suddenly, Yukino felt a warm hand resting gently on her head, the comforting sensation momentarily disorienting her. At that moment, Ailan's voice reached her ears. All my life, I have excelled only in combat and destruction. This is the first time I have ever built something myself. I could not have accomplished this without you. Though we manifest strength in different ways, Yukino, you are undoubtedly the strongest person I know at heart. Hearing Ailan's affirmation stirred something within Yukino's heart. She turned to look at the man beside her, who was smiling warmly in her direction. It dawned on her that this was the first time she had seen Ailan smile, and for a fleeting moment, she found herself entranced by his expression. The air around them thickened with a hint of intimacy, but before long, Yukino became aware of her surroundings, her cheeks flushing as she lowered her gaze. Forcing herself to suppress her embarrassment, she scolded him in a voice barely audible. You should put on your clothes quickly. To be bare-chested in front of a lady indeed. It seems you have yet to fully evolve. My apologies, my apologies. Ailan swiftly withdrew her hand and rapidly donned her clothes. A gentle breeze swept through, instantly dissipating the enchanting atmosphere that had just enveloped them. As nightfall approached, the warmth of the fire brought a newfound brightness to the small wooden cabin, elevating the temperature significantly. Ailan sat contentedly before the fire, her tail swaying joyfully behind her. Beside her, Yukino Shimizuki busily prepared their dinner for the evening. Before darkness fell, she had found a slab of stone, which she meticulously cleaned, serving as their sole cooking utensil. Heating the stone, she laid upon it the game Ailan had hunted earlier that afternoon, along with the mushrooms and wild vegetables Yukino had gathered. Despite the simplicity of their circumstances, Yukino approached the preparation of their meal with unwavering dedication. It is ready to eat, dear friend, she announced. Ailan, after giving a piece of meat a gentle blow, placed it into her mouth and mumbled, I never imagined that a stone slab could be used for cooking. You truly are remarkable, Yukino Shida. I thought I would be condemned to a year of charred, blackened food. Yukino Shida Yukino shot Ailan a disapproving glance, and after leisurely finishing her morsel, she replied with measured calmness, Primate, please refrain from speaking while you still have food in your mouth. Cooking with stone slabs is not an uncommon technique. Such methods are preserved across various cultures worldwide. If you were to apply yourself to learning, you would not be so astonished. Ailan was momentarily taken aback. Astonished that even in this place, Yukino Shida Yukino had not forgotten to remind herself to study. How relentless she was. After swallowing the morsel in his mouth, Ailan replied nonchalantly, Yes, once we leave here, I shall diligently study in the club. He hoped that would be the case. Having arrived in this world merely 2 days ago, the sudden mention of studies and clubs left Yukino Shida Yukino with a sense of surreal detachment. She cast a discreet glance at the voracious eater beside her, her gaze softening considerably. In truth, I am not remarkable at all. Without you here, I would struggle to fulfill even the most basic survival needs. The warmth I now feel is a gift from you. After finishing the last piece of food, Ailan suddenly had a thought. Yukino Shida, I have noticed that tonight's darkness arrived a few minutes earlier than last night. A few minutes earlier? Yukino Shida Yukino had lost all sense of time, and upon hearing Ailan's words, she paused in surprise. Suddenly, realization dawned upon her, and she hurriedly inquired, Are you suggesting that there might be polar nights in this world? Well, it's merely a conjecture, but we need to stockpile food as soon as possible. After all, I can hardly even fly now, and my combat ability has diminished to its limits. If polar nights do exist, finding food will become impossible. All right, I understand. Tomorrow, I will also strive to gather edible plants. Then let us retire early. There is much to accomplish tomorrow. With that, Ailan lay down on the plush grass mat that Yukino Shida Yukino had prepared, quickly drifting into slumber. In truth, since he constructed the shelter in the afternoon, He had noticed not only a decline in his combat prowess, but also a significantly slower recovery of his stamina. The Supreme Kai of Time had mentioned that this place resembled a hyperbolic time chamber. The known hyperbolic time chamber is a training ground with 10 times the normal gravity. And this place too possesses its own unique qualities as a training ground. Seeing Ailan fall asleep so swiftly, Yukino was instantly reminded of the morning when she awoke nestled in Ailan's embrace, her ears flushing crimson with embarrassment. After hesitating for a moment, she gently bit her lower lip and stealthily approached the plush grass mat, lying down less than a meter away from Ailan. In the latter half of the night, soft snow began to fall outside the wooden cabin. Within, the two already asleep unconsciously drew ever closer. Chapter 15. The Talking Cat. The following morning, Yukino was the first to awaken from her dreams. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered that her head was resting on Ailan's arm. Just like yesterday. Had she once again embraced this man in her sleep? At that moment, Ailan's tail entwined around Yukino's waist, drawing the two of them closely together. Yukino could even perceive the warmth of Ailan's breath. However, what struck her as peculiar was that she did not feel particularly averse to this intimate proximity. Yukino discerned that had it been any other man so near, she would have undoubtedly flown into a rage, yet now she felt only warmth and tranquility. This unusual sentiment rendered the young girl somewhat flustered. Perhaps it is because human Yuan Kuan behaves so much like a monkey that I do not regard him as a man. After swiftly concocting this rationale to convince herself, Yukino recalled the various clumsy antics hidden beneath this man's stern exterior, and an involuntary smile graced her lips. She gently shifted her body, but upon sensing the movement, Ailan abruptly opened his eyes. Thus, the two found themselves locked in a close gaze. Observing Yukino's now flushed cheeks, Ailan bashfully rubbed his nose and said, Yukino, my hand has gone a bit numb. Rising to his feet at the swiftest pace, Yukino adjusted her clothing and shot Ailan a glance, saying, "Do not misunderstand. I am simply accustomed to sleeping with a plush toy at night, so I have yet to adjust. I will rectify this habit as swiftly as possible." Ailan slowly rose to her feet, casting a puzzled glance at Yukino. I had thought you merely felt cold after dozing off at night. Today, I shall see if I can seize an opportunity to procure some fur. Your current condition cannot withstand the polar night. Indeed, I lack the bizarre constitution of someone like Monkey King. However, I must admit, I am rather surprised that you managed to arrive at this conclusion on your own. Hey, surely, I too would have considered such matters. What image do you truly hold of me in your mind? Yukino pondered for a moment before hesitantly responding, impolite. Are you? Is your mind filled with thoughts akin to those of a muscle-bound creature? TCH, what a woman devoid of perception. Ailan, with an air of arrogance, lifted his head high, portraying an image of utmost confidence as he circumnavigated Yukino and strode out of the wooden cabin. Although he aimed to project an image of a gentleman who refrains from quarreling with women, the truth was that he could never truly match Yukino's wit in a battle of words. Aware of this reality, he decisively opted for a strategic retreat. Observing Ailan's demeanor, Yukino could not help but cover her mouth and chuckle. After finishing breakfast, Yukino carefully wrapped a bento using leaves and handed it to Ailan. Her face etched with concern as she earnestly advised him, "Be cautious on your journey. You currently lack strength, so if you sense any danger, do not take unnecessary risks. Ensure you return before nightfall." Ailan turned his head to the side and retrieved his lunch, feeling somewhat awkward at the sudden display of concern. Not only had he never experienced such a sensation in the past 16 years, but even in his previous life, he had been devoid of it. Humph. There is no need for worry. Even in this state, I remain formidable. Be sure to gather edible plants, but do not stray too far from the cabin. Await my return. With that, he swiftly dashed into the forest, soon vanishing from Yukino's view beneath the snow. Gazing in the direction of Ailan's departure, Yukino clasped her hands together, silently praying for his safety. After a while, she commenced her tasks for the day. Meanwhile, Ailan was racing with astonishing speed deeper into the forest. He could sense a significant aura emanating from that direction, although his powers had been compressed to their utmost limits. Rendering flight and energy blasts unusable, he was still stronger than a certain low-tier warrior encountering his elder brother for the first time. In the depths of the forest, a massive bear, blind in one eye, lay sleeping on the ground. Suddenly, the bear's ears twitched as if it sensed something, and it rose to its feet. Sniffing the air, drool dripping from its maw. What fortune! Both meat and hide are within reach. Ailan's figure abruptly materialized before the giant bear, observing it with keen interest. The bear, oblivious to how Ailan had appeared before it, was incensed that such a tiny creature dared to provoke it. As the sovereign of this forest, how could it tolerate such insolence? It stood up, towering over 6 meters, its exaggerated muscles rippling. Roar. Bam. As the bear unleashed a furious roar towards Ailan. A tremendous sound of impact echoed through the woods. In an instant, the bear's life was extinguished, for Ailan had just shattered its heart with a single punch. Wrinkling his nose in distaste, he remarked, "This creature has a truly dreadful breath." At that moment, a voice suddenly emerged from behind him. Roar. Human, you possess some skill. But might I request that you relinquish this prey to me? Startled by the voice, Ailan spun around to behold a tiger towering 3 stories high, squinting its eyes as it scrutinized him. A talking tiger? I can't believe I cannot sense its aura despite its immense size. Ailan's heart tightened, as if she were entering a battle stance before a formidable enemy. Oh, you dare to challenge me? If you relinquish your prey now, I shall allow you to escape. The tiger bared its fangs at Ailan, yet curiously, it refrained from making any further aggressive moves. Despite its menacing words, beads of cold sweat began to form on its brow. Chapter 16. Beneath the snow of a cat's servant there is no murderous intent, nor a strong aura. It does not initiate an attack. This scene seems rather familiar. Ailan had already roamed the cosmos for quite some time, thus he had become quite knowledgeable and experienced. In the vast expanse of the universe, there existed numerous races that wielded their transformative abilities to exert dominance. After swiftly assessing the situation in his mind, he leapt into action, slightly tempering his strength, and struck down upon the great tiger's head. As anticipated, upon being attacked by Ailan, the majestic tiger let out a piercing howl, clutching its swollen head with its forepaws, rolling on the ground in agony. Ailan crossed her arms, gazing mockingly at the so-called great tiger before her. What? You, so feeble, aspire to snatch prey from my grasp. Surely, you are unaware of how to spell your demise. Allow me to send you to the netherworld. Ah, I was wrong. Please, do not slay me. The great tiger, upon hearing Ailan's menacing words, hastily knelt and pleaded for mercy. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, a cloud of smoke enveloped it. As the smoke dissipated, a floating blue cat materialized before Ailan. Upon witnessing the cat's true form, Ailan instinctively exclaimed, "Purr, is this not the shape-shifting feline that accompanies Yamcha? Good sir, you recognize my son Purr?" The blue cat gasped in astonishment. "No, I do not know your son. I merely recalled that name upon seeing your visage. What is your name? And how did you find yourself in this realm?" "I am Purlu, hailing from the south. A few days ago, I escorted my son to a preschool in the southern region when I was suddenly drawn into a portal. Before I could comprehend the situation, I had arrived in this world." Purla continued to recount his recent tribulations with a pitiful tone, yet at that moment, Ailan was utterly bewildered. How could a being from the Dragon Ball world's Earth appear here? Was it a consequence of the corrupted Dragon Balls? That third-rate deity had provided me with a mere task, yet divulged nothing further. As Ailan endeavored to engage his barren mind in thought, he was suddenly embraced by a feline creature around his thigh. A plaintive voice reached his ears. "Brother, please allow me to serve as your little brother. I can wash, cook, and warm your bed." Observing the pitiful Pluru, Ailan found himself at a loss for words. Do all of your kind delight in becoming someone else's subordinate? What utility does a shape-shifting cat possess? Merely as a reserve source of sustenance? Just as he was poised to decline, an image of a devoted cat servant flashed through his mind. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded and replied, "Very well. I shall reside here for a year with a companion, during which time you may accompany us. After the year has elapsed, we shall part ways." With that, Ailan hoisted the bear's carcass and made his way toward the wooden cabin. "Thank you immensely." Pluru politely bowed to Ailan. Upon rising, it discovered Ailan had already ventured far ahead and hurried to catch up. "Wait for me, brother. I do not yet know your name. Please refrain from calling me brother. My name is Ailan." "Understood, Ailan, brother. I shall remember." Ailan, as dusk descended, it seemed that tonight's arrival was earlier than yesterday's. Yukino leaned against the railing, lost in thought as she gazed toward the forest. Suddenly, she appeared to hear some commotion emanating from that direction. Hurriedly, she stepped out of the wooden cabin, peering towards the source of the sound. After a moment, she spotted Ailan emerging from the woods, burdened with a large pile of meat. A gentle sigh escaped her lips, and the worry that had clouded her expression dissipated entirely. Yukino felt an inexplicable surge of joy. However, she quickly reined in her emotions. As Ailan approached her, she asked coolly, Did I not remind you to return before nightfall? I apologize. I took a bit longer than expected, Ailan replied. Placing the meat on the ground and presenting the already roasted bear pelt to Yukino, considering the gruesomeness of dismembering an animal. I thought you might not be able to bear it. Hence, I ensured that the prey was entirely processed before my return. Upon hearing Ailan's explanation, a flicker of tenderness inadvertently shone in Yukino's eyes. She accepted the bear pelt, softly stating, "Next time, do not do this. In our current circumstances, we must face whatever happens together. I am not as fragile as you presume." As Ailan opened his mouth to respond, a sudden, hurried voice rang out from the forest. "Ailan, why did you leave without waiting for me? Why the rush?" Startled by the voice, Yukino peered around Ailan to glimpse behind him. In the dim light, she beheld a feline creature swiftly approaching. Upon reaching Ailan's side, Purula gasped for breath, simultaneously lamenting. "Ailan, you ran too fast. I simply could not keep up." Yukino stood frozen upon seeing Purulu, involuntarily extending her arms to embrace him. Meow? A delightful sound escaped Yukino's lips. Suddenly caught off guard, Purulu struggled against her grip, calling out to Ailan, "Boss, help me. This woman is going to smother me." Yet, at that moment, Ailan remained motionless, seemingly oblivious to Purulu's cries. The sound of Yukino's meow echoed persistently in his mind, and he suddenly realized that his heart was, quite unconsciously, beating a little faster. Chapter 17. The bitter winter approaches outside the small cabin by the lake. Ailan commenced the process of curing bear meat, adhering to Yukino's concept. In the absence of sufficient salt, transforming the bear meat into jerky proved more advantageous for preservation. Upon completing all the necessary procedures, he turned to observe a certain individual ensnared in an irresistible affection for her feline companion. Yukino cradled Peru in her arms, gazing down upon it with an expression of utter enchantment. Meow? Peru looked at Yukino with a bemused expression. "Miss Yukino, I am capable of speech. Could we not converse in human language?" Yukino nodded gently, her tone imbued with warmth. "Yes, I am aware, but I find that when you remain silent, I can more profoundly appreciate your adorable qualities." Despite having encountered extraterrestrial beings and deities during this period, the reappearance of a talking cat left Yukino feeling that she required additional time to fully accept this marvel. At that moment, Ailan, seated beside Yukino, inquired with curiosity, "It seems you truly have a fondness for cats. If that is the case, why not adopt one in the apartment?" Yukino shot Ailan a glare, somewhat reproaching him for interrupting her cherished moments with the cat. "Cats are not permitted in the apartment. Only dogs are allowed. Hasn't the management policy caught your attention since Kongu moved in?" Ailan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and confessed, "I am not particularly fond of reading text-based material. Hence I have completely disregarded the documents provided by the Community Management Committee." Sighing, he added, "Sir Ailan, this is simply unacceptable. Did not that deity wish for you to assimilate into human society? The instinct for knowledge distinctly separates humanity from primates," he resolutely declared. "Upon our return, I shall diligently urge you to pursue your studies." Upon hearing the word study, a shiver ran down Ailan's spine, prompting him to swiftly change the subject. "You mentioned earlier that the apartment only permits dogs? Indeed, it is an utterly unreasonable regulation. It is far more rational to prohibit dogs while allowing cats, who are undeniably adorable." Yukino sighed, openly displaying her affection for felines in Ailan's presence. After speaking, she lowered her gaze, continuing to stroke the azure fur of her beloved Purlu, her eyes unconsciously narrowing in delight. Ailan gazed at the picturesque view, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. In that moment, he felt an elusive tranquility. His entire being swiftly relaxed, and before he realized it, he drifted into slumber. In a state of drowsiness, he unwittingly rested his head upon Yukino's shoulder. At the instant Ailan leaned against her, Yukino was momentarily taken aback, but soon she perceived Ailan's state. Rather than rousing him, she slowed her gentle caress of the cat in her lap. Slightly tilting her head, she gazed upon Ailan's visage. The defiance that often lingered on his face and the subtle vigilance he displayed were now absent. Through the flickering firelight, she discerned the faint dark circles beneath his eyes. Unable to resist, Yukino tenderly stroked Ailan's hair, whispering to herself, "Indeed, you resemble a stray cat. Only when utterly exhausted do you lower your guard, revealing your vulnerable side." "Thank you, Ailan," Yukino murmured softly, tilting her head to rest against him as well. The following morning, outside the cabin, The plaintive cries of Pururu could be heard. Please, no. Boss, don't leave me behind. Take me with you. Stop it. With a look of disdain, Ailan grasped the scruff of Pururu's neck and flung it aside, declaring, You shall accompany Yukino Shida and ensure her safety. Should any misfortune befall her? Tonight's meal will be cat meat. Upon hearing the commotion, Yukino rushed over, cradling Pururu in her arms, and shot a fierce glare at Ailan. Why are you being so harsh on Pururu? Confronted by Yukino's protective nature, Ailan reluctantly turned her head away, muttering, TCH, I'm leaving. Just be cautious and don't stray too far from the cabin. Since the morning, Ailan had sensed a twinge of unease. The malevolent aura of this space seemed to have intensified. Even though Yukino was merely foraging for food nearby, Ailan remained apprehensive, despite Pururu's lack of combat prowess. Its ability to transform could buy them precious time in the face of danger. Moreover, another concern weighed heavily on Ailan's mind. The long night might truly be approaching. At this rate, the days left before perpetual darkness would not exceed 2 months. One must prepare for the worst, if an unyielding 10-month night were to descend upon them. Food would indeed become a dire issue. Nonetheless, safeguarding Yukino Shida was of paramount importance. Pururu, remember my words. Protect Yukino Shida. With that, Ailan secured her lunch to her waist and swiftly dashed into the forest. After Aaron's departure, Pururu drooped its ears, appearing rather dejected. This scene stirred a pang of jealousy within Yukino Shida. Despite Aaron's harsh demeanor towards it, she had always treated it with kindness. Regaining her composure, Yukino gently reassured. Do not worry, Aaron will surely return before nightfall. Pururu nodded, then suddenly regarded Yukino with curiosity. Miss Yukino Shida, are you and the boss married? Should I refer to you as sister-in-law? Upon hearing Pururu's words, Yukino's face flushed a deep crimson, and her speech became somewhat incoherent. Why you? How could you say such a thing? Aaron and I are merely ordinary classmates. But you both clearly slept together last night, Pururu countered. And I even saw you embrace one another while sleeping. In that moment, Yukino Shida felt her mind teetering on the brink of overload. Chapter 18. The sudden emergence of the evil dragon deep within the forest. Aaron, after bathing in a small river, hummed a cheerful tune while leisurely leading a large reindeer back to the campsite. Today marked his final outing for hunting. Ailan and Yukino Shida have spent the past 2 months in this frigid world. For the past few days, daylight has dwindled to less than 2 hours. And as night falls, the weather turns exceptionally harsh. Hurricanes sweep through, accompanied by blizzards, plunging the temperature to over -30 degrees. Under such conditions, even if Ailan ventured out to hunt, he would find no prey. However, Ailan and Yukino Shida have sufficiently stocked their provisions in advance, allowing them to remain peacefully within their camp for the time being. During these 2 months, apart from hunting, Ailan has also devoted considerable effort to enhancing their camp. He not only reinforced the original wooden cabin, but also enclosed the entire camp with wooden fences. Furthermore, Ailan constructed 2 additional cabins, one designated as a food storage facility and the other for cooking and bathing. Indeed, even with the existence of 3 wooden cabins, the 2 continue to reside together as before. As for Pururu, it is relegated to the storage room every night by Ailan, its sole purpose now being to deter rodents. Curiously, Yukino Shida, the devoted cat lover, has not opposed Ailan's decision this time. Ailan walked slowly, struggling to carry the reindeer along a path blanketed by over a meter of snow, making it impossible to quicken his pace. Suddenly, Pururu's anxious voice echoed from afar. Ailan, where are you? Miss Yukino is in trouble. Hearing the distress in Pururu's tone, Ailan's heart tightened. Without a moment's hesitation, he cast the reindeer to the ground and dashed towards Pururu. Soon, he was confronted by Pururu, whose face was streaked with tears. Quickly, tell me what happened. Ailan demanded loudly. Just a moment ago, a blue-skinned creature with wings appeared in the camp and attacked us. It has encased Miss Yukino in ice. Upon hearing Pururu's words, Ailan's expression darkened instantly. Anger surged within him, veins protruding on his forehead, and the fur on his tail bristled. That creature must be a 3-star dragon. How could it appear at this stage? Without pausing to ponder, Ailan sprinted towards the camp with utmost urgency. Inside the camp, Yukino Shida found herself in dire straits. Apart from her head and hands, the rest of her body had been completely frozen. Her face was pale, and her limbs were entirely numb. Despite her helplessness, she refused to yield, glaring fiercely at the blue-skinned monster before her. Roar? Not desperate yet? Is it ignorance that breeds your courage, human? The three-star dragon sneered at Yukino. In your current state, you'll lose consciousness in just 15 minutes and perish pitifully in an hour. Hurry up, and let me relish the sight of your despair. Yukino gritted her teeth and replied, enunciating each word, I will not submit, you pervert. Ha. No matter, you will despair. The creature taunted. Once you die, I shall venture to that previous world, bringing an end to all humanity there. Your lamentations will be the most exquisite symphony to my ears. The three-star dragon licked its lips, revealing a cruel smile. The Dragon Ball still resided within Yukino's body, preventing the three-star dragon from killing her, as that would lead to mutual destruction. However, it needed only to guide Yukino towards utter despair, generating enough negative energy to escape from this so-called host. The three-star dragon circled Yukino slowly, finally drawing closer to the young girl, whispering ominously, Tell me, there must be many people you care about in that world. Your parents? Your sister? What a pity. You won't be able to hear their cries. With each word spoken by the three-star dragon, Yukino's complexion paled further. Who among normal folk is unafraid of death? At the moment when Sanshiro revealed the identities of his parents and sister, Yukino felt a glimmer of despair. Suddenly, the image of Ailan surged in her mind, instantly dispelling all her hopelessness and fear. That man had promised to protect me. As Yukino's initially despondent gaze transformed into one of resolute determination, Sanshiro felt a twinge of impatience within himself. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure, hoping to continue provoking Yukino with his words. Are you relying on that Saiyan? It's futile. He is merely an unfinished monkey. I could crush him with a single hand. If your only hope perishes before you, what kind of despair would you offer me? I eagerly anticipated. You should be the one to despair. Go to hell, you scoundrel. At that moment, Ailan finally arrived. Without uttering a word, he launched a direct kick at Sanshiro. However, the strike did not connect. It merely passed through his body. Ailan felt a tightening in his heart. Is it an illusion? He began to swiftly sense the position of the three-star dragon. Roar? Are you searching for me? Pathetic. The voice of the three-star dragon suddenly emerged from behind him. Bang! A punch struck Ailan's back, causing him to lurch forward and crash to the ground. Almost immediately, the three-star dragon appeared beside Ailan, delivering a kick that sent him flying. The immense force slammed Ailan against the camp's fence, where he was subsequently buried beneath the splintered wood. Silence ensued. Ailan, upon witnessing this scene, Yukino cried out his name in anguish, yet received no response. I can sense it. This is the negative energy born from despair. The three-star dragon felt a surge of joy. Soon, he would have the opportunity to break free from this host. Chapter 19. The Saiyans' ultimate move. As the relentless waves of negative energy flooded in, the three-star dragon was exhilarated. Continue to fear. Continue to despair, he internally proclaimed. In his previous world, the three-star dragon had never possessed the opportunity to absorb sufficient power. Thus, he devised a plan to draw the host of the three-star ball into this icy realm. In this world, 10 out of 12 months are shrouded in darkness. The abundant, malevolent energy would surely allow him to manifest himself fully. His plan had succeeded halfway. Indeed, there was enough wickedness here for him to materialize. Yet for some unknown reason, the monkey beside Yukino was continually generating positive energy, compressing his own power to its limits. At last, he could no longer contain himself. If this continued, the Dragon Ball would surely be purified completely. As he absorbed the negative energy, the three-star dragon erupted into a triumphant laugh. Is this your final hope? Ha ha ha. The sensation of personally annihilating humanity's hope is truly exquisite. Yukino could no longer comprehend the vile creature's words. Tears blurred her vision. Nevertheless, she persisted in gazing toward the spot where Ailan lay buried. Suddenly, a flicker of hope appeared in her eyes. It seemed that the pile of wood concealing Ailan had begun to shift. A roar of fury erupted from within the wooden pile, followed swiftly by beams of white light piercing through. In an instant, all the wooden blocks were reduced to ashes. Emerging from the debris, a disheveled Ailan tore off his tattered garments. He clenched his left fist, assessing his condition. His left arm was broken, 2 ribs fractured, and his internal organs sustained various degrees of injury from the shock. However, bolstered by the Saiyans' indomitable vitality, he would be able to continue the fight for a while longer, spitting out the blood that had pooled in his mouth. Ailan focused his gaze on Yukino beneath the snow. Why are you crying? This is merely a trifling matter. I will rescue you at once. After declaring this, he turned his attention to the three-star dragon. He had discerned that this malevolent creature was far from its peak strength. Otherwise, the recent blow would have undoubtedly obliterated him. The Kaioshin of Time had mentioned that the power of the three-star dragon could rival that of a Super Saiyan 3, if it were at its zenith. Extinguishing him would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Although he could not sense its energy, hope remained. First, he would gauge the disparity in combat power, if necessary. He had one final card to play. Ailan suppressed his concerns for Yukino, taking a deep breath before declaring, "I am going in." With that, he vanished from his position. The malevolent dragon watched Ailan's performance with an air of indifference, realizing that Ailan's very presence could directly influence the host's emotions. If that were the case, he resolved to dismantle this monkey piece by piece with the most cruel methods imaginable. If Yukino were to confront such a hellish scenario, she would undoubtedly experience even greater despair and fear. A sinister grin spread across his face as his eyes darted, quickly locating Ailan. Oh, high-speed movement. Merely child's play. With that, the three-star dragon also accelerated his movements. To Yukino's eyes, it seemed as if both figures had simultaneously vanished. However, a thunderous sound soon reverberated through the sky. Struggling to lift her gaze, she saw nothing but the explosive sound of their clash, devoid of any visible confrontation. Bang, bang, bang. The sonic booms generated by their battle fell like torrential rain upon the earth. Gradually, Yukino found herself unable to bear the overwhelming sound, unable to gaze upon the battle above. Meanwhile, Ailan was unleashing his full force against the three-star dragon while secretly assessing his combat capabilities. Indeed, even though this three-star dragon was not at its peak, Ailan was far from being its match. The disparity in physical strength was insurmountable. In just a brief exchange lasting mere seconds, several of his bones had already broken. What had initially been merely the shock to his internal organs now hinted at the potential for rupture. However, if he were to unleash his ultimate technique, he could surely defeat it. With a plan forming in his mind, Ailan quickly distanced himself from the dragon. The three-star dragon did not pursue, but instead crossed his arms, looking at Ailan with mocking disdain. "What's the matter? Are you, little monkey, preparing to surrender? Unfortunately for you, I shall not grant you a swift end. I intend to tear you apart piece by piece." With a malevolent grin, the three-star dragon summoned a chilling aura, and in an instant, a scythe made of ice materialized in his hand. "Pulyalu, you must protect Yukino. First, distance yourself from here, then find a way to thaw her." Ailan suddenly let out a loud shout. He had sensed the presence of Pulyalu as he approached the encampment. At that moment, Pulyalu stealthily arrived near Yukino. "Yes, boss. Transform." A cloud of smoke enveloped him, and Pulyalu transformed into a hovering small vehicle, placing Yukino atop it and fleeing towards the outskirts of the camp. However, with a swift motion, the three-star dragon raised his hand, summoning an ice wall that appeared before Pulyalu and Yukino. "Think you can escape?" Just as he prepared to descend and seize them, Ailan materialized in front of Pulyalu, obstructing the three-star dragon. He tossed a small pouch onto the vehicle. "Seize the opportunity to leave. Thaw Yukino, and have her consume what's inside the pouch." Yukino, witnessing Ailan's dire predicament, couldn't contain her tears. "You must be careful. If you perish, I shall follow you into death." "Huh, such trifles cannot extinguish my life. You all must flee." With that, Ailan turned resolutely towards the three-star dragon. "Let us continue our battle," he bellowed, conjuring a sphere of white light in his hand, which he promptly hurled into the sky. Phew. Fortunately, although his power had waned, the artificial moon was still operational. The artificial moon ascended, illuminating the entire forest. Ailan observed its tail flickering rapidly, his breath quickening in tandem. Thud. His heart resonated with a profound sound, beating ever faster. Thud, thud, thud. At last, the Saiyan transformation commenced. Chapter 20. The Temporary Retreat of Nightmares. Oh no. The three-star dragon felt a surge of alarm. He could sense Ailan's rapidly expanding power. No longer concerned with Yukino and Pulyalu, he soared straight towards Ailan, brandishing his scythe to strike at Ailan's neck. Yet, the anticipated spectacle of decapitation did not unfold. The rapidly growing hair of Ailan shielded against the blow, and her expanding physique rendered the strike of the scythe to appear merely as a small gash. As a superior warrior, although Ailan could not maintain full consciousness like Vegeta in his great ape form, she was still able to discern friend from foe. Roar. The colossal ape transformed from Ailan let out a thunderous roar directed at the three-star dragon, simultaneously unleashing a beam of crimson energy from its mouth. The three-star dragon barely managed to evade the onslaught, as the energy blast surged forth, striking deep into the heart of the forest. Moments later, a cataclysmic explosion erupted, reminiscent of a nuclear detonation, engulfing the forest in chaos. The three-star dragon glanced back, a cold sweat trickling down his brow. He was not at the peak of his strength, and such an assault left him in a state of uncertainty. In truth, even without harnessing his full power, the three-star dragon's combat prowess still surpassed that of Ailan. However, he was no warrior. As a malevolent dragon, his nature was one of treachery and cowardice. Driven by a fear of death, any hint of danger could render him immobile. Yet, Ailan's relentless assault did not cease. His enormous hands continued to strike towards him, forcing the three-star dragon to retreat further. Before long, their battleground had shifted to the frozen expanse of a lake. Seizing the opportunity, Purilo made his way towards the camp's periphery. On board, Yukino Shida struggled to turn and glance at Ailan, who was embroiled in battle, her face betraying a deep concern. "You must be safe. If possible, I would rather you not risk yourself to protect me. Your safety is all that matters. Miss Yukino Shida, we should head into the forest. I can find a way to break the ice binding you there," Purilo suggested. Yukino shook her head firmly. "No, we cannot stray too far. I need to remain in sight of Ailan. Even without the strength, I will not allow him to bear everything alone." "Very well. But we must retreat to a place that is safe from the conflict. Moreover, you are severely frostbitten. If we do not alleviate the ice soon, you may not perish. But you could be left incapacitated." Feeling the urgency, Purila hastened his pace. The battle between Ailan and the Samsung Dragon rages on. Caught off guard, the Samsung Dragon finds itself pinned to the ground by Ailan, enduring a relentless barrage of blows. "Enough, you wretched monkey," the Samsung Dragon exclaims, unleashing a freezing beam that encases one of the giant ape's arms in ice. Ailan could not suppress a cry of anguish as he staggered backward, taking 2 faltering steps. Seizing the opportunity, the three-star dragon flapped its wings and ascended into the sky. The impact from earlier had inflicted considerable harm upon it, and panting heavily, the three-star dragon glared menacingly at Ailan, exclaiming, "To hell with you, you wretched monkey." An icy aura rapidly coalesced around it, forming a colossal sphere of frost and snow that hurtled toward Ailan. With a thunderous roar, the giant ape retaliated, instantly channeling its energy into a destructive beam aimed at the approaching icy sphere and the three-star dragon. The two energies collided midair. "You damn monkey." The three-star dragon cursed repeatedly, its hands exerting force upon its energy sphere as it advanced toward Ailan, veins bulging on its forehead. Sensing the threat to his life, Ailan fought back with fervor, channeling all his strength into the destructive beam, significantly amplifying its power. In a standoff, the three-star dragon, initially dominant, began to waver. "I cannot die. I have yet to inflict suffering upon all humanity." Thoughts of survival plagued its mind. Yet, in such a critical moment, how could it possibly triumph over the desperate Ailan? Finally, Ailan seized his chance, even transformed into a giant ape. His sole intent was to crush the vile creature's head, even at the cost of his own life. With a roar, blood began to pour from the corners of the giant ape's mouth, but the intensity of the destructive beam surged once more. The icy sphere was gradually pushed toward the three-star dragon. At that moment, the dragon's composure shattered. It decisively relinquished its energy sphere and fled in panic toward the heavens. However, the uncontrolled energy sphere was swiftly shattered by Ailan, and the residual energy consumed the three-star dragon entirely. The dragon's terrified cries echoed. "I shall not be extinguished. As long as the Dragon Balls remain unpurified, I will have the chance to resurrect. The next time we meet, I will crush you, monkey." With little struggle, the three-star dragon transformed into a cloud of black smoke, vanishing under the assault of the destructive beam. Once the three-star dragon had disappeared, Ailan, in his giant ape form, collapsed to his knees, utterly drained. At that moment, he regained a flicker of consciousness. Overdrawing his life force was no trifling matter. He was left with barely a fraction of his vitality, yet he still had one final task to accomplish. He lifted his head and directed his remaining strength toward the artificial moon above. With that, the moon began to fade away. Ailan gradually reverted from her giant ape form, collapsing onto the frozen surface of the lake, unconscious. Meanwhile, Pulu had already freed Yukino from her icy entrapment. At this moment, Yukino's limbs had succumbed to frostbite, rendering her immobile on the ground. Pulu retrieved the pocket given to him by Ailan and extracted the sole miraculous bean. "Miss Yukino Shida, this is a command from Ailan. You must consume it quickly." Upon hearing it was AI Ran's request, Yukino instinctively opened her mouth. As the bean entered her stomach, the necrotic tissue swiftly regained vitality. In mere moments, Yukino was revitalized. Pulling Pulu close as she exclaimed, "Hurry, the sounds of battle have ceased. We must find AI Ran." Pulu had intended to advise Yukino to wait a moment. But upon witnessing her desperate gaze, he nodded and transformed into a hovering vehicle, transporting Yukino towards the lakeside where the conflict had just transpired. Chapter 21. The Challenge of Naming in the Dimness. Yukino and Pulu frantically searched for AI Ran. Suddenly, Pulu shouted with excitement, "Miss Yukino, I see the boss. Quickly, let us hurry." Upon hearing his voice, Yukino dashed towards the direction Pulu indicated. Before long, they discovered AI Ran, unconscious and bloodied on the frozen lake. The moment Yukino laid eyes on AI Ran, tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. AI Ran lay bare upon the icy expanse, drenched in blood. "What? Has it come to this?" She rushed to AI Ran's side, shedding her outer garment to drape it over him. In her haste, her long hair became disheveled, and her snow-white hands were stained with AI Ran's blood, exuding an unsettling aroma. Biting her lower lip, Yukino forced herself to suppress her trembling and told Pulu, "We must return to the camp swiftly." "Understood, Miss Yukino." Pulu replied, transforming into a van. After assisting Yukino in loading AI Ran into the vehicle, he sped towards the camp. Inside the vehicle, Yukino cradled AI Ran in her arms, her eyes hollow, filled solely with anxiety and guilt. Instinctively lifting her hand, she watched the blood drip to the floor. Yukino struggled to swallow her tears, choking back sobs as silent cries escaped her lips. If it were not for her rescue, AI Ran would not have fought so desperately. Sensing the tension within the vehicle, Pulu voiced his concern. "Miss Yukino, you must remain calm. The boss still needs us to tend to his wounds." Upon hearing the name of AI Ran, Yukino's eyes regained a flicker of light as she wiped away her tears and nodded. The eternal night had commenced, and in a bid to escape the biting cold, all creatures retreated into their respective abodes. The world descended into a profound silence, interrupted only by the resounding roar of the van transformed from Pulu. Days later, a sudden wail erupted from the small cabin at the campsite. "Damn it, I'm in excruciating pain." Startled by the sound, Yukino and Pulu rushed in from outside, their hearts racing. "You have finally awakened," Yukino exclaimed joyfully, approaching AI Ran, her voice tinged with a hint of tears echoing in the air. AI Ran struggled to open her eyelids, and what met her gaze were two faces, each bearing distinct complexions yet remarkably uniform expressions. Her sluggish mind took several moments to retrieve from the depths of her memory the events that had transpired earlier. AI Ran opened his mouth, his voice dry, reminiscent of a parched desert. "I apologize, Yukino. I am quite famished. Could you prepare something for me?" "It's good that you have awakened. It's good that you have awakened." Yukino's repeated words resonated with the most genuine emotion. She cast a deep glance at AI Ran and then said, "Please wait for me a moment. I will go prepare a meal for you." With that, she made her way to the adjacent wooden cabin. At that moment, Pururu fluttered in front of AI Ran, sobbing as he spoke. "Wah, boss, you sustained such severe injuries. I thought you were done for." "You were lucky. It was a close call." AI Ran glanced at the bandages adorning his body, all crafted from strips of Yukino's own clothing. Without any tools, he marveled at how she managed it. For sheer exhaustion was the only weakness of that girl. Contemplating this, the lines on AI Ran's face gradually softened, and he turned to Pururu, gently saying, "Pururu, you did exceptionally well this time." Pururu ceased his weeping, grinning widely. "Of course, I am the boss's little brother." AI Ran smiled faintly and began to assess her own injuries. This time, the wounds she sustained were undeniably the most severe she had ever experienced. Multiple fractures adorned her body, internal bleeding was present, and her energy reserves had been completely depleted. "Lord of the Time Realm, you have truly bestowed upon me a daunting task." A hint of a bitter smile appeared on AI Ran's face. Suddenly, a pink glow emanated from the wooden cabin, and the projection of the god of time reappeared before AI Ran. "Little Ran, are you murmuring about me again?" AI Ran stared at the sudden appearance of the Time Realm King God, momentarily taken aback. "Why is it that every time I utter your name, you appear right on cue? Surely, you aren't secretly watching me, are you?" The deity replied, "Of course not. Divine beings do not engage in such clandestine behavior. I observe with utmost transparency." AI Ran gazed at Cain in speechless disbelief. It was the first time he had encountered someone who spoke of voyeurism with such unabashed audacity. Ignoring AI Rand's incredulous gaze, Cain tilted his head slightly and declared with a hint of pride, "I sensed the presence of the mighty ape through the divine power within your tail, which is why I took notice of you. After all, I am a deity, and I am typically quite occupied." "Ah, indeed. Esteemed Lord of the Kaishin, do you have any instructions for us this time? If there is nothing of consequence, perhaps you might return, considering how busy deities are." "What nonsense. I am genuinely concerned for you. You are my very first employee," Cain murmured in response to AI Rand's dismissive remarks. "You have indeed suffered a work-related injury this time. Rest assured, this is not a heartless establishment. Shortly, I shall transmit a magical bean to you. It will even grant you a wish. So, what do you desire? Speak freely. Such a boon exists?" AI Rand replied, uncertain. "Then let us hasten our return." Upon hearing this request, Cain lowered his head in embarrassment and stammered, "To leave, one must remain for a full year. This is beyond my capabilities. Could you perhaps consider a different wish?" "Aaron, indeed, one should not harbor any expectations of this third-rate deity." After pondering for a moment, Aaron gazed at Cain and articulated his desires. Chapter 22, The Delicate Veil of Truth. When Yukino brought the food over, she noticed a flash of pink light within the cabin. She settled beside Aaron, fed him a piece of meat, and inquired, "Did that divine being visit just now?" "Yes." AI Rand hardly chewed, hastily swallowing the meat. With a glance, he urged Yukino to hasten her feeding. She placed another piece of meat into AI Rand's mouth, her eyes reflecting a hint of anxiety. Was something about to transpire? "Nothing much. Perhaps my performance has been satisfactory, and the boss has come to bestow some employee benefits upon me. That's about all she's good for," AI Rand remarked with a resigned smirk. Yukino, perplexed, inquired, "Employee benefits? You'll find out soon enough," AI Rand replied with a mysterious smile before continuing, "Yukino, could we pause our conversation? Please, give me the meat. I've gone 3 days without food and missed 15 meals." Yukino rolled her eyes slightly. "Your mind seems particularly sharp when it comes to matters of food. And you calculate it based on 5 meals a day." With that, she focused on feeding AI Rand. Meanwhile, Purelu discreetly excused itself, for it still had the important duty of being the warehouse manager. The small cabin gradually fell into a serene silence. After the prior events, Yukino found herself relishing this tranquility. If only it could persist indefinitely. After savoring the last morsel of meat, AI Rand contentedly burped. Suddenly, a pink light illuminated the room, compelling Yukino to instinctively close her eyes. At that moment, AI Rand's voice reached her ears. "It has finally arrived. Although that third-rate deity is inept at everything else, their logistics are indeed commendable." Upon opening her eyes, several boxes had appeared within the cabin. Yukino, intrigued, gazed at AI Rand and asked, "What is this?" "Gifts I requested from the Supreme Kai. Let us take a look," he replied. Yukino opened one of the boxes to find a small pouch on top, with winter clothing she used to keep warm beneath it. "This is..." She picked up the small pouch, staring in astonishment at the magical beans inside. She recognized this little bean. It was the one AI Rand had previously asked Purelu to feed her when he himself had sustained such grave injuries. Taking slow, deep breaths to calm her emotions, she opened 2 more boxes. Inside were numerous books and a dozen cans of cat food. That third-rate deity even mentioned fulfilling one of my wishes. However, their abilities only allowed for the transport of these items. So I pondered and decided to have them send something for you and Purelu. As winter nights approach, having books to read should alleviate your boredom. Purelu performed admirably this time, so I had the Supreme Kai send some cat food as a reward. A voice echoed from behind. It was Aaron. Yukino clutched the magical beans tightly against her chest, whispering in a tone only she could hear. "Even at this moment, you still think of everyone else. What about yourself? Such a fool. What are you mumbling about all alone?" Yukino shook her head and sat beside Aaron, gently feeding him a magical bean. In an instant, after swallowing the bean, Aaron's injuries completely healed. He sprang up with a sudden vigor, feeling an overwhelming surge of strength. Indeed, after recovering from his wounds, his power had significantly increased. His combat ability must now exceed 10,000. Seeing Aaron restored to health, Yukino's anxious heart finally found solace. "Please, don't push yourself so hard next time. I am not worth such sacrifice." Aaron lowered his head, contemplating for a moment before responding with gravity. Purifying the Dragon Balls is my duty, and safeguarding you is an integral part of that responsibility. Yukino remained silent. Her discomfort palpable as she insisted, is it merely because of that? Of course. It seems I am the only surviving Saiyan diligently fulfilling my role. Even that mediocre deity has nothing to say about it. Haha. With hands on his hips, Ailan laughed heartily. Suddenly, his mirth ceased as he sensed a menacing aura behind him. The temperature within the wooden cabin plummeted. Yukino was glaring at him with a frosty demeanor. Oh, so it is solely for the sake of duty. Her cold voice sent a shiver down Ailan's spine. Well, not entirely. He stammered, his cheeks flushing. During his time spent with Yukino, he had come to realize that he had developed an affection for this charming and resilient girl. Indeed, Saiyans are instinctively drawn to powerful women, regardless of whether that strength manifests physically or mentally. Most importantly, Yukino's culinary skills were exceptional. Yet, Ailan felt too shy to articulate his feelings. Is that so? Observing Ailan's hesitance, Yukino suddenly felt a flutter of anxiety. Hastily, she began to tidy up the utensils and made her way toward the door, her steps noticeably lighter and a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Chapter 23, The Promised Land 2998. 2,999. 3,000. In the courtyard of the camp, Ailan was performing handstand push-ups with one hand. The emergence of the evil dragon had starkly illuminated his own frailty. A degraded version of a 3-star dragon had nearly claimed his life, without diligent training. He could scarcely fathom how to confront future adversaries. Yukino sat on the railing, engrossed in a book, occasionally stealing glances at Ailan, enveloped in the perpetual night. She lost track of how long she had been there. Yet, life had returned to a semblance of normalcy. After completing his regimen for the day, Ailan collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Yukino approached him, offering a towel. No matter how many times I see it, your stamina is nothing short of astonishing. After accepting the towel and wiping his face, Ailan grinned. I still have a long way to go in my training. Yukino found herself momentarily entranced by Ailan's smile, her cheeks warming unexpectedly. She realized that, without her noticing, she had been consistently captivated by him. Now, even a mere smile could make her heart race. It was perplexing, considering they shared a bed every night. What's wrong? Why are you just standing there, lost in thought? It is nothing. I was merely pondering how long we have lingered here, enveloped in eternal night, to the point where my perception of time has become utterly distorted. Yukino, appearing unfazed, turned around, her arms crossed gently over her chest, and inhaled softly. Ailan did not notice the unusual behavior of Yukino. He scratched his head, pondering for a while. It should be nearly a year, right? Considering the number of meals we've shared, I believe we can return soon. I cannot help but wonder why you calculate time based on the frequency of our meals together. Yukino shot him a glance, yet felt a twinge of melancholy within. Once we return, will our relationship remain as it is now? Will it gradually revert to the dynamic of a club president and her member? A sense of unease enveloped her heart. Although the familiar routine was just around the corner, she couldn't shake the feeling of uncertainty. At that moment, Ailan's voice broke the silence. Speaking of which, we are neighbors, right? Once we return, will I still be able to drop by your home for meals? Having grown accustomed to your cooking, I find it hard to accept my own culinary attempts. That will depend on my schedule and your performance. Yukino offered a faint smile. Indeed, after all we've been through together, there is no need for concern. Did he not promise to always protect me? This guy has a way of making me feel secure without even trying. My performance? Ailan inquired, puzzled. Yes, once we return, you must diligently study under my guidance. None of your scores should fall below double digits. While I do not hold high expectations, you ought to manage a smooth graduation, right? Upon hearing Yukino's words, Ailan's expression fell instantly. As the time for parting drew near, Purulu clutched a can of cat food, eating and crying. Wah, are you all leaving? This can is so delicious. Yukino gently stroked Purulu's silky fur, her face a mask of reluctance. After a moment's hesitation, she turned to Ailan and said, Can we really not bring Purulu with us? No, Purulu does not belong to our world. Besides, in another realm, it has offspring waiting for it. Upon hearing Ailan's words, Yukino sighed and held Purulu close, enjoying the final moments of petting the cat. She spoke softly to Purulu. Thank you for saving me before. I cannot repay you for your life-saving kindness, so I can only express my gratitude with these feeble words. If fate allows, Our separation is merely a temporary divergence at different crossroads in life, and we shall eventually reunite in Rome, if we are not destined to meet again. I wish you a swift return to your promised land." As she spoke, Yukino cast her gaze towards Ailan. It seemed that I had finally discovered my promised land. Without further intruding upon the poignant farewell between the girl and her cat, Ailan wandered alone into the courtyard, gazing up at the sky, which was faintly tinged with white. He found himself ill at ease in such a scene of parting. After a span of 10 months, the sun's radiant light once again graced this land. His pupils slightly constricted as Ailan swiftly acclimated to the daylight. Parting, it seems I have no one I feel particularly reluctant to leave behind. Suddenly, he felt a hand clasping his own. Turning around, he found Yukino standing gracefully beside him. "I have bid a proper farewell to Pururu." Ailan nodded, instinctively tightening her grip on Yukino's hand. As she felt Ailan's warmth, Yukino gently remarked, "Having spent a year here, though the conditions are harsh, I find myself a tad reluctant to leave until the purification of the Dragon Ball is complete. I shall remain by your side, aha." Yukino smiled and nodded. After their prolonged companionship, she gradually understood Ailan's awkward disposition. The words spoken just now perhaps represent the utmost limit of Ailan's current capabilities. At that moment, the portal that had transported the two appeared once more. Exchanging a knowing smile, they stepped through together. On the other side, a portal materialized beside Purulu, and a blinding light engulfed it. Time passed, though it felt like an eternity, before the transportation finally concluded. This time, it found itself in a narrow alley nestled between two towering buildings. Purulu anxiously surveyed its surroundings, exclaiming, "Where am I? Didn't I return to the south?" Suddenly, a voice reached Purulu's ears. "Oh, no, this is Tokyo. By the way, can cats really talk? A ghost. Boss, save me." Purulu crouched in the corner, clutching its head, utterly convinced that just moments ago, this place had been devoid of any presence. So where was that voice coming from? The voice belonged to a young girl, standing quietly a short distance away. Although her face bore no expression, the tone of her words conveyed a palpable sense of exasperation. "Mr. Cat, I'm Kato Megumi, not a ghost." I, too, was startled to see a cat speaking. Chapter 24. Returning to daily life within Yukino's apartment. A radiant light suddenly appeared. Ailan emerged from the shimmering portal, gently pulling Yukino along with her. Taking a moment to survey their surroundings, Ailan sighed with a sense of nostalgia, exclaiming, "At last, we have returned. Once again, I can feel the essence of modernity." Picking up the mobile phone resting on the coffee table, Yukino glanced at the time, which still indicated that it was 3 o'clock in the morning. Though a year had passed in the frozen realm, only a mere 7 hours had elapsed in reality. At this moment, Ailan was surveying the residence of Yukino. One might say that a house reflects its owner. Although the space was quite ample, it lacked any significant embellishments or decorations, appearing rather stark and desolate. However, the table before the sofa was adorned with numerous books. He casually picked one up. These tomes were akin to those Yukino perused in the service club. Their cover shrouded. Without unveiling them, one could hardly discern their contents. "The 30 Habits of Cats," he muttered, dismissing it in favor of another. "How to be a responsible pet owner." The story behind Mr. Pan's IP. The difference between cats and pandas. Was this the sort of literature a cultured young lady indulged in? Where were the promised works of Lu Xun or Shakespeare? Alas, Yukino had evidently succumbed to the influence of cats. Fortunately, she had parted ways with Pururu this time. Speaking of which, Pururu must have returned to the Dragon Ball world by now. Suddenly, Yukino, her cheeks aflame, poked Ailan. The unearthing of her private interests invariably stirred a sense of embarrassment. Although, in truth, the notion of privacy between them had long since dissipated. "You ought to return to your room and rest now, Mr. Ape," Yukino urged, gently nudging Ailan toward the door. The Kaishin of time had proven quite dependable, having previously repaired the burglar-proof door that Ailan had damaged. Standing in her apartment, Yukino looked at Ailan by the door and softly said, "Rest well." "Yes. See you tomorrow," he replied. Ailan opened his room door, uttering a farewell before stepping inside. "See you tomorrow." After closing the apartment door, Yukino placed her hand over her heart, her lips unconsciously curling into a smile. Indeed, even upon returning, certain things remained unchanged. Tomorrow truly holds promise. Morning, 7 a.m. At the elevator of the apartment, Ailan leaned against the wall, awaiting Yukino's arrival. Good morning, Yukino. Despite having lived in a world of ice and snow for a year, Yukino maintained her previous routine. Spotting Ailan by the elevator, she approached him with a gentle stride. Good morning, Ape. Responding to the familiar greeting she heard daily, Yukino replied. Pressing the triangular button to summon the elevator, it chimed, and the doors slid open. They entered the lift, one after the other. Today marked the resumption of their school life. Walking side by side along the path, they encountered few vehicles, only occasionally spotting a handful of morning exercisers. Taking a deep breath of fresh air, Ailan remarked, strolling along this path feels quite pleasant. How did you get to school before, Ape? Yukino inquired. I flew, of course. With the window open, I soared directly to school and arrived in 5 minutes. That way, I could sleep a little longer. That is no longer permissible. Why not? Ailan looked at Yukino with confusion. The deity mentioned that you should integrate into human life. Such deceptive practices cannot be considered integration, Yukino stated earnestly. Deep down, however, she was concerned that if Ailan always flew to school, their time together would dwindle significantly. True. After all, I still need to protect you, Ailan conceded. But I've just discovered the whereabouts of a Dragon Ball. I wonder where the others have scattered. Reflecting on his responsibilities, a sense of melancholy washed over Ailan as he inwardly criticized that unreliable minor deity. In the future, if you plan to engage in any perilous activities, please inform me in advance. Though I may not be of much help, at least as she spoke. Yukino body trembled slightly. Noticing her unease, Ailan took her hand, reassuringly saying, Do not worry, it's not as dangerous as it seems. And I have grown significantly stronger since then. Ailan suddenly halted, for Yukino was gazing at him with an expression of utmost seriousness. Very well. Should I come across any other Dragon Balls, I shall inform you, he declared. That is the proper course of action, Yukino replied, nodding in satisfaction. At that moment, she realized that Ailan was holding her hand, and a wave of panic washed over her. With a slight tug, she freed her hand and, blushing softly, said, We are almost at school. At this moment, Ailan realized the situation and, feeling flustered, tucked her hands behind her back. Apologies were exchanged as the two walked in silence until they reached the second floor of the teaching building. Upon arriving at the back door of Class 2F, they finally parted ways. Ailan walked straight in and took her seat at the back, by the window, a place reminiscent of Wang's hometown. Feeling the warmth of the sun, she could not help but yawn before resting her head down. Indeed, she found herself fond of this tranquil existence. On the other side of the classroom, a certain high school student with lifeless eyes regarded Ailan with suspicion. Had he not just seen her walking to school hand in hand with Yukino? Could they possibly be a couple? If that were the case, would he be forced to endure their display of affection in the club? After much contemplation, Hikigaya Hachiman resolved to make a decision. Perhaps it would be best to find an opportunity to sneak home after school. The club, after all, did not seem to suit him. Chapter 25. All Saiyans are actually fat cats. After school, Yukino opened the door to the service club's classroom. Ailan had already settled into her seat, burying her head in the crook of her arm, resembling a slumbering ostrich, which was inexplicably amusing. Treading lightly, Yukino gradually passed by Ailan's side, when the latter abruptly lifted her head. Despite my movements being so subtle, how could you possibly notice me? I caught a whiff of your fragrance. Perhaps it is jasmine? Or maybe lavender? Ailan was uncertain, yet the scent was indelibly etched in her mind. Ailan believed this fragrance was uniquely that of Yukino. Hentai. Yukino shot Ailan a glance, her cheeks subtly tinged with crimson. Where is it? I merely remembered it unconsciously. Ailan sat up, his gaze intermittently falling upon Yukino's face, while also surveying the entirety of the clubroom's environment. It dawned on him that he had yet to truly observe this classroom. What was he furtively examining? No, it was merely a feeling of emptiness lingering in the air. Had he ever considered adding some everyday items? Perhaps a teapot and some cups would suffice. In this wintry realm, despite the harsh conditions, Yukino had managed to procure some edible wild tea leaves. Indeed, let us venture out to purchase some tea utensils, and while we're at it, we could also acquire some disposable cups to graciously host any clients who may arrive. Clients? Huh? I wonder when they will make their appearance. That classmate Hachiman has yet to show up. Ailan languidly rested his chin on the table, and while he had previously found no fault in watching anime, he now discerned that this so-called service club was, in truth, devoid of any assignments throughout the year. Such a leisurely existence might be tolerable for a day or two, Yet as time wore on, it became increasingly unbearable for a Saiyan with a restless disposition. Sitting beside Ailan, Yukino Shida produced a textbook and remarked coolly, "Who says there are no assignments? You are one, are you not? Teacher Hiratsuka has entrusted me with the task of ensuring you at least pass one subject in the upcoming exam. Now, take out your book, you promised me. Very well. I suppose it's time for me to engage in some long overdue studying." Ailan exhibited a fervent determination, extracting his textbook, which bore no signature, its pages pristine and untouched. 5 minutes later, Ailan lay his head on Yukino's shoulder and drifted into slumber. Observing him, Yukino sighed with resignation, pressing her forehead with her hand. "Ah, I really should not have harbored any expectations of you." Despite her words, she did not rouse Ailan. Instead, she retrieved a collection of essays and began to read. As for Ailan, she decided to let him rest on her shoulder for the time being. Taking a deep breath, Yukino endeavored to steady her emotions, hoping that when the slumbering Ailan awoke, he would not disrupt her reading, for it was not truly an enjoyment of such close proximity. "I've arrived, Yukino." The door to the service club classroom was abruptly flung open. Hiratsuka Shizun entered, dragging along Hikigaya Hachiman. Upon witnessing the scene between Ailan and Yukino, Shizun's mouth fell agape. "What on earth are you two doing?" Hachiman, standing beside her, displayed an expression of realization, feeling justified in his decision to escape. For he would undoubtedly be forced to witness their affection. The sudden intrusion startled Yukino momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure. Gently shaking Ailan awake, she then stood up. Approaching Shizun, who was less than a meter away, crossing her arms, she addressed her coolly, "Did I not mention the necessity of knocking before entering, Hiratsuka-sensei?" Yukino's demeanor caused Shizun to instinctively step back, awkwardly rubbing her nose. "Haha, I'll be more mindful next time. But what about you and Ailan? What is it?" Ailan, now awake, still found himself somewhat bewildered by the situation. "Nothing, merely a reminder of the most basic etiquette, Hiratsuka-sensei." After addressing Ailan's query, Yukino turned back to Shizun, her tone returning to its frosty nature. "So, Hiratsuka-sensei, have you brought back our wandering club member?" Noticing Yukino's avoidance of the topic regarding her relationship with Ailan, Shizun decided not to press further. These youngsters were far too heart-wrenching. "I am 27 years old, and still unfulfilled, yet in just a day, these two have grown closer?" She raised a fist towards Hachiman. Yes. Hachiman, you better reform yourself here. Otherwise, I shall not spare you." With that, Shizun strode out of the classroom, followed by a cacophony of lamentations echoing down the corridor, akin to the cries of those experiencing romantic upheaval. Yukino glanced at the vigilant Hachiman and remarked, "Stop standing around foolishly. Find a place to sit." Upon observing Hachiman Hikigaya seated near the entrance of the classroom, Yukino Shida returned to her own seat and continued to confront life with vigor. One must possess a resilient heart. It is essential to actively engage in all endeavors, including club activities. I hope, in the future, you will wholeheartedly participate in these activities. Hikigaya-san. However, in the eyes of Hachiman, both Yukino Shida and Iroha Ashiki had already become embodiments of a fulfilling social life. While this individual named Hachiman Hikigaya resolutely refused to interact with such individuals. Nevertheless, considering Shizuka Hiratsuka's formidable fist, Hachiman could not help but relent. He did not counter Yukino's words, but instead withdrew a novel and began to read. At that moment, Iroha seemed to grasp the unfolding situation. He cast a curious glance at Hachiman, pondering whether his presence was disrupting the predetermined lives of these two individuals. Yet, not a shred of remorse resided within him. For the essence of a Saiyan, akin to that of a determined tiger, dictates that what one desires must be claimed as one's own. With this thought, Iroha averted his gaze and resumed his grip on the rather soporific textbook. Chapter 26, At Long Last. The long-awaited request has arrived. The classroom had returned to its familiar rhythm. Ailan seemed to be engrossed in her textbook, yet her head bobbed rhythmically as though she were on the verge of seeking counsel from the enigmatic Shogun. The other two individuals were absorbed in their own reading, creating an atmosphere of serene tranquility. Suddenly, a soft knock echoed through the room, piercing the stillness with remarkable clarity. Yukino, while carefully marking her place in the book, calmly invited the intruder to enter. "Excuse the intrusion," a delicate voice quivered as a figure stepped into the classroom. Then, as if startled, she stealthily closed the door behind her. Her shoulder-length chestnut hair swayed gently with her movements, and her gaze flitted nervously about the room. Upon locking eyes with Hikigaya Hachiman, who was positioned closest to the entrance, she exclaimed in astonishment, Why are AI Ran and the Suda family here? Well, I suppose I can be considered a member here. But why do you refer to me as the Suda family? Hikigaya Hachiman retorted promptly after answering her inquiry. At this moment, he had taken the opportunity to scrutinize the young lady before him, mentally categorizing her. She embodied the essence of youth, adorned in a fashionable manner, a shortened skirt, 3 buttons of her blouse left undone, and a heart-shaped trinket adorning her chest, an embodiment of the contemporary high school girl, seemingly disregarding school regulations. Of course, this was merely Hikigaya's perspective. AI Ren tilted his head, only able to glimpse the profile of the girl. However, after a fleeting glance, he quietly averted his gaze, instinctively shifting his attention to Yukino Shida, who was studying nearby. Indeed, Yukino Shida's demeanor was rather distinctive. Shall we sit down first? Yukino Shida beckoned her to take a seat across from her. Once the girl was settled, Yukino Shida called her name. Yui Uebihama, 2nd year, Class F. A companion of AI Ran and Hikigaya Hachiman. Yui Uebihama gazed at Yukino Shida in astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow, you actually know my name." She mused that this girl must have memorized the names of every student in the school. Hikigaya Hachiman silently scoffed at this thought, returning his focus to his novel. Indifferent to the conversation between the two girls. "Well, I know a few," Yukino Shida nodded slightly. "Now, please state the purpose of your visit, Uebihama-san." I heard from Hiratsuka-sensei that wishes can be granted here, right?" Yui Uebihama asked uncertainly. "We're merely here to assist. The realization of your wish depends on you. It is better to teach a person to fish than to give them a fish. Do you understand?" Yui Uebihama looked at her with admiration, her eyes shimmering with excitement. "I, want to make cookies." After this brief statement, she glanced at Hikigaya and AI Ran, feeling somewhat embarrassed to continue speaking in front of the two boys. Noticing her discomfort, Yukino Shida turned to AI Ran and said, "Would you please fetch me a drink? You know my preferred flavor, don't you?" "Of course," AI Ran replied, standing up and heading towards the corridor. Seeing this, Hikigaya instinctively rose to follow him. On their way, AI Ran subtly broached the topic. "Do you truly not recognize Uebihama Yui? You looked quite puzzled when she called your name. At first, I didn't know her. But then I recalled that she is indeed a classmate of ours. I believe I've heard that name in class," Hikigaya replied. "You must be quite indifferent to your class." After exchanging a few more words, Hikigaya began to perceive that AI Ran was not as troublesome as he initially thought, allowing himself to relax a bit. He shot a glance at AI Ran and remarked, "Someone who only knows how to sleep has no right to criticize me." After pausing for a moment, he continued, "One does not need to concern themselves with the collective, as long as their actions do not incur personal loss." Hikigaya expressed, in his own way, that without a sense of community, he felt no obligation to consider those who were part of one. "Your words are rather cryptic, however. I suggest you pay more attention to that Uebihama girl." "Why?" Hikigaya asked, puzzled. "Just a feeling." Returning to the classroom, Yukino Shida and Uebihama had concluded their discussion regarding the request. Aaron casually placed 2 boxes of beverages in front of the two individuals. "Here, please enjoy the drinks. I am unsure if they suit your tastes." After saying this, he returned to his seat. Yukino Shida glanced at the yogurt before her, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Thank you. It is of my preferred flavor." "Ah, are you treating me?" "Thank you, Aaron-kun. No need for thanks. Have you concluded your discussion? What was the outcome?" inquired Hikigaya Hachiman, who was seated nearby. "Thanks to you, the handover went quite smoothly. I appreciate it," Yukino Shida replied without formality. "That is the most abysmal expression of gratitude I have ever heard. Truly, thank you." "You're welcome." Taking another sip, Yukino Shida began to tidy the table. "Shall we head to the home economics classroom together? What do we need to go there for?" For Hikigaya, that place was one of the 3 locations that could inflict mental trauma. Generally, he preferred to avoid it unless absolutely necessary. "We must go to the home economics room as per Uebin's request." Perhaps feeling she had clarified sufficiently, Yukino Shida said no more, gently nudging Aaron before rising to head towards the classroom. Already aware of what was to transpire, Aaron shrugged and followed. "I'll see if there are any materials there. I'd like to have some cake or something." "Hikigaya, we are going there to assist in fulfilling a request. Please refrain from fixating solely on food at this moment." Uebin exclaimed, trailing behind like a devoted follower. Hikigaya sighed resignedly, vacating his seat to join them. Chapter 27. The first successful commission in the culinary room. Yukino Shida had her hair neatly tied up, apron secured, and ingredients laid out, ready to commence her work. Meanwhile, Uebin, in a fluster, was still struggling to fasten her apron. With a sigh, Yukino Shida approached to his sister. May I ask you something? Yubin blushed. What do you think about girls who are home-oriented? I don't dislike them. Hikigaya responded matter-of-factly, completely oblivious to the implications behind Yubin's question. In fact, most boys would likely wish to date such girls. Yubin broke into a silly grin, brimming with energy and enthusiasm. Observing their exchange, Yukino Shida cast a puzzled glance at Ailan. Understanding her expression, Ailan leaned in close and whispered, Saiyans typically prefer independent, assertive women. What Hikigaya mentioned reflects his own standards for a partner. Upon hearing Ailan's response, Yukino Shida initially nodded with satisfaction, but then seemed to realize something, swiftly turning away with a flushed face. Taking a deep breath, she instructed Yui Yugahama. I will demonstrate once, and you shall follow along. Yui nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grain, and then rolled up her sleeves alongside Yukino. They gathered flour, warm water, and sugar, mixing them together before cracking an egg. Well, to be precise, it was the eggshell that found its way into the flour. They added cream and stirred. Yet it remained unmelted. Ah, right, the sugar she was meant to add had inadvertently turned into coarse salt. Various seasonings were recklessly thrown into the mixture. Perhaps this was Yugahama's unique version of a recipe. The final outcome was already glaringly evident. I must say, Ailan now felt her culinary skills might be rather impressive. Yui, what on earth have you concocted? A viral conglomerate? Or perhaps a mutant cockroach? Yukino Shida stood by with a pale expression, supporting her forehead, seemingly quite disheartened. Why? Why is this happening? This must be her first experience of such a catastrophic failure. What is going on? Yui looked on in bewilderment. Shouldn't that question be directed at you? She pushed the plate containing the black, unidentifiable substance towards Hikigaya. Perhaps it might taste unexpectedly good? Indeed. Ailan pulled over the plate of cookies Yukino had made, picked one up, and popped it into her mouth, squinting her eyes in enjoyment. Come on, Hikigaya. It might actually be delicious. What qualifications do you have to say that while munching on Yukino's cookies? Hikigaya felt as though his life was spiraling into despair. This was hardly a tasting, but rather a trial of poison. Yugahama puffed her cheeks like a pufferfish, exclaiming, that is so unfair. Yukino Shida, arms crossed, replied coolly, Hikigaya, you must not dismiss others' goodwill. This is part of our club activities. Hikigaya Hachiman, upon seeing Yugahama's expectant gaze, turned his head away but ultimately, with trembling hands, picked up a charcoal-like object, not even glancing at it before tossing it into his mouth and swallowing. Regrettably, that dreadful flavor lingered, echoing in his mouth and throat. Gulping down his beloved Max coffee, Hikigaya slumped over the table, his eyes vacant. At last, I've survived. Ailan stared at the plate of cookies with a look of utter disbelief. Yugahama, are you perhaps a master of dark cuisine? After saying this, he reluctantly took another bite of Yukino Shida's cookie, then hesitantly picked up Yugahama's cookie and licked it slightly. If this is the flavor. It seems reminiscent of the taste of vegetables charred and exploded, he remarked. Hikigaya Hachiman looked at Ailan in astonishment. Hey, did this guy just utter something terrifying? What else with the mention of vegetables? Chinibu? Yukino Shida, with a composed demeanor, discreetly pinched Ailan's waist, confirming that the ape-like fellow often spoke without engaging his intellect. However, Yugahama did not pay much heed to Ailan's previous comments. She lowered her head in disappointment. It seems I truly lack culinary skills. Is there no talent I possess? The only solution is to strive harder, Yukino Shida calmly responded. Yugahama, you just declared that you lack talent, correct? You must revise this notion. Those who haven't even made the minimal effort do not deserve to envy the talented. Failures often fail to consider the immense efforts that successful individuals have invested behind the scenes. But recently everyone has been saying that cooking is unnecessary. Yugahama unconsciously echoed the sentiments of the masses. Engaging in such activities feels out of place. Yukino Shida organized the flour, placing the small bowl containing it with a decisive thud onto the table. An air of chill emanated from her, akin to a biting winter wind, betraying her disdain for Yugahama's earlier statement. Can you not alter this habit of conforming to those around you? It is exceedingly uncomfortable. Blaming your own incompetence and foolishness on others, do you not find that shameful and revolting? Ailan silently stood behind Yukino Shida, gently placing a hand on her back. Moments ago, he sensed a slight resurgence of the malevolent energy from the three-star ball. As a warm current flowed into her body, Yukino Shida paused, realizing that her earlier remarks had been somewhat excessive. Yugahama, clad in an apron, lowered her gaze, obscuring her expression. Hikigaya felt a twinge of compassion and was about to speak when an unexpected exclamation broke the silence. So cool. Yukino Shida gazed at her in astonishment. I apologize. I did indeed say something rather harsh. Yes, I understand. Although it was indeed excessive, you were entirely candid, unlike me, as I tend to cater to others. I apologize. I will strive to improve moving forward. The chill that had enveloped Yukino Shida had mysteriously dissipated, and for the first time, she witnessed Hahama's genuine nature. In any case, continue as you are, and I will guide you along the way. A scene unfolded in the kitchen. This is salt, not sugar, Hahama. Could you please taste it before adding sugar? Why so much vanilla extract? While everyone's palate differs, surely no one has a taste that deviates beyond human comprehension. What is the purpose of adding coffee powder to cookies? Is it for personality? What does that even mean? Are we creating something toxic here? Or is the intent to poison Hikigaya? Hahama's vigorous efforts resulted in an 85 error rate upon inspection. Yukino Shida felt a weariness from correcting her mistakes. Fortunately, after Yukino Shida's hands-on guidance, Hahama finally produced cookies that could be deemed food rather than charcoal. Hikigaya sampled a piece and remarked, "These are good enough to give to others." Hahama blinked in surprise. When giving to someone, it's really the thought that counts, Hikigaya explained. As long as a boy receives a gift from a girl, he is already quite pleased. Taste is secondary, as long as it's edible. Let us leave it at that, then. Thank you, Yukino Shida and AI ran. And also, thank you, squatting home. Hey, why do you whisper when it comes to me? Hikigaya protested, his expression darkening. I practically risked my life to taste this. Chapter 28, Anki Midori. Hahama, are you certain this is sufficient for now? Will the entrusted matters continue later? Yukino Shida expressed her concern regarding Hahama's commitments. Hahama turned with a smile. Well, this is good for now. I can practice more at home. Thank you, Yukino Shida. As Hahama prepared to leave, AI Ran kindly inquired. Are you sure you want to leave wearing the apron like that? Hahama scrambled to remove the apron, expressing her gratitude and waving goodbye. Let us tidy up this place as well. Yukino Shida spoke as she placed the used tools into the sink. In truth, there were not many items to clean. With Irie's assistance, Yukino washed while Irie dried them with a clean cloth and returned them to their rightful place. The two had been living together for quite some time, and such a tacit understanding had naturally developed between them. After tidying up, they waited for a moment until Hikigaya returned after disposing of the garbage. The three then left the home economics classroom just as the bell signaling the end of club activities rang. Upon exiting the school, Irie walked alongside Yukino Shida on a path adorned with cherry blossoms. Gazing at the falling petals, Yukino reflected. It has been a long time since I experienced such campus life. Indeed, Irie replied, while I still prefer the thrill of battle. This peaceful existence is rather delightful as well. As AI Ran spoke halfway through her sentence, she suddenly closed her eyes and stood motionless in place. Noticing AI Ran's unusual behavior, Yukino Shida inquired with curiosity, what is the matter? I sense a malevolent aura emanating from that direction. It resembles a tainted Dragon Ball. AI Ran wore a serious expression, pointing towards Tokyo. Are you truly going now? Yukino Shida grasped AI Ran's wrist, her brow furrowed. The previous appearance of the three-headed dragon had left her with profound psychological scars, which she had yet to overcome. Yes, I must go. The malevolent dragon poses a grave threat to this world. Each one has the potential to annihilate it completely. Observing the concern etched on Yukino's face, AI Ren attempted to feign nonchalance, offering a reassuring smile. Rest assured, I shall not act recklessly. Did you not once express that your dream is to alter this world? I shall safeguard this place until you realize your aspirations. It is not solely my duty. I occasionally yearn to be a beacon of justice myself. I will await your return at the apartment. Did you not say you would come over for a meal? I shall prepare dinner in anticipation of your homecoming. Despite her words, Yukino showed no intention of releasing AI Ran's hand. She gazed at him with hopeful eyes, yearning to hear a response that would satisfy her concerns. Aaron gave Yukino Shida a thumbs up and calmly remarked, Yes, I want a lot of meat. After saying this, he removed Yukino's hand from his wrist and dashed into a deserted alley, racing towards Tokyo at full speed. In a CAF somewhere in Tokyo, 3 girls, 1 boy, and a cat were engaged in earnest discussion. The boy, with a delicate appearance and clad in black-framed glasses, was fervently making his introduction. With Irie as the illustrator and Kasumigakaka Shitoge penning the narrative, we can surely transform this Kato into a perfect heroine from an ordinary passerby. Arno. My name is Kato, not Ghana, Kato replied, addressing Aki. Kasumi Shidoge briefly glanced at Kato, then returned her attention to her notebook, jotting down notes. The proposal for the Shining Girl project had been suggested by Aki a few days prior. Being a romance game, it certainly required a delectable main character. She and Irie had waited for nearly half an hour in the CAF before Aki finally brought over the main character. The truly inconspicuous heroine perfectly embodied the original intent of the Shining Girl concept, had it not been for the attention drawn by the blue cat. Kasumi Shidoge would not have even realized another person had joined their midst. Amidst the minor commotion unfolding before her, Kasumi chose to remain silent, disinterested in analyzing Kato. Having just met this quiet and expressionless heroine, she found it more worthwhile to engage and banter with Irie, as the latter could at least invigorate her spirits. "I'm so sleepy." Kasumi yawned softly, her eyes betraying her fatigue. The previous night had been spent pondering the plot for Love Metronome and Shining Girl, resulting in a severe lack of sleep. "Ethics Kuin, if you don't get to the point soon, I'm going to fall asleep." Aki had intended to elaborate on Kato's lack of presence, but upon witnessing Kasumi nearly resting her head on the table, he hastily placed the crumpled proposal on the table, slowly beating his chest in a show of bravado. Irie picked up the proposal, glanced at it, then handed it to Kasumi. "Aki, are you serious about this proposal? Just this one page with a few hundred words?" "I say, Ethics Kuin." Turning to Kasumi, Aki was struck by an indescribable terror, his body tensing up as he accidentally knocked over his chair. "Shitoge, do you have anything to say?" he stammered. "I want to know why I am here," Kasumi replied, her fingers rapidly tapping on her notebook, the hurried and irregular rhythm somehow making Aki feel as if he were facing a fully armed machine gun. 2 days ago, I heard about the ideas that erupt from your mind like a volcanic explosion. After spewing lava, are you going to spew volcanic ash as well? Volcanic ash, when finely ground, can still serve as an additive for cement. Yet, all I perceive is a solitary otaku's damp dream. Are you suggesting that you wish to mix your saliva with volcanic ash to construct an apartment, inviting a bevy of 17 or 18 charming maidens to immerse themselves in your soggy reverie? Ah, Shiyushika, it appears that even Akihiro Run is overwhelmed, retreating step by step until he collides with the table behind him. I believe that if we all strive together, we could. Shiyushika shows no signs of halting. Are they not merely enduring the torment of the ethical lord out of sympathy, reluctantly joining the club? Furthermore, Shiyushika lifts her gaze slightly, fixing her eyes on the bewildered Irie. Pray tell, is it truly acceptable for a facade of perfection to conceal such a woeful inner self while illustrating? Unsurprisingly, Irie, who has long clenched her small fists, suddenly rises from her seat, trembling with indignation, revealing her adorable little fangs. Who are you calling useless? I cannot fathom why Rin would choose someone as dark as you to write the script. It is evident that Akihiro Run is on the verge of a breakdown. This newly formed club seems poised for collapse. He hastily interjects, Irie, my nature is indeed dark. Shiyushika interrupts Akihiro Rin, addressing Irie, however. I believe I am more candid than you. Her expression remains unperturbed by Irie's retort, calm as still water, yet her gaze towards Akihiro Rin is tumultuous. Ethical Lord, your proposal will not be reduced to this pitiful, yellowing paper. Another piercing blow strikes, leaving Akihiro Rin defeated, gasping for breath. At the entrance of the CAF, AI Ren watches the spectacle unfold with great amusement, initially only keen on observing the movements of the Dragon Balls, yet unexpectedly treated to such a captivating performance. And to think that that rascal Pururu is also present? He strokes his chin, contemplating Akihiro Rin, Shiyushika, Irie, and Megumi Kato. Each of them bears a hint of malevolence. Who, indeed, is the true host of the Dragon Balls? Chapter 29. Whose vessel harbors the two-star dragon? Aaron observed the performance of the 4 individuals before her, a slight frown creasing her brow. The current situation was entirely distinct from that of Yukino. The malevolent aura was dispersed among each individual, making it impossible to discern who the true host was. Lord Kaioshin, it is I, Aaron. Can you hear my plea? In her heart, Aaron helplessly called upon Cain, for it was indeed the time for that second-rate deity to intervene. After calling out several times, the voice of the god of time echoed in his mind. I'm here, little Ran. What prompts you to contact me so suddenly? I've discovered another Dragon Ball, but its energy is dispersed among 4 humans, making it indistinguishable. Could you devise a solution? Wait a moment, let me investigate. After a brief pause, Kaien's voice reemerged. This energy corresponds to a 2-star dragon. Your luck is quite fortuitous. It is the second weakest among the evil dragons. If you strategize wisely, you should be able to defeat it. Oh, in that case, please confirm the host quickly. The sooner we finish, the sooner I can conclude my work. Overtime expenses will be calculated separately. Aaron's tone was tinged with urgency, for there was someone waiting for him in Chiba. This was a sensation he had never experienced in either of his lifetimes. Well, all your expenses in the human world are borne by me. One must not be overly greedy. He chided. Don't think I am oblivious. You can effortlessly conjure an abundance of currency from Earth with a mere clap of your hands. And all of that is my hard-earned money. Humph. Cain let out a dissatisfied huff before reluctantly continuing. I cannot discern the situation. Although the two-star dragon is rather feeble, its ability to preserve its own life is quite formidable. Its power lies in the ability to emit toxic mist which, upon contact with humans, can drain their bodily energy. However, it has yet to fully awaken, thus it can only draw upon the host's desires to absorb the spiritual strength of those nearby. The gradual siphoning of power leaves a trace upon individuals, which explains why you can sense their essence in all four of them. Cain continued to elaborate. Yet Aaron's expression grew increasingly grim. This third-rate deity was utterly useless. What should we do now? Aaron exclaimed in frustration. We can only wait until his strength is sufficiently restored. Once awakened, he will naturally reveal himself. Regardless, the two-star dragon is weak, and you will undoubtedly be able to defeat him. Hey, is this what a deity should say? Won't these humans perish? Fear not, they will not. Only upon the two-star dragon's complete resurrection will he possess the true capability to kill humans. Ailan sighed in silence. Very well. You may attend to your own matters first. I shall find a way here. Before Cain could voice her complaints, Ailan preemptively ceased their telepathic connection. Faced with such a boss, Ailan feared that if the conversation continued, she would be unable to resist the urge to resign. Meanwhile, an Ailan's four-person play continued its course. Kata Megumi observed the ongoing debate between Kasumigakaka Shiyu and Sawamura Spencer Arari, her expression devoid of emotion, her soft pink lips betraying not a hint of movement. It seemed she remained oblivious to an Ailan's profound distress. Slowly, she raised her hand, signaling her desire to speak. Upon witnessing this, both Kasumigakaka Shiyu and Arari simultaneously snorted derisively, bringing their quarrel to an abrupt halt. An Ailan felt as if he had glimpsed a lifeline from the abyss. Swiftly extending his yearning hand towards the girl whose fate had intertwined with his in this springtime encounter. How had he not realized until now how endearing Kata truly was? However, Kata Megumi's next words sent him plummeting back into despair. In Ikuin, I believe you found me adorable at a certain moment. Rather than appreciating my existence in its entirety, which is why you invited me into this doujin club, if I recall correctly? Upon hearing this, Ailan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He wished to offer an explanation but felt too fatigued, especially since he had mistakenly mispronounced Kata Megumi's name just moments prior. Just as the atmosphere thickened with awkwardness, a voice broke through. To an Ailan, it was as if an angel had descended to bestow blessings. Oh, so you were here, Purulu. Aaron gradually approached Kata Megumi, casting a sidelong glance at Pururu. Meow. Pururu suddenly erupted with excitement. Could it be that its fervent wish was finally being fulfilled? A miracle had indeed manifested. It wriggled free from Kata Megumi's grasp and immediately clung to Aaron's thigh. At that moment, Aaron felt as if he had become the focal point of attention. 3 pairs of eyes from the seats ahead fixated upon him. One gaze was cold and piercing. Another radiated unbridled, fervent resentment, while the last came from a certain enigmatic girl who bore a hint of inscrutability. Aside from Kata Megumi, the other 2 girls were somewhat displeased by Aaron's abrupt interruption of their conversation. However, this had no bearing on Aaron whatsoever. Were it not for the mention of Dragon Balls, he would not have entertained the thought of meeting these so-called past-life characters, even if he recognized them. His interest in those who bore no relevance to him had entirely waned. Biologically speaking, they did not belong to the same species, after all. Of course, Yukino Shida Yukino remained the sole exception, at least for the time being. Ailan disregarded everyone else and approached Kato K. Thank you for taking care of my pet during this time. No need to mention it. Purlubin is inherently adorable, and having it by my side has brought me numerous delightful surprises, Kato K replied, casting a meaningful glance at Purlubin. It seemed she had already discerned the cat's capabilities. TSK, why does this feline always cause me trouble? Although Ailan immediately discerned the underlying meaning of the young girl's words, it was of little consequence. Even if she were to inform others about a talking cat, it is unlikely that anyone would believe her. Since it is presently unclear to whom the Dragon Ball is attached, Perhaps it would be wise to devise a strategy to infiltrate this group. Ailan pondered for a while, but contemplation had never been his forte. He could only proceed step by step. Is that so? This child has caused you trouble. I apologize. I overheard your discussion regarding game development. Might there be anything I can assist with? Consider it my expression of gratitude for your care of Purelu during this time. Kata did not respond to Ailan. Instead, she turned her gaze towards Aki Kareha, as this was indeed his team. At that moment, Aki Kareha was intently staring at Ailan, a glimmer of fascination in his eyes. What was that coarse rope wrapped around his waist? Was it a new form of cosplay? He walked unabashedly down the street, seemingly unaware of any impropriety. Is this what they refer to as camaraderie? Adjusting his glasses, Aki Kareha cleared his throat and said, "Certainly. We are currently in need of personnel. Let us collaborate to create the most exquisite visual novel." Wait. Kasumigakaka Shiyu interrupted Aki Kareha, casting a wary glance at this peculiar individual. What skills do you possess? Programming? Or perhaps music? Although the Ethics Club resembles a child's playhouse, I would prefer to avoid allowing just anyone to participate. Ailan was momentarily taken aback. What were programming and music? The only skills he possessed revolved around violence and chaos. How could he possibly engage in pursuits that sounded so sophisticated? Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his mind. And he turned to Akihiro, saying, "I may lack these skills, but I've heard that creating games requires substantial funding. Are you currently in need of an investor?" Chapter 30. The Chaotic First Meeting Investment. The expressions of the four individuals present varied as they regarded Ailan. Shiyu Kazanokuji's initial wariness gradually dissipated, replaced by a look of pity directed at Ailan. Who was this seemingly foolish scion of a wealthy family? To consider investing in such an unreliable club merely because he had rescued a cat? When did money become so effortlessly earned in this world? Such individuals do exist well. There are indeed those who are not particularly astute. Iri Shirace mumbled softly, casting furtive glances at Shiyu Kazanokuji. "I do not wish to be associated with someone like you, who willingly accepts an invitation yet refuses to admit it. You haughty young lady." I am not. Just as Iri Shirace stood up, her face flushed. Ailan interjected, "How about this? I will invest 1 million yen initially, and if more is needed later, you can let me know. As for the venue, I have an apartment where I currently live alone. You may freely use it on weekends." "Classmate," Akihiro exclaimed, his hand resting firmly on Ailan's shoulder. "From now on, you are a member of our club. Let us create the most touching visual novel game together. By the way, what is your name?" Aaron discreetly withdrew his hand, feeling quite uncomfortable with such intimate interactions with males. "I am Aaron, a second-year student at Chiba City's SBU High School. Do not speak of a mere 1 million. Even 100 billion could be conjured with a mere clap from that mediocre deity. Moreover, in Japan, a nation that predominantly utilizes cash, there is no concern regarding inquiries into the origins of such funds. It is indeed a remarkable ability. However, all of this holds no significance for me. The sole pursuit of a scion is combat and the relentless quest for strength. I harbor no interest in the wealth of humanity, which lacks the protection of formidable beings. During my tenure working for Frisia, I witnessed civilizations obliterated in an instant, many of which I was responsible for. Now, as dusk descends, is there truly no progress today? Although I find myself in this club due to my association with Aaron-kun, I wonder why Aki-kun extended an invitation to me. I am merely an inconspicuous bystander." In response to Kato K's inquiry, Aki Ryu merely felt a tinge of awkwardness at first, but his subsequent words compelled him to raise his voice by an octave. "Kano-san, you are not inconspicuous. Wait, what suddenly changed? And my name is Kato K. Do not belittle yourself." Aaron paid no heed to their conversation and took a seat on the chair that an Ailan had just moved for him. The moment he settled down, he felt his energy gradually draining away. Although the rate of depletion was nearly imperceptible, he was now certain that the two-star dragon was undoubtedly among these four individuals. However, faced with four identical auras, Aaron was unable to discern which one housed the two-star dragon. It seemed he could only passively await the awakening of the malevolent dragon, after which he would send it to its demise with a decisive strike. Nevertheless, to have devised such a clever plan to infiltrate this society, I must commend myself. Aaron leisurely lifted the coffee before her, gently blowing on it before taking a sip. Alas, it was indeed quite bitter. This was far from delightful. Were it not for the absence of delicate pastries, she would have preferred red tea. Nevertheless, while searching for the two-star dragon, observing this live-action adaptation of an anime was not without its merits. Beside her, Akironya had already ventured into another dimension of debate regarding the attributes of Kata Megumi. Kata Megumi resembled a mirror crafted from water, effortlessly absorbing Akironya's fervent voice and exaggerated gestures. However, Akironya's subsequent remarks revealed to Aaron that even a seemingly unremarkable girl could exhibit noticeable changes in expression. Kanai, you are not inconspicuous, rather. Your character's development has faltered midway and has perished. That is why you fail to attract attention. A profound silence enveloped the room. In Aaron's eyes, the sparkle in Kata Megumi's daisy-like gaze dimmed as she gently bit her lower lip, leaving one to ponder whether she mourned the demise of an unfinished character or was simply discontented. May I interject a word or two? Before Kata Megumi could speak, Sawamura Eri swiftly stepped in and gave Akironya a light smack on the head. You foolish Ronya. Is this not a fate worse than being inconspicuous? Do not underestimate the unremarkable characters, Eri. Akironya protested loudly. Sawamura Eri, with her tiny fists clenched like a feisty little tiger, had long desired to interject as her childhood friend engaged in lively banter with these girls she had only just met. This is utterly perplexing, isn't it, Ethics Kuin? Not at all. Characters with such distinctiveness despite lacking apparent traits are indeed a rarity, Shiyu Senpai. Aaron gazed at the crowd in silent bewilderment, utterly perplexed by what could possibly merit such contention. A longing to return home washed over him, accompanied by a pang of hunger. Suddenly, he realized that once again, he had become the focal point of everyone's attention. It seemed that their internal disputes had reached an impasse, and now they required Aaron, the outsider, to serve as their arbiter. Aaron shook her head in resignation and remarked, I must confess, I do not quite grasp the essence of your debate. I am merely an investor. However, since everyone is keen on collaboratively developing a game, it would be prudent to seek common ground while embracing our differences. Ultimately, what could only be described as the most chaotic meeting in history concluded after the sun had fully set. In truth, no consensus was reached. Consequently, an Ailan proposed that they reconvene for another retreat at Aaron's apartment on Saturday, with the firm intention of finalizing the storyline. Ailan stood at the entrance of the CAF. Shizukaka Shiyu and Sawamura Spencer Eri had already departed, parting ways with a fierce glare, as if an unending resentment lingered between them. Meanwhile, Aki Akane had also taken his leave, his expression radiating satisfaction. With the issues of funding and personnel resolved, he was certain he could lead the team to create the most exquisite Bishujo game in history. Ailan cradled Pulu in her arms, gently stroking its fur. This gathering is rather dull, wouldn't you agree? Indeed, boss, Pulu replied, having just awakened from slumber, unaware of Ailan's musings. However, since the boss deemed it tedious, it sufficed to simply echo her sentiments. Ah, Arno, Ailan truly knows that Pulu can speak, a voice chimed in. Upon hearing this, Ailan felt a tightening in her chest. To her surprise, Kato K had not departed. Moreover, she had failed to sense her presence moments ago. No, that wasn't accurate. She had indeed sensed it, but had unconsciously chosen to disregard it. Aaron exhaled softly, concentrating her thoughts. Yes, Kato, I am once again grateful to you for saving Puyulu. It is a cherished companion of mine. Are you the host of the two-star planet? After all, did the Supreme Kai not mention that while the two-star dragon possesses feeble combat abilities, it excels at concealing itself? No need for thanks, Puyulu is quite adorable. However, Aaron, could you enlighten me on who exactly you are? The enigmatic girl observed Aaron, awaiting his response. Chapter 31. Yano arrives. Who could Aaron truly be? Kato K gazed at Aaron with uncertainty, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards the tail at his waist. Surely, this cannot merely be a decorative rope. Could it be a tail? She had previously heard Puyula describe Aaron's appearance. Kato, it matters not who I am. All you need to know is that I harbor no ill intentions towards you. Let us meet again this weekend. With that, Aaron embraced Puyulu and departed, nearly starving. The thought of the delectable meals prepared by Yukino Shida Yukino urged Aaron to quicken his pace. Kato K pondered as she watched Aaron's figure gradually fade into the crowd before she finally turned towards her home. Meanwhile, Yukino Shida Yukino had prepared dinner and sat quietly on the sofa, awaiting his return. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the air. Is that Aaron returning? A faint smile graced Yukino's lips. However, upon recognizing the visitor, her smile faded, replaced by her usual icy demeanor. Sister, what brings you here? I have been missing my dear sister. Is my presence unwelcome? Yukino Shida Yano teased, yet her gaze wandered curiously about the room. This afternoon, she had subtly interrogated Hiratsuka Shizuka and uncovered astonishing news. Her sister was quite possibly in love? Who could dare approach the prized cabbage of the Yukino Shida household? Upon receiving this revelation, Yukino Shida Yano promptly canceled her plans for the evening and hurried here. Once inseparable in their childhood, the sisters found themselves burdened by worries and secrets as they grew older, leading to a dwindling of communication and a deterioration of their relationship. Nonetheless, as the elder sister, Yukino Shida Yano felt compelled to visit if her sister were indeed in a romantic relationship. She needed to ascertain the reliability of this young man. Observing her sister's demeanor, Yukino Shida sighed softly, tilting her body slightly. "Come in, sister." "Pardon my intrusion," Yano laughed as she stepped inside, her eyes widening at the sight of a table laden with food. "Did you invite someone, Yukino? Why so much food?" "Ah, it is a member of my club. Also my neighbor, residing across the street." "Are you just a member?" Yukino Shida revealed a hint of playful amusement. "Not a boyfriend or anything of that sort." After a moment of silence, Yukino Shida replied, "Not at the moment." "Just not at the moment?" It seems that little Yukino is quite fond of this boy. To not outright deny it. "Could you introduce me to him?" Without refuting Ayano's words, Yukino Shida shook her head. "He has gone out for some business, and I do not know when he will return." As she spoke, Yukino paused, her thoughts drifting to the monsters that Ailan would have to face, and her heart involuntarily sank. Beside her, Yukino Shida Ayano noticed her sister's unease. A myriad of questions swirling in her mind. What kind of boy could evoke such a reaction from her ice-cold sister? At that moment, another knock echoed through the air. "I'll get it." Ayano swiftly made her way to the door. Upon seeing Ailan, who was slightly taken aback, carrying a shoulder bag and standing before her, she exclaimed, "Hi there. I'm Yukino Shida Ayano, little Yukino's sister. You look quite handsome." Ayano quickly shifted into her social mode, greeting Ailan with enthusiasm. Hello. I'm Ailan." Ailan merely greeted Yonai briefly before shifting her gaze to Yukino Shida who stood behind her. Upon observing Ailan's demeanor, Yukino let out a sigh of relief. Yet due to Yonai's presence, her tone remained rather frigid. "Don't linger outside. Come in and have a meal. Would it trouble you? If so, I can come back later." Ailan appeared quite troubled for various reasons. "Little Ailan, this won't do at all. Yukino has prepared a delightful feast just for you. It would be quite impolite to refuse." As she spoke, Yonai playfully attempted to poke Ailan's cheek with her finger. However, Ailan deftly evaded her touch, coldly responding, "I apologize, but I am not accustomed to physical contact with strangers." Although Yonai's smile radiated warmth, Ailan felt an undeniable discomfort. The supposed smile seemed more akin to a mask. Despite her general aversion to social interactions, Ailan could not be deceived by the chilling aura that surrounded Yonai. It seemed Yonai had not heard Ailan's previous words, maintaining her cheerful demeanor. "Oh." Yonai elongated the sound, appearing genuinely intrigued by Ailan. Under such circumstances, Ailan felt compelled to remain. "Then I shall impose. To be honest, I am quite famished." With that, she sidestepped Yonai and proceeded indoors. "Another bowl, please." Yukino Shida calmly accepted the rice bowl from Ailan's hands and returned to the kitchen to serve her more. To accommodate Ailan's appetite, she had even procured an oversized bowl, yet this was already the third time she had replenished it. Yonai, standing nearby, gazed in astonishment at Ailan, who continued to voraciously consume her meal. "Little Ailan certainly eats with great gusto." "Huh? Is that so? Perhaps I am just overly hungry. However, eating too much at night is not good for one's health. I usually only eat until I am about 70% full in the evenings." "I see." Yonai chuckled awkwardly. "Is this not yet 70% full? You've already devoured enough for dozens." "Where are you from, little Ailan?" Yonai, not forgetting her purpose for the visit, began to pry further. "I am a foreigner," casually tossing a piece of sushi into her mouth. Ailan's eyes began to narrow in delight, and her tail instinctively began to sway. "This sushi tastes utterly exquisite. Indeed, Yukino is remarkable." Yukino Shida who had been attentively observing the situation at the dining table, let out a sigh of relief. She was acutely aware of her sister's social tactics, which initially made her quite resistant to the idea of Ailan conversing with her sister. As for matters concerning Saiyans and Dragon Ball, she found herself at a loss for words in explaining them to her sister. However, just as she was about to offer Ailan the freshly served food, her gaze suddenly became vacant, reminiscent of the times in the icy realm when the Monkey King would wag his tail involuntarily whenever he found the food delectable. Yukino Shida Ayano, catching a glimpse of something swaying from the corner of her eye, curiously shifted her focus. To her astonishment, she beheld that tail. She had previously noticed the tail coiled around Ailan's waist, but at that moment, she had merely assumed it was a fashionable cosplay attempt. Why then? Did it suddenly begin to sway? With a hint of curiosity, she inquired, "Little Ailan, what is this?" Immersed in the delightful flavors, Ailan instinctively replied, "It's a tail." Upon uttering those words, Ailan too was taken aback. Had she just revealed something of great significance? Yukinoshita Ayano blinked in disbelief. Do foreigners possess tails? Just then, with a loud thud, the bag Ailan had brought transformed into a cloud of smoke, and Pururu collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. "Apologies, boss. But the transformation exceeded 30 minutes, and I simply can't hold on any longer." Yukinoshita Ayano was left dumbfounded. What on earth was this? Chapter 32. Yui Uebahama's return gift. Yukinoshita Ayano departed with a bewildered expression. She had initially come with the intention of probing into the background of the individual who was suspected to be her sister's boyfriend. Yet she left in a state of utter confusion. Yukinoshita Yukino had just divulged all the recent happenings to her, which far surpassed her comprehension. Nevertheless, the existence of a talking cat and a Saiyan with a tail standing before her rendered denial impossible. As for Dragon Balls and deities, they directly upended her understanding of reality. On her return journey, Yukinoshita Ayano sat in the backseat of the car, lost in thought for an extended period. Today's visit to little Yukino proved quite meaningful. At least I discovered that the boy she fancies seems rather decent. Yukinoshita Yoshino consoled herself. Yet she soon recalled that Yukino bore the so-called Dragon Pearl, which stirred a wave of concern within her. Perhaps it is best not to mention this to mother just yet. I shall observe the situation with little Yukino for the time being. After pondering for a moment, Yoshino resolved within her heart. Suddenly, a small, orange flame materialized within the car, yet neither Yoshino nor the driver reacted, to their eyes. Everything inside the vehicle remained unchanged. Ultimately, that flame merged into Yoshino's very being. The car continued its journey towards the university Yoshino attended, as if nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, in the apartment, Ailan stood side by side with Yukinoshita Yukino by the window. Your sister's expression just now surely indicates she has begun to question her existence. With a sidelong glance at Ailan, Yukino replied softly, given that so many events have unfolded before her eyes. I believe it is only right to share the truth with her. As she spoke, a faint smile graced her lips. This evening presented an opportunity. It had been a long time since she and her sister had engaged in such heartfelt conversation. After opening up and communicating sincerely, Yukino realized that her sister, as always, remained concerned for her well-being. I apologize for my oversight today. Ailan gazed at Yukinoshita Yukino with a face full of regret. Each time she became overly pleased with herself. She couldn't help but wag her tail, especially after encountering Yukino, a symptom that had intensified considerably. It is not solely your fault. I did not anticipate that my sister would visit tonight. As long as you are unscathed, that is what truly matters. Summoning her courage, Yukinoshita Yukino gently leaned her head on Ailan's shoulder. The mere act of being able to share this tranquil moment together brought her a profound sense of reassurance. Ailan trembled slightly, his body instinctively tensing up due to his anxiety. Purulu glanced at a rather lackluster Saiyan, letting out a resigned sigh before curling up and drifting off to sleep on the sofa. The following day after school, all members of the service club arrived punctually at the activity room. Another day devoid of any commissions. Ailan groaned as he rested his head on the table. At that moment, Yukinoshita Yukino placed a cup of red tea before him. The service club exists to accept requests from students and assist them in resolving their issues. However, its existence remains undisclosed to the public, with all current commissions being introduced through teacher Shiritsuka Shizen. Hikigaya Hachiman remarked. Seeking someone to discuss matters with inherently exposes one's inner vulnerabilities. Ailan is aware of the reasons behind the establishment of this club. According to Hiranuma Shizuka's explanation, Sasuke's martial arts technique, the Lion's Barrage, is inspired by Rock Lee, while Naruto's own barrage is derived from Sasuke. She is certain to draw parallels using elements from the manga. Thus, the members of the Servitude Department also learn and draw inspiration while assisting others. Nevertheless, Ailan remains in full agreement with the sentiments expressed by Hikigaya Hachiman. He, after all, would never readily expose his innermost feelings to others. Ailan glanced at the sky-blue teacup before her and then at Yukinoshita Yukino's white cup. These two cups must be a couple set. Noticing Ailan's puzzled expression, Yukinoshita blushed slightly and explained, I went grocery shopping yesterday, and these were the only two left. I thought they looked nice, so I bought them. Sitting at the farthest end, Hikigaya Hachiman picked up his disposable cup with a sour expression. What a misfortune. What had he done to deserve this? Having to witness this couple's affectionate display? Following Yui's commission yesterday, he wondered if she had practiced upon returning home. Yukino Shida attempted to steer the conversation elsewhere, as she valued the outcomes of such commissions. Hikigaya looked over in confusion. The commission had evidently concluded, so why the sudden mention? I believe that to improve oneself, one must challenge their limits. Ultimately, it is also for Yui's benefit. Hard work will not betray oneself, but it may betray one's dreams. Even with effort, achieving dreams isn't guaranteed. In fact, most people fail to realize them. However, the fact that one has worked hard can serve as a consolation. Hikigaya casually shared his theory. Upon hearing this, Yukino Shida sighed. That's merely self-satisfaction. How nauseating. With that, she turned her gaze back to Ailan, her previously icy demeanor gradually softening. Earlier, in the icy realm, she had observed Ailan undergoing grueling training daily, and out of curiosity, she had asked Ailan why she subjected herself to such torment. Ailan had replied, "Firstly, I enjoy training and fighting. It is the fundamental source of motivation for all actions. Moreover, surpassing my limits today undoubtedly makes me stronger than I was yesterday. I firmly believe that, especially when there are things I must protect." At that moment, a sudden knock echoed through the room, and Yui cheerfully pushed the door open. Yahalo. What an odd way to greet someone, Hikigaya thought, glancing at Yui before returning his attention to his novel. Meanwhile, Yukino Shida and Yui had already begun conversing. As a token of gratitude, I've brought you some baked cookies. Yukino Shida's expression soured. It seemed Yui's culinary skills left a lasting impression. Hikigaya also appeared to recall that peculiar taste, becoming somewhat uneasy. Only Ailan shrugged nonchalantly. After all, the flavor was merely reminiscent of burnt vegetables. It wasn't that difficult to accept, overly sensitive earthlings. I have no appetite at the moment. I appreciate your kindness. Yukino Shida was always straightforward. However, Yui, oblivious to her decisive refusal, hummed a tune as she pulled out a small bag of cookies from her bag. Though the bag was pink, the dark contents were visible. Here you go, Yukino. No, thank you. Under the formidable onslaught of Yugahama, Yukino Shida reluctantly accepted the gift in her hands. Koyuki, where do you usually have lunch? Let's go together next time. In the activity room with Eri. No, please don't. I'm not accustomed to dining with strangers, and Koyuki is somewhat nauseating. Please refrain from calling me that. Oh, is Koyuki dating Eri? Not at the moment. In the face of Yugahama's relentless advance, Yukino's resistance appeared rather feeble. Well done, Yugahama. Your arrival not only dissipated the awkward air of romance, but also granted me an opportunity to escape. Closing his novel, Hikigaya Hachiman rose from his seat and, in a voice barely audible, bid farewell before exiting the activity room. Yugahama noticed this and hastily released Yukino Shida, retrieving a new bag of slightly different cookies from her bag, and hurried after him. It seems he could not evade after all. Observing this scene, Eri silently chuckled. Chapter 33. The first retreat of the game club. With the addition of Yugahama Yui, the service club gradually became livelier. After resolving the incident involving the novel by Zaimokuza Yoshihiro, Saturday arrived. Today marked the first retreat of the game club, held at Eri's apartment. You need not participate in the retreat later. The two-star dragon's ability is to absorb the strength of those around him, and I am somewhat concerned about your physical condition. Upon hearing Eri's words, Yukino Shida shook her head. I am not as fragile as you imagine, and I am somewhat worried about you as well. Rest assured. If I feel unwell, I will return home. Very well, Eri conceded to Yukino's insistence. Just then, the doorbell rang. Upon answering, the voice of Arisaki came through. Eri, we have arrived at the lobby of your apartment. Come on up. It's room 1507. I will be waiting for you upstairs. Soon, a knock echoed at the apartment door. Observing Eri arranging snacks, Yukino Shida sighed in resignation. Let me open the door. Oh, I appreciate your help. As a competent investor, Ailan shouldered all the expenses of the club for 2 days, including snacks, of course. The money conjured by the King of Time was simply too good to waste. Upon opening the door, Yukino Shida cast a cursory glance at the original quartet of the gaming club. Aki Akane was momentarily taken aback, although he was a staunch otaku. He found himself slightly awestruck by Yukino's beauty. Her ethereal demeanor made him feel as though the two-dimensional world had descended upon him. Behind her, Kaza no Oka Shiyu observed Aki's lack of composure with a subtle furrow of her brow, while Sawamura Spencer Irie covered her mouth, sighing softly at Yukino's allure. Only Kata Megumi maintained her inscrutable expression, leaving her thoughts shrouded in mystery. Soon enough, Aki regained his composure. Hello, we are here for the club retreat. Is Ailan present? Yes, please come in. Ailan has prepared food for you, Yukino replied, slightly stepping aside. Upon their first encounter, she held no animosity towards the group. Although Aki appeared momentarily dazed, who could blame him for being captivated by such charm? Yukino was ever so confident. Upon seeing the members of the gaming club, Ailan nodded slightly. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, they replied. Please, have a seat and let us converse. Ailan positioned Yukino at the edge of the sofa, while he settled himself in the center, contemplating a slight separation between her and the other members of the gaming club. The ability to absorb energy was no trivial matter. Even though the rate of energy depletion was exceedingly slow, he was unwilling to place Yukino in jeopardy. Aki Akane sat opposite the coffee table, with Saikawa Eri to his left and Kasha no Okashiyu to his right. As for Kata Megumi, a sudden jolt of surprise coursed through Ailan as he pondered the whereabouts of Kato. Are you searching for something, Ailan? A calm voice unexpectedly emerged from his left side. Kato K had somehow seated herself on the sofa without his notice, furrowing his brow slightly. Ailan was taken aback by Kato's stealth. It seemed a pity that someone with such talent did not pursue a career as an assassin or a ninja. It's nothing. Ailan shook his head and continued. Let us begin the discussion of the game. Do not mind my presence or Yukino's. With that, Ailan entered a mode of heightened perception, ready to summon Kane at the first sign of the two-star dragon. As for the game discussion, his interest had waned entirely. Moreover, as a reclusive individual who had only traversed into this world after a truck incident in 2022, he had encountered more games than one could imagine. A true veteran. Indeed. And Ikuin, is the new proposal ready? Oh, yes. Ailan hastily swallowed the biscuit he had in hand, surprised that Kato was concerned about the progress. Ailan raised an eyebrow slightly. Once Ailan engaged in conversation with Kato, the energy fluctuations began, though nothing alarming was detected thus far. Fortunately, there were no unusual occurrences from Yukino's side, which eased Ailan's mind somewhat. Since this is a narrative-driven romantic game, I have taken cues from most of the existing works on the market regarding the text box and interface design, and crafted a new proposal. Perhaps motivated by the allocation of funds and personnel, Ailan had indeed put considerable effort into this project proposal. Kasano Okashiyu glanced over the draft and nodded in approval. Zawamura, now that Erikuin's work has commenced, what is your progress? Zawamura Iri was astonished. She hadn't expected Ailan to be so prompt this time. Last night, as she lay in bed engrossed in manga, she had completely forgotten about the responsibilities at hand. Her purpose for joining the gaming club extended beyond merely creating romantic games. She harbored ulterior motives. I wonder, do you think that style and color schemes come so easily? It's not as simple as popping popcorn. It requires inspiration. Though Zawamura could find a work online to satisfy the requirements, her dignity as a doujin artist prevented her from trivializing Ailan's efforts. What about you? Kasanooka? Surely you have written something for the plot? Prepare to be disappointed, Zawamura. Kasanooka retrieved her notebook, prompting Ailan to lean in eagerly. With a hint of anticipation, Kasanooka inquired, Ikuin, how does it feel? It feels Ailan read through the entire piece, feeling that something was lacking. Lacking in what? Kasano Okashiyu inquired further. Anki Rina continued to scroll her mouse, her furrowed brow remaining tense, making it difficult to articulate her thoughts. There was an undeniable sensation that set apart this experience from the romance games I had previously played. Anki Rina's response was rather indistinct. However, Kasano Okashiyu chose not to press further. She did not anticipate the script would pass in one go. I shall make some adjustments to ensure the narrative is more detailed. Kasano Okashiyu turned her gaze towards Aaron. Aaron, could you please pass me that dark chocolate over there? Aaron cast a surprised glance at Shizuka, for this was chocolate with a purity of 99. He had randomly selected it from the supermarket, and after tasting it once, he had no desire to indulge again. In Aaron's estimation, this confection was even less palatable than burnt vegetable man. How could anyone willingly request such an unpalatable treat? Before any action could be taken, Irie grabbed the piece of chocolate and remarked, Shizuka, this is chocolate with a purity of 99. I know, Shizuka replied in a flat tone. Since Shizuka was determined, Aaron could only offer a warning. It is truly bitter. Thank you, Shizuka murmured as she delicately placed the chocolate into her mouth. In an instant, her brow furrowed. Yet it quickly returned to her usual calm demeanor, tinged with a hint of gloom, as if the earlier expression had been merely an illusion. The bitterness of the chocolate pales in comparison to the turmoil within my heart. Chapter 34. Speculations about the host. The second volume of the Love Metronome, highly recommended by Aki Akane, gained immense popularity, catapulting Shizuka to fame as a celebrated author. From that moment, she felt the wellspring of her creative inspiration shift. If change was inevitable, she was willing to adapt for the sake of Erikuin. However, Erikuin never again offered opinions on the third volume of Love Metronome, stating instead, "What I wish to see is a work that emanates from your heart, Shizuka-senpai." Now, with the third volume of Love Metronome left in limbo, every night found her tossing and turning, unable to reclaim her original passion and motivation for writing. Erin gazed at the fluctuating expressions of Shiyu from the misty hill, occasionally biting her teeth and wearing a somber countenance, sensing the accelerated flow of energy. "Is it you, the host of the second star?" Ailan had previously believed that the second star was most likely embodied in Kato Megumi, as her abilities were exceedingly enigmatic. Although Ailan's combat prowess had now surpassed 15,000, she still often failed to perceive her presence. However, the emotional fluctuations of Kasumigakaka actually seemed capable of directly influencing the speed of energy transmission. What could possibly be the reason behind this? Noticing Ailan's furrowed brow, Yukino placed her hand over his. Feeling the warmth emanating from Yukino Shida, Ailan's restless heart gradually calmed. He offered her a faint smile and resumed his observations. "Kasumigakaka-senpai is truly diligent," Kato Megumi murmured softly, in a tone only she could hear. Then, Sawamura Spencer Eri turned her gaze towards Ailan and Yukino Shida. "Have you two heard of the Love Metronome?" she inquired. "No, I detest everything related to text," Ailan replied decisively, with an underlying intention to further probe Kasumigakaka. He wanted to see if mentioning Kasumigakaka Shiyu's aversions would accelerate the flow of energy, potentially leading to the discovery of that host. Unfortunately, Kasumigakaka Shiyu remained silent, fixated on her computer, and nothing transpired. Yukino Shida shook her head. "I don't often read light novels." "I see," Eri remarked, observing the closeness of Yukino Shida and Ailan's hands. "Are you two a couple? You seem to have a wonderful relationship." Yukino Shida smiled faintly but did not respond to Eri's question. To be precise, she and Ailan were not yet a couple, as neither had confessed to the other. Yet, did it truly matter? Although Ailan harbored some trepidation about discussing romantic topics for various reasons, Yukino understood that he constantly faced danger, rendering him hesitant to make casual promises. At present, the situation was quite satisfactory. A relationship blossoming naturally did not require overt declarations to strengthen the bond between the two. Eri's words also captured the attention of the other three individuals. At this moment, Kasumigakaka Shiyu displayed a hint of envy. The discussion unfolded in a relatively light-hearted atmosphere. Aside from Kasumigakaka Shiyu, after her script was rejected by Aki Akane, she fell silent, fixated on her computer, engrossed in her writing. Thus, the day proceeded. As noon approached, Aki Akane announced the conclusion of the morning activities, exhaling in relief. The day's achievements were indeed plentiful. "You all may rest here. Yukino Shida and I will prepare food for you," he declared. With that, Ailan took Yukino Shida by the hand and headed towards her apartment, which was entirely devoid of ingredients. Although he could eat, he was utterly inept in the kitchen. Inside Yukino Shida's apartment, Ailan assisted Yukino in the preparations. With so many people dining and a certain voracious eater present, the workload was considerable. Observing Ailan, who appeared lost in thought, Yukino inquired, "Are you still pondering about Dragon Balls?" "Indeed," he replied. "The ability of the two-star dragon is to enhance its power by absorbing human desires and emotions." Just now, Kasumigakaka Shiyu's emotional fluctuations intensified the malevolence. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that she doesn't quite resemble a host. Ailan confided her troubles and speculations to Yukino Shida, acknowledging that mental endeavors were never the forte of Saiyans. It's plausible that Kato could be the host. Have you ever heard the saying? Oddities tend to attract one another. The moment Pururu arrived in this world, coupled with her elusive abilities, it's hard not to harbor doubts. Although the two-star dragon cannot harm humans until fully resurrected, I cannot ascertain whether prolonging this situation might inflict irreparable consequences on these individuals. Therefore, we must swiftly locate and eliminate it. After listening, Yukino pondered for a moment before responding, "Aaron, you may have fallen into a cognitive trap. The most likely suspect may not necessarily be either of them. Then who do you think it is? Ailan inquired, her urgency palpable. I cannot reveal that just yet, lest you form preconceived notions based on my thoughts. Yukino gently tapped Ailan's forehead and shot him a disapproving glance. Now, let us focus on preparing the meal. Due to a certain someone's influence, we have quite a workload ahead. Arno, do you require assistance? I excel in culinary arts. Kato K's voice suddenly interjected, startling both Ailan and Yukino. When did you arrive, Kato? Ailan chuckled awkwardly, hesitantly asking. I came with you, but it seems you both failed to notice my presence, Kato feigned distress. Though Ailan and Yukino observed no change in her expression. From the beginning? Does that mean? Indeed, I heard everything talk of malevolence, Dragon Balls, and oddities. Ailan, could you elaborate on this? Moreover, who exactly are you, and Peruru? What precisely are we experiencing? Yukino supported her forehead with a sigh. Aaron, your clumsiness here is of no assistance. Perhaps you should step outside and sit for a while. Kato, could you assist me in preparing lunch? I will explain everything thoroughly. All right then. Aaron nodded and walked into the living room of Yukino, where she observed Mr. Pan. In the kitchen, Yukino, and Kata Megumi were engaged in their busy preparations. Although there was no urging from Yukino, Kata's puzzled gaze lingered. After a moment of silence, Yukino organized her thoughts. Kata-san, the situation is as follows. In Chapter 35, as Kata had mentioned, her culinary skills were indeed quite remarkable. Aaron placed a piece of meat in her mouth and chewed thoughtfully for a moment, savoring its flavor. Although its taste did not evoke the same astonishment as the dishes prepared by Yukino, it was a rather unremarkable yet wholesome home-cooked meal. Nonetheless, even this simple dish conveyed her heartfelt effort. Indeed, Kato, you are destined to become an excellent wife in the future. As soon as Ailan's voice faded, the previously harmonious dining atmosphere was abruptly interrupted, with everyone pausing to cast peculiar glances in his direction. Kato Megumi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly resumed her composure and expressed her gratitude. Ailan, on the other hand, bowed his head, a shadow flickering in the depths of his gaze. Kato was the female lead he had discovered. An eerie silence enveloped the room, broken only by the sound of Ailan fervently consuming his meal. Yukino continued her leisurely dining, as it was hardly surprising for the ape-like boy to utter such a statement devoid of common sense. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to remind him, Ape-Kuin, such remarks should not be casually directed at a girl. Is that so? My apologies. I shall be more mindful next time. Ailan replied, his mouth stuffed with food, his words muffled in response to Yukino. Riri leaned closer to Korea Shiyu, whispering conspiratorially, black stockings. This glutton, Ailan, has an astonishing appetite. I initially thought all this food would go uneaten. Shiyu, who had been immersed in contemplating revisions for the script of Shining Girl, glanced up at Irie's comment, pondering, perhaps it's simply that boys entering puberty tend to have larger appetites? Irie's expression morphed into one of shock as she regarded Korea, incredulous that this hefty woman lacked basic life knowledge. What boy in puberty could possibly consume meals intended for dozens without any sign of cessation? Suddenly, Ailan suggested, why don't we play some games this afternoon? I noticed Ailan's home is well equipped. Sure, feel free to use whatever you like. I've purchased quite a few games previously, most of which I haven't even played, Ailan responded. Upon arriving in this world, he had diligently gathered nearly every game available on the market. After all, he had once been a seasoned otaku. However, after trying them, he found them rather lacking in excitement. Fantastic! Ailan exclaimed, his spirits lifting. He had been preoccupied with drafting project proposals, neglecting both anime and games for several days, and was on the verge of withdrawal symptoms. Len, you are not permitted to play, Irie declared, baring her two sharp canine teeth emphatically. Why not? Your project proposal is only 3 pages long. You haven't even filled them completely. Is that truly reasonable? Ailan retorted, left speechless by her accusation, as he slumped over the table in despair, lamenting. Why is this happening? I yearn to play games and watch anime. Seeing him in such a state, Irie's heart softened slightly. All right, but only for a little while. Irie gazed at her childhood friend, Akihiro, with a look of deep emotion, to which he responded with a haughty hum, a faint blush appearing on his cheeks. At that moment, Aaron deliberately slowed his pace of eating, casually glancing at the members of the gaming club, noticing that the rate of his energy depletion had significantly increased. Even Yukino seemed to be affected to some extent. After the meal, Yukino Shida and Kata Megumi tidied up the table while Aaron escorted the others back to his apartment. Once the gaming equipment was set up, he casually inquired, "Well, what would you like to play?" Akihiro pondered for a moment and replied, "Perhaps a gag game. It might inspire us for our own game." "Irie, what do you think?" "Don't ask me, Akihiro," she retorted. "Then let us play a gal game. To make it more interesting. How about a competition to see who can reach the perfect ending in the shortest time?" Aaron, being the host, was asked to start first. "I think I'll sit this one out. I'm not particularly skilled at visual novels." He decisively shook his head. "Please. I want Aaron to experience the allure of gal games too. Moreover, I highly recommend this particular game." With that, Akihiro produced a game disc, gazing at it with reverence, radiating an almost missionary fervor. Observing Akihiro's zealous expression, Aaron instinctively took a step back, yet reluctantly nodded in agreement. Settling onto the sofa, Aaron embarked on his journey through the game. The female lead was designed as an older, more experienced senpai. An hour later, a glaring bad end flashed across the screen, leaving Akihiro and the others utterly speechless in shock. Ailan found herself enveloped in profound doubt, reflecting on her past as a seasoned veteran. Why had it come to this? Lily wore an expression of disbelief. To navigate such a game while flawlessly evading all the correct options was a feat beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. Just moments ago, when the senior had invited you to rest your head upon her lap, why did you decline? Lily felt her worldview had been severely shaken. Aaron, wearing an expression of unshakable certainty, remarked, "The act of resting one's head on someone's lap is inherently peculiar, isn't it? If one were to maintain such a position, the recipient's knee would undoubtedly suffer immensely. If the male protagonist truly harbored feelings for that senior, such a gesture would be inconceivable." In that moment, Kasha no Oka Shiyu's eyes sparkled with an unusual light as she inquired, regarding the earlier scene in the changing room. Entering would trigger the hidden storyline of accidental entry into the changing room, and there had already been a prompt indicating this. Such a scenario is a rare treat. Why did you choose to leave? In a place like a changing room, how could one not knock and instead barge in? Does the male lead possess no common sense at all? If he were to enter, it could only be deemed as intentional misconduct. At this juncture, Ailan, with a look of discontent, posed a question. Why did you make that choice regarding the female lead's feeding and the unexpected fall in the stairwell? Aaron took a moment to reflect on his thoughts during the game. The production of this game is indeed remarkable. As I reached these scenes, I immersed myself in the experience. However, having a girl feed me would be significantly slower than if I were to eat on my own, which is quite bothersome. As for the incident in the stairwell, if the senior were to fall, it is only natural to assist her. Yet, to entertain ulterior motives afterward would be nothing short of reprehensible behavior. Is that truly the case? Ailan sank to the ground, cradling his head in his hands, as he began to question the very essence of his existence. Rationality informed him that what Aaron had said held merit. Yet the realms of the second dimension and the third dimension are distinctly disparate. After a moment's contemplation, Ailan reached his own conclusion. Indeed, the third dimension is nothing but a senseless game devoid of common sense and progression. Ailan scratched her head, gazing at the three individuals before her with a puzzled expression, inquiring, "What is the matter? Did I say something incorrect?" Chapter 36. Interaction with Kato Megumi. The illogical realm of the three-dimensional world is indeed a profoundly dismal game. Ailan sat on the sofa, his eyes vacant, murmuring to himself. Clearly, Ailan had previously considered Ailan to be one of their circle. Yet her recent remarks had utterly shattered his perceptions as a devoted inhabitant of the two-dimensional realm. As Ailan observed the mentally distressed Akiruna, he hesitated for a moment before gently placing a hand on his shoulder and saying, "Aki, although I cannot fathom how you arrived at this conclusion, it is crucial to recognize that many matters cannot solely be based on subjective imaginings. Is the world of anime truly perfect? I cannot say. But distinguishing between ideals and reality is of paramount importance, whether one is a creator or simply a human being. That which is conjured from mere fantasy will invariably fall short of perfection. It is merely a reflection of your own thoughts and deductions. In my previous life as an otaku, the realm of anime appeared exceedingly enchanting to me. Handsome heroes, beautiful heroines, and wondrous adventures. However, reality swiftly delivered a harsh rebuke. Though I was reborn into an exceptionally powerful race, my past decades were marred only by slaughter, destruction, and annihilation. All my beautiful fantasies were shattered and cast aside by the weight of reality. Had it not been for the King of Time, I would likely still be atoning for my sins in the underworld." Sitting beside him, Shiyu Kasumigakaka paused momentarily while typing, silently reflecting on AI Rand's poignant words. Was the image of ethical Koan merely a figment of my imagination? Have I perhaps overly identified with the character of Shiuki? Shouldn't love encompass both bitterness and sweetness? Yet, this thought was swiftly quelled. Nevertheless, she instinctively shifted her gaze toward Akiruna. On the other side, upon hearing AI Rand's remarks, Akiruna's emotional turmoil intensified. AI Rand's previous statements seemed to completely negate his very existence. However, he refrained from expressing his frustration, for AI Rand was an investor, and it would not do to jeopardize that relationship. Adjusting his glasses, he stated, "I understand what you mean, AI Rand. Now it is my turn. I choose to play as a classmate." With that, he seized the controller, directing all his focus onto the game. At that moment, Shiyu Kasumigakaka furrowed her brow even more deeply. Was ethical Koan truly not prepared to argue his case? Had he chosen to retreat instead? Was it due to his desire to successfully create the game, not wanting to offend the investor? Her gaze shifted once more toward AI Rand. Their eyes meeting in a silent exchange. AI Rand subtly nodded in acknowledgement before making her way to Yukino's apartment. Uncertainty lingered regarding the true host, and the thought of leaving her alone with Kata Megumi for an extended period left AI Rand feeling somewhat uneasy. However, just as she reached the threshold, she abruptly halted. The rate of energy depletion inexplicably surged severfold. This state, without a doubt, would have repercussions for ordinary humans. AI Rand glanced back at the three individuals within the room. Aruri was animatedly standing behind Aki Tomoya, enthusiastically pointing out elements of their surroundings, essentially revealing spoilers. Meanwhile, Kasumigakaka Shiwa was fixated on her notebook, seemingly lost in thought rather than writing. Despite the evident situation, could they truly remain oblivious? AI Rand sighed inwardly as she stepped out of the apartment. Yet, after her departure, a green light materialized within the confines of the apartment, vanishing swiftly before anyone could react. When AI Rand arrived at Yukino's apartment, she discovered the two of them indulging in the company of Pururu. This feline was currently experiencing the zenith of its cat life, lounging upon Yukino's lap, while Kata Megumi gently massaged its paw pads. Yukino, in turn, was playfully teasing its chin. Pururu, with its eyes half closed, emitted a soothing purr. Aaron stepped forward, grasping the nape of Puyulu's neck and effortlessly casting him aside. As a Saiyan subordinate, how could one stoop to such depths? Quickly, fetch me some tea. Yes, boss. Puyulu displayed a remarkable potential for servitude, hastily darting towards the kitchen upon hearing Aaron's command. Yukino Shida covered her mouth, stifling a giggle. Was the recent behavior of the great ape due to jealousy, prompted by Puyulu reclining on my lap? It was evident from his expression. He could hardly conceal his innermost feelings. AI Rand sat not far from Yukino, rubbing her temples, overwhelmed by yet another frustrating task with no clues in sight. At that moment, Kato Megumi's calm voice reached her. AI Rand, Miss Yukino Shida just informed me about the matter concerning the second star. I appreciate your efforts to protect us. It is merely my duty, a transaction for remuneration, so there is no need for your gratitude. After a brief pause, AI Rand began to scrutinize Kato Megumi, who she believed was the most likely host of the second star. Kato, have you experienced any unusual occurrences lately? Or do you feel unwell in any way? Kato Megumi pondered for a moment before shaking her head. No, aside from encountering Pururu and you, my life remains unchanged. The only difference is joining this gaming club. I see, AI Rand nodded instinctively. Even in the face of unknown dangers, the legendary Saint Megumi displayed no signs of concern. Unlike Yukino and Yano, who took considerable time to accept the truth, Kato remained remarkably composed, earning AI Rand's admiration. Kato, there is no need to worry excessively. With my current strength, I can effortlessly protect you from this malevolent dragon. So please trust me, and contact me immediately should anything strange occur. Kato Megumi nodded slightly. Yet, every time AI Rand accurately pronounced her name, an unusual glint flickered in her eyes. It seemed only her family had ever managed to accomplish such a feat in her previous life. The feeling of being insignificant was truly vexing. At that moment, Anki-Ren's voice suddenly drifted from outside Yukino Shida's apartment. Kaneo, are you there? I'm here, Kato replied as she stood and walked towards the door. We're playing a game, and I thought you might want to join us. Kaneo, come experience the allure of Gal games. Anki, my name is Kato. Apologies. I'll pay more attention next time. It's happened many times now. With that, their voices gradually faded away. Chapter 37. How to handle delinquents in a slice of life setting. On a Sunday afternoon, Ailan accompanied 4 members of the gaming club to Chiba Station. Today, they would return to Tokyo. This weekend's retreat had not yielded any substantial progress in their game development. Since Saturday afternoon, both Aki Akane and Eri had become completely engrossed in the game. Even Korea Shiyu, who seldom plays games, and Megumi eventually joined in. Even Aki Akane, a seasoned otaku, had to admit that while Ailan may not be particularly skilled at gaming, his collection of games and various equipment was truly extensive. Almost everything available on the market could be found in his home, and if something was missing, Ailan promised to procure it by their next visit. Such a generous benefactor was indeed a rarity in this day and age. See you all next Saturday. If there are any spontaneous activities, just let me know in the line group, and I will arrive promptly. As the train approached, Ailan waved goodbye to the 4 from across the ticket barrier. Yet, the smile on his face bore a hint of reluctance. After 2 full days, his apartment had nearly transformed into a gaming haven for this group. Nevertheless, Ailan still had not uncovered any secrets. It seemed that he would have to patiently wait for the 2-star dragon to revive on its own, hoping that by then, no one would meet a tragic fate. Eri raised her small fist and declared loudly, Ailan, you must model for me next time you come. You have to keep your promise. I absolutely will not pose in such an embarrassing way again. Ailan turned her head and let out a cold snort, recalling the events of the previous night. After they had all retired for the evening, Ailan decided to take a shower. Once she finished, with her upper body bare, she intended to venture out in search of a secluded forest to practice for a while. Just as she exited the bathroom, she collided unexpectedly with Lily, who had risen for a midnight visit. The sudden appearance of a bare-chested man startled Lily, prompting her to scream instinctively. Her cry drew the attention of Kasumi no Okashiyu and Megumi. As for Aki Akane, for reasons unknown, he did not make an appearance. It was surprising to discover that Ailan's physique was so striking. Ailan vividly recalls the moment when Shiyu Kazanaku playfully licked her lips and teased him before retreating to her room for some rest. Meanwhile, Megumi Kato maintained her composed demeanor, offering solace to the still frightened Iri. As it was merely an accident and the hour was late, after Ailan's succinct explanation, everyone retired for the night. However, come morning, after finishing his training, Ailan was approached by Iri, who demanded compensation for the previous night's events, insisting that he pose shirtless for her artistic inspiration. Unable to resist her, Ailan found himself drawn into her bedroom, baring his torso while striking various poses. Throughout the morning, he endured the fervent giggles erupting from Iri as she slipped into her creative mode. Wasn't she supposed to be quite bashful? Truly, she was deserving of her reputation as an artist. Waving goodbye to the 4 members of the game society, Ailan turned to leave, feeling as if his spirit had been thoroughly battered by the morning's ordeal. Now, reflecting on that experience, he yearned to distance himself from this group. Yet, not far from his departure, Shiyu Kazanaku's voice reached him. I didn't expect you, Ailan, to be so innocent. This is certainly a marked improvement over a certain aloof blonde-haired artist. Who could she be referring to? You, with your black stockings and ample figure. Whoever jumps out, I shall call them out. Ailan quickened his pace. He wished to avoid encountering that group for the time being. Today, Ailan also appeared unusually subdued, standing alone on the platform, gazing downward, lost in thought. On the other side, Ayako Ichinos, a first-year student at Sobu High, consistently played the role of a cheerful and approachable girl to fit in, which garnered her considerable popularity among the boys. However, such a faiade came at a price. Mere pretense was insufficient. Initiative was equally essential. To maintain her status, she aspired to make the most popular boy, Hayama, her boyfriend, and thus decisively joined the football team as a manager. In her quest to uphold this popularity, she was also coerced by her classmates into attending a rather pointless social gathering. After the gathering concluded, she found herself cornered by a high school delinquent, who had taken an interest in her during the event. The flamboyantly dressed boy pressed her against the wall, leeringly suggesting, Ichinos-chan, why not come play with us? How about karaoke? What to do now? Though she was tempted, she replied, Oh, I would love to, but my family has a curfew. Perhaps another time? Ayaka's gaze flickered, desperately trying to maintain her carefully crafted persona. Despite the throngs of pedestrians around them, it was as if no one noticed this unsettling scene, all hurrying past. A sense of dread washed over Ayaka. She had never encountered such a situation before. In her anxiety, a glimmer of tears shimmered in her eyes. Please, don't say that. We'll get you back before your curfew, I promise. While he feigned a plea, the boy took another step closer, encroaching on the girl's space. At that moment, one of his friends nudged him in the ribs, signaling that something was amiss across the street. Irritated, the boy glanced in the direction indicated. Ailan stood across the street, intently gazing at the group of individuals. Without any superfluous movements, he simply observed. Yet the palpable aura of menace he consciously emitted was entirely directed at one particular boy. Under such a focused stare, the boy could no longer contain the cold sweat that began to cascade down his face. Thus, he made what could very well be the wisest decision of his life. Perhaps we should reschedule our meeting. I seem to have suddenly remembered that I have other matters to attend to. So let us leave it at that, Ace-chan. With that, he hurriedly fled the scene alongside his companions. As the ruffians dispersed, Ailan shrugged and continued his walk towards the apartment. What a cold world we inhabit. Injustices occur all around us, yet not a single soul is willing to pause. There was no need for him to concern himself with the identities of those in need of rescue. He held no interest in strangers. Likewise, there was no necessity to prove anything through violence. These individuals were far too feeble to ignite any desire for conflict within him. However, waiting for his return at the apartment was Yukino Shiryuki, whose dream was to see the world transformed into a better place. Surely, she hoped he could become a partner in justice. Sayaka, who had just been encircled by the thugs, had not clearly seen who had come to her aid. She only vaguely noticed that the figure wore the same uniform as those from Tsubahai. After calming her racing heart, she turned her gaze in the direction Ailan had departed. Ailan had already ventured far away, leaving only a vague silhouette in view. Along with her distinctive feature, the tail wrapped around her waist. Chapter 38. The man appeared. A new day. Ailan ambled alone in the direction of the service club. Despite being classmates, neither Ailan nor Hikigaya Hachiman were individuals who favored companionship. Outside of their club activities, they had scarcely exchanged a word. From a certain perspective, Ailan and Hikigaya Hachiman possessed starkly contrasting personalities, though both were undeniably rather peculiar. One appeared somewhat muddled, yet exhibited clarity in critical moments, while the other seemed perpetually alert, yet hesitated when faced with challenges. Such was the case at present. As Ailan entered the service club, she noticed that Yokohama Yui had yet to arrive. The classroom contained only Hikigaya Hachiman and Yukino Yukino, the atmosphere thick with tension, as if they had just quarreled. What on earth was happening today? Ailan wondered, observing the pair. Although they typically engaged in discord, her presence usually tempered their animosity. Yukino Yukino cast a sidelong glance at Hikigaya Hachiman and spoke icily. Our club's treasurer wishes to withdraw and join the tennis club. Huh? What is this about? Wasn't everything fine before? And Yokohama has been coming by frequently since last week. The club just began to gain some popularity. Yukino Yukino added, I do not believe you possess the capability to participate in group activities. Your transformation is far from complete. Hikigaya-san. She had always placed great importance on commitments. Hikigaya Hachiman looked displeased at the two of them, remarking, I am merely responding to someone else's request, so. His words trailed off. Rather than enduring the daily barrage of emotional turmoil and the eccentricities of Yokohama Yui, he found the prospect of joining the tennis club far more appealing. At that moment, a certain angelic visage flashed through his mind, causing his face to flush unnaturally. Ailan scrutinized Hikigaya Hachiman. The tennis club? A commission? Could it be that man who almost turned the teacher's affections? Ah, hello? I brought the client. At a moment when the atmosphere was thick with tension, Yokohama energetically pushed open the door, followed by an adorable young boy. Hachiman. Tezuka, what brings you here? Upon hearing Ayaka Tezuka address him by name, Hikigaya Hachiman felt his face flush even more. Goodness, it seems he might truly be swayed. Ailan cast a glance at Hazuka Ayaka, and indeed, her beauty was comparable to Yukino Shida's. It was a pity she was a boy. Noticing little Ayaka's troubled expression, I decided to bring him along, thinking that as a member of the club, I should contribute in some way. Yokohama-san, it's quite all right. You need not thank me. This is simply my duty as a member, Yukino Yukino remarked coolly. Yokohama-san, technically you are not yet a member, she continued. Yokohama looked bewilderedly at Yukino and Ailan. Well? Since I haven't received your application for membership, and the advisor has not approved it, you are not yet a member, Yukino clarified. Stung by the revelation, Yokohama let out a wail. Having become accustomed to Yokohama's eccentricity, Yukino chose to ignore her and turned her attention back to Hazuka Ayaka. So Hazuka Ayaka, what is your request? Ailan conscientiously poured a cup of tea for everyone, proudly assuming the role of vice president, albeit self-appointed. At that moment, Yukino Shida Yukino had just concluded listening to the request of Yuzuki Ayaka. Very well, I shall accept your commission. It suffices to enhance your skills, does it not? Indeed. I believe that if I strengthen myself, everyone will begin to strive collectively. Perhaps. Oh, Angel, Hikitani mused inwardly, then turned to Yukino Shida Yukino and inquired. What do you intend to do? Run until exhaustion. Swing the racket until fatigue overwhelms. Are you a demon? Are you serious? Aaron approached the home of Ayaka Hazuka and began to examine his limbs. Ah, Aaron-kun, what are you doing? Ayaka exclaimed shyly, instantly capturing the attention of Yukino Shida Yukino and Hikigaya Hachiman. Scoundrel, you already have Yukino Shida, and yet you still wish to tarnish Hazuka. Hikigaya glared fiercely at Aaron, inwardly expressing his disdain. Yukino Shida Yukino also rose to her feet and lightly kicked Aaron's calf. You beast, have you lost control of your primal instincts? Resorting to aggression even towards boys? Is this the kind of person I am? Aaron shot a glance at Yukino Shida, bemused. After all, when the three beautiful girls from the gaming club stayed at his house, she had shown no signs of jealousy. Was it truly necessary for her to feel threatened by a single boy today? Ailan considered himself to be a man of unyielding resolve. Ai, have you finished? Hazuka Ayaka gazed at Ailan with a bashful demeanor, her voice trembling ever so slightly. Upon hearing her voice, Ailan raised his gaze, his breath catching in his throat as he felt his heart race unexpectedly. Goodness, Hazuka is quite enchanting. Observing Ailan's hand resting gently upon Hazuka Ayaka's neck and shoulder, caressing her delicate skin, Hikigaya Hachiman looked on with a mixture of envy and jealousy. He admonished, quickly let go of Hazuka. Why are you all looking at me like that? I am merely assessing her bone structure, Ailan replied helplessly. Yukino Shida Yukino, with a hint of possessiveness, inquired. Did you discover anything, Ailan-kun? The address had shifted from Yuan Yaran-kun back to Ailan-kun, indicating that Yukino Shida's jealousy was on the verge of spilling over. Ailan took a step back, crossing her arms as she regarded Ayaka Hazuki. I must say, while your physique may not be particularly frail, aspiring to engage in martial arts, no, rather, to partake in a sport like tennis that demands considerable exertion, might not yield the anticipated results. Have you truly exerted even the bare minimum of effort? Yukino Shida Yukino interjected, her tone tinged with a hint of defiance. Ailan sighed, reflecting on how Yukino Shida Yukino always compelled herself to exert effort, neglecting the importance of balance between work and rest. Her previous assistance to Zaimokuza Yoshihiro in reviewing a novel exemplified this. Even under Ailan's insistence, she refrained from staying up too late. Yet her mental state the following day remained subpar. Contemplating this, Ailan approached Yukino Shida, taking her hand gently. Some traits are undeniably innate, particularly concerning our physical constitution. It is essential to study diligently, engage in physical activity, rest adequately, and enjoy leisure. Striking a balance between labor and relaxation is crucial. That is my counsel. Yukino Shida nodded in agreement, realizing that Ailan's words, while directed at Kazusa, were equally applicable to herself. Hikitani and Yui turned their attention towards Kazusa, recognizing that the decision ultimately lay with her. Moments later, Kazusa inhaled deeply and resolutely declared, I still wish to give it a try. Is that so? Then let us see how Yukino Shida can train you effectively. Gazing at the radiant Kazusa, Hikitani appeared entranced. Behind him, Yui puffed out her cheeks, visibly displeased. What kind of expression was that? She had never looked at her in such a manner. Chapter 39. I am Issei I am, senpai on the tennis court. Yui and Kazusa were doing push-ups together, while Hikitani's gaze was drawn to something captivating. Ailan sat at a distance, gazing at him with an expression of utter disbelief. Was Yubahama Yui's affection so conspicuous? How could this fellow display no signs of acknowledgement whatsoever? If he truly held no feelings, why would he steal glances? Such a clumsy oaf. Indeed, Kato Ayaka's physical prowess was disappointingly lacking. Her feeble strength allowed her to manage only 5 push-ups in one go. Even Yubahama, positioned nearby, surpassed her slightly. What a pity, Ailan murmured to herself, that this fellow was a boy. At that moment, Yukino Shida Yukino's voice drifted over. What a pity. Could you elucidate that, ape? Ailan's body tensed involuntarily. There was little preparation for the training. Hazuka's arm strength was woefully inadequate, rendering further push-ups devoid of purpose. Aaron decisively chose to change the subject, pondering the inexplicable wariness Yukino Shida Yukino felt towards that delicate boy. Well, it seems fitting for me to be his practice partner. After all, I am the most suitable here. Yukino picked up 2 rackets and strode towards the center of the court. Aaron gazed languidly at the ants scuttling on the ground, realizing that his presence on the court was indeed ill-suited. With but a slight exertion, he could likely upheave the entire arena. Since his arrival in this world of academia, Aaron had never partaken in any athletic endeavors, deeming the risks far too considerable at least for others. In a bid to motivate the physically inept Uzuki Ayaka, Yukino deliberately tossed the ball to the left and right, urging him to move. Only by doing so could he hope to catch the ball. However, such physically demanding activities posed a significant risk of falling. And for someone of Uzuki Ayaka's limited stamina, the likelihood of mishap was even greater. As anticipated, it wasn't long before he found himself sprawled upon the ground. Ailan sighed as she retrieved the medical kit from behind her. Indeed, this scene had unfolded once more. Would Yushan and Miura Yumiko make an appearance thereafter? Aaron secretly speculated as she handed the medical kit to Ayaka Hazuka. Blushing, Ayaka Hazuka softly expressed her gratitude, turned his head awkwardly, huffed, and walked towards Yukino. Why is Yaren-kun so astute today? Yukino gazed at him, her eyes harboring a hint of danger. Please, Hozuki is a boy, you know. I am definitely straight. Although, he is rather cute, was a thought that remained unspoken. He helplessly shrugged. When it comes to sports, I am an expert. Can your stamina keep up? A lack of endurance is your only weakness. If it proves too challenging, we can always have Hikigaya substitute in. He nodded towards the worried Hikigaya Hachiman, suggesting, look, he would surely be willing. All right then. After a moment of contemplation, Yukino decided to let Hikigaya Hachiman take over. Indeed, many matters would not alter simply due to Yaren's presence. Shortly after Hikigaya took the reins, Yaren noticed a group of individuals marching toward the tennis court. He sighed. Had this group really come? Ah, tennis, exclaimed a blonde girl at the forefront, her excitement palpable. Since the tennis court had been reserved by Hozuki Ayaka, anyone wanting to enter required her permission. However, this group had brazenly pushed open the iron gate without asking. It was as though kings and queens were surveying their domain. And the queen effortlessly seized the opportunity to claim the court, disregarding the expressions of Hikigaya Hachiman, Yui Yugahama, and Hozuki Ayaka. Soon, a clash erupted between the two factions, with Hayama also being a prominent figure at school and possessing a wide social circle, and Miura Yumiko being a striking beauty with an exotic allure. Their presence drew considerable attention. As Miura Yumiko's voice grew louder, the crowd's curiosity intensified. Looking around, Yaren observed that the tennis court was surrounded by a throng of spectators, resembling wolves drawn to a scent, exuding an invisible pressure favoring Hayama's side. Ah, mixed doubles sounds splendid. How clever of me. But who would be willing to team up with Hikigaya-kun? How utterly amusing. Miura Yumiko's laughter pierced through the air, prompting the onlookers to join in. Yeah. This could be troublesome, Hozuki said nervously, yet he bravely stammered. How about we play men's doubles? It would be a good opportunity for me to practice. What? Now I want to play tennis, so you need a girl on your side. Ayaka, let us join in. We're all classmates. Hozuki, popular among his peers and well-liked, prompted Miura Yumiko to soften her approach, hoping to persuade Hozuki to relent. Hozuki Ayaka appeared frightened, glancing anxiously at Miura, then at Hikigaya, embodying a mix of desire to refuse yet lacking the courage to do so. Sigh. Aaron sighed. Yukino, allow me to handle this matter. It would be best if I were to negotiate with our class's popular figure. Yes, do take care. Ailan chuckled in disbelief. What is there to worry about? Yukino shot him a disapproving glance. I merely advise you to be cautious. You wouldn't want to injure a classmate, as it could lead to disciplinary action. At that moment, the simple-minded Yuan-kun seemed to lose his train of thought. My apologies. I shall be more careful, he replied. Ailan let out a light-hearted laugh and headed towards the court, where a heated debate was still unfolding. See, even Saika has tacitly agreed with my point. Hikigaya protested loudly, his face flushed with indignation. That's mere sophistry. Come now, let us all enjoy ourselves without squabbling, suggested Yishan, adopting the role of peacemaker, though his words subtly tilted in favor of their side. I must insist, you are free to leave. The court has been reserved by Hozuki. And should you wish to play afterwards, you must apply for it yourselves. Kindly refrain from causing a commotion here. At this moment, Ailan had arrived at the center of the court. The previously boisterous atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Ever since Ailan had emerged from the office of the Director of Education, the legend of him effortlessly twisting steel into spirals had spread throughout the campus. Coupled with his ever-present air of disdain, everyone deemed him a notorious troublemaker. As soon as Ailan spoke, she instantly captivated the attention of everyone present. Is Ailan also here to assist with the task? It would suffice for us to enjoy ourselves together, Miura Yumiko murmured with some reluctance. Yet the weight of Ailan's reputation restrained her from voicing her thoughts too freely. Ah, Ailan, I see you are here as well. Yama greeted Ailan with a warm smile. Aaron's position in Class Staff is akin to that of Yukino Shida Yukino in Class J. Both remain aloof from others yet command a certain level of reverence from those around them. Furthermore, Yukino Shida Yoshino has specifically cautioned him that Ailan is to become her brother-in-law. As the son of the family lawyer, Yayama is also reluctant to engage in conflict with Ailan. Yayama, if you wish to play tennis, you must submit your application first. Let us adhere to the established rules. It would be unseemly to squabble here and provide entertainment for the other classes. Ailan, accompanied by Yeson and his companions, strolled toward the exit of the stadium. Let's seize the opportunity to hang out together sometime. For today, let's call it a day. This is also an event organized by our service department. All right then, Yeson replied, leading the reluctant Miura Yumiko away. Suddenly, a figure stealthily approached and whispered in Ailan's ear. Senpai, my name is Ichino Saiyan. Please, do not forget me. Ailan turned her head to glance at Issei Caillou, yet at that moment, she had already departed with the crowd. Have we met before? Is there any reason to become acquainted? Ailan shook his head in silence, and suddenly the temperature around him dropped significantly. Turning around, he found Yukino Shida Yukino observing him with a playful expression. Chapter 40. The Malevolence of Kasumi ga Kakashiyu. Huh. The Primate King actually knows a first-year junior? Quite unexpected, she remarked, crossing her arms and standing in close proximity to Ailan, almost pressing against him. I do not know her. I've never seen her before, he replied, raising a hand to support his chin. Yukino Shida murmured, I see. That makes sense. After all, the Primate King has always behaved rather crudely. Although there are occasional moments of brilliance, it is likely that he does not easily endear himself to girls. Standing nearby, Hikitani and Yubihama instinctively distanced themselves from the couple, who were unknowingly displaying their affection. The two felt that remaining in their vicinity would inflict severe emotional distress. However, their synchronized movements inadvertently attracted each other's attention, causing them to glance at one another. In an instant of mutual gaze, both hurriedly turned away. I say, Hatsuka, shall we continue our practice? Hikitani stammered, still somewhat socially anxious, instinctively opting for avoidance in the presence of girls. Yes, Hachiman, let's carry on. Hatsuka Ayaka replied with a smile. Ah, an angel, Hikitani sighed, his steps toward Hatsuka becoming considerably lighter, and the earlier awkwardness was completely set aside. Ailan cast a disdainful glance at Hachiman Hikigaya, expressing her disappointment. Given the opportunity, you failed to seize it. Why haven't you ascended yet? What are you gazing at, Yeti? Ailan turned his head. At that moment, his face was almost pressed against Yukino Shida Yukino's. He quickly took half a step back, his tone somewhat awkward. It's nothing. Indeed, Ailan was a theoretical player. It was impractical for him to take action himself. Kasano Okashiyu had fallen ill. On the night she returned from Chiba, she began to suffer from a high fever. As time passed, her muscles also started to ache. With her parents away on business, no one was aware of her condition. Even when the school noted her absence that day, there was little reaction. After all, even if she attended school, she would merely be sleeping. Unlike Ailan, she always maintained the top position in her grade, even while asleep. Following the release of her love-themed rhythm game, her occasional absences from school went largely unchallenged. Lying alone in bed, she opened line. The message she sent to Renrikuin last night, laden with a plea for help, had yet to receive a reply. What was he doing now? Playing games? Planning? Catching up on assignments? Regardless, he should not have ignored her message. After a few coughs, Kasano Okashiyu set her phone down, staring blankly at the ceiling. Soon, she drifted into a restless slumber once more. At that moment, a faint green light reappeared in the room, and Shiyu's fever intensified. Time passed without her notice until she awoke again, unable to open her eyes due to the high fever and pain. Although her eyes were closed, she could sense that night had fallen. Suddenly, the sound of her door opening reached her ears, causing her to tense involuntarily. Her parents would not return tonight. Who could it be? Had a thief entered their home? And in her current state, despair enveloped her heart once more as she felt the presence of someone standing by her bedside. O King of Time, do you sense this malevolent force? If this continues, it will surely inflict irreversible harm on Kasano Okashiyu. Did you not say that the two-star dragon would not cause any substantial harm to humans before its resurrection? How was I to know it would come to this? Little AI ran. What should we do now? Hey, you are the deity, aren't you? I'm just an intern. How can you ask me what to do? You third-rate god. Why do you call me a third-rate god again? My divine rank is quite high, at least a dozen levels above mere immortals. The exchange between the two reached Shiyu's ears, and she felt she might be beginning to hallucinate. What was this about two-star dragons and deities? It seemed she had read too many novels. Even in illness, such hallucinations manifested. She was uncertain whether to laugh or cry at the situation. The conversation continued on the other side. Should we take her to the hospital first? The Senza beings can't cure illnesses, can they? Aaron inquired uncertainly of Kyan. In 2 lifetimes, he had endured numerous injuries yet had never fallen ill. Perhaps it was due to his consistent folly across both lives. Fools seldom succumb to ailments. What nonsense are you uttering, little Aaron? Kyan exclaimed. This phenomenon is a result of being drained of too much life energy by the two-star dragon. How could a human doctor possibly remedy such a condition? AI Ran stared at Kane in silence. So what do you suggest? I absolutely cannot accept any casualties within the scope of my work. Little Rant's words increasingly resembled those of a corporate drone. Kane, sensing AI Rant's displeasure, quickly added, it's not as if there aren't any solutions. Little Rant already possesses a considerable amount of positive energy. We merely need to supplement it, much like how you interact with Yukino Shida Yukino. What nonsense! AI Ren exclaimed, her face reddening as she protested. What have I done to Yukino Shida Yukino? I haven't done anything at all. Oh, it's merely physical contact. The energy within you will naturally flow into her. However, based on the life energy she has lost, you will need to continuously infuse her with positive energy for several days. I dislike interacting with unfamiliar humans. AI Ren experienced a sense of struggle. What he spoke was indeed the truth. Upon arriving in this world, apart from the long-standing companionship with Yukino Shida Yukino, he remained resistant to engaging with anyone else. Little Ran. This simply won't do. I wish for you to integrate into human society, not to isolate yourself. I shall leave this to you. I have matters in the demon realm that require my supervision. As a significant figure, I am often quite occupied. Truly. By the way, you must swiftly locate the two-star dragon. Otherwise, there will be dire consequences for humanity. With that, a flash of pink light enveloped him, and Kane vanished from Shiyu Kasumigakaka's room. The atmosphere once again fell into silence. Lying in bed, Shiyu Kasumigakaka felt somewhat dazed. She could now firmly ascertain that the earlier conversation was not a mere figment of her imagination. Was the figure by the window really AI Ran? Had they indeed mentioned Yukino Shida Yukino? The fever rendered her unable to open her eyes, making it impossible to discern the identity of the man beside her. And her thoughts had slowed considerably. After a moment, she heard the person by her bedside sigh. Well, I suppose I cannot merely watch you perish before my eyes. Subsequently, she felt herself being lifted into someone's embrace. Chapter 41. Each nightfall, Shiyu Kasumigakaka sensed herself being cradled. AI Rant's arm encircled her waist, one hand cradling her lower back while the other embraced her supple, radiant thigh, lifting her effortlessly from the bed. Oh, how remarkably light. AI Rant's musings drifted into the ear of Shiyu Zayatsi. A myriad of emotions, curiosity, embarrassment, surprise, and fear converged within her heart. It was a primal instinct to yearn for someone by her side in times of illness and injury. Guilt, sorrow, and pain intertwined, as a warm current coursed through her, navigating through the darkness toward an unknown glimmer of light. Soon, a wave of warmth surged from AI Rant's body, swiftly enveloping Shiyu Zayatsi. In an instant, she felt herself healing. The once parched spirit began to rejuvenate under such tender warmth. At that moment, she resembled a drowning soul finally breaking free from the depths of despair. Why are you still holding me? She thought. Please, don't wake up now. I wouldn't know how to explain. Instinctively, Shiyu Zayatsi wrapped her arms around AI Rant's neck. AI Rant struggled slightly, but considering her condition, her resistance was mild. The flow of energy was agonizingly slow. At this rate, she realized she wouldn't be able to leave for at least an hour. AI Rant mused. To think she could consume 99 pure chocolate on a Saturday indicates that this woman has begun to lose her sense of taste. How did I overlook this? Clearly, her current state is not solely due to excessive energy depletion. Aside from combat, AI Rant's other forte lay in physical conditioning, a necessary counterpart to her fighting prowess. Shiyu Zayatsi's condition was undoubtedly linked to her late nights and prolonged sitting. As seconds ticked by, AI Rand discerned that Shiyu Zayatsi's body could no longer absorb positive energy. Assessing her state, AI Rand estimated that with 3 or 4 more days, she would likely make a full recovery. Gently, she placed Shiyu Zayatsi back on the bed and tucked her in. As she prepared to leave, hesitation gripped her at the door. With a sigh, she turned back to Shiyu Zayatsi's desk and penned a brief note before finally departing from her home. With eyes closed, Shiyu Zayatsi slowly arose from the bed only after confirming Ailan had left. Could it be that just an hour in his arms has significantly improved my condition? Stretching her limbs, she approached the desk and picked up the note left by Ailan. A scrawl of untidy handwriting met her eyes. Hello. After my observations, your body is in a state of severe depletion. Though you may not feel it in your youth, as time passes, your physical condition will inevitably decline. I hope you cultivate good habits and ensure sufficient sleep. Below is the dietary list I have prescribed for your physical condition. Should you adhere to the aforementioned regimen, your health will soon be restored. By the way, my name is Lei Feng. Pashashi Chioshiru stifled a laugh, surprised at the unexpected humor of Ailan Jun. However, amidst her laughter, tears began to flow uncontrollably. This was the feeling of being cared for. Opening her phone, she noticed a message from an Ailan, which had been sent over an hour ago. Senior, I borrowed a new game from Ailan yesterday and lost track of time, so I didn't notice your message. Is everything all right? Reading those words, Pashaji Chioshiru revealed a bittersweet smile, a blend of joy and disappointment, intertwining pain and happiness. Her tears flowed more freely. Eventually, she managed to calm herself and replied to an Ailan. No worries, Luan. Please complete the project proposal as soon as possible. I plan to commence the third volume soon, so time is of the essence. Before that, I hope to help you finish the script for Shining Girl promptly. On the other side, an Ailan received Pashaji Chioshiru's message and felt a surge of excitement. The senior was finally embarking on her third volume, something he had eagerly anticipated as her first reader. Yet, as he read the message multiple times, he sensed an underlying meaning in her words. Ultimately, he dismissed it, replying and then picking up his controller to continue his journey in the realm of anime. He murmured to himself, the project proposal can be submitted by Saturday. There's no need to rush. I need to find some inspiration in these games. At that moment, upon seeing that message, Pashashi Chioshiru laughed through her tears. She had come to terms with it. And Ailan might indeed harbor feelings for her. Yet he seemed indifferent to her as a person. After waiting a day, her message had seemingly vanished into the void. Regardless of whether he had seen it or simply pretended not to understand, the outcome remained unchanged. Since an Ailan valued her abilities over her essence, why should she attach irrelevant emotions to the rhythm of romance? She cast her phone aside, curling up within her blanket. That night, her tears were spent. And upon the dawn's arrival, she resolved not to shed any more tears over this matter. As Ailan soared through the skies, he couldn't help but voice his grievances in his mind. Fortunately, he had been cultivating in a forest not far from Tokyo at that time, allowing him to sense the malevolent energy just in time. Otherwise, it could have truly resulted in a loss of life. This job is utterly exasperating. That third-rate deity is utterly useless. It can now be largely ruled out that Shiyu Kisaragi is the host. A two-star dragon would not proactively eliminate its own host before awakening. Who could it possibly be? Could it truly be Kato? As he pondered this, he flew towards the location where he had previously been cultivating, though many questions swirled in his mind. One thing was certain, since the two-star dragon was no longer the harmless entity it once was, a proactive approach was essential. How could he draw it out? Damn it. Once I find you, I will scatter your ashes. In a state of utter confusion, Ailan could only curse vehemently in frustration. Little did he know that during the purification of the 7 Dragon Balls, he had faced death twice, with the first instance being caused by the seemingly weakest two-star dragon. Yet, what he truly wished for at this moment was to resume his cultivation. Ever since he began to generate what one might call positive energy on his own, Ailan's combat prowess had been escalating at an astonishing rate. His fighting capability had now surpassed 18,000. Chapter 42. Chiba Specialties on a New Day. Ailan arrived early at the servitude department, but to his surprise, Hikigaya had arrived even earlier than he. What on earth is going on? Ailan gazed at Hikigaya with a mix of suspicion and uncertainty. This fellow always sauntered into the clubroom only when the bell rang. Today seemed different. I have a request, one made by my sister's classmate, Hikigaya stated with a grave expression, his demeanor serious as it was also a request from his own sister. No wonder. I almost forgot that Hikigaya Hachiman could be considered a quintessential Chiba product, infatuated with younger girls. He shared a tacit understanding of the astonished expression on Yukino's face. Although we generally do not accept requests from students of other schools, the thought of your sister possessing the same vacant gaze as you evokes a certain sadness. Now, please elaborate on your sister's request. Yukino remarked with her trademark sharp tongue, her countenance still exuding an air of purity. Hey, my sister is exceptionally beautiful, arguably the most stunning in the world. And what is with those looks you both have? Ailan pretended to ponder for a moment before teasingly inquiring, I've been contemplating love lately. Could you enlighten me? Having spent ample time with this group of club members, Ailan had also begun to indulge in playful banter, embodying more of the essence of a typical 17-year-old boy. Suddenly, a sharp kick from Yukino beneath the table interrupted him. What has become of you? Turning your attention to a fellow member's younger sister. When did you transform from a noble being into a scoundrel? She said with narrowed eyes, emanating a palpable sense of danger. Indeed. Moreover, my sister is still in middle school. Do not even think of laying your eyes on her. Kamachi is mine. Ailan grasped Yukino's hand and inquired with a smile. Minister, shall we disregard Hikagaya's recent perverse remarks? It seems hopeless. Let us execute him. With an outsider present, Yukino's face flushed as she felt Ailan's sudden grip. Yet she did not pull away, casting a reproachful glance at him. Hey, don't hastily pass judgment on others. My sins hardly warrant execution, do they? Ailan's eyes narrowed into slits, but swiftly transformed into a scrutinizing gaze fixed upon Hikagaya Hachiman. So, you indeed perceive yourself as guilty, harboring an interest in your sister. Do you? Hikagaya Hachiman felt an overwhelming fatigue. Typically, he only had to endure some unwanted affection, yet today he found himself caught in a mixed onslaught of coupley banter. What a relief it would be to escape this club. When will you come over, Yobin? His heart silently called out for Yobin Yui. Ah, hello. Is sincerity truly effective? At Hikagaya's summons, Yobin pushed open the door to the clubroom. What is the matter? Upon noticing Hikagaya, who lay in despair upon the table, she cautiously assessed the atmosphere within the room before inquiring. We are denouncing a certain pervert who wishes to harm his own sister. Yukino cast a glance at Hikagaya Hachiman, who returned her gaze with a look of desperation. Meanwhile, Yobin Yui shot a disapproving look in Hikagaya's direction. Hikagaya was dealt a final blow, plunging him into utter despondency. After some playful banter, Hikagaya finally revealed his sister's request. So, you want me to investigate why Kawasaki Saki from your class has been returning home late at night and then persuade her? With her chin resting on one hand, Yukino contemplated Hikagaya's words. Is that so? Hikagaya nodded, initially intending to undertake this task alone due to his sister's request. However, it was well known that he suffered from social anxiety, and he couldn't even confirm what Kawasaki Saki looked like. After much deliberation, he concluded that he needed the assistance of others to accomplish this task. Yukino shifted her gaze towards the dazed Ailan and inquired, What do you think? Oh, it should be nothing serious. She is likely just working part-time in the evenings, but an investigation is still warranted. Familiar with the situation, Ailan felt little concern, yet chose not to interfere excessively. Shizuka Hiratsuka's notion was indeed sound. Through acts of aiding others, everyone in the service club could learn something valuable. This included Ailan himself, who, despite being aware of the unfolding events, was gradually learning how to navigate life as an inhabitant of Earth. After a moment of contemplation, Yukino suggested, How about this? Hikagaya-kun? Tomorrow, arrange to meet with Kawasaki's brother. Once we ascertain the specifics, we can devise a plan. For now, let us continue accompanying Hozuki in her training. Yohane held her hand aloft with exuberance. As the midnight hour enveloped the room of Kasa no Okapoem rain in darkness, she lay on her side upon the bed, her head resting upon her hand, her legs intertwined with one another. The hem of her nightgown rolled up, revealing a flat abdomen devoid of any excess flesh, while the partially unbuttoned neckline hinted at a luscious expanse of pale skin. Silken strands of hair cascaded down her face, and her partially obscured visage lent an enchanting brightness to her smile. Last night, after a moment of clarity, many matters became remarkably lucid. Even the once elusive rhythm of romantic expression now flowed effortlessly onto the page. Although her body had yet to fully recuperate, the absence of pain and internal turmoil restored the world to its former brilliance for her. Suddenly, a faint sound wafted in from outside her window, prompting her to hastily pull the blanket around herself and nestle deeper within. At that moment, a shadow stealthily slipped through her window and into her chamber. It must be Ailan, akin to a thief in the night. A smile inadvertently graced Casa no Okapoem Rain's lips as she envisioned AI Ran's current appearance. Tonight, AI Ran did not lift her into his arms, but merely clasped her hand. A steady stream of positive energy coursed between them. Once again, the familiar warmth enveloped her. And Casa no Okapoem Rain could not suppress a soft sigh of contentment. Aaron gazed at the figure of Kaori Shiyu lying on the bed, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. After a moment, noticing that she showed no signs of awakening, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Alas, to venture out for work felt akin to engaging in thievery. Aaron continued to channel his energy to Shiyu Kasumigakaka. He had to exercise great caution, for the human body was inherently frail. As the final vestige of energy was transferred, Aaron let out a sigh of relief. Shiyu Kasumigakaka was recovering well. Within a day, the energy absorbed by the two-star dragon would be fully restored. Furthermore, after enduring the pure, positive energy, her body would likely be in a far better condition than before. Without lingering, Aaron quietly closed the window of Shiyu Kasumigakaka's room before departing. Inside, Shiyu Kasumigakaka, her face flushed, suddenly threw off the covers and gasped for air. Her complexion nearly crimson. She muttered a gentle expletive, instinctively directing her gaze to the hand that Aaron had been grasping moments earlier. Chapter 43, Hachiman discovers something. Hachiman led the members of the service club to the municipal library. He had arranged to meet his sister Kamachi and Taisher Kawasaki there. Hello, everyone. I am Hachiman Hikagaya's sister, Kamachi Hikagaya. In stark contrast to her brother, Kamachi exuded a lively and charming demeanor, completely at ease. One could only wonder how many times more socially adept she was than her socially anxious brother. Meanwhile, the young boy beside her politely greeted everyone. Hello? I am Taisher Kawasaki, a classmate of Hikagaya. His voice was steady, and despite his youth, he made a favorable first impression. Naturally, this did not extend to Hachiman Hikagaya, who awkwardly turned his head away in displeasure as Taisher introduced himself. Particularly when Yukino Shida mentioned him, Taisher's affectionate call of brother nearly sent Hachiman over the edge. With a grimace, Hachiman glared at Taisher Kawasaki and retorted, I am not your brother. AI Ran cast a speechless glance at the infatuated brother, pondering the absurdity of the situation. At that moment, Kamachi looked at Uebahama Yui with a hint of suspicion, remarking, why does it feel like I've seen Uebahama Senpai somewhere before? Huh? Haha, perhaps you're mistaken, Uebahama replied with a light laugh, her gaze somewhat evasive. At this juncture, AI Ran abruptly interrupted their conversation. The exceedingly sensitive Hikagaya, if he were to discover that Uebahama was the owner of the dog responsible for his accident, would likely become rather sulky. It was highly probable that he would distance himself from Uebahama Yui. After all, he harbored a dislike for gentle girls, as their kindness towards everyone could easily mislead him into believing that they held a special affection for him. This was a lesson he had learned from his middle school experiences. However, the reason behind Uebahama's gentleness towards him now stemmed from her genuine interest in him. The members of the service club were among the few individuals in this world with whom AI Ran was willing to engage in communication, and he instinctively wished to avoid a return to the narrative of the original story. But that could be addressed later. For now, it was of utmost importance to properly introduce the situation regarding Kawasaki Saki. Aaron gently tapped the table, steering the conversation back on track. My sister, a high school student at Subu High, is named Kawasaki Saki. Recently, she has exhibited numerous unusual changes, seemingly transforming into a delinquent, prompting me to seek your assistance in investigating her situation. Hikitani still could not recall who Kawasaki Saki was. Observing his bewildered expression, Uebahama Yui pouted. Honestly, Hiki, you should pay more attention to the people in our class. Hikitani retorted, I have been paying attention. Since yesterday, I've been trying to remember. The name just sounds vaguely familiar. Besides, the only person in class I converse with frequently is Ayaka. Mentioning Hazuka, a smile flickered across Hikitani's face. Assisting Hazuka with her practice daily had significantly brightened his otherwise gloomy high school life. Yukino Shida coldly interjected, Hikitani-kun, please refrain from exposing your repugnant preferences in front of others. Hikitani's lips twitched in response. What are you imagining? My preferences are perfectly normal. I could never be interested in men. At that moment, Uebahama Yui regarded Hikitani with a puzzled expression. Could it be that Hiki truly had an inclination towards men? What would that mean for her? Just then, Kamachi stepped forward firmly asserting, brother still likes girls. Well, whether one believes it or not, if certain things were to suddenly become reality, wouldn't Hikitani's household be doomed? Ahem, weren't we discussing Kawasaki? What on earth are you all talking about? Ailan cleared his throat, utterly at a loss for words. Were these individuals' thoughts truly so erratic? Opposite him, Kawasaki Daisher lowered his head in disappointment. I apologize for the trouble I've caused everyone, but I am genuinely worried about my sister. Yukino pondered for a moment before resolutely stating, I understand your concern for family. As a student of Sobu High, we can deduce that your brother's request is a routine matter. Thus, we shall accept this commission. Although they had taken on this task, it was already quite late, and any actions would have to be postponed until tomorrow. Watching the already distant figure of the Hikigaya siblings, Ailan instinctively shifted his gaze to Yui Yugahama, who was playfully interacting with Yukino Shida. He sighed helplessly. As a Saiyan who was not particularly skilled in social interactions, Ailan felt he had done his utmost. He hoped for a favorable resolution for them. The dividing line. Hikigaya Kamachi skipped joyfully alongside her brother. Hey, brother, Yukino Shida-san from your club is truly beautiful. Like someone who stepped out of a painting. Kamachi feigned casual admiration, eager to see if her rather dense brother had finally gained some insight. Indeed, she is quite lovely, albeit a bit sharp-tongued. Thankfully, Ailan can tolerate her. Upon hearing her brother's words, Kamachi felt a tinge of disappointment but still sought confirmation. Are Ailan and Yukino Shida-san a couple? Well, they always say they are not in a relationship yet, but it's apparent to anyone with eyes. What about Yui-san? Kamachi recalled the gaze Yui had cast upon her brother moments ago, and suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. The very way she addressed Yui now shifted to Yui-san. She looked at Hikigaya Hachiman with eager anticipation. For the sake of the Hikigaya family, Kamachi had borne burdens far too heavy for her age. It was all due to this unreliable brother. Upon hearing Yui's name, Hikigaya slowed his pace slightly. After a long moment of contemplation, he remarked, well, I hardly interact with Yui, and I'm not particularly adept at dealing with girls. Upon hearing this response, Kamachi sadly said, is my brother destined to live in solitude? All you need is Kamachi, she added. You. Kamachi made a face, sticking out her tongue, and quickly added, but even if you become a burden, I'll never abandon you. Yeah, Hikigaya replied weakly. Suddenly, Kamachi seemed to recall something. Brother, I just remembered, Yui-san is the owner of that little dog. When you were in the hospital, Yui-san even sent you gifts. After you were discharged, she came to our house to deliver something as well. It seems you truly have a connection with Yui-san. Hikigaya Hachiman abruptly halted in his tracks upon hearing this. What's wrong, brother? Did Kamachi say something wrong? No, nothing at all. Hikigaya Hachiman let out a wry smile and continued on his way home. Indeed, I do not fancy gentle girls. Chapter 44. Aki Akane is quite busy as well. The gaming club's group has been remarkably quiet these past few days. Aaron seldom speaks, and Kato K is also quite reticent. Recently, Kasumiga Kakashiyu has fallen ill, which has significantly reduced the frequency of her playful banter with Sawamura Eriri in their group chat. As for Akihito Rinya, after 3 days of persistent absence, he has finally completed the game borrowed from Aaron, all while sacrificing sleep. Consequently, the group chat has been rather quiet this week. Suddenly, Akihito Rinya dropped a bombshell in the chat. Everyone, I won't be able to attend the event on Saturday due to a last-minute obligation. Why? Kasumiga Kakashiyu gazed at the message on her phone and sprang up from her bed. She was increasingly looking forward to the club activities. After all, she owed Akihito Rinya a considerable favor, and the sooner she repaid him, the sooner she could extricate herself from this debt. By providing him with a flawless script, she could assist him in completing the dazzling screenplay, sufficient to settle the debt incurred from the love metronome. Kasumiga Kakashiyu felt a surge of excitement. She had already completed a portion of the script and was eager to avoid any further delays. Meanwhile, Akihito Rinya was scratching his head, pondering why he couldn't attend the event. Having finally completed the game he had been yearning for, what should he do next? Naturally, he should review it. As a blogger with a following of 100,000, isn't it a duty for him to release a game guide promptly? However, using this reason to excuse himself from Saturday's event was evidently untenable, especially since he had founded the gaming club. I need to work on Saturday, so I will not participate in this event. Everyone, please focus on your tasks, and we can reconvene at school next week, he reasoned, convinced that his justification was flawless and would not disrupt the game's progress. At this moment, Eriri chimed in, Rinya, are you really going to work? You haven't overindulged in gaming these past few days, have you? What are you saying, Eriri? I actually have multiple jobs to attend to, he retorted. I have no objections. Although I was designated as the heroine, I still have no idea what I should be doing. Kato, Why don't you spend this week learning programming? The coding for Gal game can be quite transferable and won't take too much time to grasp. Aaron, could you prepare a detailed textbook for Kato? Sure. Came Aaron's brief response as she was en route to Tokyo, quickly typing a couple of words before slipping her phone back into her pocket. With that, I have no further questions, Kato K replied. Neither do I. I still need to ask Aaron to model for my material. You, the pretentious little lady, are already shamelessly revealing your intentions, aren't you? Laughed Airy. What are you saying, you chubby lady in black stockings? That was merely for research. Do you understand? Pure research. Those who understand the art of illustration often proclaim their purity. Since there are no objections from your side, I too may partake in this. Shall we convene at the station on Saturday and proceed together to Ailan's apartment? Ailan? And Ailan, clutching his phone, gazed at Kasa no Oka Shiyu's reference to Ailan, a twinge of unease surfacing within him. Perhaps I am overthinking it. After all, Ailan seems rather out of place among us. Lacking any affinity for the world of anime, he is merely investing in our endeavors as a means of repaying Ghana. Furthermore, we have only met him twice. Ghana. Remembering Kato Megumi, Ailan brushed aside thoughts of Kasa no Oka Shiyu. The thrill of that serendipitous encounter lingered in his mind, refusing to fade. As a devoted otaku, he lacked the courage to pursue Kato's, leading him to devise a method to express his feelings entirely through the medium of gaming. The realm of reality is, after all, a profoundly flawed and wretched game. Meanwhile, in a grand villa, Lily stomped her feet in agitation, for that woman in black stockings had once again spoken ill of her in front of Luan Yi. How outrageous. She merely sought inspiration. After a few complaints, she buried herself in her creative work, only to realize that the male protagonist in her current illustration bore an uncanny resemblance to Ailan, and he was depicted in the nude. Aaron gazed contemplatively at the sky above the Kasumigakaka residence, pondering the peculiar notion of visiting a girl as home late at night to hold her hand. Regardless of the perspective, such behavior seemed undeniably inappropriate. To circumvent any awkwardness, Aaron resolved to wait until the late hours, when Kasumigakaka Shiyu would be fast asleep, to stealthily enter her room. Yet, upon reflection, this course of action appeared even more unsettling, bordering on criminality. However, how could one deem the act of saving another a crime? Moreover, today marked the final opportunity for treatment. Ailan consoled herself. Unfortunately, Kazanokai Shiyu was entirely different from girls like Yukino Shida Yukino, who led a completely structured life. She was a quintessential night owl. The night was when she thrived, and she attended school merely to catch up on her sleep. This aspect was indeed reminiscent of Ailan. As the minutes and seconds slipped by, the clock swiftly approached 1:30 in the morning. Aaron quietly descended outside the window of Shiyu's Iazuku and stealthily entered. Fortunately, this woman does not have the habit of locking her window at night. Otherwise, I would have needed to devise another means of entry. In the darkness, Aaron adeptly approached Shiyu's bedside, gently taking her hand and commencing today's task. The moment Aaron grasped her hand, Shiyu's eyelids fluttered slightly. Today, she still chose to feign sleep. After 2 days of such encounters, how could someone as astute as her remain oblivious to Aaron's intention to heal her? Thus, she opted to pretend to be asleep, allowing both to avoid any awkwardness. As Aaron's energy coursed into her body once more, Shiyu let out a soft murmur, unsure if it was due to shyness. But she felt a warmth beginning to envelop her. In recent days, Shiyu frequently recalled the events of the night before last. In her moment of despair, Aaron had pulled her from the abyss. The warmth she felt in Aaron's embrace was a sensation she had never experienced before, drawing her in ever so slightly. With a sigh of relief, Aaron completed his clandestine task. He stood up and observed Shiyu, though only the outline was visible in the darkness. He could ascertain from her breathing that she had fully recovered. Reflecting on the narrative of a supporting female character he had once encountered, Aaron murmured, from a certain perspective. Humans are remarkably resilient creatures. Though their bodies may be frail, their spirits remain indomitable. With a wistful sigh, he quietly departed. His work for the day was done, and that third-rate deity would certainly not compensate for overtime. Was Aaron Kuhn just speaking of me? Resilient? It seems I owe Aaron Kuhn yet another favor. However, since he came here secretly, wishing for me to remain unaware of this matter, how shall I repay him? Shiyu muttered to herself, slowly rising from her bed. After switching on the bedroom light, she approached her desk. The computer was merely in sleep mode, and Shiyu gently tapped it. A partially completed document appeared on the screen. The title reading Love Metronome. Chapter 45, The Strategy of the Delinquent Girl. During Thursday's lunch break, and during the peculiar gaze of Hikigaya, Uehama finally reached her limit. Blushing as she asked, Hikigaya, what does that expression mean? Is there something wrong with me? Hikigaya quickly lowered his head. No, there's nothing wrong. Yukino snapped her book shut with a resounding clap. Hikigaya-kun, if you wish to avoid being taken away, I suggest you refrain from teasing my club members. Am I not also a member of your club? Hachiman Hikigaya mumbled to himself, directing his full attention to the novel in his hands. At this moment, Ailan slowed his eating pace, and given Hikigaya's current demeanor, even he could surmise a few things. However, Ailan was at a loss as to how to resolve the present issue, and trusting a Saiyan with the role of a matchmaker seemed far from a reliable solution. Nevertheless, problems eventually find resolution, and with this thought in mind, Ailan chose to continue his meal. Meanwhile, Yukino Shida timely offered him a cup of red tea. Thank you. After taking a sip, Ailan gently expressed her gratitude to Yukino Shida. Yukino shook her head, stating, It's nothing. Compared to the hardships you've endured over the past couple of nights, this is trivial. Hachiman Hikigaya and Yui Yugahama gazed at the two in astonishment. Had Yukino Shida just uttered something so suggestive? What did she mean by hardships of the night? Hachiman did not wish to dwell on it further. Realizing that knowing too much might lead to dire consequences from the two, Yui's face turned crimson as she stole a glance at Hachiman, who keenly noticed her furtive action. Did Yui treat him with such kindness merely because he had rescued her dog? Hachiman hoped not. He wished for Yui to be like Yukino Shida to Ailan. Genuinely as Yui Yugahama. This was not to say he harbored romantic feelings for her. Rather, he yearned for her kindness to stem from a purer friendship. A camaraderie of club members, rather than from guilt or a sense of obligation from being saved. Hey, Yui. Anxious and restless, Hachiman ultimately made a decision. He stood up and addressed Yui. Hey Yui, could you step out for a moment? I have something to discuss with you. He did not want to evade the matter. He needed to ascertain the truth, even if the outcome might lead to disappointment. Yui was taken aback, wondering if this was leading to something more. Hachiman strode out of the clubroom, his voice carrying back to her, Forget it, just come with me. If Yui continued to hesitate, Hachiman feared he would lose the courage to confront the situation, especially with Yukino Shida observing him with a disapproving expression. After all, Yui was Yukino Shida's only friend, and she could not bear to let Yui venture out alone with Hachiman. Seeing this, Ailan began to soothe Yukino Shida, whispering softly in her ear, Do not worry. Hikigaya will take good care of Yugahama. Moreover, even if any issues arise, I will be able to sense them from here. The warm breath that Ailan exhaled brushed against Yukino's earlobe, causing her to momentarily weaken. She shot him a reproachful glance, her cheeks flushed, and nodded shyly. If Hikiya exhibited such a reaction, Ailan felt reassured that things were progressing favorably. It appeared that Hikiya had undergone significant changes, at the very least. He no longer hastily judged others according to his own whims. After all, Yui was not like the haughty blonde Arari, who often spoke insincerely. Had Hikiya approached her with sincerity from the outset, Yui might not have explicitly confessed her feelings, yet she certainly would not have misrepresented her thoughts and jeopardized the situation. He savored a sip of the delightful red tea brewed by Yukino Shida, remarking, Delicious. Your skills in the kitchen are truly remarkable, Yukino Shida. By the way, have there been any developments regarding Kawasaki Saki? Yukino Shida did not respond directly. Instead, she squinted and leaned against Ailan's shoulder, saying, Have you ever heard of animal therapy? When one is touched or possesses a compassionate heart, seeing a pitiable little creature often evokes a desire to bring it home. Ailan, uncertain, replied. Though that may not be entirely accurate, I must admit that Yuran-kun has indeed been diligently studying lately. Yukino Shida softly clarified for Ailan. If a delicate blue kitten were to appear before anyone, it would surely provide a healing experience for the soul. Ailan curled her lip, as if to suggest that such a person could only be you. I recall that Kawasaki seemed to be allergic to cats. Previously, the fur of Purula clung to me. And as Kawasaki passed by, he began to sneeze uncontrollably for quite some time. Yukino Shida furrowed her brow, gazing at Ailan in astonishment. Can there truly be such individuals in this world? The affection for cats seems excessive. Have you perhaps been brainwashed by Purulu? As they deliberated over their feline plans, Hikigaya and Yui finally concluded their conversation and returned to the service club. Yukino Shida sat up straight, startled, resembling a frightened cat. Yuobin's face bore faint traces of tears, her eyes slightly reddened, yet she radiated joy. The uncontainable smile upon her visage made it abundantly clear that she was genuinely elated. Hikigaya appeared somewhat uneasy, but he remained composed. and Ailan sensed a shift in his aura, indicating that his emotional turmoil seemed to have subsided. Evidently, this was a happy ending, a rather perfect conclusion. It seemed that the unfortunate events of last Saturday's gaming session were certainly not of my own making. The fault lay solely with the game developers. Who was it that claimed Saiyans could not forge connections? Upon returning to his seat, Hikigaya inquired, "So, how has the discussion regarding Kawasaki-saki progressed?" "Currently, there remains no solution." Yuobin raised her hand. "What about romance?" Yukino Shida looked at her with a puzzled expression. "Romance? Surely, only love can change a girl." With that, she cast a discreet glance at Hikigaya Hachiman, breaking into a foolish grin. Yukino instinctively glanced at Ailan, nodding thoughtfully, as she considered Yuobin's words to hold merit. Aaron gazed at Yukino with a look of astonishment. Could it be? Was her intelligence truly diminished by Yokohama? This plan was evidently fraught with unreliability, wasn't it? Aaron resolutely decided to intervene, refusing to allow Yokohama to continue leading Yukino Shida astray. "Ahem, are you familiar with Eagle Ladder? It's that bar near the apartment." "Oh?" Yukino Shida cast a disapproving glance at Aaron, silently questioning how he came to know about that bar. "What are you thinking? I meant that Kawasaki should be working there." Chapter 46, The Bar with Residual Malice at 8:30 in the evening at Angel's Ladder. Hikigaya and Yokohama had been waiting on the first floor for nearly half an hour when Yukino and Aaron finally arrived. Hikigaya remarked with a hint of surprise, "I can't believe the president is actually late today." Yukino Shida calmly acknowledged her fault, saying, "I apologize for keeping you waiting." Aaron awkwardly remarked, "It's primarily my fault." Yukino had advised him to wear formal attire after school, yet Aaron returned home and donned his battle suit, the Frisia Forces Saiyan combat uniform, which he mistakenly considered to be formal wear. The outcome was predictable. "Come now. Could you exhibit a modicum of common sense?" she chided. "Is the cosplay outfit you're wearing truly appropriate for such an occasion?" Yukino sighed, placing a hand on her forehead, and, with a resigned shake of her head, led Aaron to a clothing store to purchase a more fitting ensemble. This delay was the reason for their tardiness. "It's quite all right." Yokohama cheerfully giggled, adjusting her posture. Given that this was a formal adult venue, all manners must adhere to the standards of maturity, as Yukino had instructed her. She glanced at Aaron, exclaiming, "Wow. Today you look just as dashing as little Kiyoshi." "Humph." Aaron turned his head away in discontent, finding the attire far from comfortable, far inferior to his battle suit. "All right. Let us prepare to head inside," Yukino said with a light chuckle. Noticing Aaron's discomfort as she placed her hand gently on his arm, "Let us proceed. The Angel's Staircase is a remarkably upscale bar, renowned for its exquisite decor and unparalleled service in Chiba City. It serves as an excellent venue for relaxation or business discussions, predominantly frequented by corporate elites. Patrons like Aaron and his companions are exceedingly rare, if not non-existent." However, Yukino exuded an air of composure, a result of her family's influence. Ailan naturally wore an indifferent expression. Due to her carefree nature, Yokohama exhibited no particular reaction. However, Hikigaya appeared somewhat anxious. Aaron approached Yukino and said, "Relax. Stand tall, keep your stomach in, and resist the urge to glance around with curiosity. As long as you refrain from any inappropriate behavior, others will pay you no mind." Hikigaya nodded, gradually easing his tension. "Look, there's Kawasaki over there," Yuobin whispered in surprise. "Yukino, why don't you go and join them to meet Kawasaki? I have something to attend to." Aaron abruptly halted her steps, casting a dubious glance at the bar. Once again, wearing such a serious expression. Yukino anxiously grasped Aaron's hand. "What's the matter?" "It's nothing. You all go ahead. I will join you shortly." "All right, be careful." After Yukino departed, Aaron ventured into the depths of the bar. She surveyed the entire establishment but found no clues. Despite the pervasive malevolence enveloping the bar, the patrons appeared unfazed, as if they were not affected at all. Could it be that a host of the Dragon Balls had visited this place? With her eyes closed, Ailan took a moment to perceive the unfamiliar aura of malevolence. It was a sensation she had never encountered before. Currently, there were no signs of the evil dragon within Chiba City, and the dark energy here was gradually dissipating. The issue regarding Yukino Shida's 3-star orb remained unresolved, and the identity of the 2-star orb's host was still unknown. Now, a Dragon Ball imbued with an unfamiliar essence had suddenly emerged. Aaron felt an undeniable sense of agitation. The god of time insisted that the concentration of positive energy within her was insufficient, rendering her incapable of purifying Yukino's 3-star orb. Yet, Ailan remained perplexed about how this so-called positive energy could be acquired. Relying on cultivation was not an option. All she had was the vague assertion that engaging in romantic relationships and adopting the lifestyle of an ordinary earthling would continuously generate positive energy, which only deepened her frustration. Was her degree of earthliness still inadequate? Meanwhile, the conversation between the service club and Kawasaki Saki had commenced. Yukino approached to greet her, saying, "Good evening, Kawasaki." Kawasaki Saki had initially assumed she was receiving a guest, but upon looking up, she realized that 2 of the 3 individuals were her classmates, while the third was the renowned Yukino from the school. Uehama? And Yukino? Hikitani stared blankly, his discontent evident as he addressed the only girl who had overlooked him. "Hey, what about me?" Kawasaki Saki replied nonchalantly, "I don't recognize you. You seem to be in my class, but I don't know your name." After a moment of contemplation, she cast a skeptical glance at the trio and inquired, "So, what brings you here?" A few students from Sobu High, dressed in expensive formal attire, arrived at the Angel's Staircase, leading Kawasaki to believe they were there for her. As it turned out, she was correct. "Your brother, Yukino stated calmly. "Kawasaki Daiji informed us of your situation." "And?" Kawasaki Saki responded, somewhat perplexed. "To put it awkwardly, let us just refer to him as Daiji. At his request, we hope to restore you to the gentle sister who doesn't return home late at night, who feels sorrow for her studies, and harbors no secrets." Kawasaki Saki sighed in resignation. Daiji truly took it upon himself to meddle unnecessarily. "Unnecessarily?" Yukino murmured, repeating the word softly. She offered no further commentary. Yet her expression conveyed an unwavering determination. As Kawasaki Saki polished the cup, she replied slowly, "In any case, I don't care what Daiji told you. It has nothing to do with you. You need not concern yourselves with me." Yukino glanced at her watch. "The magic of Cinderella expires at midnight." "But your enchantment is about to wear off, Mermaid Princess." Sobu High has regulations that impose time limits on part-time jobs, and time was quickly running out. "You." Kawasaki Saki shot an annoyed glance at Yukino, who remained unfazed, her demeanor as calm as ever. The atmosphere grew tense. At that moment, Hikitani interjected. "You're working to save up for college tuition, right, Kawasaki?" At this moment, Ailan had ascended to the rooftop of the Angel's Staircase bar. Apart from the bar itself, the rest of the building exuded no malevolent aura. Furthermore, judging by the dissipating presence of this ominous energy, it seemed that the unidentified host must have arrived at the bar within the past 3 days. Coincidentally, during those same 3 days, Ailan had been in Tokyo daily, thus failing to notice the peculiarities. Just then, he observed several members of the service department escorting Kawasaki Saki onto the street. A faint smile involuntarily graced his lips, for it appeared that they had successfully fulfilled their assignment. Suddenly, a thought struck Ailan, prompting him to leap from the building's blind spot and join Kawasaki Saki and the members of the service department. "Good evening, Kawasaki." Ailan, "Did you come with them?" Ailan nodded and inquired, "Kawasaki, may I ask you about something? Have any peculiar individuals visited this establishment in the past 3 days?" After a moment of contemplation, Kawasaki Saki replied uncertainly, "Last night, a young lady arrived, accompanied by a blonde maid. She immediately reserved the entire venue, seemingly to retrieve her inebriated brother from the bar. This group certainly stands out as one of the few odd visitors we've had lately." "I see," Ailan murmured, thoughtfully stroking his chin. "A young lady? Affluent? A blonde maid?" Eventually, he let out a resigned sigh, realizing that this scant information was wholly insufficient. Chapter 47. Is it possible that the host of the 2-star dragon is male? In the absence of clues, Ailan reluctantly decided to abandon the search for the whereabouts of the new Dragon Balls. With the current circumstances, it would be more prudent to prioritize matters concerning the 3-star and 2-star balls. Saturday arrived swiftly, marking the day of the gaming club gathering. Yukino had returned to her family home the previous evening, as she was accustomed to reporting her status every weekend, being part of a prestigious local family. The discipline imposed by the Yukino household was notably strict. Last week had merely been an exception, since only 3 girls were coming over today. Ailan resolved to meet them at the station, considering they were all connected to the Dragon Balls, and any unforeseen events would be unfortunate. The apartment was not far from Chiba Station, requiring only a 20-minute walk. On the way, Sawamura Eri could hardly contain her excitement, her twin ponytails bouncing energetically. Ailan's home is filled with so many delightful things, and the food is plentiful. It's simply paradise," she exclaimed. "There's nothing left. At least the food is gone. If I wish to eat, I must wait until this afternoon to go shopping." Ailan cast a disapproving glance at Irie, her expression reminiscent of a bandit entering a village. Was it really worth such excitement for a mere game? Irie, however, was unfazed instead. She chuckled and patted Ailan on the shoulder, proclaiming, "Self-sufficiency is key, Ailan. Just provide the game, and I shall bring my own snacks." She patted her bulging backpack, a proud smile adorning her face. Meanwhile, Shiyu from Kaza no Oka turned her attention towards Ailan and Irie. Her brow slightly furrowed as she inquired, "Irie, do not procrastinate. Where is your artwork?" "Rest assured, it is ready," replied Irie with confidence. Kato Megumi quietly trailed behind, asking, "Ailan, why isn't Yukino Shida with you today?" Upon hearing this, Shiyu's frown deepened. Ailan, walking ahead without turning back, casually responded, "Yukino Shida returned home yesterday. I am not quite sure of the details." "I see," murmured Kato, her voice barely audible, failing to catch the attention of the others. Yet Ailan sensed something amiss. Today felt peculiar, as there had been no signs of energy depletion since earlier. Shiyu's situation was temporarily set aside, given that she had infused her with 3 days of positive energy. However, the malevolent aura surrounding Kato and Irie had noticeably diminished. It appeared these two were not the hosts of the Dragon Balls after all. Really, Rintaro has attended school this entire week. He has been too engrossed in games to even answer my calls. He didn't even join the club activities today, Irie complained as she walked along. "Oh? Rintaro missed school this week?" Ailan caught a hint of information and thought to pry a little more from Irie, knowing full well she never kept secrets well. "Yes. Rintaro often does this. He is quite clever, and despite his truancy, he still manages to maintain decent grades." Irie rambled on about Rintaro, while Ailan filtered out comments that stung. What did it mean to say one could skip school and still achieve decent grades? "I attend school daily and have never ranked above second to last." The derogatory title of perpetual last had begun circulating within the school. As Ailan analyzed the information gleaned from Irie's chatter, a chill settled in his heart. Previously, Cain had mentioned that Saiyans required love to generate sufficient positive energy, subtly hinting that the hosts of the Dragon Balls were predominantly female. The subsequent appearances of Yukino Shida, Kato, Shiyu's oddities, and even that unknown young lady with the blonde maid further solidified Ailan's belief that the hosts of the Dragon Balls were indeed female, leading him deeper into a cul-de-sac of thought. Yet, could it be possible that the hosts of the Dragon Balls were, in fact, male? It was love that could purify the 7 Dragon Balls, after all. The words of Cain lingered in Ailan's mind, and she suddenly felt a chill in her limbs. Could it be? While Hachiman had yet to be swayed by Ayaka, must I, Ailan, bend my own will for the sake of work? Even if I were to yield, I would prefer someone like Ayaka. Coughing lightly twice, Ailan hastily reined in her wandering thoughts. "Are you feeling unwell, Ailan?" came the voice of Shiyu from behind her. However, when she turned to look at Shiyu, the latter consciously averted her gaze, not wanting to dwell on it. Ailan calmly replied, "I'm fine, just a little discomfort in my throat." With that, she covered her head and moved forward. The most pressing matter was to inquire about the God of Time. Must the purification in Dragon Ball truly involve romance? Yet, the counterpart is a man. I refuse. Aaron resolved firmly that if there were no alternative, she would return to hell to atone for her sins. A line has been drawn. The interruption is acknowledged. Ailan opened the door to the apartment, and after everyone entered, he took out several pairs of paper slippers. "Please make yourselves comfortable," he said. "I shall refrain from participating in the game development for now. I would like to change my attire in the room." Aaron, filled with impatience, swiftly entered her room, softly uttering, "I have returned." As she spoke the secret phrase, a soft pink light illuminated the bedroom. "Hello, little Ryan," greeted the God of Time. "I have a few inquiries to make." Aaron cast a menacing glare at Cain. Should this mediocre deity fail to provide a satisfactory response, Aaron would undoubtedly consider resigning. Cain, bewildered, stared at Aaron, then placed her fingertip upon Aaron's forehead. Within mere seconds, she delved into Aaron's thoughts. Retracting her finger, Cain burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. Could it be that the host of the second planet is a male? Ha 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 ha." With a stern expression, Ailan addressed the Supreme Kai of Time, stating, "O Lord, I beseech you to uphold the dignity befitting a deity. Your current demeanor transcends that of a mere third-rate god. It verges on the realm of the unremarkable." Cain, maintaining a tone of playful mockery, quickly altered her approach upon witnessing Ailan's demeanor, which suggested an impending descent into despair. Young one, please do not act so impulsively. You are presently an intern in the Temporal Patrol. Once you attain full status, you will possess a formal position with a promising future ahead. Do not lose hope. Aaron is indeed the sole warrior on this timeline. If he were to abandon his post, Kane would be at a loss to find a suitable replacement to carry on the work. Your expression resembles that of a heartless corporate owner attempting to manipulate an employee. Does it not? Let us dispense with the trivialities. Is there a solution? Once the two-star dragon is revived, simply vanquishing it would suffice. It is a straightforward task. By eliminating the accumulation of malevolent energy, purification will naturally be achieved. Aaron gazed at Kane with a look of skepticism. Is it truly that simple? Allow me to take you to find an Ailan, and you can extract the two-star dragon from his body. Little Rain, that is not feasible at present. Let us not forget that you are still uncertain whether an Ailan is indeed the host. Moreover, even if you were the host, my interference during the purification process of the Dragon Pearl would be exceedingly limited. It is imperative that you devise your own means. In the previous incident involving Yukino Shida Yukino, I must admit that I already overstepped my bounds. AI ran. This mediocre deity is indeed practicing PUA, isn't it? Chapter 48, The Game Club with Hidden Agendas. Aaron was quite vexed by Kane's words. What does it mean to rely on oneself to find a solution? I am merely an intern. Is such a hasty expectation reasonable? After calming her emotions, Aaron returned to the living room with an armful of books. Lily was engaged in a discussion with Kasumi no Okashiyu about the plot of Shining Girls. Keiko sat quietly on the sofa, yet for some reason, her gaze flickered upon Aaron's arrival. It is now almost certain that these three young ladies before her are not the host of Dragon Balls. AI Ran also relaxed. For maintaining a constant focus on sensing the aura can be quite exhausting. Kato. These are the instructional materials that serve as the universal templates for Gal Game currently available in the market. Take a look. There is a computer in the room where you rested last time, and you may use it freely. Oh, thank you. AI Ran placed the books before Kato and, after relaying some instructions, proceeded to the kitchen to prepare beverages for them. Meanwhile, Eri perked up. A computer? She was well aware that every boy's computer contained some study materials. However, the quantity found there paled in comparison to the troves of information on her own device. Nonetheless, an abundance of materials was never a deterrent. It also provided an opportunity to delve into the peculiar preferences of Henny AI Ran. If she were to unearth something significant, she would no longer need to fret about AI Ran denying her access to resources. Haha, I truly am a little genius. With this thought, she stood up, casually stretching, and then made her way toward the guest room of AI Ran's home. What scheme was that pretentious heiress concocting now? Kasumi Kakashiyu merely cast a glance at Eri before redirecting her focus to the script. Since Akihito had found himself until today, the preparation for the script of Shining Girls had been underway for nearly a month. A few weeks ago, Akihito had struggled to find the female lead, causing delays. And last week he had been preoccupied with gaming, ultimately leading to only a rough discussion. This week, as the club president, Akihito had even decided to skip the activity. It was indeed a challenging task to create something remarkable without a well-developed plan. Taking out her phone, Kasumi Kakashiyu sent a message to the group chat. Akihito-kun, could you please send me your project proposal as soon as possible? I need it right now. After a while, a message from Akihito arrived. Sorry, senpai. I'm not quite satisfied with the current proposal. Could you start writing the female lead's part based on Kana's character? In Tokyo, Akihito had been holed up in his bedroom for 2 days without stepping outside. After replying to Kasumi Kakashiyu's message, he swiftly attended to the writing on his computer. His creative flame burned brightly. Of course, the subject of his creativity was the strategy guide for a game he had previously completed. He could already envision that once this guide was released, his follower count, which had originally stood at 100,000, would surge once again. A profound sense of fulfillment filled his heart, so much so that he failed to notice that Kasumi Kakashiyu had shifted her address from Ethics-kun to Akihito-kun. Just then, the notification sound from his phone chimed again. Frowning, he glanced at the screen. It was yet another message from Shiyu-senpai in the group chat. Akihito-kun, I posted a draft in the group. This is the latest storyline. Time is short, so it's not as detailed as I'd like, but the outline is complete. Saiyan Shiyu was aware that Aki Akane harbored feelings for Kato Megumi, or at least for the imagined version of her. The spark of the story, Shining Girl, originated from her, so she decided to cater to his preferences. With this thought in mind, she sent another message. I will endeavor to craft more character storylines for you to choose from. In this one, the female protagonist remains a classmate of the male lead, and their encounter is quite dramatic. Take a look. Upon swiftly reviewing the draft, Aki Akane's face lit up with surprise. Any lingering dissatisfaction dissipated, replaced by an abundance of praise. This is rather splendid, Senior Shiyu. I always believed that teacher Xiaoshitsi could write a romance metronome. How could she possibly fail to create compelling character arcs? I understand now, and I will enrich this plot line moving forward. After sending this message, Xiaojiqiu Shiyu set her phone aside, her expression neutral, neither joyful nor sorrowful. Expected, wasn't it? At that moment, Ailan emerged from the kitchen, balancing several cups of beverages, placing them before Xiaojiqiu Shiyu. You've worked hard. Have a drink. Just as Shiyu was about to express her gratitude, Ailan walked over to Kato Megumi, murmuring to herself, how strange. Where has Sawamura gone? Kato Megumi accepted a cup from Ailan, thanked her, and responded to her query. Thank you. Sawamura just went to the bedroom. Is that so? This is the only drink available at home for now, so make do with it. I will go buy today's ingredients and snacks. You all keep up the good work. Ailan has now firmly established her position. Since the Dragon Balls do not lie in the hands of the three of them, it suffices for her, as an investor, to concentrate on managing the logistics. After sipping the drink that Ailan had brought, Shiyu Kazanaku felt her brows gradually unfurl. Is this honey grapefruit? And it's been specially heated? She recalled the note Ailan had left, detailing a health regimen for body conditioning. For the past few days, Shiyu had been adhering to that dietary plan. And honey grapefruit tea is indeed beneficial for nurturing the stomach. Since Wednesday, Ailan had not appeared in the evenings. In the subsequent days, Shiyu found herself eagerly anticipating the figure that would stealthily slip through the window. She remains uncertain about her own feelings. However, one thing Shiyu is certain of is that she does not harbor any affection for Ailan at this moment. If one could swiftly transfer their affections from one relationship to another, then surely her emotions would hold little value. Yet, Shiyu continues to hope. That embrace, that warmth, the sense of fulfillment that mends all inner wounds. As she watched Ailan prepare to leave, Shiyu, almost unconsciously, uttered, Ailan, how about I accompany you? There are things I wish to purchase as well. Ailan gazed at Kasumi no Okashiya with a sense of perplexity. At that moment, he felt a lingering sense of guilt whenever he was in her presence. If given the choice, he would prefer to avoid spending time alone with her. Just then, Kato Megumi leisurely closed the textbook in her hands and remarked nonchalantly, then I shall accompany you as well. Ailan, I presume you are not adept at cooking. Allow me to take charge of selecting the ingredients and preparing our lunch. The thought of Kato Megumi joining them somewhat alleviated the potential awkwardness, prompting Ailan to nod in agreement. Very well, let us go together. I will inform classmate Sawamura. No need for that. I wish to join as well. Inori emerged from the room, casting a suspicious glance at Ailan. Was it truly possible that his computer held nothing at all? It seemed implausible. How could a boy in his adolescence not possess some secretive, shameful material? Could it be that Ailan was of the traditional sort? One who reads physical magazines and hides them under the bed after finishing? Chapter 49. The impromptu male lead in a CAF near the apartment. Ailan looked helplessly at Iri Shirace and Shiyukaza no Oka, who were seated across from him. He gently tapped the table and addressed Iri, saying, I must ask, were we not supposed to venture out to procure ingredients and snacks? Pray tell, why have we ended up here? Hentai Ailan. It's for reference, you see? I wish to depict Kato, yet her expression remains perpetually blank. How am I to capture her essence under such circumstances? Seated beside Ailan, Kato placed her coffee on the table and replied in a calm tone, I sincerely apologize for my inability to display emotions. Upon hearing Kato's apology, Iri animatedly interjected. Oh, there is no need for such apologies. Each person is unique, but why must it be me? Ailan abruptly interrupted Lily's spellcasting, casting a displeased glance her way. I have absolutely no interest in any male protagonist. It was merely an outing for grocery shopping, yet Lily's thoughts were excessively erratic. Halfway through, she began to complain about fatigue and expressed a desire to find a place to rest. After luring everyone into a CAF, she proposed that Ailan assume the role of a temporary male lead. It's merely for reference. It's not as if you're required to actually do anything. Lily protested defiantly, harboring her own ulterior motives. Just last week, during a conversation with Yukino Shida Yukino, the topic of whether Ailan was her boyfriend arose. To which Yukino Shida replied, not at this moment. This was the unspoken understanding between her and Ailan. They would only truly come together after collecting all the Dragon Balls. Even if it was a silent promise, she was willing to wait. However, to Lily, this carried an entirely different implication. She interpreted it as Aaron and Yukino Shida having a childhood bond or a notably close neighborly relationship. If that were the case, why not devise a way to bring him and Kato Megumi together? Although Lily was a proud blonde, she sensed that Ron also harbored feelings for Kato Megumi. If Aaron ended up with Kato Megumi, her only rival would be that dark-haired, stout woman. Yet how could a gloomy, stout woman possibly outshine her, the childhood companion? With such a clever scheme in mind, Lily felt a sense of admiration for herself. Love is indeed a battlefield. Thus, she thought, apologies. Kashiwagi Shiyu remained silent, merely frowning as she stared at the milk before her. This matter did not concern her. Her focus was on perfecting the script and repaying the favor owed to Anki-ran. Ideally, she would find another opportunity to express her gratitude to Aaron for his care. Kashiwagi Shiyu had always been someone who disliked being in debt to others. However, beneath the table, her leg began to tremble unconsciously. Kato Megumi nodded slightly and spoke gently. If I can assist Imura-san, I have no objections. However, it still depends on Aaron-san's intentions. Observing Zaimura and Lily's eager expression, Aaron sighed inwardly, conceding, all right. Just this once. What should I do? Lily pondered for a moment, resting her chin on her hand. You two should sit a bit closer. How can the male and female leads be so far apart? Like this? Kato Megumi leaned closer to Aaron, and he caught a faint fragrance. It was entirely different from the scent of Yukino Shida Yukino. Kato's aroma was reminiscent of locust blossoms. That's about right. Aaron, you ought to display a smile to set an example for Kato. You are portraying a couple now, so why the long face? Is it like this? A sinister smile crept across Ailan's face as she gritted her teeth, gazing at Lily. Such a smile exudes no sense of happiness. It seems almost predatory. It needs to feel more natural. Even now, this expression is inadequate. It resembles a prelude to a brawl. Under Lily's directive, Ailan was compelled to contort her face into various smiles. Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted from beside them. To their astonishment, Kato Megumi found herself amused by the comedic interplay between Ailan and Lily. That is the expression. Lily swiftly captured the moment on her phone. Kato, you look truly beautiful when you smile, she remarked, her admiration evident. She then handed her phone to Kato Megumi, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. How do you feel? May I use this as inspiration for a painting? At this moment, Ailan also leaned in, gazing at the photograph of Kato Megumi. The corners of her lips were subtly lifted, and her eyes sparkled with a lively essence, elevating her grace and presence to an extraordinary level. Nodded in agreement with Lily's earlier remarks, saying, Indeed, Kato, you should smile more. It would truly enhance your charm. Kato K tilted her head in confusion, gazing at Ailan. Is that truly your opinion, Ailan? Absolutely. Well then, I shall make an effort to smile more in the future. As she spoke, Kato K lifted the coffee cup from the table and took a gentle sip, the warmth causing a slight haze to envelop her face. Shiyu Kasumigakaka's leg shaking quickened. I suggest we hasten to procure some ingredients. Don't you all feel hungry? A perplexed expression crossed the face of Zawamura and Lily, who sensed that something seemed amiss with Shiyu today. Just as she was about to inquire, Ailan's voice chimed in. It's nearly noon. We really ought to go grocery shopping. He found himself questioning the very essence of his existence, pondering what he was doing in this moment. Why was he here? Playing the role of a temporary protagonist while the true host of Dragon Ball remained outside the realm of observation? How did matters devolve into such absurdity? It was utterly illogical. In Tokyo, Anki-ran had also finished revising his manuscript. He nodded with satisfaction. This was a work infused with his passion and effort, destined to create a significant stir within the community. He clicked to upload it, and then took out his phone to check on the progress of the club. Suddenly, he paused, staring at the screen in surprise. There, prominently displayed, was a photo of Kato smiling behind her hands. Just moments ago, Lily had uploaded it to the group as material. This was my fateful encounter that day. Anki-ran paced excitedly around the room, carefully saving the image. Wait, why was Kato so joyful today when I was tea around? I should have participated in today's club activity. Anki-ran murmured to himself, clutching his phone. What had transpired? I am so eager to know, so eager to discover. Suddenly, the faint green light reappeared, lingering longer than before and glowing with a deeper hue. Anki-ran, absorbed in his phone, remained oblivious to the ethereal glow. Meanwhile, Ailan, at the checkout, abruptly turned to glance at the three girls from the gaming club. Noticing the ominous aura surrounding them had resurfaced. Chapter 50. The monster that feeds on obsession, the residence of Aki Rio, was completely enveloped in a verdant glow. This barrier transformed the dwelling and the outside world into two entirely isolated realms. Aki Rio stared vacantly at the photograph of Kato Megumi on his phone, while beside him sat a creature resembling a toad, its green skin glistening. Ah, the pain of unrequited love, the yearning for what cannot be attained. The relentless thoughts that haunt the human heart. Such obsessions are never easily relinquished. The more elusive the desire, the deeper the fixation. Do you not share this sentiment, my host? Aki Rio nodded numbly, as though his very soul had departed from his corporeal form. How splendid! It is precisely for this reason that I have chosen you amidst the vast sea of humanity. The two-star dragon proudly stroked its ample belly, proclaiming, Indeed, you are my most perfect host. You possess a powerful obsession, yearning to transcend from a mere player to a creator, desiring the woman before you. Am I correct? Aki Rio continued to nod. You have performed admirably thus far, and I have savored the obsessions of the other two women, truly delectable. You can harness these to realize your ideals, which is commendable. However, recently, a particularly exquisite essence inexplicably vanished, leaving insufficient energy for my complete revival. Do you comprehend this? This time, Aki Rio exhibited no reaction, seemingly lost in contemplation of the dragon's previous words. The two-star dragon remained patient, waiting for Aki Rio to nod once more before leaning closer, further enticing him. Why not merge with me? In doing so, you shall not only attain all that you desire, but also experience the eternal pleasure derived from the wails of humanity, much like our malevolent kin. At this moment, Aki Rio's previously expressionless visage contorted into a grimace, his body trembling violently. The two-star dragon sighed, realizing that the timing was not yet ripe. It was only due to Aki Rio's sudden surge of intense obsession that a manifestation opportunity had arisen. Yet, now, the power was insufficient. The two-star dragon placed a massive hand upon Aki Rio's head, an evil force swiftly coursing into his being, soon calming him. I was too hasty, my host. Yet, I understand you more profoundly than anyone else in this world. You will undoubtedly choose to amalgamate with me in due course. You are a remarkable individual, capable of disregarding the emotions of others, casting aside your own dignity, and even deceiving yourself. All such exquisite qualities. You, like me, are a creature nourished by obsession. Let us await the unfolding of events together. As these words were spoken, the two-star dragon transformed into a dark yellow dragon orb, seamlessly merging back into an Ailan's body. Be wary of that long-tailed human. He poses a significant threat to us. However, the woman by his side seems to emanate the essence of a three-star dragon. You must seek an opportunity to engage with her. The voice of the two-star dragon dissipated alongside the green glow, and shortly thereafter, the barrier outside shattered like a mirror. An Ailan jolted awake, bewildered, as he surveyed his surroundings. How peculiar. Had I just fallen asleep? His gaze shifted back to his phone, which displayed the time as 10 in the morning. An Ailan exclaimed in alarm, Oh no, I'm going to be late for work. If I'm late again, I'll be fired. Upon returning to the apartment after grocery shopping, the only one capable of cooking, Kato K, was busy preparing lunch in the kitchen, while Kasumi no Okashiyu assisted her. Ailan and Li were banished to the living room for being more of a hindrance than a help. As Ailan popped a chip into her mouth, Li leaned closer and inquired, Hentai Ailan, you've been daydreaming since earlier. Are you harboring any wicked thoughts? What wicked thoughts could I possibly have? I haven't done anything at all. Ailan, interrupted mid-thought, cast a disdainful glance at the golden-haired, hands-on-hips girl before her, revealing a smirk. At such a young age, you must come from a wealthy family to have your own airport. Though Li and Yukino were of similar stature, Ailan would only describe the latter with the term as unique as exceptional, while for Li, well, sigh. Indeed, the Saiyan is quite the hypocrite. Li crossed her arms and took a step back, yet refusing to concede in the battle of wills, she bared her small fangs, glaring fiercely at Ailan. What else with that look? With a shrug, Ailan decided to divert the conversation and said, Nothing much. By the way, aren't you supposed to be working on your manuscript? You just received the photos you wanted. I still prefer drawing at home. It feels awkward outside. Li replied. Upon hearing this, Ailan's eyes involuntarily twitched. Then how come you didn't feel awkward when you drew that half-nude portrait of me last week? You were grinning creepily. After munching on another chip, Li's mood brightened considerably. Did you really buy this many snacks? Can you finish them all by yourself? I'll help you out today, all right. Eat as you please, but let me have some peace and quiet for a while. AI Ran leaned back and closed her eyes. Humph. Seeing AI Ran's voluntary retreat, Lili let out a triumphant hum. In truth, her combat prowess was rather feeble, and in countless encounters with Kasumigakaka Shiyu, victories were a rarity. Yet, in the presence of AI Ran, she always managed to assert a distinct advantage. With a helpless sigh, and undisturbed by Lili, AI Ran resumed her perception. The essence of Aki Lin had vanished from this world. The members of the gaming club exuded an ominous aura, allowing AI Ran to swiftly detect their presence, regardless of the distance. However, since earlier, she could no longer sense his essence, as if he had utterly disappeared from existence. Several times, she contemplated venturing to Tokyo. The sinister aura surrounding Kata Megumi and Sawamura Spencer Eriri had intensified. Such a phenomenon did not manifest in Kasumigakaka Shiyu, perhaps due to AI Ran's previous interventions. Confronted with this peculiar situation, AI Ran initially intended to consult the king of the realm, but the thought was swiftly dismissed. AI Ran has come to realize that the words of this third-rate deity are largely unreliable. Her proficiency is likely inferior even to that of the god of destruction Sin from the seventh universe. Initially, she claimed that the Dragon Balls required love for purification. Yet a man unexpectedly appeared among the hosts. Subsequently, regarding the incident with Yukino Shida Yukino, she asserted that simply remaining quiet for a year would suffice, but not long after. The three-star dragon emerged. Later, she stated that the two-star dragon could not kill anyone before its complete resurrection, yet a significant amount of Shiyu Kasumigakaka's life energy was drained, nearly leading to her demise. This deity's words seem as if they were spoken under a divine influence. Cherish life and keep a distance from unreliable gods. One must rely on oneself for their endeavors. Suddenly, the presence of Aki Linya re-emerged within AI Ran's perception. Chapter 51. As expected of you, Saint Hui. Aki Linya's aura exhibited no remarkable changes. However, AI Ran sensed a subtle unease. Her perception of energy had reached perfection, and if nothing had occurred, it would be impossible for her to miss such a significant event. What exactly transpired with Aki Linya? Erin found herself utterly perplexed, unable to delve any further into her thoughts. This was due to the inexplicable resurgence of hostilities between the feuding pair, Kasumigakaka Shiyu and Iri Shirai. In resignation, AI Ran opened her eyes, and there, not far from her, two individuals stood in confrontation. Kasumigakaka Shiyu, arms crossed, gazed down at Iri Shirai, leveraging her height advantage. Have you truly not managed to produce even a draft by now? Is your intention in joining this club genuinely to complete Shining Girl? Don't call my name, you black-stocking fatty. Iri retorted. Have you accomplished much? Of course. Kasumigakaka Shiyu replied with a haughty smile. The initial draft for the protagonist segment is complete, and Runekuin has given his approval. Your portion of the work is the pressing matter at hand. Runekuin? Iri gazed at Kasumigakaka Shiyu with a look of bewilderment. It was evident that this black-stockinged woman was behaving rather strangely today. The one who knows you best is always your rival. The oblivious Iri aptly illustrated this point. What's wrong? Is there something amiss with my statement? Kasumigakaka Shiyu settled onto the sofa, occupying the very spot that Iri had been in moments before. AI Ran quietly shifted to the side, urging the two of you to refrain from involving the innocent in your conflict. What is the purpose of standing so close? TSK. Kasumigakaka Shiyu continued to glare at Lili, her foot involuntarily beginning to tremble. I assure you, I will not hinder our progress. Besides, Kato has only just begun her foray into programming today, and it requires time to grasp the fundamentals. Indeed, even now, Lili had yet to put pen to paper, and in her insecurity, she rapidly found herself at a disadvantage in terms of presence. Nevertheless, Lili stubbornly gritted her teeth and glared back at Kasumigakaka Shiyu, defiantly gesturing her resistance. Today, this black-clad, plump woman was evidently out of sorts, after all. She had not provoked her in any way, merely sitting on the sofa and enjoying some chips. Moreover, Lewin was not even present today. AI Ran silently observed as the two engaged in a verbal duel. Indeed, Lili could only gain the upper hand when facing AI Ran, yet against Kasumigakaka Shiyu. She faltered after only a few exchanges. At that moment, Kato Megumi quietly entered the living room, announcing, Kasumigakaka Senpai, Sawamura-san, AI Ran-kun, dinner is ready. The sharp-tongued banter between Lili and Kasumigakaka Shiyu was abruptly interrupted by this unexpected voice, reminding them of Kato Megumi's presence. Kasumigakaka Shiyu waved her hand with enthusiasm, confidently declaring, I shall let you off for now, golden-haired underdog. Lili, baring her small fangs, retorted, just a mere Kasumigakaka Shiyu, though she had been thoroughly bested. It was only Kato Megumi's arrival that halted Kasumigakaka Shiyu's verbal onslaught, yet Lily stubbornly refused to acknowledge her defeat. Kato Megumi set the dishes on the table, remarking lightly, the relationship between Kasumigakaka-senpai and Lily-san seems quite amicable. Who is close with her? Lily turned her face away, flustered. All right, let's eat first. AI Rankuin. Could you help me bring out the food from the kitchen? It's quite a lot, and I'm struggling a bit. Sure, I'm hungry as well. AI Ran, who had been feeling rather overwhelmed, promptly headed towards the kitchen, but halfway there, he suddenly realized something felt off. Why did Kato's tone imply that she was the mistress of the house? After dinner, Kasumigakaka Shiyu began to refine the plot of the main character's storyline, planning to incorporate childhood friend and junior lines, while the originally prioritized senpai line had been discarded. Were it not for the club's operational funds being provided by AI Rand, she might have considered writing solely the main character's storyline. The so-called side stories were of little importance, hardly serving as even basic supporting elements. After being spurred by Kasumigakaka Shiyu, Lily also began to diligently draw. It must be said that the focused Lily was a completely different person from before. Her serene demeanor caught AI Ransom more than once. What a lovely girl, but alas, she had a sharp tongue. In order to familiarize herself with the mechanics of a gag game, Kato Megumi started playing a game. With nothing else to do, AI Ran stood behind her. Watching as she played, the apartment fell into a long-awaited silence. An hour later, she exclaimed, I love you all. Yes, Tamahito-kun, we love you too. Yukimi-chan, Kasumi-chan, Megumi-chan, Yoko-chan, Yura-chan, Rika, AI-chan, let us live happily together from now on. Beneath the full moon, on a beach illuminated by the flickering flames of a bonfire, a young boy made a lifelong promise alongside 7 extraordinarily beautiful girls, each possessing their own unique charm. Thus, the happy ending unfolds as the game concludes. Airan blinked, still unable to fully gather his thoughts. He then fixed his gaze on Kato Megumi, rubbing his eyes before turning back to the game screen. This was indeed one of the most challenging harem endings to achieve in a game aimed at all ages. Was something amiss? Just then, Eri, who had stealthily approached AI, ran from behind, burst into laughter and patted his shoulder. What could possibly be wrong? Just look. It's clearly a matter of your gaming skills being subpar. Kato has cleared it, not you. What is there to be proud of? Ignoring the blonde jester, AI Ran incredulously turned to Kato Megumi and asked, Kato, is this truly your first time playing a gag game? Well, Kato Megumi replied calmly, if memory serves me right. It should indeed be my first foray into such a game. Achieving a perfect harem route on her debut? Perhaps she was not merely a novice. But could it be that Kato was the reincarnation of Kirito? After all, the protagonist in the game was also named Hitomi. No. Perhaps she was actually a reincarnation of Asuna. Her skills were simply extraordinary. Could it be that only women truly understand the hearts of women? The moment those words escaped AI Rant's lips, he immediately dismissed his own thought. No, typically, those who create gal games are middle-aged men without girlfriends. Huh? So, does AI Rand think that the members of our club are all just middle-aged men without girlfriends? Kasumigakaka Shiyu teased AI Rand, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Chapter 52. Anki Ruri was also stimulated. Kasumigakaka Shiyu herself was puzzled by her own feelings. Before lunch, merely seeing Eri sitting beside AI Rand had irked her. Witnessing AI Rand laughing and joking with Eri while he extolled Kato Megumi's gaming prowess only heightened her agitation, prompting her to interrupt the conversation among AI Rand, Eri, and Kato Megumi. Although she was certain she did not harbor romantic feelings for AI Rand, she could not fathom why she felt uneasy witnessing him interact with other girls. Was this the so-called bridge effect? Did her gratitude for AI Rand saving her lead to such sensations? Kasumigakaka Shiyu found herself lost in contemplation, feeling he had misspoken. AI Rand looked apologetically at Kasumigakaka Shiyu. Our club must be an exception, as all the members are delightful young ladies. Oh, Kasumigakaka Shiyu sighed, then redirected her focus to her script writing. She dared not engage in further conversation with AI Rand. If everything occurring now was merely a result of the bridge effect, then Kasumigakaka Shiyu shouldn't feel so anxious. But what if it was not? Sayajichio Shiyu dared not continue her thoughts. As time gradually passed, the end of spring approached, and the arrival of the sunset came earlier than people typically perceived. Lily, having completed her painting, stretched languidly. It was nearly 5 o'clock. She glanced at the time and addressed the group. Let us dine out tonight. I have already sketched the initial draft of the female protagonist. The subsequent details can be rendered at a leisurely pace, but I am still uncertain about the outdoor materials and require some inspiration from the outside. Aaron cast a puzzled glance at Irie, then turned to indicate that she should look to the side. As the script supervisor, Kasha no Okashiyu was well aware of the necessary scenes. Such a simple concept was even understood by someone as inexperienced as Aaron. Irie naturally grasped this as well. However, there was no way she would ever dare to ask Kasha no Okashiyu directly. Kasha no Okashiyu took a delicate sip of her honey grapefruit and promptly addressed Irie's concerns. She was more than willing to assist with any task that could enhance the game's progress. The evening's narrative comprised primarily of two key moments: the male and female protagonists agreeing to go shopping for clothes, with all scenes set in a shopping mall, corresponding to the game locations of the elevator and clothing area. Naturally, considering Rondo Kuin's peculiar preferences, it would be prudent to include a fitting room scene as well. As she spoke, a hint of disdain flickered in her eyes. Men always seemed to favor such so-called beneficial plots. Her gaze shifted to Aaron, and she paused momentarily. Indeed, there were also those with less acuity who did not appreciate such elements. A smile involuntarily crept onto her lips as she recalled Aaron's remarks about the beneficial narrative from the previous Saturday. Let us hasten to the mall, then. We can also resolve our dinner situation. I feel as though I might perish from hunger. Irie exclaimed, patting her petite stomach, her impatience palpable. By the way, didn't you spend the entire afternoon snacking? How can you still feel hungry? Ailan appeared as if she had discovered a new world, exclaiming, could it be that Lily possesses the essence of a Saiyan? With a smug expression, Lily retorted, humph. It's nothing extraordinary, for girls. Desserts and main courses occupy different realms. Hentai Ailan, if you continue like this, you will surely struggle to find a girlfriend in the future. Fine. Let us go out then. Ailan sighed and rose to head towards the door. He had misjudged the situation, with Lily's demeanor. She could hardly embody the legacy of Saiyan blood. The experience of accompanying a girl on a shopping excursion is nothing short of torturous. Even Goku and Vegeta, who have ascended to the status of Super Saiyans, find themselves unable to navigate this ordeal with ease. Ailan was decidedly out of her depth. Lily and Kasumiga Kakashiyu were animatedly discussing the visual representation of the game's storyline, while Ailan and Kata Megumi, both novices, rested on a nearby bench. The bench could accommodate only two, and Kata Megumi appeared calm, while Ailan had already succumbed to slumber beside her. Inhaling the faint scent of locust blossoms emanating from Kata Megumi, Ailan effortlessly relaxed. Tilting her head, she did not make contact with Kata Megumi, yet to an observer. It seemed as though Ailan was leaning against her. At that moment, Lily chanced upon the scene and hurriedly grasped her camera to capture the moment. The physical contact between the protagonists on their first date. This was indeed a rare opportunity. Kasumiga Kakashiyu glanced in the direction of the camera and, upon seeing Ailan and Kata Megumi, felt her breath catch and her pupils constrict sharply. Apologies, I must have dozed off. I hope I didn't touch you, Katu. Ailan murmured. Kata Megumi responded with serene composure. Not at all. In fact, each time you draw near. Ailan instinctively tends to move away. Zawamura and Lily fiddled with her camera, her spoils of the day plentiful in every sense. I've taken the photos. I'll upload them to the group. Wait. The chat group was swiftly inundated with messages, the notifications echoing incessantly as the count surged to 99. The cacophony of varied alert tones from the four individuals resembled a miniature concert, inadvertently drawing the attention of passers-by and rendering the atmosphere quite awkward. Kasumiga Kakashiyu rubbed her temples, exasperated with the ineptitude of the so-called lady. I said, wait, does your speed merit an award? Just compress the files and upload them. Zawamura and Lily recognized her blunder, yet the notion of accepting Kasumiga Kaka's reprimand was utterly out of the question. Stubbornly, she bowed her head in silence. Kasumiga Kakashiyu refrained from further admonishment, realizing her previous remarks had been rather harsh. Yet that earlier moment she exhaled softly, internally reminding herself not to dwell on it. It was merely the suspension bridge effect. Sensing the tension in the air, Kata Megumi interjected, all right, since we completed today's shoot, let us head back. Indeed. Let us return. I still need to sift through this heap of photos to find the most suitable material. In Tokyo, after a long day's work, Ailan returned home, weary and drained. As he settled in front of his computer, his phone erupted with a flurry of message notifications. What on earth was Lily up to? and Ailan Yi swiftly perused the photographs shared in the group. It seemed that even in his absence, everyone had actively participated in the club activities. Suddenly, a particular photograph caught his eye. In the image, Ailan rested with her eyes closed against Kato K's shoulder, while Kato K wore a serene smile, seemingly relishing the moment. "Ah, what is happening here? Kato, she is my heroine," and Ailan Yi exclaimed, leaping up from his chair. Chapter 53, Wish Fulfilled Late at Night. Erin had just completed her training and was soaring towards her apartment. The training location had now shifted to a deserted island overseas. After all, Erin felt a twinge of reluctance to unleash her energy blasts near Tokyo on a daily basis. With her combat power exceeding 18,000, the force of a casual energy blast from her could rival the destructive capability of a hydrogen bomb produced by humanity. If she were to inadvertently miscalculate, Japan might once again find itself reliving a scenario reminiscent of over 70 years ago. Perhaps it would be wise to seize an opportunity to suggest to the gaming club members that their next gathering be hosted at the residence of Akirina. The absence of the protagonist would hardly be an issue. As Ailan soared through the air, he pondered deeply. He was indeed not adept at interacting with others, especially when it came to three women. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual. Shiyu Kisaragi had inexplicably left the apartment and was aimlessly wandering the streets alone. What on earth was this woman up to? Ailan let out a low exclamation, quickening her pace once more. Shiyu no Oka found herself sleepless yet again. Perhaps one day I will become utterly obsessed, she thought with a wry smile, continuing forward as if movement alone could dispel the turmoil within her heart. Such insomnia had manifested during the poor sales of the Love Metronome's first volume, which had drawn much criticism. Subsequently, Akihito Rin engaged in prolonged verbal skirmishes online with those disparaging the book through his social media account, passionately advocating for what he deemed a worthy read. These actions breathed new life into the Love Metronome and ensnared Shiyu no Oka's heart. She believed Akihito Rin was the one who truly understood her. From his fervent recommendations, she sensed that he resonated with her feelings. "I am truly a capricious person," Shiyu no Oka murmured to herself. The cunning Akihito Rin was not without his own whims. She envisioned herself as Sayoka from the Love Metronome, naively casting Akihito Rin as the male protagonist. She consistently transformed her inner turmoil into caprice, unwittingly disclosing her feelings to Akihito Rin without consent, and self-indulgently justified her presence by believing he would inevitably comprehend her thoughts. This cycle persisted. Alas, in truth, Akihito Rin could not decipher her. Everything was as Ailan had articulated. He was merely a figment of her imagination. Shiyu no Oka was even certain that Akihito Rin had seen her desperate message that day. The system's red status could not deceive. He had fled during her illness. An epiphany struck Shiyu no Oka. Such capriciousness resembled a compromise to remain by Ren's side. This was not her desire. She yearned for someone to unravel the genuine self concealed behind her whims. That night, in her moment of despair, Ailan silently reappeared by her bedside. Reflecting on this, Shiyu no Oka quietly admitted to herself, "I have acted capriciously again." Indeed, in the days following Ailan's embrace, she had, for the first time, directed her capricious affections toward other boys. Each time Ailan came to her side in the stillness of the night, Akihito Rin gradually faded from her heart. Yet, this too felt unjust. Deep within, Shiyu no Oka reaffirmed this belief, regardless of whether it was the bridge effect. If she could so easily transfer her feelings to others now, what did that make of her previous self? Moreover, this was unfair to Ailan. Although Ailan seemed to possess a low emotional intelligence, he would undoubtedly remain oblivious if she did not mention it. Taking a deep breath, the coolness of late spring filled Shiyu no Oka's lungs. "I must return and strive to write a perfect script. This is what I owe to Akihito Rin. By this time next year, I shall have graduated, departing without any lingering debts." As for Erin, the mere thought of that name caused Kasumigakaka Shiyu to halt in her tracks. She too bore a debt to Erin. That night, without him, she surely would have been unable to endure. The torment of her spirit that evening far outweighed any physical suffering. Erin's presence not only alleviated her corporeal afflictions but also mended her emotional scars. Subsequently, she unwittingly transferred her affections upon him. Although Erin wishes for me to remain oblivious, I cannot simply pretend nothing has transpired. I must take action, lest. A chilling gust swept by, prompting Kasumigakaka Shiyu to instinctively wrap her arms around herself. Tears, unbidden, streamed down her cheeks once more. She stood there foolishly by the roadside when suddenly the blare of a horn pierced the air. A large truck had lost control. The driver desperately slammed on the brakes, yet Shiyu remained within the danger zone. Clearly, this was not the vehicle that transported souls to another world. For that one never halted. Pale with fear, she shut her eyes in despair, her mind consumed by a singular thought. How she longed to feel that warmth once more. The deafening horn persisted. Though the truck's speed had diminished, it would not stop before colliding with Kasumigakaka Shiyu. The driver, in his own hopelessness, closed his eyes as well. Surely, tonight would witness a fatality. Ultimately, the truck came to a halt, and no crash resounded. The driver hastily leapt from the vehicle, exclaiming, "What in the world?" before swiftly retreating inside and speeding away. Meanwhile, Kasumigakaka Shiyu had vanished from her spot. "Hey, woman, what are you doing awake in the dead of night?" Ailan, suspended in midair, cradling the enchanting Payu Kasumigakaka, gazed at the woman in his arms with a look of utter bewilderment. What peculiarities encapsulate the literary girls of this era? Yukino Shida Yukino, utterly captivated by felines, cannot resist bringing her beloved Perura home every weekend. Yet, Payu Kasumigakaka is even more eccentric, wandering the streets alone in the dead of night. Indeed, she nearly found herself under the wheels of a passing vehicle. With her eyes shut tightly, Kasumigakaka clung fervently to Ailan's neck. Ah, yes, this warmth, this scent. Could it be that I have succumbed to death? Who would have thought that in death, one might fulfill their final wish? Death? I am not dead. Is your last wish merely to be held by someone? Such a simple desire, does it warrant death? Not dead? Slowly, Kasumigakaka opened her eyes, only to discover she was suspended in the air. However, unlike Yukino Shida, she displayed no fear. Instead, she tightened her grip. Ailan-kun, who exactly are you? Chapter 54. Please, you must save me. In the air, Kasumigakaka resembled a koala firmly embracing a tree trunk. Ailan flew slowly, for Kasumi no Oka Shiyu stood tall, her chest naturally thrust forward, further compressing her already limited field of vision to a nearly negligible extent. Kasumi no Oka Senpai, could you please refrain from holding me like this? I can't see anything ahead. It's rather perilous upon hearing Ailan's words. Kasumi no Oka Shiyu tightened her embrace around Ailan's neck, the softness enveloping Ailan rendering her speechless. She wished to conceal the tears welling in her eyes. Why is it always you who saves me? Kasumi no Oka Shiyu's voice was but a whisper. Taken aback by her words, Ailan momentarily froze. Had her midnight intrusion into her room been discovered? We are, after all, somewhat acquainted. I couldn't just stand by and watch you come to harm. Perhaps it would be best if you remained silent, Kasumi no Oka Shiyu murmured, her face aflame with embarrassment as she belatedly realized how indiscreet her current actions truly were. Every time Ailan speaks, a warm, moist breath wafts over her chest, as if it could penetrate her clothing and reach the heart that has been racing since just moments ago. Senior Kasumi no Oka, I truly cannot see ahead. Ailan struggled momentarily, attempting to control the distance between her face and the chest of Kasumi Hilshiya. Goodness, she almost suffocated. With great difficulty, she steered her way into the apartment. Upon reaching the sofa, Ailan whispered, Senior Kasumi Hill, you may release your legs now. There are still 2 people sleeping in the bedroom. Even in her own home, Ailan once again experienced the sensation of being a thief. Kasumi Hilshiya slowly uncrossed her entangled legs, allowing them to touch the soft couch. However, the solid ground beneath her did not provide much solace. All that lingered in her heart was a faint sense of disillusionment. Ailan gradually bent down, gently laying her down on the sofa, her body almost sprawled beside Shiyu Shachiao. Their heavy breaths shattered the tranquility of the living room. Ailan was breathless from being restrained, while Shiyu sought to alleviate her increasingly rapid heartbeat. Shachiao, you can let go now. Holding onto my neck isn't a feasible option, she remarked. Blushing, Shiyu quickly released her grip, turning her head to evade Ailan's gaze. In the darkness, the tears glimmering at the corners of her eyes were perceptibly caught by Ailan, who delicately wiped them away with her fingertip. Embarrassment, frustration, sorrow, and gratitude, all these emotions choked Shiyu's throat. Before she could part her lips, Ailan swiftly distanced herself. Well, good night, Xiaoqiao. Everything will eventually pass. At that moment, Ailan suppressed her embarrassment, wishing she could dig herself a 3-bedroom apartment with her foot. What had she just done? Striving for a tone of indifference, Ailan softly said. I'll head back to my room to rest. You should also get some sleep. With that, she hurried towards her room. As she watched Ailan's retreating figure, Shiyu stood still for a long while, realizing she was becoming increasingly unable to escape Ailan's warmth. Upon returning to her bedroom, she found Lily and Katake already asleep. Shiyu tiptoed quietly into her bedding. Aaron, allow me to be selfish once more. If possible, please rescue me. With such thoughts, Shiyu slowly drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Kato, resting on her side, gradually opened her eyes. Separation line Shiyu seemed to regain her usual sparkle. Spending the entire morning nestled on the sofa, working on the third volume of Love Metronome. She had felt ready to write the third volume. Yet when it came time to put pen to paper, the result was still unsatisfactory. However, this time was different. Lily, also a fan of Love Metronome, wisely chose not to disturb her, retreating to her room to paint, humming an unknown tune. Shiyu's restless legs shook as the rhythmic tapping of the keyboard brought a smile to her face. As for the script of Shining Girl, everyone temporarily forgot about it. In the afternoon, just like last week, Aaron accompanied them to the Chiba City station. Lily shot Aaron an annoyed glare. Her request for material had been denied again that morning. Next time we meet, I will definitely take you to try foods you've never tasted before. Don't forget our modeling agreement. In the morning, Lily, after persistent yet fruitless attempts, made a wager with AI Ran. If Lily could procure a culinary delight that would satisfy AI Ran, then AI Ran would serve as her model for half a day. AI Ran cast a scornful glance at her, scoffing at the notion. What culinary marvel had she not encountered in her extensive travels? Did Lily believe a mere meal could persuade her to pose for a nude portrait? Let us see if you can find it first. I shall take my leave now. You may wait for the train at your leisure. How can you be so inconsiderate? AI Ran. Leaving us three delicate ladies here to wait for the train? I have never claimed to be a gentleman. In response to Lily's accusation, AI Ran casually waved her hand dismissively and turned to leave. Wait. Shizuka no Oka poem you suddenly called out, halting AI Ran. Once the third volume of the Rhythm of Love is completed, might you take a look at it, AI Ran-kun? AI Ran. How could you possibly expect a semi-literate person like me to delve into literature, especially romance novels? Is it merely because I have embraced you twice? Must you be so harsh and cruel? Aaron instinctively wished to refuse, but just as the words were about to escape his lips, he caught sight of Kasumigakaka Shiyu gazing at him with eager anticipation. The words he had initially intended to articulate suddenly faltered, and after a moment of hesitation, Aaron awkwardly turned his head away. If this book proves to be interesting, I suppose I shall take a look. At that, Kasumigakaka Shiyu's voice brightened considerably. In that instant, Aaron cast a meaningful glance at both Kata Megumi and Kasumigakaka Shiyu. I shall take my leave now. Do take care of yourselves. Observing Aaron's serious demeanor, the others nodded in understanding. They were now all in the know. AI Ran recounted the entire sequence of events to them. However, Kasumigakaka Yudaha chose to remain, determined to repay the debt owed to Aki Akane. As for Kata Megumi, she was unaware of the reasons behind it and had no intention of departing from the club. As for Arari, AI Ran cast a glance at a bored golden retriever, who was idly surveying its surroundings, and let out a sigh. Perhaps it was best to indulge her. The child seemed rather dim-witted, and it would be wise to allow her to continue embracing her innocent and romantic disposition. Chapter 55. The grand entrance of the colorful feather. The following day after school, Yukino Shida Yukino, with her eyes slightly closed, delicately sipped from a cup of red tea. After a moment, she opened one eye and cast a sidelong glance at AI Ran, remarking with mild surprise, I never anticipated that you, the ever-pragmatic ape monarch, would take an interest in romance novels. Aaron calmly set down the novel in her hands, remarking, this is a work by Senior Xiaoji Hill, who recommended it to me. The book is quite well written. Although I am not familiar with most of the characters, it is certainly more enjoyable than those textbooks. Aaron's plan for today was to immerse herself in novels within the confines of the clubroom, seeking refuge from the torment of being compelled to study by Yukino Shida Yukino. In that moment, Yukino Shida casually picked up the love meter, glanced at it for a brief moment, and then nonchalantly placed it into Aaron's backpack. Subsequently, with an air of familiarity, she retrieved a Chinese exam paper, stating, My dear Aaron, before indulging in your novels, you ought to complete this exam paper first. How could it be like this? AI Ran lay weakly on the table, having experienced the failure of her first plan for the day. Yui Yuabin, ever vibrant, made her entrance, positioning herself between AI Ran and Yukino Shida Yukino. AI Ran could only inch closer to Hachiman Hikigaya. Yesterday, Yumiko mentioned that girls' cosmetics should indeed be of the expensive kind. Yukino Shida Yukino interrupted her. Yuabin-san, you are too close. Isn't that how we can strengthen our bond? AI Ran felt a pang of envy as she observed the two of them nestled so closely together. Meanwhile, Hachiman Hikigaya wore a look of relief. A savior had finally arrived. He was nearly overwhelmed by the romantic atmosphere that permeated the room. A scent of love that seemed to emanate from the presence of AI Ran and Yukino Shida Yukino. AI Ran gazed at Hikigaya Hachiman in silence, communicating with him through a Morse code of her eyes. What is there to be joyful about? Aren't our circumstances equally dismal? Consider this carefully. While Yugahama and Yukino Shida are drawing close, what does that make us? Upon perceiving AI Ran's gaze, Hikigaya Hachiman's expression shifted dramatically. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, flushing slightly as he shot a glare at AI Ran. Oh, has Hikigaya finally had a moment of enlightenment? AI Ran cast a playful glance at Hikigaya Hachiman. However, she ultimately could not allow Yui Yubahama to continue her carefree demeanor, so AI Ran resolved to take action. Yukino Shida, what about my guidance? Yubahama-san, might I ask you to step aside as I assist our dear friend in his studies? Consequently, Yukino Shida Yukino exchanged seats with Yubahama Yui, positioning Yubahama by the window while Yukino Shida found herself sandwiched in between. Yukino Shida felt the warmth radiating from Yubahama on her left, which was somewhat uncomfortable. Yet there was little she could do about it. Thus, AI Ran's second plan of the day met yet another failure. Observing AI Ran's distracted state, Yukino Shida softly remarked, "Our dear friend, your academic performance is severely hindering the progress of our club. If this continues, I may have to tutor you at your home in the evenings." Though her tone was quite calm, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, for speaking of visiting a boy's house in public was quite the bold statement. Aaron, feeling indignant, remarked, "And what about that foolish Yui Yuabin? Her grades? Ha ha ha, they are passable. I managed to surpass the passing line every time." What? Aaron gazed at Yui Yuabin in disbelief, astonished that she could even manage to pass. "So, what should you do?" The unwavering last-place contender, Sarakuin. Yukino Shida Yukino inched closer to Aaron, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. "All right, my grades are poor. I will focus on completing my exam papers. Please, do not ever bring up that nickname again." With a furrowed brow, AI Ran propped her chin on one hand while twirling a pencil in the other. In the past, being alone with Yukino Shida felt akin to sitting beside a tranquil and serene lake, where a gentle breeze would sweep through, instilling a profound sense of relaxation from within. However, with the presence of the enigmatic Hachiman Hikigaya and the boisterous Yui Yugahama, this once still lake now appeared to be teeming with life, as if ripples were perpetually stirred upon its surface. Nevertheless, this transformation did not alter the essence of her peaceful, everyday existence. It marked the beginning of AI Ran's gradual assimilation into the world. Thus, she felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction with her current state. A colorfully feathered Ichika strode towards the service club, having learned a few days prior that her senior was a member of that very group. Yet, how does one reach the service club? When she inquired among the students, none could provide an answer, prompting her to seek out the faculty room. Her remarkable initiative was her greatest asset. A certain iron-fisted, perpetually lab-coated single lady expressed keen interest upon learning of her quest, promptly leading the girl outside while asking if she had any requests for the service club. "I wish to express my gratitude to a senior in the service club for their assistance." "Senior? Hikigaya?" "No, it's AI Ran-senpai." Shizuka Hiratsuka was taken aback. Could it be that he would extend help to a junior? Could it be due to romance? At this thought, Shizuka felt a wave of irritation wash over her. After all, she was still single. Why were these youngsters all finding love? Rumor had it that Hikigaya and Yugahama had recently become quite close. She resolved to find an opportunity to disrupt their budding romance. Their happiness could not be allowed to overshadow her own. With a chuckle laced with resentment, Shizuka inadvertently distanced herself from Ichika, who hurriedly sought to escape the aura of bitterness that surrounded her. "If I catch this single lady woes, who knows if I'll ever marry? Hey, I'm coming in, Yukino Shida." As was her custom, Shizuka boldly swung open the door to the service club. Yukino Shida sighed. She had lost interest in reminding this forgetful teacher once more. "Hiratsuka-sensei, is there a request you wish us to attend to today?" "Today, I've brought this little one," Shizuka remarked while subtly shifting her position. Ichika, standing behind her, quickly introduced herself. "Hello, esteemed seniors, I am Ichika, a first-year student." AI Ran. "This girl claims you helped her before and wishes to thank you." Shizuka emphasized the word thank with particular weight, while secretly observing Yukino. Yet, Yukino only regarded Ichika with an expression of calm indifference before nudging the nearly slumbering AI Ran. Wake up, Ningen-kun. Someone is here to see you. What? Aaron, perplexed, lifted her head. Isaka Aya cast a glance at the members of the service club. Aside from the strikingly beautiful Yukino Shida Yukino, the others were unfamiliar and thus deemed inconsequential. Consequently, Isaka focused her attention on Yukino Shida, only to feel a heaviness settle in her heart. The perfection of Yukino Shida's features instilled immense pressure within Isaka, who perceived her as not only stunning but also intellectually gifted, surely excelling in her studies as well. Then, Isaka-san, please take a seat and speak. Yukino Shida's cold voice resonated, causing Isaka to instinctively shrink back. Chapter 56, Katamegumi is upset after Hiratsuka Shizuku escorted Isaka to the service club's classroom. She departed without hesitation. Although she served as the club's advisor, she adhered to a laissez-faire approach. Isaka settled across from Aaron and expressed, "Senpai, I am grateful for your assistance earlier." Assistance? When did that happen? Do we know each other? Aaron stared blankly at Iset Sayu, having no recollection of this girl whatsoever. It was merely 2 Sundays ago, near Chiba Station. Aaron bowed her head, lost in thought for a moment. I see, so it was you back then. I have received your gratitude. And there is no need to dwell on this matter. It is not a pleasant memory for you, after all. AI Ran nonchalantly waved her hand and resumed her examination of the Chinese test paper before her. Observing her indifference, Ayaka hesitated for a moment before continuing. Actually, I have a request I would like to entrust to everyone. Yukino Shida Yukino handed her a cup of red tea in a disposable paper cup and inquired, "So, Ayaka, what is your request?" "Thank you. I wish to make some genuine friends at school." Meanwhile, Hikigaya Hachiman inwardly scoffed. "Isn't it more appropriate for you to approach the social butterflies? They are typically quite accommodating to requests, and judging by your appearance, you certainly fit the mold of one of them. Such a beautiful girl is usually in high demand. Why would you want to join our socially inept club?" Yukino Shida Yukino cleared her throat. "Ahem, is that so? Could you elaborate on what kind of friends you are seeking?" Upon hearing this, AI Ran tilted her head and looked at Yukino Shida with an expression of exasperation. "Please, don't keep pretending. This request is well beyond your capabilities, isn't it?" "Oh. In that case, it's my turn to step in," Yui Yugahama proclaimed proudly, hands on her hips. "I can introduce you to Yamaiko and the others. They are all wonderful people." Hikigaya Hachiman interjected, "It might be better to make friends within the same grade." Ayaka quickly interrupted, "Actually, upperclassmen are also fine." She then turned her gaze back to Yukino Shida Yukino. "Can you assist me with this?" After a moment of contemplation, Yukino Shida nodded. "Ayaka, we accept your request." Tokyo Tenoki High School Sawamura Spencer Arari felt somewhat fatigued, having stifled several yawns during the afternoon classes. Were it not for her desire to maintain her image as a perfect young lady, she would have long since succumbed to exhaustion. It was no wonder, considering she had been tirelessly working since Saturday to ensure that the game development did not stall due to issues with the original artwork. She had scarcely played any games, and today she went to bed only after 4 in the morning. To be honest, merely arriving at school on time felt miraculous to her. Fortunately, her investment of time and energy bore fruitful results. After countless drafts, she finally depicted the character she envisioned as the protagonist of the game. For her, it was a satisfactory piece. Although still a simple sketch, the expression and serene demeanor of the heroine aligned well with the descriptions in the text of Kasumiga Kakashiwa, as well as the requests conveyed to her by Aki Demoya. After school, she patiently waited until she confirmed that no one was on the second floor of the teaching building before she hurriedly made her way to the multimedia classroom with her laptop in hand. There, she found Aki Demoya and Kasumiga Kakashiwa, who had already arrived, seated on opposite sides of the classroom, both engrossed in their books. Their sense of time was truly poor. Although they were eager to see the protagonist's design, they had arrived late by several minutes. What was going on? Upon hearing the commotion, Kasumiga Kakashiwa closed her book and casually complained, "Who is so eager?" "Shiwa, you are unbelievable." Inori felt a twinge of annoyance. This dark-haired woman could easily make her lose her temper. "Come on, we're all in the same club. Let us not get so upset." Suddenly, Inori was startled by a voice behind her, causing her to jump and nearly drop her laptop. Turning around, she saw Kato Megumi, smiling with a mischievous expression. When had she come up behind her? How had she not noticed? At that moment, Aki Demoya also spoke up. "Indeed, let us take a look at your confident creation." "Inori, it should be a splendid original piece." Inori nodded, placing her laptop on a desk and bringing up her design for them to see. She was confident that Tomoya would be pleased. "So what do you think?" Inori crossed her arms, trying to appear less eager. Quite impressive. She looks like an adorable girl who would easily win hearts. I think if she were the protagonist, many would surely love her. Inori, you've done remarkably well. Kato Megumi shifted her gaze from the laptop screen and offered her commendation. Although it was merely a draft, it was already far superior to the one created at Aries' house. As Saiyajitsu Shiyu lowered the hammer onto the long hair of the joint test. She did not directly express her admiration, yet the implication was undeniably clear. Lily, understanding the nature of this individual, felt a surge of delight that curled her lips into a smile. However, a moment later, she realized that her reaction resembled that of a child who simply beams at parental praise. Consequently, she swiftly reined in her exuberance, clearing her throat with feigned nonchalance. Her gaze fixed on an Luanyi, who remained engrossed in the computer screen. Luanyi, what do you think? I think it's splendid. Lily's artistry is, as always, flawless. It's just what? Lily's beautifully arched brows knitted together, her previously buoyant spirit gradually sinking. Please don't misunderstand. The protagonist you've illustrated is impeccable, utterly beyond reproach. As an outsider, I find no faults whatsoever, Luanyi said, somewhat nervously. Unlike 2 weeks prior when he dismissed Saiyajitsu Shiyu's script, he recognized that Lily's artwork was indeed perfect. Yet, observing Lily's expression cool with disappointment, Luanyi clenched his teeth and articulated his thoughts. However, this original artwork fails to resonate with me emotionally. It does not embody the image of a game protagonist I envision, diverging from what I wish to convey to the players. Saiyajitsu Shiyu displayed a hint of a playful smile as she quietly returned to her original seat. Kato Megumi followed suit, trailing behind her, leaving Luanyi and Lily to continue their discussion regarding the artwork. Lily took a deep breath. The earlier positive energy instilled by Kato and Saiyajitsu had dissipated completely, suppressing her discomfort. She endeavored to maintain her composure and posed a question to Luanyi. Could you tell me where the issue lies? I'm sorry, Lily, but I cannot specify what is lacking. Luanyi shook his head, compelled by Lily's intensity to avert his gaze and redirect it to the computer screen. Yet, this character does not evoke any emotion within me. It is unlike the serendipitous encounter I had with Kato on the hillside, which felt like a fateful moment of connection. Kato Megumi, seated with Saiyajitsu Shiyu in a corner of the classroom, suddenly rose. Her previously calm demeanor had vanished, replaced with a furrowed brow as she earnestly addressed Luanyi, striving to maintain a natural tone. My name is Kato Megumi. Not gone na. Chapter 57, The First Step of Integration Gana. No, Kato. Aki Ryu also seemed taken aback by Kato Megumi's stern demeanor, instinctively retreating a step back. After a moment of hesitation, Kato Megumi's calm voice resonated once more within the multimedia classroom. I apologize, Aki-kun, but I am feeling a bit unwell today, so I shall take my leave. With that, Kato Megumi picked up her backpack and strode out of the room. Aki Ryu's expression appeared somewhat lost. His hands, which rested upon the desk, gradually tightened into fists. The next moment, he stood up, exclaiming, I must go apologize. Just as Aki Ryu was about to make his move, Kasumiga Kakashiwa slowly interjected, Wait, Ryu-kun, have you forgotten something? Today's primary objective was to finalize the initial draft of the female protagonist alongside Irie, and to discuss the club's funding issues as well, was it not? Even with Irie's financial support, you must present a reasonable budget plan from your end, correct? However, with Kato, the female protagonist, currently absent, we ought to wait until everyone is present. When will that be? Kasumiga Kakashiwa flipped a page of the book resting on her lap, her gaze unwavering. Originally, our time is quite limited. Nearly 2 months have elapsed since you first conceived the idea of creating a game. Yet there has been no substantial progress on many critical matters. Is your original intention in founding this club genuinely to create a game? Kasumiga Kakashiwa's words were devoid of any mercy, driven not only by her eagerness to see the game completed and to repay Aki Ryu's debts, but also fueled by her understanding of Irie's descriptions concerning the 2-star capability. The astute Kasumiga Kakashiwa harbored further suspicions. Was that so-called evil dragon hinting to Aki Ryu, ensuring he remained unable to complete the game, keeping Kato, Irie, and herself in suspense? Confronted with Kasumiga Kakashiwa's inquiry, Aki Ryu replied with fervor, Of course. I wish to share the emotions I experienced that day with everyone. A game is the finest medium to express that feeling, and my conviction is beyond doubt. That is commendable enthusiasm. Now, please enlighten me. How far have we progressed toward your goal since the establishment of this club? Are we even 1/10 of the way there? Aki Ryu found himself momentarily speechless. beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Kasumigakaka Shiwa sighed. Many issues within this club could not be examined too deeply, as they yielded no answers to her desires. Never mind that. Returning to our initial topic, we must finalize the draft today, along with the funding concerns. Then I shall fetch Kato, so we can all. There is no need for that. Irie and I are the primary creators. For now, we can manage without troubling Kato. I believe it is better for her to have some quiet time alone. Aki Ryu was swayed by her reasoning and resumed his seat, saying, understood. Let us first delve into the matter of the club's finances. Currently, Ing Lily is reluctant to engage in discussions regarding the original artwork. Ailan, too, expressed his complete lack of understanding earlier. On that fateful day, he was not present during the encounter with Kadu, and even if he had been, it would be impossible to ascertain his inner thoughts. Much like those clients we have encountered before, they incessantly claim that the current version is unsatisfactory and insist on awaiting the next iteration. Are we to adhere to the adage that, after perusing countless versions, the initial one remains the most exceptional? The crux of the matter is that those clients are the ones financing the endeavor. What are we currently engaged in? Are we merely illustrating a romantic narrative between a childhood friend and another woman under the guise of fate? In this moment, Ing Lily felt an overwhelming sense of self-deprecation. Of course, in this regard, Kasumigakaka Shiyu is no different. She is the one who penned the script. No, that is not quite right. It seems Kasumigakaka Shiyu has lost interest in Lun Yi. Otherwise, she would not have. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Ing Lily cast a bewildered glance at Kasumigakaka Shiyu. What transpired during this period? Realizing that now is not the time for such contemplations, Ing Lily took a deep breath. Calming her mindset and moderating her tone, I am merely an original illustrator, not a psychologist. I cannot deduce accurate conclusions from your ambiguous statements, Lun Yi. Therefore, please do not burden me with the task of speculating or guessing. Provide me with specific guidance for the artwork, or offer constructive suggestions. For instance, regarding this illustration, are your grievances rooted in the protagonist's facial structure, the size of her eyes, her body proportions, or perhaps her attire? Once you clarify these aspects, we may revisit the subject of the original artwork. Upon hearing Ing Lily's words, Kasumigakaka Shiyu slightly curled her lips in amusement, then reopened the book in her hands, resting it on her shapely thigh encased in black stockings. Now, let us address the issue of club funding. Ailan previously provided a budget of 1 million yen and has facilitated our weekend gatherings along with other expenses. We must meticulously calculate the costs and confirm with him when the game will be completed, how it will be marketed, and how the profits will be divided post-sale. Even though Ing Lily and I may choose not to discuss finances out of respect for our past camaraderie, Ailan and Kat are under no obligation to do the same. I hope you understand this, Lun Yi. Upon hearing Ailan's name, Ailan's discontent surged within him. Suppressing his emotions, he turned to Kasumigakaka Shiyu. Shiyu, how much do you estimate it will cost to produce this game? Kasumigakaka Shiyu felt her composure slipping as she set aside her book. Lun Yi, have you truly given no thought to these matters? At that moment, I was solely focused on expediting the game's development and did not consider the financial implications. The desire to swiftly create the game is commendable. Yet the funding is of paramount importance. The script and original draft were the responsibility of both myself and Irie, and even Kato could learn programming. However, we are incapable of handling background music, voice acting, and game optimization. Passion alone cannot solve everything. Thus, the arrival of AI-chan has aided us in resolving our core issues. I have estimated that if we wish to complete the game before summer vacation, we will require at least 5 million yen. Furthermore, the longer we delay, the more expenses will accrue. I am also an examinee. I can assist you only until summer vacation, after which I will be powerless. 5 million. There are merely 2 months left until summer vacation. Consider the various issues from the perspective of the producer, Ryu. Creating a game is not a matter of mere whim. I hope to see an accurate budget for the club's finances this weekend. I cannot accept that your personal aspirations lead AI-chan to pour unlimited funds into a bottomless pit. Ignoring the astonished and distressed exclamations of Aki Ryu, Kasano-oka Shiyu departed the classroom. Irie gently bit her lower lip and followed Shiyu out, leaving Aki Ryu alone in the classroom. Murmuring to himself, how did it suddenly come to this? Everyone has only been apart from me for a week. Why has it changed so drastically? Aki Ryu felt a sense of panic as events spiraled out of his control. He clenched the desk tightly, growling, "The real world is such a terrible, worthless game." At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. "Have you finally realized? Would you consider merging with me?" That way, you can attain everything you desire. Our Dragon Balls exist to fulfill the wishes of others. Akiraya shook his head, responding with dissatisfaction. I have not yet failed. Is that so? The two-star dragon fell silent, but the merging had already commenced, unbeknownst to Akiraya. Chapter 58. The Saiyan does not wish to engage in others' emotional matters in a restaurant in Tokyo. The owner's roar resounded. Aki, if you continue to daydream, you might as well settle your bill and leave. You've already mixed up the orders several times today. Akiraya shrank back, bowing to the owner. I'm sorry. Boss, please don't fire me. I still need to save money for the new game. The owner sighed, helplessly saying, well, it's almost time to close. Tidy up and prepare to leave. Do your best tomorrow, and remember not to be late again. Yes, thank you, boss. Akiraya wiped the sweat from his brow. He had indeed been distracted all day. Kato had stormed out of the multimedia classroom in anger, which was quite a blow to him. The heroines in gal games would never treat their male protagonists this way. Reality is truly a frustrating and worthless game. Muttering under her breath, Ailan began to gather her belongings. Across the street, in a CAF by the window, Ailan pondered, what on earth is happening? I can no longer sense Ailan's presence at all. Erin finished her coffee in one swift gulp, wrinkling her brow at the bitter taste. Indeed, without sugar. It resembled the water used to wash pots and pans. Erin, did you bring me here to work in London merely to spy? Lily, donned in a green tracksuit, lightly kicked Erin's calf in discontent. The current Lily was a stark contrast to her usual self, adorning a thick pair of black-framed glasses. She wore a somewhat outdated yet impeccably clean green tracksuit. This outfit belonged to her high school days, though she felt a twinge of frustration at its snug fit. It remained one of her beloved pieces of loungewear. Ailan cast a fleeting glance at Riri and, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, I am not spying. I clearly stated that I was heading directly to the CAF where Aki works. It was you who insisted on dragging me here. And look at what I'm wearing. How can I face anyone like this? Moreover, I have no desire to see him at this moment. Riri popped a small piece of mousse cake into her mouth, demonstrating to Ailan the uplifting effects of dessert. In that instant, her previously troubled expression transformed into one of delight. Once Aki's presence faded, Ailan immediately thought of Riri, as they were childhood friends. And she was undoubtedly aware of Aki's workplace. However, Ailan was taken aback by Riri's choice of attire. And it seemed there was some unspoken tension between her and Aki. Could it be linked to Aki's sudden absence? With this thought in mind, Ailan cautiously inquired, have you and Aki had a disagreement? Or has something else transpired? Ailan had a fair understanding of Riri's character, if she didn't initiate the conversation. This proud girl with golden hair would never divulge her feelings. After all, Iri had just aided her, and it was related to Dragon Ball. It was only fitting to show some concern. It's about the original artwork. The character design I prepared for the heroine didn't pass, and even now, I remain unclear about the reasons for its rejection. Riri lowered her gaze, her radiant golden twin tails cascading forward, while savoring her dessert. She spoke in a reflective tone, recounting the events that had unfolded in the multimedia classroom. She even showed Ailan the character design on her phone. As she concluded, Riri slightly pursed her lips, reminiscing about her childhood bond with Aki, and felt a twinge of sympathy, wanting to defend him. As for Aki, he has been quite diligent lately. At least he still holds the position of producer, overseeing game planning and narrative design. Ailan pondered for a moment, casting a glance at Lily before saying, I see perhaps you were right. I do not know much about Aki-kun. However, since you have come to such a conclusion, it may very well be that your perspective is indeed valid. This was a falsehood. Aki Rintaro has truly gone too far. As a producer, he ought to have meticulously prepared for the project, understanding the protagonist's image and personality. Yet, when faced with the artist, he cannot even articulate the most fundamental requirements. As the one in charge, he possesses the authority to decide what content is adopted or rejected, but with that power comes the obligation of a producer. Aki Rintaro is neither your benefactor nor your patron. Why do you deny your own efforts to accommodate someone so inept, who can only spout empty words? In fact, I am the one who should be regarded as the patron. These were the thoughts Ailan wished to express. However, the other party harbored expectations for Aki Rintaro, and the very essence of their gaming club's establishment was a mutual agreement to engage. Moreover, it seemed there were no clues related to Dragon Ball within this matter. Thus, Ailan concluded that this was a personal issue between the two of them, not something she ought to fret over. It would be best to remain a confidant. a silent witness to their secrets. Nonetheless, Ailan still found the situation quite frustrating. Upon hearing Lily's account and grasping the unfolding of events, even as an outsider, Ailan felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. At that moment, she noticed Aki Rincharu emerging from the restaurant across the way. Lily, it's getting late. I have some matters to attend to. Let us conclude our conversation for today. I appreciate your assistance, and I shall treat you to a delicious meal this Saturday. But I still wish to sit here for a while. In response to the glimmer of anticipation in Lily's eyes, Ailan chose to feign ignorance. Is that so? Then you may rest here for a bit longer while I take my leave. However, the night is drawing near, and it is not safe for a young lady like you to linger outside. It would be wise to return home soon. Ailan stood up, preparing to depart. Just as he was about to take a step, he hesitated for a moment and then spoke. Lily, although you may be somewhat foolish, I believe you are not the one at fault in this matter. Regardless of your intentions, you must learn to articulate a refusal to unreasonable requests. Who is the fool here? Upon hearing the affirmation she longed for, Lily's spirits lifted, and she once again embraced her proud disposition. Ailan smiled at her briefly before departing from the CAF. Meanwhile, Ailan had just exited the restaurant, when the voice of Xing Long echoed in his mind. I sense a place brimming with negative energy. Let us hasten there. Reluctantly, Ailan responded. You are not going to drag me to some morgue again, are you? That is quite unsettling. He felt a twinge of reluctance. Following the sight of the photograph of Kato and Ailan, he had, in anger, struck an agreement with Xing Long. However, that very night, Xing Long had deceived him into the morgue, leaving Ailan with lingering trepidation. Was this yet another ploy? Surely not. I sense an abundance of greed there. What kind of greed could the deceased possess? We are collaborators now. Once I revive, I can surely create a genuine two-dimensional world for you and the girl named Kato. You must trust me. Chapter 59. Kasumi no Oka and Iri. After Ailan's departure, Lily sat alone in the CAF, contemplating Ailan's earlier words. Yet, after much reflection, all Lily could offer herself was a bitter smile. Ailan articulated a profound truth. It is imperative to verbally reject unreasonable requests. However, the one making such requests is none other than Aki Kurumi, who harbors affections for Kato Megumi. Eri is well aware of this fact. As a devotee of Gal games, solely indulging in the childhood friend route, Eri has been keenly observing Aki Kurumi's choices. She comprehends the mindset that leads to such decisions. Kurumi invariably opts for his classmate. And within the game club, only Kato Megumi embodies this archetype. In fact, the development of this game serves as a veiled confession of Aki Kurumi's feelings for Kato Megumi. As the daughter of a diplomat, Eri possesses a commendable emotional intelligence, yet she chooses to live a carefree existence. Thus, she is cognizant of all these dynamics. Nevertheless, she decides to involve herself, yearning to rekindle her relationship with Aki Kurumi to the intimacy of their elementary school days, perhaps even advancing to the status of lovers. Such is the essence of youthful infatuation. At that moment, Eri suddenly noticed a silhouette clad in black stockings passing by her bedside. She hurriedly exited the CAF, calling out to her, Kazunaka Utaha. Upon turning around and recognizing Eri, Utaha revealed a teasing smile. Oh, what an unexpected encounter, Sawamura Spencer Eri. She could likely surmise the reason for Eri's approach. Her recent comments in the club may have struck Eri like a thunderbolt, shattering her understanding of the relationships around her. Therefore, Utaha had deliberately avoided Eri after school, not anticipating this encounter. Utaha, you've been acting strangely lately. Are you all right? I'm perfectly fine. My work is progressing splendidly. I just enjoyed some afternoon tea and dessert. Today has been quite pleasant. Eri was taken aback, her twin tails quivering. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to be direct, as she was not adept at subtlety. What did you mean by what you said in the club this afternoon? Literally what I said. What do you mean by literally? Utaha could not help but rub her forehead, lamenting that Eri was indeed the type to require clarity. Eri pouted, and at that moment, Utaha appeared less peculiar, aligning more closely with her previous impressions, still exasperating as ever. What with that impatient demeanor? No matter, Utaha waved her hand dismissively and continued. What's the matter? Did I say something amiss in the club? My only thought is to expedite the completion of the game. Really? Skepticism was etched across Eri's face. People can change, Sawamura-san. The memories in her eyes receded like the tide, and the gaze of Shiukaza no Oka was no longer bound. After 3 days apart, One must regard each other with fresh eyes. The matters of our past have long since faded, and it is time for classmate Sawamura to refresh her understanding. Huh. Inri furrowed her brow. Initially, I did harbor thoughts of progressing deeper with Ryuya-kun when I joined this club. But I have since come to a realization, what I have always needed was never him. Now, all I desire is to see this game through to its conclusion. Not needing Ryuya? Inri gazed at Shiyukaza no Oka in disbelief, cautiously posing her most pressing question. Shiyu, have you given up? Yes. I relinquished my feelings just last week. Although Sawamura is rather foolish, I believe my intentions were made quite clear from the afternoon onward. Last week, Inri murmured. The most compelling explanation for giving up on Ryuya would be the presence of someone else she cherished. Last week, Shiyu had fallen ill and stayed home, while Akiriya also played at home for 3 days. Initially, Inri suspected some hidden connection between the two, only to later discover that they had not contacted each other at all. During the weekend, they visited Aaron's home together. Had Shiyu developed feelings for Aaron? Indeed. This revelation rendered many of the peculiar occurrences over the weekend comprehensible. Shiyu, have you developed feelings for Aaron? Upon hearing Aaron's name, a fleeting glimmer of infatuation crossed Shiyukaza no Oka's eyes, only to be swiftly suppressed. She still had her own debts to settle. Now was not the time to broach such matters, as it would be unfair to Aaron-kun. I wouldn't quite call it liking. I simply find Aaron-kun to be quite intriguing, and I do hold a certain fondness for him. Not yet in love. Inri sensed the intricacies of the situation. For Shiyukaza no Oka to utter the words having fond feelings was no trivial matter, nearly solidifying the truth of it. After being rivals for so long, to suddenly discover that her adversary had developed feelings for another, especially someone who had just shared coffee with her, left Inri's heart in a tumult of emotions. Ailan is indeed quite commendable, possessing an admirable physique. Moreover, during our disputes, she deliberately concedes to me. With one less competitor, I ought to feel elated. Kasumigakaka Shiyu crossed her arms, revealing a smile laden with significance. There was reason behind her candidly informing Riri about this matter. Everyone delights in exceptional things. Yet when such treasures pertain to emotions, especially amidst the rivalry with Yukino Shida Yukino, she could not afford to neglect her preparations. Strangely, Riri felt a growing aversion towards Kasumigakaka, particularly as she witnessed the unmasked smile of happiness gracing her lips, which only intensified the impression that she was flaunting her triumph. Kasumigakaka waved farewell to Riri, saying, "Goodbye, Sawamura-san. See you at school tomorrow." With that, she departed, her steps light and buoyant. With one less competitor, I ought to feel elated. Riri quietly repeated the phrase in her heart as she gazed at Kasumigakaka's retreating figure. Following the instructions of Nishikino Masato, Akihiro also arrived at a vast arcade. Despite being labeled as an arcade, apart from a few gaming machines at the entrance to embellish its facade, the interior was meticulously arranged with an array of pachinko gambling machines. A group of middle-aged individuals sat vacantly before these bullet gambling machines, mechanically inserting glass balls and pulling levers with a detached demeanor. Standing at the arcade's entrance, Akihiro's expression soured. "Is this insatiable greed what you referred to?" "Indeed. What a delightful scent it emanates. Each individual within is steeped in overwhelming desire, serving as the medium through which I draw energy. How utterly perfect. You actually expect me, a high school student, to enter this place? This is even more outrageous than your previous suggestion of the morgue," Akihiro exclaimed in exasperation as a self-identified otaku. He could clearly discern the distinction between an arcade and a gambling den. "Why the rush? I haven't asked you to gamble," Nishikino Masato replied, now sharing a profound connection with Akihiro and fully attuned to his thoughts. "Aren't there various gaming machines over there? Just find one to play for a while, allowing me to quietly absorb energy, and all will be well. You must understand, only when I am completely revived can your wishes come to fruition. Just a few hours would suffice." Iniluan's expression was grim as he struggled for a long time, ultimately letting out a sigh before making his way toward the arcade. Chapter 60. Rainy night. After exchanging several coins, Iniluan seated himself before a gaming machine, anxiously surveying his surroundings while praying not to encounter anyone he knew. As a devoted fan of the subculture, his notorious reputation stemmed from his unabashedly promoting manga and games at Fengji High School, regardless of the occasion. The thought of being discovered in such a gambling establishment by an acquaintance sent a shiver down his spine. Maintain a natural demeanor, and your furtive behavior will certainly raise suspicions. And Ailan retorted with irritation. It's easy for you to say. Relax, it's merely a matter of absorbing some energy. These individuals will remain unharmed, replied Xinglong nonchalantly, his talent for concealment second to none. He would not engage in large-scale slaughter that might jeopardize his anonymity until his true resurrection. Upon hearing Xinglong's words, Ailan adjusted his black-rimmed glasses, inserting a coin into the machine and beginning to play. An hour later, the previously clear night sky was now drizzled with light rain. Xinglong's voice echoed in Ailan's mind once more. Well done, well done. These greed-driven humans have indeed provided me with ample energy. We can depart now. Ani, relieved to see no abnormalities in those from whom Xinglong had drained energy, Ailan stood up and hurriedly blended into the crowd, heading homeward. On the way, he curiously inquired, "How much longer until your resurrection?" "Very soon," Xinglong replied dismissively, falling silent once again. On the roof of the building opposite the arcade, AI ran, holding a straight umbrella, furrowed her brow as she intently observed Ailan's retreating figure, lost in thought. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lily leaned against her bicycle, standing alone at the entrance of a grocery store. The sky was overcast, and the persistent drizzle was neither a torrential downpour nor the kind one brave to get home. How long will this rain continue? It's already dark. Turning to glance into the grocery store, she lamented that, despite its diverse offerings, it did not sell umbrellas. If I hadn't spoken to Kasumi no Okashiyu, I might already be home. With her head bowed, facing the rainy night alone instilled a sense of trepidation within her. Zezwan classmate, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Lily lifted her head in surprise, exclaiming, Hentai AI ran? Come on, I'll walk you home. Huh, aren't you looking for Luanyi? How did you end up here? How did you find yourself here? Was it merely the instinct to sense your presence, prompting a concern that led you to come and take a look, only to find you standing there, motionless, with a rather foolish expression? It seems you were merely passing by. Come now. The rain shows no signs of abating in the near future, and lingering here may leave you susceptible to a chill. Ah, this. Lily's face displayed a hint of hesitation. Could this be considered a shared umbrella? It would be quite unfortunate if someone from the school were to witness this. Of course, AI Ran remained oblivious to Lily's thoughts, as he unfurled the umbrella and stepped closer to her. Wait, Lily called out, swiftly undoing her signature twin ponytails. Her dazzling golden hair cascaded down like silk, infusing her spirited and proud demeanor with a touch of gentleness amidst the rain. She then retrieved a hat from her backpack and placed it atop her head, a customary disguise she donned when venturing out to purchase notebooks. With a sigh of relief, Lily turned to AI Rand and declared, Now it's all right. Let us be on our way. Aaron suddenly grasped Yuriri's intentions, gazing at her in utter disbelief. This girl certainly bore the weight of her noble upbringing heavily. Rest assured, your demeanor now feels as though you have transformed into a different person. Hurry along now, it is quite late. Upon hearing Aaron's words, Sawamura Yuriri felt a wave of relief wash over her. After glancing around to ensure no one was in sight, she briskly maneuvered her bicycle beneath Aaron's umbrella. Aaron, thank you. It feels a bit chilly today. Standing here for so long has made me somewhat hungry. I long to return home for a meal. Aaron rolled her eyes at Lily. Did you not just indulge in dessert at the CAF over an hour ago? Flustered, Lily retorted, her cheeks flushed. I've told you before, girls possess two stomachs, one specifically for desserts. Yes, Aaron dismissed Yinglali's nonsensical argument. Lead the way. I am unaware of your residence. Outside the umbrella, a gentle drizzle fell, while within its shelter, they remained dry, driven by humanity's instinct to seek warmth. Lily instinctively drew closer to the sole source of heat beside her, thus reducing the distance between herself and Aaron. The disparity in their heights was notable. Aaron towered over 1.8 meters, while Lily stood at a mere 158 centimeters. Even if Aaron held the umbrella normally, Lily would still be exposed to the rain. Noticing her predicament, Aaron lowered the umbrella slightly. Lily turned her head, speaking with a haughty tone. Humph, I didn't expect you, Hentai Aaron, to exhibit such a considerate side. What can I say? Classmate Sawamura is simply too short. I cannot allow you to get soaked in the rain. Ah, how infuriating. I retract what I just said. Hentai Aaron, you are utterly inconsiderate. I cannot be blamed for not growing taller. You should drink more milk and get outside more often. I do drink milk, yet I still don't grow. What can I do about it? Yinglali's tone bore a hint of melancholy, causing Aaron to glance down at her modest endowments, noting the rather disappointing B79. 9. Indeed, that is quite characteristic of you. In Aaron's previous life, Her perception of Lily was limited to her blonde hair and proud demeanor, coupled with this unfortunate measurement. With a tinge of sympathy, Aaron remarked, "Don't lose heart. Perhaps you might still grow." However, as Aaron glanced down, she fortuitously met Lily's fierce gaze, which transformed in an instant into that of a ferocious golden retriever ready to pounce. "Hentai Aaron, where do you think you're looking?" A surge of surprise coursed through Ailan's heart upon realizing that his subtle actions had been noticed by Lily. Nevertheless, he maintained an air of composure, responding in a nonchalant tone. "Please don't misunderstand. I was merely admiring your hair. I find that after letting down her twin ponytails, classmate Zawang has become quite enchanting." Lily's eyes sparkled with delight. No girl is immune to the allure of compliments. Yet, she wished to conceal her pleasure from Ailan. So her smile quickly morphed into a facade of pride as she turned her head away with a haughty huff. Chapter 61. Lily ascended, and then the tranquil night was punctuated solely by the gentle patter of raindrops upon the umbrella. Beneath it, Ailan and Lily engaged in casual conversation, their words flowing effortlessly as they approached home. After a moment of contemplative silence, Lily abruptly inquired, "Ailan, has anything transpired recently between you and Kasumigakaka Shiyu?" Indeed, a myriad of events had unfolded, such as Ailan stealthily visiting Kasumigakaka Shiyu's bedroom under the cover of night, only to be discovered. Moreover, he had embraced her on 2 occasions thus far. In contrast, with Yukino Shida, he had merely held her hand and rested his shoulder against hers, as she possessed a more reserved disposition. Despite their mutual feelings, both were striving to maintain a respectful distance until their relationship was clearly defined. Unlike Yukino Shida, Kasumigakaka Shiyu blazed like a flame. Once her feelings were confirmed, she preferred to take the initiative. Reflecting on Lily's question, Ailan involuntarily recalled the events of the previous week, the pain, strength, acceptance, warmth, and tears shared between him and Kasumigakaka Shiyu replayed vividly in his mind. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. "Last week, I happened to assist classmate Kasumigakaka a few times, so I suppose we have become somewhat acquainted." Aaron felt a twinge of uncertainty. Suddenly, Lily burst into laughter, remarking, "Although Aaron is a hentai, there are moments when she can be quite tender." Tender? Lily's self-assessment left Aaron somewhat bewildered. When had she, as a Saiyan, ever possessed such a quality? Before a grand mansion, Lily halted, clasping her hands behind her back as she addressed Aaron. "Well, I've arrived home." "Thank you." "Not at all. I merely escorted you back." "Did you not help me find Aki today?" Lily shook her head. "No, that's not what I meant. What you said to me at the CAF truly eased my heart. I had begun to doubt myself, and I desperately needed a sense of validation. So thank you. And don't forget our wager. I will definitely find a culinary delight that will astonish you. Just wait patiently to be my model." With a haughty snort, Lily briskly walked into her family's courtyard. Observing her proud demeanor, Aaron chuckled before seeking a place to soar towards Chiba City. "Mom, I'm home." The voice of Sayaka Zawamura echoed from a distance, laced with concern. "Did it rain on Lily? You forgot your umbrella when you left." "No. A friend brought me back. I'm going to take a shower now." "All right, dinner will be ready soon. Come straight to eat after you're done." Sayaka watched her daughter retreat into her room, her gaze lingering on her attire and hair, growing increasingly inquisitive. A friend brought her back? Dressed so hurriedly, she returned in a guise. It seemed that the one who escorted her home was not a female friend from school. Could it be Runtaro? After dinner, Lily picked up the original manuscript of the female protagonist and scrutinized it for quite some time. She gently bit her lower lip. The withdrawal of Kasumigakaka Shiyu should be good news. While Runtaro seemed to harbor some affection for Kato Megumi, it was merely due to that so-called encounter. They had been strangers before. How could there be any emotional foundation? This was indeed the opportune moment, resolving the conflicts from their elementary school days. Embarking on the path to a childhood sweetheart's good E&D was the best timing. With determination, she retrieved her phone and sent a message to Aki Runtaro via line. "Are you there, Runtaro?" "Oh, I am." "Lily, why are you contacting me so late? Must our game truly feature Kato as the female protagonist? If, and I emphasize if, I were to design a female protagonist based on my own likeness, since I know myself best, I am confident I could create an original piece that would satisfy you." After composing what resembled a confession, Lily hesitated for an extended period before ultimately sending it. This time, Ailan did not respond immediately. Lily understood this. She could afford to wait. She had wrestled with the brevity of her message for quite some time, arguably since her elementary school days. Perhaps it was the encouragement from Ailan that inspired her to reject unreasonable demands with words. Indeed, for Lily, the request to create original artwork featuring Katu as the main character was inherently unreasonable. Alternatively, she might have drawn inspiration from the decisive manner in which Kasumiga Kakashiwa found her true love, which deeply impressed Lily. After a long wait, Ailan finally replied. Taking a deep breath, Lily opened her line app. Lily, you still don't comprehend, do you? The essence of the two-dimensional world lies in that fleeting moment of emotion. If the original artwork of the female protagonist differs, it becomes impossible to convey our fervor for creation to the audience. If such a change were to occur, I would no longer deserve to call myself a fan of the two-dimensional realm. Why can't you understand this? Lily quickly sent a message, feeling a twinge of doubt about whether Ailan genuinely could not grasp her meaning or was merely feigning ignorance. However, her feelings for Ailan ultimately prevailed, leading her to believe that he was simply somewhat oblivious due to his immersion in the two-dimensional world. On the other end of the line, sensing Lily's denial of her feelings for the two-dimensional universe, Ailan became somewhat agitated. In a moment of emotional upheaval, he voiced a topic they had both long sought to avoid. The two-dimensional realm is undeniably pure. The feelings of that initial spark must be conveyed authentically to the players. Lily, you still lack the purity necessary in this domain, which is why we lost touch in our childhood. Lily opened her mouth to explain, but suddenly realized that Ailan was not physically present beside her. It felt as though her heart had been pierced by a knife, heavy and painful. She acknowledged that the matter was indeed her fault, but hearing it articulated in that tone by Ailan caused her immense hurt. Let us reconcile, Luanyi, she sent through tears. Have we not already reconciled? The past is behind us. Now, we simply need to unite our efforts to create this game. This message was the final straw for Lily. She could no longer deceive herself. Luanyi understood the meaning of her earlier message, struggling to maintain her composure. She typed the concluding words with trembling hands and finally succumbed to uncontrollable sobs. I understand now, Luanyi. I will do everything in my power to help you create this game. Chapter 62. A series of spectacular performances is about to begin. It was Friday during the lunch break. In the service department, only Ailan and Yukino remained, while Uebahama Yui ventured off with Ashiki Aki and Hikigaya Hachiman to befriend Miura Yumiko. However, it seemed that Ashiki's current focus was on Hayama. She had even introduced Ashiki to Miura as a potential friend, bringing along the typically socially anxious Hikigaya Hachiman, which was quite exhilarating to contemplate. Suppressing a yawn, Ailan picked up the bread in front of her. What is the matter? You seem rather listless, Yukino remarked as she took a seat beside Ailan, skillfully offering her a portion of the bento she had prepared herself. Oh, do I? Ailan responded, accepting the bento, only to yawn again. This marks your fourth yawn since you entered this clubroom. Is something troubling you? At present, there were no apparent issues, though it was true that she had not been resting well lately. Ailan opened the bento box, revealing an assortment of neatly cut sandwiches. Casually, she tossed a piece into her mouth, and her tail wagged uncontrollably in delight. Upon returning to this mundane world, Yukino found it impractical to prepare meals for Ailan every day. After all, bringing such an abundance of bento to school would be rather excessive. Moreover, given Yukino's stamina, it was unrealistic to expect her to consistently produce meals that could satisfy the voracious appetite of a Saiyan. Nevertheless, she remained committed to preparing a snack for Ailan each lunchtime. As for the other two Saiyans, they need not concern themselves with such matters. Goku's wife, Chi-Chi, is a disciple of the Turtle School and has ranked among the top 8 in the World Martial Arts Tournament. With her strength, preparing a meal for one Saiyan is trivial, let alone 3. As for Vegeta, his wife seems to be the world's wealthiest individual. With a household staff of dozens of chefs at her disposal, Ailan savored the delicacies prepared by Yukino, her thoughts drifting back to the previous nights. From Monday to Thursday, Ailan had been vigilantly observing Aki Kanta in Tokyo. Yet, despite 4 consecutive days of scrutiny, Aki exhibited no peculiar behavior. Though he frequented an arcade after work, indulging in video games, such habits seemed quite mundane, especially considering his reclusive nature. Naruhodo-kun, next week we will commence our practical training. Our family's construction company is part of the school-organized tour. My sister mentioned she would like to dine with you that day, Yukino said, her cheeks flushed, her tone tinged with shyness and a hint of apprehension. Although it was her sister's desire to meet Ailan, it was after all the family business, and their mother would likely be present. After hastily finishing the last bite of his sandwich, Aaron turned to Yukino. "Oh, that is perfectly fine. I will be by your side throughout the practical training." A smile graced Yukino's lips. Indeed, Naruhodo-kun was ever so dependable. Sakamura Spencer Arari, a concealed otaku and a creator of popular R18 doujin works, is renowned in the doujin community under the pseudonym Kashiwagi Ari. Although she is yet to graduate, she has already embarked on her professional journey, receiving numerous paid commissions for her illustrative talents. Logically speaking, such a skilled illustrator should swiftly rebound from any emotional turmoil. However, she now grappled with the cruel rejection from the one she had secretly admired for years. After 3 days of solitude at home, she gradually organized her thoughts, allowing herself to find some semblance of peace. Presently, she found herself in the multimedia classroom, the temporary base of her gaming doujin club. "Arari, it's already Friday. Have you conceived any ideas for a compelling female protagonist as character design?" "None whatsoever. My mind is as barren as chewed sugarcane pulp, devoid of even the slightest inspiration." "Just in my suffering," Arari replied coldly, staring at Aki, who was filled with hope. Aki knew well the reason for Arari's frosty demeanor towards him. Yet some matters must remain unspoken. He still needed her creativity at this stage. He mechanically turned his head, casting a pleading glance at the other two, hoping they might alleviate the awkward atmosphere. Kanzaki Shiyu shrugged, indicating her inability to assist. "What a joke. I'm about to meet Aaron. How can I possibly focus on your dilemma?" The breath of Kasumigakaka Shiyu became slightly heavier. She had spent the past week in torment, akin to an addict yearning for the companionship of cats, now desperately replenishing her energy. She was even contemplating heading directly to Chiba that very night. Observing this scene, Ailan paused for a moment before offering a few comforting words. "Inori, it's all right. No one in the club will rush you, so there is no need to pressure yourself. We can slow down and wait for your original artwork." However, this statement echoed in Inori's ears with an entirely different connotation. "No one would urge me? Who was it that just questioned the progress of my artwork? No need to exert pressure, to delay for my original artwork? If it weren't for your baseless dismissal of my last piece, or your feigned ignorance during your confession that night, would I be in this disheveled and anxious state now?" Bang! Inori's eyes widened as she slammed her hands on the table, her lingering feelings for Ailan gradually eroding. Yet, upon witnessing Aki's instinctive retreat, she chose to swallow her words, instead glaring at him before crossing her arms and turning her gaze to the window. Kasumigakaka Shiyu observed the evidently off-kilter Inori, her brow furrowed in contemplation. As a novelist, she understood the frustrations inherent in the creative process, thus empathizing with Inori. However, Inori's current emotional state transcended mere irritation. Recalling their chance encounter at the CAF on Monday, Shiyu found herself speculating. "Lenkuen," Kasumigakaka Shiyu began, drawing the attention of the others in the club towards her. "Setting aside the matter of the original artwork, I previously sent you the draft of the game online. Have you seen it?" Ailan, still seemingly recovering from Inori's earlier outburst, took a moment before hurriedly responding, "I saw it, of course." "Oh? What do you think? Is there anything that needs revision?" The storyline crafted by Shiyu-sensei was, as always, engaging. However, it felt somewhat different from what I had anticipated. Kasumigakaka Shiyu lowered her head in silence. Unlike 2 weeks prior, she refrained from asking Ailan what specifically felt amiss with the plot, for it no longer seemed necessary. Upon hearing those words, Inori's gaze, which had been directed out the window, returned to Ailan. Once again, that familiar phrase, "not the feeling I expected." Inori felt a chuckle rising within her. She turned to Kasumigakaka Shiyu, realizing that stepping back had indeed been the right decision. Chapter 63, Severing Ties completely after a moment of contemplation, Anki Rania ascended the podium of the multimedia classroom. Adjusting his black-rimmed glasses with his index finger, he announced in a resonant voice, after some thought, "We shall not gather at Aaron's residence this week." He had already informed him in the group chat moments earlier. Kazunakawa Poem's expression immediately darkened as she softly inquired, "Why?" "In pursuit of discovering the direction for our game project and rekindling the emotions from the day I first met Kato. I wish to invite Kato to my home to play games and subsequently enjoy a stroll together." "A date?" Kazunakawa Poem cast a disapproving glance at Anki Rania. "Why should your personal outing necessitate the cancellation of our collective activity?" Kato Megumi also regarded Anki Rania with surprise, on the verge of voicing her thoughts, yet interrupted by Anki Rania's subsequent remarks. "No, this is a club activity for research purposes," Anki Rania corrected Kazunakawa Poem. Only for two people's research? The tone of Inori had softened considerably, yet still retained a sharp edge. Inori, you are to design the original artwork, and Poem Senpai is under pressure to meet deadlines. Given the intensity of your workloads, it would be best for you both to refrain from participating in this activity for the time being, Anki Renia stated earnestly. All right, continue. Kazunakawa Poem signaled him to proceed, her expression unyielding. In order to emulate the scenarios depicted in our game, I envision Kato as the female protagonist. Engaging in activities such as shopping, holding hands, exchanging gifts, and enjoying desserts together. Essentially, a series of mundane, yet meaningful interactions for research. Interesting and ordinary are not inherently contradictory. What I seek is a portrayal of the affection between the male and female leads within the fabric of everyday life. A happiness derived simply from their presence in one another's lives. To encapsulate these commonplace moments through words and exquisite original artwork will yield a game capable of resonating deeply with players, a truly remarkable creation. As Renia concluded his impassioned speech, Kato Megumi, seated at the back of the media room, stood up and stated in a calm tone, I apologize, Anki-kun. Though I agreed to be the female lead for this Dojin club, I find myself disinterested in the activities you propose. If there is no gathering this weekend, I shall dedicate my time to studying, as my academic performance has been declining, and I must devote time to rectifying this. With that, Kato Megumi picked up her backpack. Kato, Anki Renia hurried towards the back of the multimedia classroom, attempting to stop her. At that moment, Kazunakawa Poem interposed herself in front of him, asserting, according to your perspective, Renia-kun, can simple, ordinary romantic interactions truly be engaging? It can. Akiruna firmly nodded, yet his gaze continually drifted towards Kato Megumi. Upon noticing that she seemed disinclined to depart immediately, he redirected his attention to Kasumiga Kakashiwa. If it were the renowned novelist Shiwa Kasumi, she would undoubtedly conjure vivid characters and captivating tales. I have faith in you. In response to Akiruna's expectations, Kasumiga Kakashiwa, with her eyes closed and arms crossed, quietly contemplated, refraining from an immediate reply. To her, her only connection with Akiruna was the debt she owed him. Once the debt was settled, they would part ways. Presently, her task was to evaluate the feasibility of such a script. Inari looked onto this scene with a profound sense of déjà vu. It reminded her of a seemingly ordinary afternoon before the establishment of their club, when Akiruna had appeared before her without warning. Join me in creating a game, Inari. If it's you, you can undoubtedly produce the most exhilarating concept art. You are the finest artist I know, and I believe in your talent. Lost in her own resolve, brimming with enthusiasm, she rallied the team, fervently offering encouragement, all the while claiming to believe in him, yet never truly witnessing his presence in their shared journey. I believe in you. I believe in you. Were you a cheerleader or a game producer? Inari pondered this question, reflecting on why she had initially agreed to assist him in the game's creation. What was the sentiment that had driven her to join the club? Was it the satisfaction of being needed by Akiruna, the pride of having her abilities acknowledged, or perhaps a sense of responsibility to be of service? It seemed none of those truly resonated. It appeared her affection for this childhood friend had simply been stirred by his seemingly fervent gaze. Ultimately, did he genuinely aspire to craft an exceptional game, rather than merely one he deemed remarkable? Or, to put it bluntly, a game inspired by Akiruna and Kato Megumi? Recently, Runa had been quite diligent, even assuming the role of producer, overseeing game planning and narrative design. Inari suddenly recalled a statement she had made previously in a CAF with Eira. Inari felt rather foolish. He had already found the leading lady of his life, using the guise of game development and research outings as an excuse to hold hands and go on dates. Meanwhile, she had comprehended this long ago, yet had continued to deceive herself. No wonder Eira had hastily left after comforting her. To him, she must have appeared nothing more than a complete fool. Inari, why are you crying? Akiruna noticed her distress. It's nothing. I just thought of something amusing. Lily withdrew a tissue to dry her tears. At that moment, she finally awakened from her reverie. Having made a commitment to the other party, she resolved to fulfill their needs diligently, regardless of any unforeseen circumstances that might arise, even if they were rather unpleasant. This was the fundamental principle of Lily's professional ethics. Runi, I shall diligently complete the original artwork for the female protagonist as you requested. Farewell, Runi. Let this manuscript serve as my compensation for that incident from our childhood. Once the artwork is finished, our debts will be settled, and we shall part ways. Kagaya Shinohira opened her eyes and witnessed Lily's every reaction. After letting out a gentle sigh, she addressed Aki Runi, saying, "Runikun, I understand. I will gradually revise according to your specifications. Yes, I am counting on you, senior. In the following days, I shall contemplate thoroughly and will reach out to discuss before putting pen to paper." Indeed, the affirmations from Ing Lily and Kagaya Shinohira instantly elevated his spirits. He was certain he could complete this captivating game that would enthrall everyone. At that moment, Kato Megumi, who had already reached the classroom door, remarked quietly, "Akikin, I shall take my leave now. I apologize for declining your invitation, but I will cooperate with Ing Lily's work. For now, I must be off." Upon finishing her words, she vanished from Anri Rune's sight like a fleeting cloud. Chapter 64, Their Gathering, Part 1. The conclusion of the Game Club's Friday meeting was ultimately one of discontent. After Kato Megumi departed, Anri remained silent, lost in thought, unaware of what preoccupied his mind. In the end, he was unable to produce a reasonable budget proposal for game development as planned, which left Kasumiga Kakashiwa rather disheartened. Yet, she uttered not a word, merely sighed and bid a soft farewell before hastily departing. As for Arari, she found herself wandering alone on the bustling streets. Often, in moments of disappointment, hesitation, and indecision, one instinctively seeks a confidant. However, Arari was astonished to realize that she had no one to confide in. The name Ailan suddenly surfaced in her mind. Was the gathering this week not taking place? With her head bowed, she pondered the upcoming weekend, feeling an inexplicable void in her heart. The sense of belonging that once filled her had vanished, leaving her feeling hollow, as though she were traversing a monochrome street teeming with people, yet enveloped in silence. The world had lost its color, and the crowd no longer buzzed with merriment. The absence of certain elements rendered this place eerily desolate. She longed to escape from these distressing emotions that made her want to weep, not wanting to feel such sorrow even once more. Driven by urgency, Arari decided to act. She sent a message to her mother and then entered the train station, boarding a train bound for Chiba. An hour later, she arrived in Chiba. Instead of heading directly to AI Rant's home, she found herself at the mall where she had previously taken photos with the game club members, hesitating once more. After all, AI Ran and I aren't even friends. What would this visit signify? After a moment's contemplation, she resolved, well, since I'm here, I might as well buy some fruit and snacks as gifts and spend the night gaming at AI Rant's. With newfound determination, Arari purchased some apples and packed a few snacks before making her way to AI Rant's apartment. Unbeknownst to her, the sky, now shrouded in dark clouds, erupted with a clap of thunder. The late spring weather, much like the heart of a young girl, was perpetually elusive. The deafening sound startled Arari, causing her to freeze in place, her eyes wide with unmistakable fear. Raindrops, the size of peas, poured down from the heavens, initially falling softly but quickly escalating into a torrential downpour within mere breaths. The rain cascaded like a waterfall, striking the ground with a relentless rhythm. Pedestrians hurried past, some clutching briefcases, others wielding umbrellas, while Arari joined the throng, dashing forward. The gift brought to Aaron was cradled in her arms, her hair thoroughly drenched, and her shoes began to soak as the relentless rain obscured her vision. In a moment of carelessness, she stumbled over a slightly raised section of the pavement. A sharp pain surged through her as the apples from her fruit bag tumbled to the ground. Yingerly slowly rose to her feet, feeling a fiery ache in her knee joints and the outer sides of her arms. Despite enduring the discomfort, she retrieved her backpack and collected the scattered apples one by one. The passers-by around her turned a blind eye to this scene, instinctively adjusting their positions to avoid any unnecessary complications. As she resumed her journey towards Aaron's apartment, tears that she had long suppressed finally escaped her eyes, not only due to the pain but also from a sense of injustice. Upon reaching Aaron's doorstep, Yingerly brushed her long hair away from her cheek, sniffed back her emotions, wiped her face with her damp sleeve, and donned her usual proud demeanor before pressing the doorbell with a gentle hand. After a brief wait, no one answered the door. She pressed the bell again and stood in silence, awaiting a response that never came. Was Aaron not home, or had she simply fallen asleep? Setting her belongings down, Yingerly took out her phone in an attempt to contact Aaron via line, but alas, it had been damaged by the water. Undeterred, she pressed the doorbell once more, lowering her head slowly in front of the unyielding door. Fool, 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 she murmured, her voice tinged with a sob, perhaps directed at Aaron, or perhaps at herself. Leaning against the wall, she gradually sank to the ground, resting her head on her knees, her cries becoming increasingly muffled. With the thunder rumbling more frequently, the rain outside intensified further. At this moment, Ailan was hovering above the home of an Ailan. This afternoon, he unexpectedly received a message from an Ailan announcing that this week's gathering had been cancelled. How could this be? Every Saturday presented a precious opportunity to engage closely with the Dragon Ball host. Ailan, in a state of agitation, fixated his gaze upon the residence of an Ailan. Several times, he contemplated unleashing a powerful energy blast to send both an Ailan and his dwelling soaring into the heavens. Such an act would have, in his mind, completed the cleansing mission akin to that of Dragon Ball. Alas, the act of murder was strictly forbidden. The Supreme Kai of Time had warned him that should he take a life, he would be condemned to the depths of hell. With a resigned sigh, Ailan propped his chin on his hand. Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap echoed, and torrential rain descended in an instant. Well, with the onset of rain, it appeared that nothing would change today at an Ailan's place. Perhaps it would be best for me to return home. Ailan wiped her face with her hand. The hair of a Saiyan remains unchanged upon reaching adulthood. Thus, even in the heavy rain, there was no need for her to tend to it. Once home, a few shakes would suffice. It was time for a warm shower and some well-deserved rest. Attending classes by day and working by night. What a life of servitude this is. With that thought, Ailan sped towards Chiba. Moments later, she returned to her apartment. As the elevator doors opened, Ailan stepped out only to find a curled figure in front of her door. Was that a classmate, Zakamura? Approaching closer, she was taken aback and crouched down gently, calling out to her friend, Lily. Upon hearing her name, Lily slowly lifted her head from between her knees, her crimson eyes brimming with tears as they met Ailan's gaze. Upon meeting that gaze, Ailan felt her heart clench tightly. Ailan. Lily slowly rose to her feet, but having crouched for too long, she stumbled forward towards Ailan. Hastily, Ailan caught her as she fell, feeling the frailness, chill, and dampness of Lily's form. She noticed the fruits and snacks set aside, as well as the wounds on Lily's body, although the situation remained unclear. Her hand instinctively began to patting Lily's back gently. I apologize, Zemu classmate. Have you been waiting long? Ailan gazed at the pitiful Lily, her tone softening with an exquisite gentleness. Chapter 65, They're Gathering Here, Part 2. Filled with anticipation to confide in someone. What awaited her instead was a disheartening surprise and a poignant weight. The loneliness and pain that enveloped her were released without reservation the moment she beheld Ailan before her. The restrained self-discipline was utterly unraveled, akin to a riverbank breached by a deluge, rendered utterly ineffective. Zitsuin, please, let us enter the house. As she noticed the disheveled Miss Xiaotang gradually ceasing her sobs, Ailan slowly loosened her embrace. Yet, Lily did not let go. She merely nodded imperceptibly. After initially unleashing her emotions, Lily found herself at a loss as to how to navigate the current situation. Her inherent Sundara nature began to resurface, dominating her thoughts. Why did I suddenly leap into Ailan's arms? How unreserved. So utterly unreserved. Am I foolish? Zitsuin, if you hold me like this, I cannot open the door. Ailan helplessly raised her hand, pondering what on earth was happening tonight. Upon hearing these words, Lily hesitated for a moment before slowly releasing her grip, lowering her head and biting her lip, silently retreating a few steps. She didn't need a mirror to know that her face was undoubtedly flushed, as she could feel an intense heat radiating from that very spot. Ailan casually picked up the items brought by Lily, opened the door, and said, "Please come in. I'm sorry to intrude." Lily murmured, her head bowed as she stepped into Ailan's home. Ailan closed the door behind her, effectively shutting out the sound of the rain and the occasional rumble of thunder, which significantly diminished in volume. In such a reassuring environment, Lily exhaled a sigh of relief, only to be overtaken by an unsettling emotion. Upon reaching the living room, she stood there, momentarily lost and at a loss for what to do. She was drenched from the rain, and having fallen earlier, her clothes were speckled with mud. "Please, make yourself comfortable," classmate Zitsuin, Ailan said, placing her belongings on the coffee table. She noticed Lily's knee, where her over-the-knee socks had torn, allowing a trace of blood to seep through. "I'm not clean. I might dirty the sofa. It's all right. We can tidy up later." Ailan casually spoke as she retrieved a medical kit from beneath the television cabinet and approached Lily. Inside were some bandages and anti-inflammatory medication, as she often sustained injuries during her training, prompting her family to keep such supplies readily available. "Wait, Ailan." Lily's calves tensed slightly. Though she understood what the other intended to do, a wave of shyness overwhelmed her. I am fine. There's no need to trouble yourself with me. What? I never intended to assist you. Ailan replied, her expression one of bewilderment as she gazed at Lily. In anime, don't boys always take the initiative to help girls with these matters? For reasons unknown, Lily suddenly felt a sense of relaxation, her tone gradually shifting back to her usual tsundere demeanor. She even recalled a comic she had drawn previously, wherein a queen, cast out, was rescued by a knight. Between them, feelings blossomed. After the queen reclaimed her identity, the knight, acutely aware of their disparate statuses, hesitated to make a move, reluctant to overstep. The proud queen, growing impatient, compelled her knight to kneel before her bed. The knight could only grasp her foot, leading inevitably to some rather adult themes. At this thought, Lily shivered slightly, a hint of fear mingling with an unexpected anticipation. However, Ailan merely placed the medical kit before her and then sat at a distance. Hentai. Ailan, how can you be so unchivalrous? Lily muttered in dissatisfaction, unbuttoning the top button of her blouse to ease her discomfort, and began to tend to her wound herself. You cannot treat your injury like that. As Ailan observed the clumsy demeanor of Lily, she let out a resigned sigh and promptly intervened to halt her subsequent actions. Foolish Lily, allow me to assist you. You are the fool, and please refrain from calling my name. Lily was about to retort with a grimace when she suddenly let out a soft whimper. As Ailan grasped her foot and placed it upon her thigh. I shall begin my treatment now. Please bear with me for a moment. As she watched Ailan, who sat cross-legged beside her, diligently tending to her leg injury, Lily's thoughts nearly came to a standstill. She found herself lost in a daze, captivated by the presence of the man before her. She couldn't help but imagine herself as the queen in a story. No, Lily, you must compose yourself. Do not let your mind be consumed by such frivolous thoughts. Yet, this sensation felt entirely novel, an experience she had never encountered before. Lily placed her hand on her chest, a surge of intense emotion threatening to surface, but she suppressed it fiercely. Hentai Ailan. May I come here every weekend? I would like you to be my model. Foolish Lily, do not forget our wager. Until you find a dish that satisfies me, do not even think about it. Ailan meticulously applied a waterproof bandage, only to lift her gaze and meet Lily's anxious eyes. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room became palpably awkward. You should take a shower. Huh? What do you mean? You're drenched, and your clothes are torn. If you don't shower, you'll catch a cold. By the way, doesn't this bother you? Ailan cast a sidelong glance at Lily and continued, after you wash up, please change into my clothes. You can't wear what you have on anymore. Can you? Blushing, Lily lowered her head and responded with a soft before hurriedly making her way to the bathroom. At that moment, Ailan's phone unexpectedly lit up. He picked it up to find a friend request from Kasumigakaka Shiyu. Their only previous means of contact had been through the group chat of their gaming club. Why has she suddenly added me as a friend? In Ailan's phone, there were only 3 contacts: Yukino Shida Yukino, Hikigaya Hachiman, and Yui Yokohama. After a moment of contemplation, Ailan clicked to agree. Ailan-kun, I wish to come over tomorrow. Why? Isn't there no club activity this week? However, after facing such an incident, being alone frightens me a bit. Moreover, you have done various things for me. Shouldn't you be held accountable? Upon seeing the message from Kasumigakaka Shiwa, Ailan was momentarily taken aback. What have I done? Wasn't it to save someone? Chapter 66, They Gather Here, Part 2. This is Hentai Ailan's outfit. Immediately, Ailan associated it with the lewd act of burying one's head in it and inhaling deeply. Her face flushed instantly. No, Ailan, you must maintain your composure. You can't be filled with such thoughts when you are at a boy's house. Taking a deep breath, Ailan methodically removed her skirt and shirt, sequentially lifting her legs to discard her panties, followed by her bra. She neatly folded everything and placed it on a nearby hanger, standing beneath the shower head as warm water enveloped her entire body. How delightful. I was freezing from the rain earlier. Speaking of which, the reason for coming here today was to chat with Hentai Ailan, yet why was he taking care of her? This feels rather odd, she mused, closing her eyes. After finishing her shower, Ailan emerged from the bathroom and made her way to the living room. So, what brings you here so suddenly today? Didn't Anki-san say that the weekend retreat was cancelled? Ailan presented a cup of steaming tea to Lily, settling onto the sofa while casting a puzzled glance in her direction. I was worried you might perish from hunger at home. I noticed it last week. You truly cannot cook, can you? Lily's cheeks flushed slightly. At this moment, she found herself at a loss for words to confide in Ailan. At this moment, Ailan found himself slightly dazed, for today he beheld a distinctly different Lily. Her golden tresses cascaded over her shoulders rather than being tied into pigtails, and her face, freshly washed, bore a rosy hue. The white men's shirt she wore draped loosely over her figure, its length accentuating a relaxed fit. Given Lily's naturally petite stature, this ensemble rendered her appearance even more diminutive. It could be said that, in this state, it seemed as though Lily was not wearing any undergarments. Ailan's face flushed crimson, and he cleared his throat, turning his gaze elsewhere. I'll go prepare something to eat. You haven't had dinner yet, have you? Although I'm no chef, I do have plenty of bento boxes from the convenience store. With that, Ailan rose and made his way to the kitchen. The atmosphere was undeniably awkward with just the two of them present. Thank you, Lily murmured, watching his retreating figure. The television broadcast a variety show, yet her attention was entirely elsewhere, despite her efforts to appear composed since emerging from the bathroom. The turmoil within her heart was known only to herself. She found herself in the home of a male friend, having bathed and donned his clothing, sharing the same space while the sky outside had turned completely dark. The rain showed no signs of abating, and the rumble of thunder persisted, evoking a sense of foreboding. I sent a message to my mother this evening, yet she hasn't replied. Doesn't she worry about me at all? Lily pondered, her thoughts meandering aimlessly. A wave of dizziness began to wash over her, inducing a desire to sleep. As a creator of themes centered around humiliation, Lily's mind suddenly sparked with recognition. This scenario felt oddly familiar. Could it be? Her gaze fell upon the half-consumed cup of hot tea before her. No way. It can't be. Lily sat on the sofa, watching Ailan's busy figure in the kitchen. Hentai Ailan, you truly are quite perverse. And then, her consciousness faded into oblivion. Hey, silly Lily? Aaron sensed that Lily's breath was somewhat erratic and hurried over in haste. Observing her state of confusion, with her mouth slightly agape and breathing rapidly, Aaron promptly placed her hand on the other's forehead. How feverishly hot! Aaron hesitated no longer, swiftly lifting Lily and placing her upon the bed in the guest room. Throughout this process, he meticulously regulated his strength, channeling it into Lily's body. As Aaron's pure life energy permeated her, her complexion grew increasingly flushed, beads of perspiration gradually forming upon her forehead. Slowly, her breathing began to stabilize once more. Ailan gazed at the gradually recovering Lily and sighed, pondering the absurdity of the situation. Quietly, he slipped out and gently closed the door to the guest room. Lily, still in a daze, opened her eyes and caught a glimpse of Ailan's departing figure. Instinctively, she murmured, Hentai. Ailan, you naughty boy. Even now, she remained lost in her own thoughts before drifting back into a deep slumber. The following morning, Ailan sat languidly on the sofa, her gaze vacantly fixed on the television. Even now, she had yet to regain her composure. Lily had arrived, drenched from the rain, suffering from a fever, and had promptly succumbed to slumber, all in one breath. Only Ailan remained in a state of bewilderment. Indeed, it seemed that everyone in this gaming club was utterly incompatible with me. Ailan helplessly propped her chin on her hand. At that moment, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. It's only 7 o'clock. Who could possibly be looking for me at such an early hour? Ailan sprang up from the sofa like a carp leaping, swiftly opening the door to her apartment. Upon seeing the visitor, she exclaimed in surprise, Sister Kasumigakaka? It's me. What is the matter? You appear quite astonished to see me. Am I not welcome? Kasumigakaka Shiyu spoke with a teasing tone, yet her demeanor belied a tumult of emotions. It had been a week, and she was in desperate need of the invigorating energy that Ailan provided. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a pair of women's leather shoes by the entrance. Kasumigakaka's pupils constricted sharply, and she feigned nonchalance as she inquired, Ailan, do you have a guest at home? Yes, and Nairi came over last night for some unknown reason and is currently resting, Ailan replied. And Nairi? Kasumigakaka Shiyu breathed a silent sigh of relief. Although the reason for her visit remained unclear, after all, it was a Nairi. There was no need for concern, was there? Please. Come in, Sister Kasumigakaka. Ailan relinquished half a step, allowing Kasumi no Okapoem Feather to enter before he closed the door to his apartment. The moment the door clicked shut, Kasumi no Okapoem Feather suddenly lunged into Ailan's embrace. As their bodies connected, Ailan was momentarily stunned, completely losing his train of thought, only to find himself pinned to the ground by Kasumi no Okapoem Feather. What is happening? Are humans truly this formidable? Capable of bringing me down to the floor? Ailan felt as though his mind was on the verge of crashing. Being naturally inept at contemplation, he was utterly bewildered regarding his appropriate response. AI Rankuin. AI Rankuin. Shizuku Kiryu called out his name, her complexion flushed, as if she were on the brink of awakening some extraordinary attribute. Just as AI Ran was at a loss, a sudden scream echoed from the guest room. Hentai AI Ran, what did you do to me last night? Simultaneously, the door to AI Ran's apartment was once again knocked upon. Outside stood Kato Megumi, cheerfully holding 2 large bags of ingredients. Aaron's heart sank instantly. Who can tell me? What on earth is going on? Chapter 67. Aaron, I wish to escape, yet I find myself unable to. Shiyu from Shaji Hill is already on the brink of collapse. Aaron was utterly astonished, caught between a wolf and a tiger. With a golden retriever in the guest room. What a ludicrous scenario reminiscent of a harem comedy. Moreover, the girl in his arms, Kasumiga Kakashiwa, was evidently in a state of emotional turmoil, exhibiting traits of a yandere. Given her lack of physical conditioning, it was inconceivable for her to overpower Aaron, a Saiyan. However, strength arises from the will. Without the desire to resist, the power to do so dissipates. Perhaps it was the shock from Kasumiga Kaka's actions, a reluctance to harm her, or some other reason, but Aaron spoke in as calm a tone as he could muster. Shiwa, please calm down. I need to open the door. I'm not sure what's going on with you, Riri. Could you let go? The girl with long black hair was perched atop Aaron, her crimson eyes shimmering with a mist of longing and desire, a conflagration of emotions burning within her, yearning for an outlet. How could she ensure that Aaron would remain by her side forever? Should she consume him? No, the timing was not yet ripe. She had to endure. Struggling to suppress the flames within, Kasumigakaka slowly descended from Aaron, taking a few hurried breaths as the flush on her face gradually faded. Then, with a light step, she made her way toward the living room of Aaron's home. At that moment, Aaron stood up and opened the door. Kato? Good morning, Aaron. I apologize for not giving you a heads up before coming over. Kato Megumi stood at the threshold, carrying 2 large bags of groceries, her expression serene as she regarded Aaron. She continued, I accidentally overheard some strange sounds from inside. Is everything all right? It's nothing. Kasumigakaka just came by. Please, come in. Aaron felt somewhat uneasy under the gaze of Katake, prompting her to slightly shift her body to grant Katu a clearer path. This gesture seemed remarkably familiar, as if she had performed it just moments prior. Katuke's attire today struck Aaron as eerily reminiscent, the white beret perched atop her head, her bangs gently swaying in the breeze, a crimson outer garment adorning her upper body, and a voluminous white lace skirt cascading down below. The length of her white stockings was impeccably measured, leaving a tantalizing glimpse of an alluring realm between the skirt's hem. Isn't this the limited edition ensemble of Saint K? Noticing Aaron's scrutiny, Kata tilted her head, her expression one of curiosity. Aaron, why are you staring at my outfit? Is it unappealing? Not at all, Kata-san. You look exquisite in this ensemble. It suits you perfectly. AI Ran silently apologized to an Eluan in her heart. Huh? Why did I say again? Aaron was suddenly awakened. Kato, please come in. Just in time, the fool, Arari, and Senior Korea are also here. As she spoke, Aaron took the 2 packages of ingredients from Kato's hands and led the way inside. Fool? Arari? Kato silently repeated the moniker in her mind before saying, excuse me, and followed Aaron into the room. Upon returning to the living room, Arari and Korea resumed their verbal sparring. Korea, with her arms crossed and a proud expression, gazed at Arari and remarked, how could a counterfeit young lady like you spend the night at a boy's house? Mind your own business. Arari retorted, revealing her 2 prominent canine teeth as she bared her fangs at Korea, having already changed back into her clothes. Ignoring the spectacle of the 2 individuals engaged in a battle of wits, AI Ran made his way directly to the kitchen. He had grown accustomed to their antics. For the past fortnight, whenever they were in each other's company, they seemed to spend nearly half their time exchanging banter. Upon noticing AI Ran's presence, Ing Lili fell silent, staring at him vacantly. Earlier in the room, she had assessed her appearance. Although her clothes were disheveled, she felt no discomfort. Had she not had a fever last night? As her mind settled, Ing Lili began to analyze her current predicament. How had she ended up in her room the previous evening? She drew back the curtains, allowing a gentle stream of sunlight to flood the room. Suddenly, it dawned on her that AI Ran had indeed carried her to her room, and she had been dressed in such a state last night. It was of no consequence. Absolutely none. AI Ran was, after all, a man of virtue. It was merely a hug in this day and age. Forcing herself to dismiss the mortifying incident from the previous night, Ing Lili took a deep breath, changed her clothes, and stepped out of her room. There, in the living room, she encountered her rival, Shiyakaza no Oka, returning to the present as she watched Ailan walk past her. Lily felt her cheeks flush involuntarily. She lowered her gaze and took a couple of steps back, instinctively placing her hands over her chest. It felt as though something tangible had struck her heart, leaving her breathless and her pulse racing. Perhaps it was due to her recent illness that her body felt somewhat feeble. Lily reassured herself in her mind. Ailan, thank you for taking care of me last night. Her voice was barely audible, a mere whisper lost to all but Shiyakaza no Oka beside her. Initially, she had intended to express her gratitude more eloquently, yet the words had faltered into this fragmented utterance. Beside her, Shiyakaza no Oka scrutinized Lily with a look of uncertainty. Just then, Keiko Kato, who had followed Ailan into the living room, interjected, "Oh, so, did you visit Ailan last night, Sawamura-san?" Startled by the sudden voice, Lily exhaled in relief upon recognizing Keiko Kato, only to feel a wave of anxiety wash over her again. "I was thinking of gathering material from Ailan," she stammered. "By the way, why are both of you here today?" Inwardly, Lily commended herself for her cleverness. She had successfully turned the tables on them, embodying her mother's essence. "TCH. Shiyakaza no Oka muttered, clearly displeased as she sank into the sofa. "I am also here for research. I have already written half of the third volume of Love Metronome, but some plot points elude me. After all, I have never been in love and do not know how to write it, so I sought Ailan's assistance for material. In order to better engage in club activities, I contemplated whether immersing myself in more gal games might prove beneficial for my programming skills. Among my acquaintances, it appears that only Ailan possesses an extensive knowledge of these games. Thus I have come to gather insights from her." After pondering for a moment, Megumi Kato expressed her thoughts with an air of indifference, unable to suppress her excitement. Yudaha Kasumigakaka shifted her gaze toward Ailan and suggested, "Since we are all here to gather inspiration, shall we venture out today? What do you think, Ailan? I certainly do not wish to be regarded merely as a subject for your research." Ailan resolved to take action and uphold the dignity of the Saiyans. Chapter 68. A mutual obligation in a secluded park where few footsteps trod. Lily held a digital tablet, addressing Ailan and Kadu. The protagonist experience is about to commence. So let us not tarry. Kanzaki Shiyu's voice floated behind her, light and teasing. Truly, a homebody manga artist. Venturing out is akin to a puppy freed from its leash. Hey, could you keep your voice down? Lily glanced nervously around, acutely aware that her true identity must remain concealed, otherwise, she would face utter social ruin. After confirming the absence of onlookers, she shot an indignant glare at Kanzaki Shiyu. "Next time, I shall use you as the model for my manga. By the way, aren't you also cooped up at home all day? How dare you criticize me? I am different. I frequently venture out for inspiration. Only those who keenly observe life can craft words that resonate deeply with others." However, Kanzaki Shiyu turned to look at Ailan behind her, adding, "Today marks my first time gathering inspiration with someone of the opposite sex." Humph. Ailan turned his head away, clearly displeased. Standing beside him, Katake offered a serene smile. "Ailan-kun, do not be disheartened. I shall prepare meals for you over the next few days as compensation." Indeed. It seemed the dignity of the Saiyans was worth approximately 10 meals. Kanzaki Shiyu, somewhat dissatisfied, settled beside Lily. Katake and Lily were engaged in game development, prioritizing their research activities, with tomorrow reserved for the romantic metronome. Ailan was quite displeased. He had perused the heroine experience plan penned by Kato K no less than 10 times. Regardless of perspective, 2 words echoed through the text: cannibalism. Kato K's heroine experience plan could be succinctly encapsulated in a single phrase: the romantic journey of a bashful youth and an innocent maiden. While one could argue that Kato K's innocence was somewhat warranted, he could not fathom how he was in any way bashful. Must the Saiyan be so audacious? Of course. It seemed that Kato K was not particularly innocent either. Kato K, with an expression of serene composure, turned to Ailan and said, "Ailan, shall we hold hands?" Huh. The boldly courageous Saiyan took a step back, gazing at Kato K in confusion. "Kato, was that scene in the script?" "Well, I often struggle to evoke a satisfactory expression from Iri, so I thought I might try this. It could yield some results." "Ailan, do you want to hold hands? We might not complete the first task of the heroine experience." Meanwhile, Kasumigakaka Shiyu was fixated on Ailan and Kato K walking ahead. Her eyes narrowed, her crimson pupils appearing rather menacing. She had read Kato K's heroin experience plan and was well aware of its subtleties. Yet, the prospect of spending time alone with Ailan tomorrow made her endure this moment. However, Iri intentionally lagged half a step behind Shiyu. Her instincts for self-preservation causing her to tremble, acutely aware of the murderous aura emanating from Shiyu that seemed ready to explode. Had this woman truly lost her mind? Shiyu Kasumigakaka, you won't suddenly detonate, will you? Why would I explode? Shiyu's leg trembled incessantly, her agitation palpable. Iri gestured forward with her chin, remaining silent. Fearful of igniting Shiyu's wrath. Zawamura, don't you think they must be tired from holding hands for so long? Iri shrank her neck, and Shiyu's self-reference felt increasingly off. I too believe they have been holding hands for an excessive duration. For some inexplicable reason, a pang of jealousy surged within her, and even the sight of the couples taking photos in the distance irked her. Those who were blissfully in love should simply combust. As Iri turned her head again, she noticed Shiyu's hair swaying with the breeze, her expression darkening gradually. Shiyu, if you wish to hold hands, why not just approach? Ailan still has a free hand. Iri's words carried a hint of acidity. She was utterly baffled by her own intentions. You say it so lightly. Today is your and Kato's material gathering activity. Tomorrow is my turn. Who would have thought a rogue like you would display such a side? A rogue? Have you ever encountered a rogue as beautiful as I? Kasa no Oka poem's attention was drawn to Iri, momentarily diverting her gaze from Ailan and Kata Megumi. No matter how exquisite one may appear, it cannot conceal the essence of a rogue. Oh, so Iri is merely putting on a brave front, secretly acknowledging that I possess a touch more beauty than you. The desire for beauty is inherent in every woman. On such topics, they could engage in discourse for a century without weariness. Iri, unwilling to yield, retorted, Humph, you are quite narcissistic. Merely a woman of ample proportions who favors black attire, relying solely on your lewd figure. Indeed, those who possess little often fixate on the trivial. Kasa no Oka poem rested her notebook upon her thigh and pointed at a certain part of Iri. Look, even junior high students have surpassed you in development. Kasa no Oka poem. I shall not back down. After a playful tussle, Kasa no Oka poem shifted her gaze back to Ailan, letting out a dissatisfied click of her tongue. She sighed softly, whispering in a voice only she could hear, why is it still not ready? Kasa no Oka poem. What do you intend to do about Akiren's club? Iri had already altered her term of endearment for her childhood companion. Kasa no Oka poem did not turn back, merely stating, how would I know? The previous draft was rejected, and without a viable project proposal, I cannot restart the copywriting process. Then I am even more helpless. At most, I can sketch some character designs, but without a text, I am at a loss for what to illustrate. Iri lifted her head, exhaling gently. Her hair, illuminated by the sun, clung to her cheeks, rendering her somewhat ethereal. What? Are you not calling him Rinya anymore? Have you begun to refer to your childhood companion by name? After enduring so much, I have come to a certain acceptance. Yet, I still wish to excel in this game. If I can succeed in this endeavor, perhaps. Kasa no Oka poem did not catch the latter part of Iri's words. Her attention was wholly captivated by Ailan and Kata Megumi. I am on the verge of losing control. Iri suddenly chuckled. If we succeed in this game, could it mean a resolution to all that transpired in our youth? Only when we owe nothing to each other can we truly forget. Chapter 69. The complete disappearance of Akirina in the evening. Upon returning to the apartment, Ailan sprawled on the couch, resembling a fish out of water, unable to flip over. He had spent the entire afternoon learning how to hold the hand of an innocent young girl, a task far more exhausting than rigorous training. Lily brought Kata Megumi back to the guest room, meticulously examining Kata's face while making final adjustments to several completed CG original images. This afternoon, she had poured her heart and soul into creating everything from the basic prototype of the female lead to various scenarios depicting the interactions between the male and female protagonists in different endings. Once the modifications are complete, I will share them in the group. That way, my tasks will conclude before the manuscript is released, and I can temporarily refrain from participating in club activities at school. In the living room, Kasumiga Kakashiwa took a cushion from the sofa and sat beside Ailan, softly inquiring, "Are you tired?" "Yes, if possible, please refrain from speaking to me for now." Aaron buried his head deep into the sofa cushions, speaking in muffled tones, much like before the recent appearance of the three dragons. He has been engulfed by an inexplicable sense of impending danger. Consequently, he has spent every night for hours surveilling an Ailan, dedicating the remaining time to relentless training. He has even begun to contemplate requesting the spirit time room from Cain, the deity of the time realm. After all, as a god of earth, she must possess such a treasure. However, after enduring several days of intense training, he could not help but feel a twinge of fatigue. Suddenly, he sensed a pair of hands resting on his shoulders, applying a slow yet rhythmic pressure. This sensation was exceedingly pleasant, almost coaxing a moan from his lips. Could it be Shiyu Kazanaku? Aaron found himself in a state of inner turmoil, uncertain whether he should lift his gaze. After all the events of the day, even a fool could discern the feelings of Kasumagakaka Shiyu. However, the image of Yukino Shida Yukino suddenly emerged in his mind. So, Aaron-kun, have you been keeping up with the love meter lately? Shiyu's words interrupted his reverie. Well, although I struggled through it, I did manage to finish reading both the first and second volumes. The character Sayaka is based on you, isn't she? Indeed, Aaron-kun, you can see right through it. Shiyu replied, her features softening. There was a time when the love meter faced the threat of cancellation. During that period, I felt as though I was being negated. It was a painful and desperate experience. Later, I encountered Anki Akihito, who fervently endorsed and promoted this work. Back then, I truly believed I had found someone who understood me. Yet, subsequent events proved me wrong. Our relationship was merely that of author and reader in his eyes. I was simply Kasashiko. Pulling her thoughts back from that night, Shiyu continued, by the way, I haven't properly thanked you, Aaron-kun. Those nights would have been unimaginable without your presence. Thank you for being by my side, Aaron-kun. The living room fell into a serene silence, interrupted only by the faint sound of soft snoring. Aaron was unaware of when she had turned her face aside and fallen into a peaceful slumber. Junkaza no Okashiyu gazed intently at Aaron's visage, gradually leaning down closer. Separation line Inari let out a long sigh, finally finished the drawing. Kato, what do you think? Well, I find it absolutely perfect, especially the background of this good end, replied Kato K, her eyes fixated on the photograph before her. In it, the female protagonist's eyes were gently closed as she embraced the male lead with profound affection. To think that classmate Sawamura could create such a splendid original piece without having seen the specific scene. Inari looked at Kato K with a hint of confusion. Although her expression remained unchanged and her tone retained its usual calmness, Inari still sensed an underlying tinge of regret in her words. Oh well, perhaps I am overthinking this. Since the female protagonist has acknowledged it, I shall upload these drawings to the group now. Meanwhile, in Tokyo, Aki Ryu was engrossed in the latest issue of Jump. There's hardly anything worthwhile in this edition. It's all just rehashed material, utterly uninspiring. It seems that truly pure 2D creators are exceedingly rare in this world. Just then, his phone rang. Irritated, he tossed the Jump magazine aside and glanced at his phone. Inari had already produced 5 original drawings so quickly. After a brief inspection, Aki nodded in satisfaction. The quality appeared quite commendable. It seems I must promptly bring out the project proposal. We must ensure that a game capable of touching everyone is launched without delay. What are you so pleased about, Aki Ryu? Could you please refrain from speaking so suddenly? It's quite startling. Ignoring Aki's complaint, Arise Long continued. Your female protagonist has been in Chiba since this morning, along with the other 2 delectable characters. Look, doesn't the male protagonist in this photograph resemble your investor? What are you talking about? Kato wouldn't be in Chiba. Didn't she say she was going to study at home yesterday? A girl like Kato could never deceive me. I can sense the presence of anyone I've absorbed energy from. She is indeed in Chiba, at your investor's home. Impossible. Impossible. Aki Ryu squatted on the ground, cradling his head in despair. Arise Long, when will you ever be revived? Did you not promise to create a perfect 2D world for me and Kato? The energy absorbed is far from sufficient. At this rate, your female protagonist may already have a child, and I might still be unable to revive. With a sigh, the 2-star dragon reflected on the situation. It was perpetually attuned to the thoughts of Aki Rune, who had previously regarded himself as a mere contingency. If he could successfully create a game and unite with the female lead, he would no longer need to collaborate with the dragon to absorb negative energy. Of course, should his endeavors falter, he could harness the power of the evil dragon to conjure a flawless 2-dimensional world to be with his heroine. What a splendid host he would be. However, the moment for action had nearly arrived. Indeed, provoked once more, Aki Rune's eyes glistened with red intensity as he fervently implored. 2-star dragon, tell me, how can I expedite your revival? I yearn for that perfect world. As long as you accept me, my host, and open your heart, You shall wield the full power of our dragon's orb, thus enabling the fulfillment of a wish. Very well. I can no longer endure this trifling three-dimensional game. As you wish, a verdant light instantly enveloped Aki-run's chamber. In Chiba City, AI ran, reclining on the sofa, unconsciously furrowed her brow. Soon after, delicate hands gently smoothed away her frown. Chapter 70. A direct approach in love. Knock, knock, knock. The atmosphere in Aki-run's dimly lit room was oppressive. Despite it being daytime, the curtains were drawn, and a murky green fog pervaded the air, lending an inexplicably sinister chill to the surroundings. With the sound of knocking, the eerie ambience dissipated, and the room returned to its ordinary state. Dressed in pajamas, Aki-run sluggishly shuffled to the door. The soles of his slippers scraping against the wooden floor, creating an unpleasant squeaking noise. With a thud, the door swung open. Rune? I thought I heard something strange just now. What is happening in here? His parents stood at the threshold, their expressions fraught with concern. They had been knocking for nearly 10 minutes, and if Aki-run did not respond soon, they would resort to calling the authorities. Nothing else wrong. I just stumbled and hit my head. It's fine. You should go back to sleep, he reassured them. Have you been overworking yourself? I told you to stop immersing yourself in that two-dimensional world. Look at this mess. Aki-run's father abruptly halted mid-sentence as a plume of green smoke enveloped them. In mere seconds, the couple began to dissolve, ultimately vanishing into nothingness. Truly, cursed humans. I had considered granting you a chance at survival, yet you persist in your incessant prattling. Aki-run cast a cold glance at the two garments left behind on the floor before retreating back into his room. Thud. The door to the room was once again shut, and an Ailan stood silently behind it, his head bowed. After a few seconds, he raised his gaze slightly. The calm demeanor he once possessed vanished without a trace. Behind the black-framed glasses, his eyes, bloodshot and wild, radiated a terrifying madness. A sinister grin twisted his lips. As he cackled, at last, I have been resurrected. Alas, this frail body remains too weak. I am not yet a match for that tailed human. However, is the woman beside him the host of the three-star dragon? If we were to join forces, we should be able to eliminate him. It seems I must hasten my pace. I can hardly contain my eagerness to hear the wails of humanity in this world. Outside, the glow of car headlights filtered through the cracks in the curtains, casting a faint light upon his malevolent, grotesque visage. Yet, an Ailan's shadow resembled that of a great toad. Meanwhile, in various corners of the world, strange transformations began to unfold. In the Yukinoshita family's ancestral home, Yukinoshita Yono suddenly awoke from her slumber, sitting upright in bed. She clutched her chest, gasping for breath. What is this overwhelming heat? In the adjacent room, Yukino's expression also flickered with a pale blue light, though it quickly faded. Damn that monkey. How dare it supply the host with so much positive energy? Just wait, I shall surely kill you. Ailan and Poem from the Hill arrived at a quaint CAF. As per their agreement, today was designated for gathering material for the Love Metronome project. The sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on Ailan's face. He turned another page of the manuscript in his hands. And one could not help but be captivated by the literary prowess of Poem. It was enough to enchant even Ailan. A dryness in his throat brought him back to reality, and he lifted his cup of red tea to his lips, savoring a sip. The subtle bitterness and warmth of the tea coaxed him to close his eyes in comfort. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Poem watching him with a look of nervous anticipation. What do you think of this third volume, Ailan? Quite splendid, compared to the previous two volumes. The most admirable aspect of this one is the protagonist's character development. He transforms from a reclusive individual into a strong and independent person, deserving of Miss Sayaka. Upon hearing Ailan's praise, Poem beamed with the joy of victory. The recognition from the person before her filled her with a profound sense of happiness, one that eclipsed even the thrill she felt when her novel sold 500,000 copies. Time seemed to fly in their solitude, and she wished it would slow down. Raising her coffee cup to her lips, she took a delicate sip of the smooth beverage, seizing the moment to discreetly observe Ailan's visage. Perhaps due to an elevated level of evolution, his skin was flawless, his refined features exuding a pristine aura. The slight fierceness in his gaze was undeniably captivating. Poem's eyelashes fluttered, and suddenly, answers to questions that had previously eluded her emerged naturally. What if Ailan rejected her confession? And what about Yukinoshita? What if they quarreled and broke up? What of her unresolved debts to Aki Akane? So many concerns clouded her mind. Yet true affection is often fraught with such complexities, not merely a desire for romance, but a spontaneous fondness that arises from careful consideration, an attachment so profound that it leads to inner turmoil. But at that moment, Poem Yu inexplicably cast aside all her worries. What did it matter? Love for a day brings its own warmth. With this thought in mind, she gently set her coffee down, producing a delicate clink. Aaron Cohen. Aaron's gaze remained fixed on the manuscript, oblivious to her gaze. The atmosphere fell silent, and then Poem Yu spoke, her voice soft and gentle, a serene smile gracing her lips. If one day you find yourself contemplating the idea of seeking a girlfriend, would you consider me? This was the boldest moment of Poem Yu's life. In the past, she had merely been a master of words. Aaron, taken aback, lifted her gaze in astonishment at Poem Yu from the hills of twilight. You need not feel troubled, nor should you be conflicted. My words do not constitute a confession. Hence no response is required. Poem Yu, striving to maintain her composure, endeavored to appear calm and collected. I have always perceived a confession not as the clarion call for an assault, but rather as the resounding bell of victory. Now I realize that you cannot provide the answer I seek, be it due to your obligations or that Miss Yukino Shida Yukino. However, Aaron, what I wish to convey to you now is that I hold affection for you. My intention in expressing this today is not to pressure you, but merely to share my feelings. I discovered my fondness for you last Saturday night. Therefore, I shall wait for you. Wait until you have accomplished your tasks, sorted your thoughts, and feel ready to embark on a romantic relationship. During that time, I kindly ask you to seriously consider me, if you would. Ailan opened her mouth, only to suddenly realize that her throat was exceedingly parched. Chapter 71. Lord Kaioshin, I desire the hyperbolic time chamber. Ailan fell silent for a few seconds before speaking. Sister Xia no Yu, could you please call me by my name? Noticing the dissatisfaction in Xia no Yu's gaze, Ailan fell silent, feeling the unspoken protest against how he addressed her. Eventually, Ailan sighed. Sure you need not demean yourself in such a manner. Then let your guilt weigh upon you. To Ailan's surprise, Xia no Yu interrupted him, mischievously winking. I want you to feel indebted to me, that way I shall possess an advantage in the future. Though she had only encountered Yukino Shida Yukino once, Ailan understood profoundly the formidable nature of her rival, both in beauty and demeanor. Aside from a slight lack of warmth, Ailan could find no faults in Xia no Yu. She also recognized that Yukino Shida Yukino and this man surely did not share a definitive relationship. Thus, she made her move first, employing a strategy of retreat to advance. How cunning. Sure you, she mused to herself, a hint of pride swelling within her. However, that sense of pride soon dissipated, replaced by a tinge of melancholy. It seemed that Kato Megumi harbored some feelings for Ailan as well. And even that golden retriever of a rival had been casting peculiar glances at Ailan these past few days. The competition was indeed overwhelming. Yet, what could she do? Such was the nature of affection. Regrettably, their time together was all too brief. Otherwise, Xia no Yu felt certain she could win Ailan's heart. Nonetheless, there would be ample opportunities ahead, would there not? Ailan fell silent once more for a few seconds, and after a brief pause, he spoke in an effort to alleviate any potential awkwardness between the two. I shall certainly give this matter thorough consideration, and at the appropriate moment, I will provide you with a definitive answer, one that is resolute and unwavering. Aaron's tone was remarkably earnest. At that moment, standing before him was not merely Shiyukaza no Oka, but also Yukino Shida, and even, in any case, he could offer no response to anyone. For the threat of the malevolent dragon loomed ever present. His combat power currently stood at a mere 18,000. Even the recently encountered incomplete 3-star dragon possessed a combat power that undoubtedly exceeded 100,000. His survival was nothing short of serendipity. Now then, Aaron Cohen, let us continue our endeavor for today. The next method of gathering inspiration is through an embrace. I wish to truly savor the essence of such a moment. After all, the protagonists in novels often share their first embrace. Shiyukaza no Oka gazed at Aaron with an expression of pure innocence, though the mirth in her eyes could not be concealed. Aaron, in the next moment, Kasumigakaka Shiyu leaped into Aaron's embrace, her expression one of rapture. In the afternoon, Aaron once more accompanied the members of the gaming club to the station. Kasumigakaka Shiyu gazed at Aaron with a look of contentment. She had accumulated sufficient energy from Aaron throughout the day to sustain her until the following Saturday. On the other hand, Kato Megumi appeared somewhat preoccupied today. Though her expression remained as indifferent as ever, a hint of worry marred her demeanor, a sentiment even Arari could perceive. Since her brief outing that morning, She had returned in this state of mind. As for Arari, she too lacked her usual vivacity, keeping her head down in silence. So many events had transpired over the weekend, and with the current tasks completed, she found herself alone in Aaron's apartment, inevitably recalling that Friday evening. A warm current surged within her heart, yet she forcefully suppressed it. Aaron waved at the three individuals, saying, "Let us meet again next Saturday. Goodbye." At that moment, the train arrived at the station. The three girls, each lost in their own thoughts, waved back at Aaron and boarded the train returning to Tokyo. Chiba. Yukino Shida residence Yukino Shida. Yukino was playfully teasing Pururu. "Pururu, what do you think our dear Aaron is up to now? Has he been eating well these past couple of days?" "Miss Yukino Shida, the boss has surely been doing fine. Did he not message you the other night? The gaming club has arrived." "Indeed." Upon mentioning the gaming club, a slight unease crossed Yukino's face. Kasumigakaka Shiwa, Sawamura Spencer Irie, and Kata Megumi, each remarkable in their own right, made her feel a twinge of discomfort. It seemed rather inappropriate for Yaren to be constantly surrounded by them. What if? Although Yaren was typically reluctant to engage with strangers, he never rejected those he was familiar with. Suddenly, a figure leaped through the window. Upon recognizing the intruder, Yukino exclaimed in surprise, "Yaren?" She quickly realized her voice had risen in pitch and lowered it, asking, "What brings you here so suddenly?" "And nothing much. I just planned to leave for a couple of days and wanted to inform you." When Yaren finally stood before Yukino, he felt a wave of unease wash over him. Noticing his discomfort, Yukino immediately rose and grasped his hand, asking, "Why the sudden departure?" "It's nothing. I merely wish to train for a couple of days. Do not worry. I will definitely return in time for the field study." Late at night, Ailan returned to her apartment, her expression grave as she settled onto the sofa. Since yesterday, an elusive sense of impending crisis had intensified. Undoubtedly, something significant was about to transpire. She felt her own inadequacy acutely. She uttered the secret phrase shared with the god of time, "I have returned." Almost instantly, the ethereal visage of Kayan materialized before her. "Little Ranran, why did you suddenly summon me? Has something occurred?" Aaron nodded and said, "Indeed, Lord Kayashin of Time, do you possess something akin to the hyperbolic time chamber? You mentioned it previously in the Ice and Snow world. Why does Zyronin suddenly wish to utilize the hyperbolic time chamber? Wouldn't it be rather dull to train alone? Lately, I have been somewhat distracted, and if I do not engage in training soon, I may find myself ill-prepared for the challenges that lie ahead." "I see. That is acceptable. However, I must return to make some preparations, as utilizing the hyperbolic time chamber will require your transportation to the land of Kent. How long will the preparations take?" "It will be ready by tomorrow morning." "Very well. I appreciate your assistance, Lord Kayashin. Please prepare a sufficient quantity of senza beans for me. I must make my own arrangements as well. Once you are ready, I shall depart immediately." It seems that when Zyronin seeks something from others, her tone becomes remarkably pleasant. I hope she continues to maintain this demeanor in the future. AI ran. In the meantime, Yukino Shida Yukino, who usually adheres to a regular schedule, found herself unable to sleep before 11 for the first time in ages. The source of her unease seemed to have materialized, the scent emanating from the Simian Lord today. Which member of the club could it belong to? It appears that next weekend, she cannot allow him to remain alone in the apartment any longer. Chapter 72. The two-star dragon in action. If every individual is innately bestowed with a treasure, then Kazuki no Okashiyu's might be a fountain pen, while Akidamoya's could very well be his eloquence. AI Ran's treasure is likely his extraordinary stamina, and Kata Megumi's may be her perpetually inscrutable expression, regardless of the moment. As for Sawamura Arari, her treasure could indeed be a paintbrush, though it may seem somewhat inadequate to encapsulate a person with a single item. In another sense, it reflects a distinctive character that evokes immediate recognition. Arari set down her paintbrush and stretched her limbs. Upon returning home that afternoon, she embarked on her artistic endeavor. Inspiration is fleeting and must be captured at once. Before her lay a portrait reminiscent of AI Ran. Naturally, it depicted him in a state of partial undress. But in the painting, AI Ran was cradling a girl with hair of the same hue as Arari's in a Princess Carrie. Of course, the girl's bosom was as modestly endowed as Arari's. As she gazed at her creation, Arari felt a flush creep across her cheeks. Just last Friday, she had sought out AI Ran to share her woes. Surely, AI Ran would patiently lend an ear to her grievances. After all, he never argued with her and was always accommodating. Regrettably, she had not expressed anything to him in the end. With a yawn, Arari rested her head upon the painting. AI Ran, I shall prepare a dish that will astonish you. and then you will become my exclusive model, she murmured, her voice dwindling until she succumbed to slumber. Late at night, Airi's parents returned home. The first thing Sawamura Sayuri did upon arriving was to rush to her daughter's room. She immediately enveloped the sleeping Airi, who was sprawled over her desk. Airi, wake up, mommy's home. Ah, if you're back, just rest. What else with the sudden pounce? Airi protested, pushing away her overzealous parent and signaling her desire for personal space. TSK, Airi, you're as unyielding as ever. You must be happy that mommy is back. How have you been at your friend's house these past few days? Sayuri leisurely approached Airi's bed, noticing the painting concealed beneath her daughter's cover. Not too bad. Overall quite content, Airi replied. Lily furrowed her brow slightly. She had been in high spirits before noon on Saturday. However, the recollection of yesterday afternoon's protagonist casting left her with a discontented pout. Most troubling of all was the fact that today, Ailan had spent the entire day with that portly woman clad in black stockings. At that moment, she noticed that Sayaka Zamura's gaze was persistently drifting towards the painting. A blush crept onto Lily's cheeks as she hastily flipped the artwork over. Was the man depicted in that painting a companion from her daughter's club? A friend of the opposite sex? A boyfriend? Could it be that Lily was beginning to understand? After a moment of contemplation, Sayaka Zamura abruptly remarked, "He's quite handsome." Isn't he? Not at all. That fellow's gaze is decidedly fierce. Lily retorted instinctively, but halfway through, she realized her slip, hastily halting her words. It was as though she instinctively chose to evade an opponent's strike, only to discover mid-motion that the adversary was merely feigning, attempting to provoke her into revealing a weakness. She sensed the trap too late, exposing far too much, and the consequences were unmistakable. Sayaka Zamura, having gleaned the answer she sought, brightened with curiosity. Who is he? From the same school? Do you have a photograph? He's not what you imagine. The relentless questioning caused the flush on Lily's face to spread to the nape of her neck. Finally overwhelmed, she pushed Sayaka Zamura out of the room. The tranquility she had regained was once again disrupted by Sayaka's words, and her thoughts drifted back to their recent physical contact, as well as the fantasy of a princess and knight induced by the drowsy red tea. She seized a pillow from her bed, pressing it firmly against her face, unable to suppress the smile tugging at her lips. It seemed that sleep would elude her tonight. Meanwhile, in the 21st district of Tokyo, a series of piercing screams echoed through a shadowy alley. After a while, a figure slowly emerged from within. Anchi Lewin adjusted his glasses with a satisfied expression. Indeed, although they were inferior beings, their energy was quite pure. It wouldn't be long before he regained his strength. As the most cunning of the evil dragons, he had spent the entire day concocting a flawless plan to eliminate Ailan. Approaching the 3-star dragon directly would be futile. Not only was he no match for Ailan, but even if he assisted in reviving the 3-star dragon, he might risk being devoured in turn. It was common knowledge that among evil dragons, mutual consumption was the swiftest means of enhancing power. I am still far too weak. In my current state, I lack sufficient leverage to collaborate with the 3-star dragon. Once I eliminate that human, I can then consume the 3-star dragon as well. In that case, this world will belong solely to me. Anchi Lewin murmured to himself, his head bowed in agitation, as he tugged at his hair in frustration. I yearn to immerse myself in the world of gaming, to indulge in the allure of anime, to create that game. Suddenly, he struck himself fiercely across the face. Curse this otaku existence. Has the realm of the second dimension infiltrated your subconscious? A mere day without gaming has induced withdrawal symptoms? With that thought, he turned aside and spat out the blood pooling in his mouth. Retrieving his phone from his pocket, he sent a message in the club group chat. Dear Ailan, this Friday afternoon, our gaming club wishes to visit your school. May we? I believe the architectural layout of Fang's Key High School is not quite suitable as the backdrop for our game. In the group, Ailan quickly replied, Sure. I'll inform you Kinoshita. We can consider this a collective activity for our service club. Upon reading this message, Urshing Long grinned wickedly. The unfolding of events was indeed as I had anticipated. With 5 days remaining, if I absorb enough human essence, I shall regain my former glory. Then, I shall eliminate you and subsequently consume Sanxing Long. Meanwhile, Ailan also set down her phone. This time, I shall train for 2 days in the hyperbolic time chamber, repeatedly inflicting injuries to expedite my transformation, and then using Sinza for recovery. Surely, I will emerge as a Super Saiyan. After all, I am a warrior of high caliber with a battle power of 500 from birth. My innate talent must surpass that of a certain Saiyan whose battle power was merely 2 at birth. Chapter 73. What to do if I cannot transform into a Super Saiyan. In another dimension, Kent. Ailan obediently trailed behind Saiyan. What a jest. Upon arriving in Kent, he had already sensed a multitude of formidable presences. Even this diminutive Saiyan before him instilled a faint sense of pressure in Ailan. Though he could not yet perceive the divine aura, the feeling of intimidation was undeniably real. One must ponder. Even that ineffectual Saiyan from Universe 7 managed to escape from the clutches of Majin Buu, certainly far surpassing his current self. With this thought, Ailan's yearning for strength intensified. Little Ailan, the hyperbolic time chamber here is the finest in the universe. Not only can you freely adjust gravity between 10 and 500 times, but I also have complete control over the flow of time within. Impressive, isn't it? The Saiyan of time bounced ahead, his tone imbued with pride. Indeed, Ailan nodded. The hyperbolic time chamber in Kent was exponentially more powerful than its counterpart on Earth. After a while, Saiyan halted before a quaint structure resembling a tent, declaring, "We have arrived. Little Ailan, you can freely adjust the gravity inside, and I have preset the flow of time for you. 1 year inside equates to 12 hours outside. This way, your training can be condensed into a single day. I've prepared a surprise for you for the remaining day. Thank you immensely. Lord Saiyan, you are truly my first employee, and I am genuinely grateful. Just remember to work diligently. However, I must say, today you seem a bit less endearing. I preferred your previous stubborn demeanor. What kind of masochistic talk is this?" Ailan silently expressed her frustration within her heart. Do not slander the divine in your thoughts. Kane winked at Ailan, remarking, "Speaking of which, you must be the one with a masochistic tendency. In this temporal training chamber, aside from a few fervent practitioners, most individuals keep their distance from him. While cultivation is indeed commendable, it can be excessively tedious, tormenting both the mind and body, something that few ordinary people can endure. Do not underestimate the Saiyans. We are a warrior race, after all. Now, where are the Senza beans? I'm ready. Here are 300 Senza beans. I shall proceed in." Ailan opened the door and stepped inside. As soon as she entered, a sharp breath escaped her lips. The air here was so thin. No matter. I must become a true Super Saiyan this time. Meanwhile, in Tokyo, an underground casino that usually bustled with life was now eerily empty, with clothes strewn across the floor. And Ailan, with his hands tucked into his pockets, approached the central gambling table. Indeed, it seems that greedy humans are the most delectable. Wouldn't you agree? "My dear lady," he remarked, bending down to gaze at a woman clad in revealing attire, a sinister smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Please don't kill me. Whatever you desire, even my body, I am willing to offer. Just spare my life." The woman was utterly terrified, bowing repeatedly in a desperate plea for mercy. Yet, in the next moment, she was enveloped in a wisp of azure smoke, vanishing without a trace, leaving only tattered remnants behind. Bah! Ailan spat disdainfully onto the discarded garments. How dare a woman from the third dimension attempt to entice me? However, in the very next instant, he delivered a resounding slap to his own face. Damn it! This pathetic otaku is still clinging on. This cannot continue. I must obliterate his subconscious entirely. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Ailan revealed a calm, malevolent smile as he strode towards the casino's entrance. Just another 10,000 humans would suffice. Once I absorb that many, I shall return to my complete form. Yet today, I have not sensed the presence of that long-tailed human. Should I seize the opportunity to seek out the 3-star dragon? No, that may not be safe. It could very well be a trap. Besides, even if he is absent, I am no match for the 3-star dragon. It is wiser to wait until I have fully restored my strength. Caution is paramount. Only a few days remain. Time spent in cultivation always seems to fly by. Ailan has been immersed in the time chamber for over 20 months, initially grappling with a gravity 20 times that of Earth. He has now acclimated to an astonishing 300 times that force. Surviving numerous near-death experiences, his fundamental combat prowess has surged beyond 3 million. It is now the opportune moment for him to embark on the journey of transforming into a Super Saiyan. With a gentle exhale, Ailan pressed his knees together, his hands firmly resting upon his waist, as he commenced the intensive endeavor of amplifying his energy to its fullest potential. Ailan sensed the golden energy coursing through his body and directed it to converge upon his back. With a triumphant exclamation, he felt his aura intensifying. Suddenly, within the confines of the spirit time room, a tempest arose. However, after a prolonged struggle, he found himself not achieving the anticipated Super Saiyan transformation, but rather in a state reminiscent of Vegeta during his battle against the fully realized Frieza. His energy was abundant, yet it seemed he could no longer elevate it further. As for transformation, that was an even more distant prospect. How could this be? Aaron sat cross-legged, casually stuffing a piece of meat, charred to a resemblance of coal, into his mouth. His tail swayed incessantly, a manifestation of his growing agitation. What could be the reason behind this turmoil? Aaron pondered the transformation processes of Kakarot and Vegeta. Kakarot, boasting of being a benevolent Saiyan, transformed into a Super Saiyan in the throes of anger. However, his success bore no relevance for Aaron. Aaron does not consider herself to be a benevolent Saiyan. The number of individuals she has slain may well exceed the ants Goku has crushed throughout his lifetime. And what of Vegeta? Vegeta transforms out of an intense dissatisfaction with his own weakness. However, this does not offer much in the way of guidance for Aaron, as she does not possess the same strong sense of pride and self-respect as Vegeta. So, how does one truly ascend to become a Super Saiyan? AI Rand's tail wagged with increasing fervor. What could she possibly be lacking? Surely, the S cells were sufficient. Could it be that lineage was also a factor? After all, even lower-tier warriors like Sun Wukong could transform. She picked up another piece of charcoal-grilled meat and stuffed it into her mouth. Aaron could not help but furrow her brow. It was truly inedible. My culinary skills are lamentably inadequate. Even charred vegetables would be more palatable than this piece of meat. It has been over a year. How I long to taste the desserts crafted by Yukino Shida and the dishes prepared by Kato. Oh, why have I suddenly thought of Kato? Chapter 74. Not pure enough outside the Spirit Time House. Kain stood side by side with an elderly gentleman, quietly awaiting their turn. Aaron had been here for 24 hours. The elder cast a discontented glance at the door. Kain, why is he still not out? I have many matters to attend to, Great Elder Kai. What pressing matters could you possibly have? Is it not merely a rush to return home and peruse those Riska magazines? Kain shot a disparaging look at the Elder Kai. How dare you unjustly tarnish my reputation, you impudent youth! At that moment, the door to the hyperbolic time chamber suddenly swung open. A disheveled Aaron, looking quite unwell, slowly emerged. It seems I have failed again. Over the past 2 months, Aaron had exhausted every possible means to transform into a Super Saiyan. His base combat power had already surpassed 5 million, yet he remained unable to take that crucial step. Lord Supreme Kai of Time? Aaron gazed at Kain with a hint of perplexity. Was she truly waiting for him here? Ahem, young man, why do you not extend your greetings to me? Old Supreme Kai? A sense of bewilderment enveloped AI Ran as she pondered. Wasn't this individual sealed away by Beerus? What brings him to this place? Ahem. Kain cleared his throat and interjected. Little Ran. Refrain from harboring any disparaging thoughts about the divine in your heart. This esteemed Elder Kaioshin, hailing from a distant realm, requires your utmost respect, as my gift to you hinges upon his cooperation. Ailan found herself increasingly perplexed, having never heard of any remarkable treasures possessed by this aged old Kaioshin. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she promptly addressed the old Kaioshin with a tone of flattery. Esteemed old Kaioshin, do you possess the ability to enhance the combat prowess of others? Humph. At least you demonstrate some discernment, yet your appearance is quite displeasing to me. I shall take my leave. Wait. Ailan quickly interjected, attempting to halt the old Kaioshin's departure, while casting frantic glances at Kain. Kain sighed. Oh, venerable old Kaioshin, he is my only employee at present. I beseech you to lend us your assistance, as we had previously agreed. Humph, I hold no fondness for him. My abilities are quite taxing, unless... Esteemed old Kaioshin, I assure you that the earth on which I currently reside is abundant with many delightful curiosities that you might desire. Shall I bring some to you another day? Aaron cast a knowing glance at the old Kai, who momentarily revealed a rather lewd smile before swiftly retracting it. Ahem. You are quite impressive. Follow me, he said, striding towards a patch of grass. You have yet to transform into a Super Saiyan, I presume? I sense that your innate talent has reached its zenith. No matter how hard I strive, I cannot surpass that boundary. Upon mentioning this, Aaron's countenance fell. Your potential has not yet reached its limit. You have a long journey ahead. Do you understand why you are unable to transform? I do not. Could you enlighten me, Lord Old Kai? It is because you lack purity. The old Kai halted, turning to gaze intently into Aaron's eyes. You are unlike the Saiyans I have previously encountered, whether they be malevolent or benevolent. Without exception, they all possessed a heart of purity. Yet you? I sense none of that within you. As he spoke, the old Kai gestured towards the grass beside them. Sit down. I shall utilize my extraordinary abilities to assist you once more. However, Even then, the enhancement will be limited. Reflect deeply on the reasons you seek strength and contemplate the essence of your being. Only then shall you succeed in your transformation. Ailan sat quietly on the ground, while the old Supreme Kai began to dance around him in a peculiar manner. Ailan's thoughts began to drift increasingly. What does it mean that the old Kai said, "I am not pure enough"? Could it be because I am not a true Saiyan? Ailan hung his head in contemplation. It is understandable. Despite the foggy memories of his past life as a lethargic individual, he remained oblivious to the intricacies of this world. During his student days, he spent his time fervently following anime and playing video games. However, after facing various setbacks upon entering society, he completely abandoned himself, confining himself within the walls of his home. If the so-called paper wives Yukino Shida Yukino, Kasumiga Kakashiyu, Katamegumi, and Sawamura Spencer Arari were to stand before him at that moment, he would surely feel overwhelmed with shame and seek refuge. Since regaining his memories, Ailan has continued to operate within the mental framework of a Saiyan, as if everything from his previous life were but an illusion. In truth, he harbored a profound fear. This incarnation of himself dreaded reverting to the cowardice of his former existence. Surely, his past self must have also been terrified of becoming the ruthless being he is now. Suddenly, Ailan perceived the distant voices of several individuals. Ailan-kun, Hentai Ailan, Ailan Senpai. Upon hearing these four voices, Ailan instinctively smiled. Indeed, he still yearned to be a pure soul. In Tokyo, illuminated by the night, the atmosphere remained as tranquil as ever. Yet, the alarming number of disappearances had plunged many into a state of panic. In just one day and night, 4,000 individuals had vanished from this world. Anki-rin traversed a residential area alone, soon spotting Katamegumi's house. Although martial law had yet to be enacted, the streets lay eerily deserted. Katamegumi had taken a shower and settled into her bed. Unlocking her phone, she was greeted by a new wallpaper, a photo taken after Ailan had fallen asleep in the mall, almost resting his head on her shoulder. Ailan-kun, she murmured softly. Their interactions had been sparse throughout the years, yet he was the only one who could accurately pronounce her name every time after learning it. Even now, if she were to quietly slip away, Ailan would undoubtedly be the first to notice. Was it due to his peculiar ability? Megumi inwardly dismissed this notion, recalling that Ailan often forgot her in the beginning. Even on Sundays, if she drew near while he was gathering material with Kasumigakaka-senpai, he would still sense her presence. Fortunately, she had hidden in a concealed corner at that time. If only you could always keep watch over me, Megumi sighed softly, extinguishing the light in her bedroom. Not far from the house, Anki-rin's gaze gradually shifted away from Katamegumi's room. All right, I've seen enough. It's time to move on to our next destination. We have little time left. Anki-rin cursed under his breath as he turned to leave. Those damned otaku. Even in death, all they think about is watching anime, playing games, and chasing women. Curse it. Once my strength is restored, I shall obliterate every trace of your subconscious. Chapter 75. The field practicum commences on a Wednesday morning. Yukino Shida Yukino, adorned in a flowing white dress, emerged from her apartment punctually, as always. Today marked the day of the field practicum, rendering the school uniform unnecessary. She gazed at the closed door of the Ailan residence, letting out a soft sigh. Where on earth is Jin Yaru? As she approached the elevator, she noticed a familiar figure leaning against the wall by the elevator entrance. Ah, Yukino Shida, you remain as punctual as ever, he greeted. Yukino Shida paused momentarily before smiling faintly. When did you return? Just now. Did I not say that wherever you go today, I shall follow? As Yukino Shida walked beside him, Ailan took the initiative to grasp her hand. Let us be on our way. Today, Jin Yaru seemed different, radiating an unusual joy. Yes, during this recent training, I came to understand several matters, and my abilities have notably improved. I should now possess sufficient strength to protect you all. You all? Yukino Shida inquired, her curiosity piqued as she keenly discerned the nuance in his earlier statement. Ailan turned her head slightly, feeling a touch of guilt. Well, including everyone from the gaming club. Is that so? Yukino Shida Yukino lowered her gaze, tightening her grip on Ailan's hand just a bit more. Noticing the firmness of Yukino's hold, Ailan smiled and led her to the balcony outside the apartment. Shall we fly to school today? Huh? By the time Yukino regained her senses, Ailan had already lifted her into the air. She lightly punched Ailan's chest, exclaiming, Please, Ailan-kun, have some common sense. I'm wearing a skirt. Should I go back and change? Rest assured, beneath this sky, it is only us. Ailan gazed down at Yukino Shida Yukino nestled in her arms, a glimmer of light dancing in her eyes. Today, you look exceptionally charming. It would be a pity to change into something else. Charming? Yukino was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at her own dress, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Young women often care deeply about how others perceive them, particularly in the presence of those they hold dear. Yukino was no exception. After a brief pause, she lifted her gaze, still enveloped in Ailan's embrace, causing her heart to flutter uncontrollably. It seemed an eternity since their last embrace. Yet she managed to maintain her composure, responding nonchalantly, "Is it true that today, even the mighty Yuan Renjun has taken to complimenting others? So, in your eyes, I am only charming today, is that so?" Yet, Yukino had always been endearingly charming. Aaron gazed intently at Yukino, perplexed by her sudden utterance of his name. Yukino's cheeks, already tinged with crimson, deepened in hue, while a rosy blush crept across the contours of her ears. Instinctively, she sought to retreat, only to realize she was nestled within Aaron's embrace. "Yukino," he began, "during this recent training expedition, I feel as though I have discovered my true essence." True essence? Yukino gently wrapped her arms around Aaron's neck. In that moment, Aaron's gaze was not fixed upon Yukino. Instead, he spoke with a serene demeanor, articulating his reflections. While each individual possesses their own interpretation of true essence, be it family, beloved, exceptionally close friends, or even oneself, true mutual understanding remains elusive. There exist countless sentiments in this world that words cannot adequately convey, especially after one has traversed through a series of peculiar experiences. Ailan took a deep breath, reminiscing about her life across 2 lifetimes. However, in this world, one inevitably encounters others, through meeting, becoming acquainted, and ultimately growing to love one another. During this journey, each person's strengths and weaknesses are laid bare, requiring no humble appeasement from either party. Regardless of what transpires, this mutual understanding remains unscathed. Perhaps this is what I perceive as true essence. The smile on Yukino's lips was distinctly visible. Her impression of the Monkey King had certainly elevated. At this moment, Yukino felt a profound happiness. Regardless of the circumstances, this mutual comprehension would endure. She reminisced about the times they had spent together in the icy realm. Although the Monkey King often appeared rather dim-witted, he always arrived swiftly whenever she needed assistance. Moreover, during awkward moments, he would tactfully provide her an escape. He understood her preferences, just as she was aware of his. After their practical training, the Golden Week would arrive, and they could indulge in a barbecue at her place. She had previously purchased a rather large grill online. Preparing such a dinner should be within her capabilities. How delightful. If only they could add hot pot to the mix. This sentiment was the most splendid she had encountered in 2 years. Recently, her meals had been rather lackluster. Yet, in the next moment, Yukino uttered a statement that plunged Ailan from elation to despair. "So, Monkey King, could you tell me about the so-called individuals surrounding you?" In Tokyo. Within the courtyard of a local gang, a squad of armed officers encircled a masked man. "Don't move. Raise your hands. We suspect you are connected to the recent cases of missing persons. Please accompany us." "Oh, how unfortunate. I am rather pressed for time, as I am to attend a grand banquet in 2 days." He spoke while stepping forward. In the next instant, a cloud of smoke enveloped the officers. They barely had time to scream before vanishing from existence. These humans are truly insipid. I cannot sense any negative energy. The man removed his mask, revealing himself as the recently frenzied predator, Anki Rina. Is that human presence emerging again, right beside the Sanalong? However, its essence seems significantly diminished. Yet, my power has not yet met expectations. Anki Rina furrowed his brow, eyes tightly shut. Last night, he could no longer endure. He had played video games all night at home, not emerging until morning. It appears he must exercise caution in the coming days to avoid inciting widespread chaos. Chapter 76. Only love can purify the 7 Dragon Balls. Several buses came to a halt at the entrance of Sobu High School. After all, as this was a school-sponsored event, it was only natural that students were not permitted to roam freely. As Ailan and Yukino made their entrance, all eyes were irresistibly drawn to them. To everyone's astonishment, these two were holding hands. The esteemed flower of Sobu High had been claimed by the school's most notorious delinquent. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Yet, the expressions of the 2 protagonists remained unchanged. Standing amidst the throng, Hikagaya Hachiman quietly remarked, "Are these 2 not content to flaunt their relationship in the clubroom? Now they are parading their affection before the entire grade. Hey, Kiyotaka, Yukino and AI Ran are coming over. By the way, who is AI Ran paired with today? I have no idea, but given AI Ran's fierce demeanor, I doubt anyone dares to team up with him, replied Ayaka Tatsuka, nudging her fingers together. Hachiman, why don't we invite AI Ran to join our team? That's unnecessary. Hikigaya Hachiman gestured towards AI Ran, who was heading towards the gathering point for Class 2J. He likely has somewhere he wishes to be. Besides, I have absolutely no desire to indulge in their romantic display. Yui Yugahama pouted. Kiyotaka, you're truly indifferent to the club members. Not at all. I already promised to team up with you, didn't I? After uttering this, Hikigaya Hachiman's face flushed, and he quickly turned away, only to find Tatsuka gazing at him with innocent eyes. Oh heavens, have I exhausted all my future fortune today? At the assembly point for Class 2J, AI Ran surveyed the surroundings. Truly, this renowned international class was predominantly filled with girls. He suddenly recalled something. By the way, Yukino, where is your teammate? Yukino fell silent. AI Ran scratched her head and asked, could it be that no one invited you? And what about you? The ape lord who infiltrated from Class F to Class J? AI Ran blinked her eyes, saying, aren't you my only teammate? Yukino's lips curled into a subtle smile as she softly replied, I feel the same way. Around them, the students of Class J instinctively took a few steps back. What on earth is happening between these two? It felt suffocating to linger in their presence. From a distance, Hikigaya Hachiman observed this scene, his expression revealing a sense of inevitability. Hiratsuka Shizuka sauntered over, a cigarette dangling from her lips. She glanced at AI Ran in the Class J lineup, said nothing, and simply cleared her throat twice. Ahem. All right, everyone. You may board the bus. Following her directive, the disorganized students began to separate in pairs under the teacher's guidance, boarding the bus that had already been warmed up. Wake up, Sarukuin. We have arrived at our destination. Your drool is about to land on me. Stop it, Yukino. I'm in the middle of eating. Still lost in slumber, AI Ran smacked his lips and sleepily nuzzled against Yukino's shoulder. His breath brushed against her fair neck, the warmth causing her cheeks to flush instantly. Suppressing her discomfort, Yukino gently nudged AI Ran. Sarukuin, wake up. Huh, have we arrived? Yes. You fell asleep as soon as you got on the bus. We have reached the construction company of the Yukino family. Erin finally regained her composure and promptly sat up straight. I apologize for having leaned on your shoulder for so long. Are you all right? It's fine. During this time, I have been preparing dinner for the orangutan lord, and it seems my physical condition has improved significantly. Let's go. Sister is waiting for us in the company lobby. All right. Erin nodded and followed Yukino closely. Little Yukino. Little Erin. I'm right here. As the two entered the company's main entrance, Erin immediately heard the voice of Yukino Ayano. Ayano approached Erin directly, gently tapping his face with her hand. Little Erin. We meet again. AI Ran found herself somewhat unaccustomed to the fervent warmth of Yukino Ayano, although a radiant smile perpetually adorned her visage. An unmistakable chill emanated from her presence. To be frank, Sang Singlong and you are indeed a perfect match. This time, AI Ran did not shy away. She merely furrowed her brow slightly and greeted, Hello, Miss Yukino Ayano. Why be so formal? Just call me Ayano sister, replied Ayano as she moved closer. Attempting to drape her arm around AI Ran's neck in a display of camaraderie, AI Ran instinctively shrank back. Apologies. I find that I still prefer to keep my distance from those I am not well acquainted with. For some reason, AI Ran could never help but maintain a certain distance from Yukishita Haruna. Furthermore, Erin's brows knitted ever more tightly. Today, the aura of Yukino seemed utterly different from their last encounter. Although she did not exude any malevolent presence, Erin sensed a hint of something amiss. Could it be the evil dragon once again? AI Ran felt a twinge of uncertainty. He could not help but recall what Kane had previously told him. Little Ran. The Dragon Balls can only be purified through love. At this thought, AI Ran involuntarily shivered. The host of the two-star ball was a man, and the current host of the Dragon Balls was Yukino's sister? Surely, that could not be the case. Was there any job more absurd than this? Little AI Ran truly seemed indifferent, lacking any semblance of charm. A sister could not entrust little Yukino to him, after all. Big sister. At this moment, Yukino interrupted Ayano's words. Today is the day of our practical internship. I think it would be better for you to show us around the company. I see. Ayano rested her chin on her hand, smiling as she nodded. That sounds good. Coincidentally, our mother is waiting for you upstairs. Upon hearing this, Yukino's complexion paled slightly, and her previously composed gaze turned fragile. She lowered her head and whispered, "I understand." Soon after, her eyes fell upon Ailan, mustering a forced smile. Indeed, their mother was at the company today. However, Ailan maintained a serious expression as he adjusted his attire, meticulously grooming the fur on his tail. As for his hair, well, Saiyan hairstyles required no maintenance. Then, with a grave expression, Ailan looked at Yukino and asked, "Since we are meeting your mother so soon, should I go change into my formal attire?" Yukino was suddenly amused by Ailan's seriousness. "Come now, Ape King, your outfit is quite dashing as is. It would be best to refrain from donning that cosplay-like formal attire." Chapter 77. My parents must be working at a demolition company. Ayano looked at Ailan with astonishment. Could such a simple statement truly calm her sister? Why don't you follow me for a tour around the company? After all, the practical internship is your primary task today. Mother is currently in a meeting, and we can have lunch together afterward. Yukino gently nodded in agreement. Ayano led the way, providing a detailed introduction to the company, while Yukino listened attentively. Contributing to the family like her sister and earning their mother's approval had always been her dream. Ailan followed behind, her conversation with her sister eliciting little interest from him. His sole concern at that moment was that Yang Nai's aura seemed somewhat askew. Aaron gently caressed his tail, silently calling out to Cain. "Lord of time and space, I am Aaron. Can you hear my voice?" Before long, the sound of Cain echoed in his mind, albeit with a tone of considerable impatience. "Little Aaron, why do you summon me again? I am quite occupied at the moment. There are pressing matters to attend to." "Occupied? I have been in Kent for 2 days and have yet to witness any of your so-called work," Aaron retorted. Just then, another voice chimed in. "East Wind, Lord of time and space, do hurry. Your pace is excruciatingly slow. Are we still playing or not?" Lord of the Universe? Is the important work you speak of merely playing mahjong?" Ailan felt a twinge of uncertainty. Although Cain had often proven unreliable, she had nonetheless provided substantial assistance during their recent trip to Kent, exhibiting a semblance of divinity. However, at this moment, these are trivial details. "Little Ran, what brings you to me? Oh, by the way, could you discern the aura of the woman beside Yukino? I have an unsettling feeling about it." "Yukino?" Cain's teasing voice chimed in. "Has little Ran finally awakened?" "I knew it. Dragon Balls are purified through love. This task is undoubtedly most fitting for a Saiyan. Enough with the chatter, quickly investigate." Aaron's cheeks flushed slightly as she silently seethed with discontent. It seemed that Cain's reliability was merely an illusion. She remained the same third-rate deity. Indeed, I sensed it. She must have attained the status of a 4-star entity. Ailan's heart sank instantly. He had no desire to entangle himself with Yukino Shida Yoshino, especially considering that she was the elder sister of Yukino Shida Yukino. Was he to tell Yukino, "In order to purify the Dragon Balls, I intend to pursue your sister"? "Tamkaishin, hurry up, for time is of the essence. Play your cards quickly." A voice of impatience echoed in his mind, interrupting Ailan's train of thought. He opened his mouth, ready to decline this task, when Cain's voice reached him. "Ran, I am participating in the once-in-a-century Kaishin Mahjong tournament, so please refrain from contacting me for a while. By the way, your arrival in Kent for training has cost me a considerable amount, so in the days to come, I will be assessing your KPIs. I must hang up now, so make sure to work diligently." With that, Cain abruptly ended the call with Ailan. Aaron hurriedly grasped her own tail, fervently calling out in her heart, "Lord of the realm, Cain, a third-rate deity." Yet, this time, no one answered. Drat. At noon, Yono brought the already toured Aaron and Yukino Shida Yukino to a French restaurant. After a morning spent in a daze, it was only at this moment that Aaron finally emerged from her reverie. "French cuisine, is it?" Ailan murmured softly. Yukino Shida Yukino inched closer to Ailan. Her curiosity piqued as she asked, "Does little Ailan not enjoy French cuisine?" As Ailan caught a hint of Yukino's fragrance, she subtly shifted nearer to Yukino Shida Yukino. However, the scent emanating from Yukino Shida Yano bore a resemblance to that of Edelweiss. Aaron let out a helpless sigh and then remarked, "That is not quite the case." At that moment, Yukino Shida Yukino interjected, "What Unjakuan means is that the portion of French cuisine is rather scant, failing to satisfy his appetite." Indeed, I have witnessed Aaron's prodigious appetite firsthand. But fret not, after dining with my mother, we shall have a small gathering of our own. Ailan shook her head gently. Expressing that there was no need for any trouble, she preferred to engage in activities with her classmates later that afternoon. Upon entering the dining hall, Her gaze quickly settled on a target, a woman adorned in a kimono, her hair elegantly styled in an intricate updo, radiating an air of youthful charm. The trio of mother and daughters appeared almost as if they had been meticulously crafted from the same mold. Was Mrs. Yukino Shida's genetic legacy truly that formidable? Of course. Aside from appearances, Yukino Shida bore a slight sense of regret in comparison to the other two. Nevertheless, from a genetic standpoint, her future certainly promised much. Yukino's sister, Ayano, approached their mother with brisk steps, introducing her. Mother, this is the little AI Ran I mentioned to you before, and this is Yukino. Well, they share a friendship. With a hint of timidity, Yukino Shida slowly made her way to stand opposite Mrs. Yukino Shida, softly calling out, Mother. Mrs. Yukino Shida nodded in acknowledgement, then turned her attention to AI Ran, bestowing upon her a warm smile. I have heard your name from Ayano before. Please, take a seat. There is no need for formality. Today, I am merely here as Yukino's mother to meet her friends. Consider me just an ordinary elder. Aaron nodded gently, and the four of them settled into their seats by the window. Is there anything you would like to eat? Mrs. Yukino Shida's tone was warm, reminiscent of a mother tenderly caring for her child's friends. I am not particularly particular about food. Anything casual will suffice, I replied. Mrs. Yukino Shida nodded and summoned the waiter. After placing their orders, she casually inquired as if engaging in small talk. I heard from Wysik that you are a foreigner. What do your parents do for a living? Ailan blinked, reflecting on the fact that he had never truly known his parents throughout his life. His earliest memory was awakening within a cultivation pod. For the subsequent years, he had not contemplated this matter, as Saiyans of the 99th generation tended to place little value on familial bonds. As for his previous life, he had meandered aimlessly for over 2 decades, seemingly never inquiring about his parents' occupations. He had merely been a taker until that fateful encounter with a truck. However, since Madame Yukino Shida posed the question, he resolved to provide a sincere response. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ailan uncertainly remarked, if I must say, my parents were likely involved in demolition work during their lifetimes. Chapter 78. Yukino Shida. Madame Yukino Shida paused slightly before gently responding, I apologize. I hadn't realized your parents had. It's nothing. In truth, I bear no distinct memories of them. The atmosphere in the room grew somewhat awkward. Fortunately, at that moment, the server presented the first course. All right, let us eat. I'm starving. Yukino suddenly exclaimed with unabashed enthusiasm. This morning, I took you both on a tour of the entire company, so hurry and eat. Ailan. Could you please refrain from calling me little Ailan, Miss Yukino Shida? He replied. The Supreme Kai of Time referred to him as Little Ran, and now he was faced with another little Ailan. Aaron was eager to grasp their collars and question them about their perceived shortcomings. Moreover, due to the burden of the 4-star ball resting upon Yang Nai, Aaron was now so distressed that she could hardly swallow her food. The inability to eat was akin to a terminal illness for a Saiyan. Oh, is that not 3 of the Yukino Shida here? Who might little Aaron be conversing with? Yang Nai picked up the spoon before her, casting a knowing smile at Aaron, while effortlessly choosing to disregard Aaron's earlier protest. Miss Yang Nai? Ailan tentatively called out, Sister. Yukino Shida frowned as she glanced at Yuno. Hey, I want to say anything more. Yet, it's surprising how much little Yukino cares for her friends, don't you think, Ailan? Yukino Shida, Yuno deliberately elongated her words. Sister, please don't act so familiar. You and Ailan are hardly close. Upon witnessing this exchange, Mrs. Yukino Shida timely tapped the table. All right, everyone, let us eat. Yuno, Yukino, and Ailan. Stop the antics and enjoy your meal. Yuno widened her eyes, incredulously staring at her mother, as if she had misheard. However, she quickly revealed a relieved smile, though it vanished in an instant, leaving no one fully aware of it. On the other side, Yukino Shida wore a similarly incredulous expression. What is going on with mother? Only Ailan diligently placed the food before her into her mouth, unable to suppress a thought. This piece of meat is truly small. Subsequently, the lunch proceeded rather uneventfully. Mrs. Yukino Shida and Yuno maintained cheerful expressions, with Yuno's exceptional social skills further enhancing the atmosphere. Ailan found this gathering quite pleasant. However, Yukino's demeanor remained as frosty as ever. She had witnessed this so-called social maneuvering countless times before. She despised this feeling. The sense of inauthenticity suffocated her. Of course, she understood that this was precisely why she could never gain the same level of importance within the family as her sister. This is quite delicious, Yukino. You should give it a try. Ailan delicately placed a piece of dessert onto Yukino's plate, her face adorned with an expression that implored, "You must believe me." As Yukino brought the sweet morsel to her lips, her countenance appeared to melt like thawing snow, revealing a serene smile. Indeed, she found herself preferring the company of the enigmatic Yuan after all. Is this genuine? Yuan is capable of uttering words imbued with profound significance at times. After dining, Ailan and Yukino took their leave, as they were scheduled to visit another location in the afternoon, a part of the school's organized activities. It was impractical to have everyone wait solely for the two of them. Once they departed, Mrs. Yukino Shida's smile gradually faded, and the vivacious demeanor of Yoshino beside her also vanished. Had Ailan been present, he would have certainly noticed the change. At that moment, Yoshino appeared even more aloof than when they first met Yukino. Mrs. Yukino Shida softly remarked, "Yukino's friend seems quite admirable. Have they officially begun dating?" "It appears not yet." Yoshino returned to her usual self, as if the earlier chill had never existed. Observing her daughter's transformation, Mrs. Yukino Shida sighed inwardly. "I can see that Yukino has truly developed feelings for that boy. This is quite promising." At that moment, her formidable image as a powerful woman dissipated, enveloped instead by a gentle sadness. "I have always been a stubborn person, which is why I unilaterally arranged Yukino's future, from her studying abroad to her enrollment in Sobu High. I once thought that given Yukino's nature, she might never fall for anyone. However, the appearance of that boy today took me by surprise and brought me comfort. Actually, if you also wish to." "Mother," Yoshino interjected, interrupting Mrs. Yukino Shida, "I am different from my sister. The Yukino Shida family requires my dedication. My sister's temperament is ill-suited for managing the company. It is best for her to remain as she is." "Is that so?" Mrs. Yukino Shida sighed once more, feeling overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. Being born into such a family is both a blessing and a curse. The weight of familial responsibilities and inexplicable pressures can suffocate, yet Yukino is fortunate, as her sister has stepped up to shoulder everything. The cost is that Yoshino dons a mask of insincerity, and her future will mirror her own, seeking a son-in-law capable of supporting the Yukino Shida family. As for love, it truly is a thing both beautiful and illusory. Chapter 79, The Reunion of Four Women Friday, after school, in the service club. Aaron has yet to arrive today. Previously, he ranked last in the school examinations. And as soon as the class ended, he was dragged into the small dark room by Jing Hiratsuka, commencing an arduous session of remedial tutoring. Hachiman Hikigaya and Yui Yugahama instinctively retreated to a corner. Although the clubroom remained as quiet as ever, the atmosphere today was decidedly oppressive. They all endeavored to restrain themselves, resisting the urge to flee. The typically lively Yui swallowed hard, casting a furtive glance at the four women in the room. Yukino Shida Yukino, after serving several cups of black tea to her guests, settled by the window, engrossed in a book titled The Love Metronome. Opposite her, Kasumika Kakashiwa scrutinized Yukino Shida while her robust thighs trembled rapidly, a telltale sign of her unease. When faced with troubling or vexing matters, she often resorted to this method of venting her frustration. Inori sat beside Kasumika Kaka, her twin tails drooping, exuding an air of listlessness. Kata Megumi sipped her tea nonchalantly, her expression placid and composed. Suddenly, a weight settled in Kasumika Kaka's heart. How infuriating. Why did it seem as if someone had already reached their limit? Moreover, what was with this overwhelming aura of a primary contender? Gazing at Yukino Shida, who was calmly engrossed in her novel, Kasumika Kaka experienced a peculiar sensation. The primate prince is mine. No matter what schemes you concoct, I shall not yield. You shall not take him. Perhaps this encapsulated the sentiment Kasumika Kaka felt. Hey, Inori, has Ryun contacted you? How long until he arrives? Inori rolled her eyes at Kasumika Kaka. How would I know? Ryun has reached out to me at all during this time. If it weren't for Kata telling me today, I would have remained oblivious to the fact that he hasn't attended school for a week. Inori could see that Kasumika Kaka was in a foul mood, yet she wondered why she was being approached. Having known Kasumika Kaka for a considerable time since her own entrance into the school, Inori had always been compared to this dark-haired girl who had dominated the school scene for a year. Such comparisons were hardly enjoyable, especially since they were distinctly different in style. Now, observing Kasumika Kaka initiate a conversation, Inori perceived that this plump woman was merely attempting to mask her discomfort and embarrassment. Speaking of which, Inori herself felt rather awkward, particularly when recalling that Friday night. Kasumika Kaka, puzzled, inquired, Ryun hasn't been to school for a week? Indeed. One might surmise that they are merely indulging in games at home, A recurring scenario. Lily rested her head on the table, emitting a languid hum. Suddenly, Kato Megumi spoke up. Anri-kun reached out to me via line this afternoon, mentioning that he would arrive later, although he did not specify a time. At that moment, Yukino Shida Yukino, having turned the final page of her novel, closed it gently. It is of no consequence. We can linger at school a little longer tonight. Ningen-kun has already obtained permission from the guidance counselor. With that, she directed her gaze towards Kasumigakaka Shiwa. Senior Kasumigakaka, your novel is exceptionally well written, particularly in the portrayal of the protagonist's emotions. No wonder it has sold over 500,000 copies. A smile graced Kasumigakaka Shiwa's lips, for this was her forte. The third volume is nearing completion and will be released shortly after Golden Week. Thanks to the assistance of Anri-kun, it has progressed smoothly. Her words were laden with implication. Yet Yukino Shida Yukino merely nodded seriously, having recently confirmed an observation. On Sunday, the scent emanating from Ningen-kun was identical to that of the esteemed Kasumigakaka before her. Although Ningen-kun possessed a somewhat peculiar disposition, he never neglected those in need, especially when their troubles intersected with his work. Oh? Kasumigakaka Shiwa understood the implications of Yukino Shida Yukino's reference to work and grasped the deeper meaning within her words. However, placing a finger upon her lips, Kasumigakaka Shiwa revealed a knowing smile. I eagerly anticipate Anri-kun and Yukino Shida-san becoming the inaugural readers of the third volume of Love Metronome, though Anri-kun has already perused my draft. Yukino Shida Yukino, oblivious to the nuances of this draft, simply nodded and replied calmly, certainly. Although she was unaware of the current stage of Yukino Shida and Anri's relationship, Kasumigakaka Shiwa was confident that she was undoubtedly leading the way. At that moment, Kato Megumi placed her disposable teacup on the table. Speaking of which, Yukino Shida-san, this black tea is truly delightful. It is no wonder Anri-kun sings your praises regarding your culinary skills. Would you be willing to teach me? Of course, came the reply. Your cooking skills are commendable, so you should learn quickly. Yukino Shida Yukino will never decline a reasonable request from others. Upon seeing her, discussions about the tea ceremony and culinary matters commenced. Arari's twin tails swayed even more dramatically. She surveyed the individuals present, aside from the unfamiliar Hikigaya Hachiman and Yuabin Yui. It appeared that her own household skills were utterly lacking. Even that stout woman in black stockings could lend a hand in the kitchen. Is there truly a 30-year-old prince? Indeed, there is, who almost received a posthumous title from the queen. Of course, there are also 16-year-old princesses. That would be her, the delightful Sawamura Spencer Arari. She lives a life of ease, relying on others for sustenance and comfort, possessing little skill beyond her studies and artistry. Unpleasant. Quite unpleasant. Hentai Aaron, why have you yet to arrive at this clubroom? With a pained expression, Ailan stepped out of the office. After receiving a phone call post-school, Hironaka Shizuka hurriedly departed, leaving him alone to complete 3 examination papers. Now, as the sun began its descent, a faint green barrier suddenly enveloped the entire school. Anri-ren stood at the school gate with his hands tucked into his pockets. Everyone is gathered now. The combat prowess of humanity remains disappointingly low. It seems none of you will escape this time. After tonight, the world will surely revert to its rightful state, he remarked. Striding purposefully toward the direction of the 3-star dragon, he sensed. Meanwhile, Ailan had arrived at the classroom door, poised to enter but abruptly halted. Has the 2-star dragon already been revived? Chapter 80. The Indoor Arena of Chaos. The Outdoor Battlefield. After a moment's hesitation, Ailan chose not to open the door to the servant club's classroom, although it sounded as though Iri was vociferously protesting something from within. The immediate priority was to address the 2-star dragon at hand. With this thought, Ailan leaped down the corridor and exited the teaching building. 10 minutes earlier, after Yukino Shida Yukino and Kato Megumi concluded their discussion on the tea ceremony, the clubroom fell into silence. In truth, the only link between the servant club and the gaming club was Ailan. Without his presence, the unfamiliar members would hardly have been able to bond instantly. Moreover, the existence of a certain individual complicated their relationships further. Iri had been frowning since earlier, and after much contemplation, she gently nudged Kasumigakaka Shiwa. Have you truly shown the 3rd draft to Hentai Ailan? Of course, Kasumigakaka Shiwa replied without lifting her gaze, her focus entirely on the notebook before her. The screen remained blank, save for a title. You, with the 3rd volume just completed and no inspiration for the 4th. Perhaps I should start a new book. How could this be? Iri's frown deepened. It is such an important manuscript. Kasumega Kakashiwa chuckled at Iri's incredulity. No matter how important, it doesn't concern you, does it, Iri? At that moment, Yukino Shida Yukino began to piece things together. Recalling that Kata Megumi had also reacted noticeably to this manuscript. Though her expression remained calm, Yukino Shida Yukino keenly sensed the emotional fluctuations from earlier. The disparity in information seemed to have led her to overlook something significant. With this in mind, Yukino Shida Yukino inquired, somewhat perplexed. Does this manuscript hold any special significance for you, Kasumegakaka-senpai? Kashiwagi Shiyu's expression bore an air of astonishment. Did Ainran-kun not mention anything to you afterwards? Yukino Shida Yukino appeared increasingly perplexed, yet the subsequent words of Kashiwagi Shiyu rendered her utterly speechless. It's nothing. I merely confessed my feelings to Ainran-kun while showing him that draft, and at that moment, he did not reject me. The confession was genuine, and his lack of rejection was equally authentic. However, Kashiwagi Shiyu had obscured some crucial information within her narrative. As long as it could shatter Yukino Shida Yukino, it would be preferable for her to be the one to voluntarily distance herself from Ainran-kun. She was willing to resort to any underhanded means necessary. Such is the nature of love. There exists but one victor, the winner takes all, while the vanquished are left to languish in dust. Kashiwagi Shiyu had begun to disregard the finer details. Yukino Shida Yukino stood there, utterly frozen, at a loss for how to articulate her current emotions. Was it disbelief? Or perhaps anger? Meanwhile, Kato Megumi, who had been diligently working on her assignments, momentarily paused, though she swiftly returned to her studies. In the corner of the classroom, Hikigaya Hachiman and Yugahama Yui gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape. What is happening? We need to go home. Just as the situation threatened to spiral out of control, Eri suddenly slammed her hand on the desk and rose to her feet. She directed an emphatic declaration towards Kashiwagi Shiyu. Kashiwagi Shiyu. Ah, how shameless you are. Even your lies are so far-fetched. If what you said were true, you would have been bragging about it long ago. Eri vehemently refuted Kashiwagi Shiyu. At that moment, she was entirely oblivious to her own thoughts. Yet, even if Kashiwagi Shiyu's words held some truth, she was determined to twist the narrative into a falsehood. Instinct triumphed over all. In this instant, decorum and friendship were cast aside. However, after her fervent outburst, Yukino Shida Yukino's complexion noticeably improved. Meanwhile, Airan remained blissfully unaware of the events transpiring in the clubroom and encountered Anki Rintaru on the playground. Anki greeted Airan politely. Long time no see, Airan. Not far away. Airan had already entered a combat-ready stance. There was something peculiar about Anki Rintaru. The sheer intensity of his aura was far beyond that of an ordinary human. According to Ainran's assessment, Anki's battle prowess now rivaled that of his former superior, Frisia. A power level of 12 million? No, it was even greater. Anki Rintaru was akin to Goku upon his first transformation into a Super Saiyan. Yet, this was still insufficient. You are not Anki Rintaru. You are a 2-star dragon? The words were left unspoken. Eren sprang into action without hesitation. He was neither Vegeta nor Son Goku, and the identity of the individual before him was inconsequential. His priority was to subdue him. With resolute determination, Eren unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at an Luan Ye's face. In a simultaneous response, an Luan Ye retaliated with a punch of his own. The collision of their fists resonated with a thunderous roar, causing the ground to tremble violently beneath them. The force of the sonic boom shattered every window in the school. And inside the servitude department, a chorus of terrified screams erupted. Everyone gazed in astonishment at the scene unfolding outside. Yukino Shida Yukino, undeterred by the quaking building, struggled to reach the window. Is that Luan Ye? She exclaimed. At that moment, Iri Shiro also approached the window, her expression akin to seeing a ghost. Regardless of whether it's Luan Ye or not, we must hurry downstairs. It's not safe here. Kasumegakaka Shiyu voiced her concern, casting a worried glance at the battlefield on the playground where Eren was engaged in combat. Hearing this, Hikigaya Hachiman flung open the door of the servitude department and shouted, "Everyone, come out quickly." He then hoisted the terrified Yui Yugahama, who had collapsed in fear, to her feet. The surreal scenes from anime were unfolding before Hikigaya Hachiman's eyes, driving him to the brink of madness. Yet, there was no time for such thoughts. Survival was paramount. Despite her previous experiences, Yukino Shida Yukino's complexion turned pale as she urged, "Let us run farther away. The battle involving the Monkey King will have widespread repercussions. We must distance ourselves." Airan also recognized the gravity of the situation. This battle could not be prolonged. nor could it take place on the ground. With this thought, Ailan silently delivered a powerful punch to an Ailan's abdomen. The immense force instantly propelled him into the sky. How is this possible? I have always sensed that your energy is inferior to mine. You are indeed not an Ailan. Ailan had already been consumed by murderous intent. He was all too familiar with the scent of blood that emanated from an Ailan. How many lives had this fiend claimed in recent days? Huh. The sound of a furious roar erupted as Ailan was enveloped in a radiant golden light. How could this be? An Ailan clutched his head. Disbelief etched across his face. In his perception, Ailan's energy now surpassed his own by several folds. Chapter 81. The revived 3-star dragon. Kent hesitated for a moment before tossing down a bet of 80,000. I'm all in, Saiyan exclaimed, immediately revealing all the cards in his hand. Old Supreme Kai, hurry and pay up. You've been blowing hot air all day. Ah. You're over 1,000 years younger than me and show no respect for your elders, the old Supreme Kai retorted, reluctantly pulling a beautifully crafted chip from the drawer of the mahjong table. He then spoke slowly. Speaking of which, your little employee is scheduled to meet his demise today, and you've callously severed all ties with him. Isn't that a bit excessive? If he dies, I can merely retrieve him from King Yama. It's not as if it's the first time I've done so. Saiyan snatched the chip from the old Supreme Kai's hand and continued. Some matters inevitably come at a cost. Our assistance in transforming him into a Super Saiyan has already significantly altered the timeline. Not to mention he is not even the original Super Saiyan. However, I believe that the current little Ran will undoubtedly become a competent time patrolman, albeit with a rather peculiar inclination. What is so peculiar about it? The old Supreme Kai shot a glare at Saiyan. Is it strange for him to develop feelings for a girl he liked before losing his memory? Only a Saiyan who understands love can generate positive energy. If it truly comes to that, let him come work for me. There are hardly any Saiyans left in the 7th universe. Dream on. Are you suggesting that little Ran should work for you? You just want him to bring you some adult material from Earth. How despicable. From now on, you are forbidden from getting close to little Ran. You've already led him astray after just a few hours of conversation. Fine, no more arguments. Let us just play. Humph. The golden light gradually dissipated. Ailan, having transformed into a Super Saiyan, slowly appeared before an Ailan. A figure of a Super Saiyan materialized before an Ailan, with golden hair and blue eyes, surrounded by flickering bolts of lightning. Ailan clenched her fists, feeling an overwhelming surge of power within her. This was the Super Saiyan beyond Super Saiyan, the Super Saiyan 2. After 2 years of rigorous training in the hyperbolic time chamber, and subsequently having her potential awakened by the Elder Kai, she finally mastered the transformation into a Super Saiyan. While she undoubtedly could not compare to Vegeta during the Majin Buu saga, nor could she rival Gohan at his first transformation into Super Saiyan 2. She felt more than capable of handling the current situation. No, it was imperative to conclude the battle swiftly. The bloodlust that accompanied her transformation into a Super Saiyan was overwhelmingly intense. Ailan murmured softly, then directed her gaze towards the terrified face of an Ailan. Huh? Could it be that even the wicked dragon is capable of experiencing such an emotion as fear? Ailan unconsciously revealed a cruel smile. Tear him apart. Tear him apart. Tear him apart. Even Ailan abruptly shook her head, dispelling the thought of shredding him from her mind. Haha. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? No matter how formidable humans may seem, they are merely sustenance for me. The confusion on an Ailan's face gradually dissipated as a thick plume of dark smoke began to rise behind him. Poison? Ailan possesses an intimate understanding of the capabilities of the 2-star dragon and, therefore, would not recklessly charge forward. Huh. Ailan raised a hand, unleashing a powerful energy wave that erupted from her palm. As it traversed through the verdant mist, a portion of this energy was absorbed, however. The remainder struck firmly against Ailan. Accompanied by a piercing scream, Ailan plummeted from the sky, though his body was enveloped in the acrid scent of charred flesh. He did not succumb immediately. Ailan extended a finger, aiming at the entire visage of the green-skinned and Ailan. A surge of energy gradually coalesced, preparing to deliver the final blow, for this body belonged to an Ailan. There was no need for him to endure further agony. At that moment, an unforeseen event transpired. An Ailan's figure abruptly vanished from Ailan's sight. Meanwhile, Yukino Shida Yukino, who was nearly at the school gates, found herself once again immobilized, along with others who were frozen in place. However, this time, the freezing did not prove overly effective. The individuals merely experienced a numbing sensation. Near Yukino, the 3-star dragon gasped intensely. Damn Saiyan, Damn monkey. I was so close to being purified. Yet, unfortunately, the three-star dragon turned to gaze at Yukino, a sinister smile gracing his face. Humanity is so easily overwhelmed by fear. Negative energy flows endlessly. Wouldn't you agree, my host? With great difficulty, Yukino turned her head, disregarding him entirely. What on earth is this creature? Inori, terrified, stumbled over her words. Although Kato Megumi and Kasumiga Kakashiwa were somewhat aware of the backstory, the sight of the malevolent dragon left them pale with fear. As for Yokohama Yui and Hikigaya Hachiman, their reactions were even more pronounced. Seeing that Yukino had ignored him, the three-star dragon, unfazed, continued to gaze skyward while speaking. Though your fear is quite delectable, there is something else that suits my palate even more. As soon as the three-star dragon finished speaking, a dim dragon ball emerged from its being, casting a pale blue beam toward the direction wherein Ailan had fallen. With the resonance of the two dragon balls, an Ailan was instantly transported to the front of the three-star dragon. Grasping an Ailan by the throat, the three-star dragon smirked. Ah, isn't this the two-star dragon? Did you not always proclaim yourself the strongest among the evil dragons? How did you end up in such a state? Luan Yi, Inori exclaimed in astonishment. Yet, Luan Yi paid her no heed, instead beseeching the three-star dragon, do not consume me. Let us join forces to eliminate that human. Otherwise, you shall perish as well. Your strength is recovering swiftly. You must have feasted on many humans. However, such power is wasted in your possession. Rest assured, you will enjoy the wails of humanity from within me. The three-star dragon plunged a hand into an Luan Yi's chest, stirring before extracting a dragon ball. Luan Yi. Inori was utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend their conversation. What did it mean to consume humans? What does it mean to eliminate the person together? I simply cannot comprehend. Damn that three-star dragon. You too shall fall victim to that human. After struggling to utter this phrase, an Luan felt as fragile as glass, slowly shattering into countless fragments, ultimately dissolving into dust. With death imminent, there is still so much trivial chatter. However, by consuming you, I shall achieve complete resurrection. The three-star dragon tilted its head back and placed the two-star ball into its mouth. With a gulp, the dragon's throat convulsed, unleashing a terrifying power that surged from its being. Ha! This is the sensation. The feeling of total revival is simply magnificent. Subsequently, the three-star dragon turned its gaze towards the heavens. In the sky, it beheld Yukino and the others sprawled on the ground, and Ailan was utterly enraged. The blue of her irises gradually faded, ultimately transforming into white. Each hair on her golden tail stood on end. Three-star dragon, I shall certainly slay you. Chapter 82. The day before Golden Week, TBU High has been obliterated. Gazing at the rapidly approaching Ailan, the three-star dragon chuckled ominously. Heh. Saiyan monkey, I have previously declared that I would surely slay you. With that, he gently flapped the wings on his back. In the next instant, he appeared before Ailan. So swift. A heavy punch struck Ailan's abdomen with such swiftness that he had no time to react, leaving him feeling a profound heaviness in his heart. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. With a sinister grin, the Samsung dragon grasped Ailan by the head and lifted him off the ground, taunting, So, Saiyan monkey, do you have any final words before your demise? To hell with your final words. Bang. Ailan swiftly turned and delivered a powerful kick to the face of the three-star dragon, then quickly distanced herself from her opponent. In the next moment, a surge of energy erupted from her hand, striking the three-star dragon's head with tremendous force. However, the impact merely caused the creature to sway slightly. Gazing at the unscathed three-star dragon emerging from the explosion, Ailan furrowed her brow. It seemed that Kaiyin's assessment was indeed accurate during its peak. The three-star dragon far surpassed the might of a Super Saiyan level 3. This implied that the three-star dragon was now at least 4 times stronger than herself. Aaron was acutely aware that his current state, purportedly that of a Super Saiyan 2, was merely a mockery of the true form. Faced with this predicament, he found himself momentarily indecisive. The three-star dragon twisted its neck and revealed a disdainful smile, futile resistance. With that, the dragon lunged fiercely towards Aaron. Though his mind was fully alert, his body failed to respond in time. The rapidly approaching fist, magnified in his vision, struck him, sending pain coursing through his brain. Almost immediately, a wave of agony surged through his abdomen, accompanied by a deafening sound, as Aaron plummeted from the sky at an astonishing speed, crashing heavily into the school building. Amidst the terrifying roar, several of the teaching structures at the General Martial Arts School collapsed entirely. The Ape King. Aaron. Hentai Aaron. Classmate Aaron. Yukino Shida Yukino and others exclaimed in unison. In the next moment, Aaron sprang up from the rubble, gasping for breath. Damn it. This cursed school is finally gone. Who would have thought that a single battle would fulfill a dream I've held for 2 lifetimes? Viscous blood streamed from his nostrils, his nasal bone fractured, even piercing the skin and becoming exposed. Aaron gasped for breath, as if her lungs had been shattered. With insufficient oxygen, her vision began to blur. The disparity in strength was simply overwhelming. Transforming into a colossal ape? Ailan instinctively recalled her old tactics. No, it was futile. The colossal ape had merely amplified its fundamental combat power by tenfold. Her training was far from sufficient. And the aspiration to transform into a golden great ape or even a Super Saiyan 4 was nothing more than a delusion. The 3-star dragon hovered in midair, exuding an air of nonchalance. Heh, does it hurt, Saiyan monkey? Do you wish to beg for mercy? With such a vast disparity in power, he deemed it unwise to engage in a game of cat and mouse with this formidable creature. Ailan spat out the blood from his mouth, exclaiming, damn. To suffer losses at the hands of the same person twice. The 3rd-star dragon, witnessing Ailan's silence, felt a surge of triumph. It was a mere hair's breadth. Had it not been for the 2nd-star dragon's intervention today, he would have been nearly purified. Enduring the positive energy emanating from Ailan daily was driving the 3rd-star dragon to the brink of madness. However, at this moment, he cast a silent glance at Ailan, his gaze akin to that of a predator eyeing a helpless insect ready to be crushed. Enough of this. The antics of a monkey that cannot even beg for mercy have truly lost their allure. It seems you are destined for hell once I have dispatched you. I shall relish the slow torment of humanity in this world. It promises to be far more entertaining. He raised his right hand, directing it toward Ailan. As a blue energy orb materialized in his grasp. As Ailan's pupils constricted, the sensation of impending death intensified. Boom. With the descent of the energy sphere, an explosive blaze illuminated the sky. As the smoke cleared, Ailan, along with the teaching building of So, vanished from sight, leaving behind a deep pit measuring several meters. Upon witnessing this scene, Yukino Shida Yukino nearly fainted. Others, too, were similarly affected. Kasumiga Kakashiya even bit her lower lip until it bled. Haha, that damned monkey is finally dead. Now, this world belongs to me. Sanxing Long, clutching his forehead, burst into laughter. Suddenly, his gaze pierced through his fingers. Catching sight of Yukino Shida Yukino and her companions, their eyes filled with hatred. Fear not, I shall ensure that we reunite in hell. What a thrilling performance this has been. With that, Sanxing Long gathered another sphere of energy in his hand. At this moment, Hikigaya Hachiman and Yui Uebihama finally embraced one another. Their eyes shut in despair. However, Yukino Shida Yukino and several members of the gaming club did not retreat. Despite their faces paling from fear, they steadfastly fixed their contemptuous gazes upon Sanxing Long. Suddenly, Ailan's figure materialized behind Sanxing Long. The injuries that once marred his body now completely healed. In an instant, he had seized Sanxing Long's arms. Struggling fiercely, Sanxing Long exclaimed loudly, "How could you possibly be alive? And how have your injuries healed?" Ailan remained silent, for he needed to summon all his strength to momentarily confine the 3-star dragon. Fortunately, he had previously learned the art of instantaneous movement from Cain and had even brought back a few heavenly beings. Otherwise, he would have truly been reduced to ashes just moments ago. Of course, the ensuing events would not fare much better. Aaron cast her gaze upon the individual sprawled on the ground and uttered 2 words. Though her voice was soft, it resonated with a profound sense of the past. I'm sorry. Upon speaking, a surge of energy coursed through Aaron's body, enveloping the 2 individuals in a magnificent orb of light. Are you truly going to self-destruct? Samsung Long struggled with increasing fervor. Fortunately, you are not Majin Buu. Otherwise, I might hesitate to employ such a tactic. Aaron's tone was remarkably serene. This was not the first time he faced death, and he had nearly gained experience in the matter. With a sigh, he silently implored the third-rate deity. Please rescue me from the grasp of the King of Hell. Otherwise, if I reincarnate, it will be too late. It was uncertain whether that third-rate deity could hear him. Having completed his thoughts, Aaron summoned all his strength and, alongside the 3-star dragon, soared towards the heavens. With a single breath, he unleashed all his power. Ah, damn monkey. In a mournful wail, the 3-star dragon gradually disintegrated, leaving behind 2 pristine Dragon Balls gently descending from the sky. As for Aaron, he had entirely transformed into a white stone. Upon hitting the ground, he shattered into countless fragments. Aaron, Yukino could no longer endure. After calling out his name, she completely lost consciousness. Kasa no Okashiyu and Kata Megumi crawled desperately towards Aaron's remnants. Lily was utterly frozen, her tears flowing uncontrollably. Yet her gaze remained vacant. Simultaneously, a youth with green-framed glasses and pink hair hovered in midair. These extraterrestrials truly create trouble for others. You must understand. Altering so many human memories with superpowers can be quite exhausting, even for me. He then directed his gaze towards Yukino and the others. Forget it. Their memories need not be tampered with. Surely, they wouldn't want to forget that extraterrestrial named Aaron. As for that school, never mind. It doesn't matter. The altered memories would be as fleeting as a gas explosion. I should head home and rest. Today has been quite taxing thanks to Rintan and the others. Chapter 83. Aaron's descent into hell. At this moment, the ruler of hell, King Enma, was swiftly perusing the documents before him. Moments later, he glanced at a white spirit at the other end of the desk and spoke. You haven't committed many wicked deeds in your lifetime. Though your frequency of self-indulgence has led you to commit sins of lechery, you shall remain in the pillar of embrace hell for 2 years before your reincarnation. The white spirit seemed somewhat reluctant. Lord Enma, I haven't done anything wrong. Why must I be punished? Impudence. I have conducted a rigorous judgment in accordance with the laws of hell. If you continue to defy me, I shall extend your sentence by 3 years. With a wave of his hand, King Enma summoned a formally dressed little demon to escort the white spirit away. Proceed. The sudden influx of vengeful spirits on earth is making my work increasingly burdensome. Just then, a flushed little demon in formal attire appeared before King Enma. Looking up and proclaiming, Lord Enma, I have sent that Saiyan to hell. At present, he finds himself amidst the sea of blood. Does he not? That is indeed a designated individual who requires our particular attention, one who must thoroughly experience the services of our hellish domain. Do you comprehend? Yes, my Lord Yama. On either side of the winding serpentine path lies an endless expanse of yellow clouds. Beneath these clouds lies the very essence of hell itself. In the bubbling sea of blood, only Ailan's head emerges above the surface, crowned by a radiant halo. The temperature of this sea of blood is quite agreeable. It is far more pleasurable than a warm bath on earth. Wouldn't you agree, Lord Ailan? This, after all, is the most renowned therapeutic hot spring within our infernal realm. It is said that after rigorous cultivation, Lord Yama would often choose to indulge in its soothing waters. Upon hearing Ailan's reflections, a small spirit by the shore hastily presented a wooden basin. Within it lay a neat stack of eggs, freshly boiled from the sea of blood. These eggs are sourced from our famed hellish roosters, each of which requires over 2 years of careful nurturing to produce their scarce yield. Would you care to sample one? Ailan skillfully cracked the eggshell, directly tossing a fresh egg into her mouth. This egg is exquisite. As long as you enjoy it. The little ghost wiped the sweat from his forehead. After all, staying beside the boiling sea of blood was unbearably hot. This morning, he received a command from King Yen, insisting that he must properly entertain this Saiyan. Failing to do so would result in immediate dismissal, although he was uncertain about the significance of a Saiyan like Ailan. The orders from his superior had to be executed without question. The poignant plight of a worker. After a brief moment, Ailan sprang from the water, shaking her body to rid herself of the moisture. If I stay any longer, I might faint. What other tasks lie ahead? There are, replied the little ghost, producing an unopened knife from behind him. After the sea of blood, the next challenge is the hell of sharp blades, where this knife will incessantly scrape against your skin until extensive red patches emerge. This is an essential ordeal following the blood sea, and it is rather brutal. Aaron stroked her chin, contemplating for a moment, then leaned over the edge. Come on, make your move. Indeed, we have prepared a feast of torment for you, along with an 18-level tour of hell. The force is still too gentle. Apply more strength. Yes. The little demon wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and this time, he exerted greater force. Subsequently, Aaron continued to experience various attractions within hell. For instance, in the fiery abyss, alcohol was smeared upon her back before it was ignited. Immediately, a particularly burly demon began to relentlessly strike her back with its massive hands. It was both searing and excruciating. The sounds of Ailan's moans would even cause the female spirits of hell to blush with shame. In another instance, within the realm of the gluttonous hell, hundreds of green-faced, fang-bearing little demons continuously presented him with platters of roasted meat, compelling him to consume every last morsel. Mountains of meat towered before him, seemingly intended to suffocate the Saiyan with excess. Truly, hell lives up to its fearsome reputation. In this infernal domain, there exists neither day nor night. Ailan was uncertain how long he had lingered in this place. Nonetheless, he had experienced every endeavor within the realm of hell. He also took the opportunity to visit the garden filled with dolls. In a little over 20 years, his former employer, Frisia, would be hung from a tree here. Relishing opera each day. After partaking in all these activities, Ailan reclined on a patch of grass, a blade of foxtail in his mouth. How utterly tedious! Has that mediocre deity's mahjong tournament concluded yet? Why has no one come to retrieve me? As soon as Ailan's words fell, Cayenne's figure materialized right before him. Little Ran. I've arrived. Oh, why is it that every time I mention you, you appear immediately? You don't really have some sort of voyeuristic hobby, do you? Ailan regarded Cayenne with an expression of wariness. How can you unjustly tarnish someone's reputation out of thin air? Is it deemed as prying when the employer routinely monitors the work status of their employees? Otherwise, how would I be able to discern your progress? Wait a moment. Ailan keenly sensed that there was something amiss in Cayenne's words. Check at any time? What exactly does this entail? You wouldn't be peeping on me while I bathe, would you? Cayenne feigned innocence, raising her hands in a gesture of surrender. Not at all. I've merely witnessed you soaring through the skies with a girl in your arms, and being pinned to the ground by another girl, not to mention the instances of being compelled to hold hands with each utterance from Cayenne. The flush on Ailan's face deepened. At last, he could no longer contain himself. Stop. You third-rate deity. You are forbidden from monitoring me any longer. Otherwise, I shall resign from this position. I would rather linger in hell. PFF, had I not greeted King Yin. You would have already been left with nothing but your soul, and subsequently discarded like a tattered cloth, subjected to the soul purification apparatus to cleanse all memories and sins, before being reincarnated. But what of your little girlfriend then? Cayenne feigned an adorable demeanor, though it was evident that Ailan could not perceive her charm. Humph. Hurry and send me back to Earth. I have died once for this job, and yet you still choose to spy on me. What kind of heartless enterprise is this? After all, it's not my first death. They say practice makes perfect, and this is your third time. As Cayenne spoke, she conjured a wand from her hand and gently tapped Ailan's forehead. Instantly, a dazzling white light erupted around Ailan. Once the radiance dissipated, the halo above his head vanished as well. All right, little Ran, you have been revived. You performed admirably this time, having purified 2 Dragon Balls so swiftly. Do continue to strive in your duties. With that, Cayenne vanished once more from Ailan's sight, hurrying back to her mahjong gang. Wait, aren't you going to send me directly back to Earth? Even if you've mastered teleportation, you ought to at least indicate which direction Earth lies. Yet, the only response to Ailan was a profound silence. Chapter 84. Just how brave is Ying Lily? Once again, the dusk descended upon the day. The Ailan household was enveloped in a profound silence, broken only by the rhythmic sound of chopping emanating from the kitchen. Yukino and Kasumigakaka Shia sat motionless on the living room sofa, maintaining this posture for the entirety of the day. Since the previous evening, Iri had secluded herself in Ailan's bedroom, and when Kato Megumi called her for lunch, there was no response. The air within the apartment felt stifling, rendering it almost impossible to breathe. After a moment, Kasumigakaka Shia's hoarse voice pierced the silence. Did you truly mean that Ailan might still return? She gazed intently at Yukino, her eyes void of any emotion. Yukino hesitated, then replied, I am not entirely certain. She longed to provide both herself and Kasumigakaka Shia with a definitive answer, yet reason whispered that such hope was unlikely. Despite the extraordinary powers of the ape-man, he had crumbled to dust before her very eyes. The notion of resurrection seemed far too fantastical. Their only glimmer of hope rested upon Ailan's divine patron, who might conjure a miracle. However, at that moment, Kasumigakaka Shia's emotions spiraled out of control. Did you not assert that Ailan might return? Why now do you waver in certainty? I truly cannot be sure. Yukino erupted, but I absolutely refuse to believe that the ape-man has perished so easily. Her vehement outburst faltered, and she continued in a fragmented manner, I believe, the ape-man must still possess a sliver of possibility. Lowering her voice, she recognized that unleashing her frustrations upon Kasumigakaka Shia was inappropriate. This was undeniably wrong and certainly not the genuine sentiment that the ape-man would have wished for her to harbor. Kasumigakaka Shia appeared utterly drained, reclining sideways on the sofa, her face resting where Ailan had lain just a week prior. In the kitchen, Kato Megumi, having heard the commotion, paused momentarily in her chopping, then pressed her lips together and resumed her task, a solitary tear rolling down her cheek. In Ailan's bedroom, Lily once again awakened from her slumber. The quilt still bore the lingering scent of Ailan. She tightened her grip on Ailan's school uniform, cast a glance at the ceiling, and then closed her eyes once more. Surely, this was merely a dream. Once she awoke, the hentai Ailan would return to her. She buried her head deeper into the quilt, her body curling up gradually. At that moment, Ailan's figure suddenly materialized on the ceiling of the bedroom. Before he could react, he found himself plummeting freely onto the bed. Upon surveying the familiar surroundings, Ailan couldn't help but voice his grievances. Damn, that third-rate deity actually made me return on my own. I wandered through the cosmos for ages just to find Earth. I almost met my demise. It was perilous. That planet collided with a comet and was on the verge of explosion, just as it was about to burst. I barely sensed the remnants of my essence left on Earth, which allowed me to teleport back just in time. With a lingering sense of dread, he patted his chest, only to suddenly discover two smooth arms wrapped around his neck. Huh, Lily, what are you doing in my room? Although he could not see her, he could still feel her presence. Hentai Ailan, you really have returned? Lily's voice was filled with delight, her grip tightening significantly. Yes, I am back. Could you please let go of me? What are you doing in my room at such a late hour? Has all that drawing finally turned you into a weirdo? Ailan had just narrowly escaped death and was still regaining his composure. Now, being embraced by Lily, he found himself overwhelmed by this continuous wave of stimulation. Upon hearing Ailan's words, Lily fell silent. Was she truly dreaming? After all, the hentai Ailan would never speak to her in such a tone. Yet, this dream felt astonishingly real, his warmth, his voice, his scent. Slowly, Lily leaned in closer. Indeed, if this were a dream, she need not concern herself with such matters. In the next moment, she pressed her lips against Ailan's nose. However, in the darkness, Lily had relied solely on sound to locate Ailan, and her initial attempt had failed. Yet Ailan was left speechless. What are you doing, Lily? Stop wasting words. In my dream, you dare to resist? Just a mere hentai Ailan. Lily removed her arms from around Ailan's neck and positioned herself atop him, her hands firmly cradling his face. Another kiss followed, this time hitting its mark with precision. The warm sensation on his lips left Ailan momentarily entranced. They were so close, Lily's heavy breaths resonating in his ears. Wait, Lily. Ailan turned her face away, yet Lily swiftly pursued her. What are you waiting for? In my dreams, everything must obey me. You wait a moment. Don't. Why are you still sticking out your tongue? Has become utterly numb. Are all the women on Earth this formidable? Previously, it was Kasumagakaka Yutaha, and now it is Eriri Spencer Sawamura. Gradually, Eriri herself seems to sense that something is amiss. This dream feels astonishingly vivid. She hastily rises and pinches her thigh with fervor. In the next moment, hentai Aaron, how could you? Taking advantage of the moment, Ailan leaped off the bed, choosing to disregard Lily's attempt to turn the tables on her. I will step out for a moment. It seems Yukino and the others are outside, she remarked. That Lily, the illustrations differ somewhat from reality. Before she could finish, Lily abruptly yanked the blanket over herself and exclaimed, Get out. All right then. Ailan swiftly opened the bedroom door, only to find Yukino Shida and two other girls already standing at the threshold, having heard the commotion. Aaron offered a bashful smile, exclaiming, I am back. Yuanjun. Yukino Shida leapt into Aaron's embrace, joyfully shouting. Observing that there was no space left in Aaron's arms, Shiyu Kato grasped tightly at the hem of his garment. Megumi Kato chuckled softly. Welcome back, Aaron-san. I apologize for causing you worry. I have returned. Aaron let out a gentle sigh. Indeed. She found herself rather fond of this world. As her emotions gradually settled, Yukino carefully extricated herself from Aaron's embrace. With Kato Megumi and Kasumagakaka Shiwa present, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. At that moment, Kato tilted her head in confusion and inquired, Aaron, we just heard Eriri scream. What happened? Well, I just teleported into the room and startled Eriri, which is why she screamed. Yes, that's precisely it. Aaron, feeling a pang of guilt, turned her head away. Shiyu from Kasumagakaka crossed her arms and fixed her penetrating gaze upon Aaron. Oh, is that so? Chapter 85, The Longest Night, Eriri's Transformation Outside the Bedroom. As the voices of Ailan and Yukino Shida, Yukino gradually faded away, Iri slowly emerged from her cocoon of blankets. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she whispered, "It's truly wonderful, just as Yukino Shida said, that hentai Ailan is indeed alive." Time seemed to stretch endlessly before she finally managed to cease her sobbing. Her trembling fingertips twitched slightly before she unceremoniously collapsed onto Ailan's bed in a manner reminiscent of a languid duck. With each breath she took, Ailan's scent enveloped her senses, yet her mind was a chaotic whirlwind. As she reflected on the events that had transpired, an inexplicable sense of panic surged within her. That kiss felt like a key, unlocking the shackles of her muddled existence. Did I really take the initiative to kiss hentai Ailan? Iri instinctively gripped the bedsheets tighter, murmuring to herself. Though she harbored its sunder disposition, she was no fool, nor did she lack the courage to pursue love. She could not pinpoint when it began, but she found herself harboring a fondness for Ailan. It was not merely friendship. It was akin to the romantic affection shared between men and women, much like her feelings for Akane. Did it start on that stormy night? That seemed incorrect. Perhaps it had begun even earlier. Yet, she had never contemplated revealing her feelings openly, for that would be the behavior of a shameless person. To feel affection for another man immediately after being disappointed by Akane, wasn't that the very definition of shamelessness? Iri reaffirmed this notion within her heart. Regarding this peculiar sentiment, she dared neither to confirm nor deny it, thus she remained passive, too fearful to advance. For either action would undeniably expose her inner turmoil. However, when Kasumiga Kakashiyu revealed that Ailan had not rejected her confession, she could no longer contain herself. What followed shattered her final defenses in less than 10 minutes. Ruri and Ailan both met their unfortunate demise before her. It was only at that moment that Inori realized the truth. She had genuinely developed feelings for hentai Ailan, a profound affection that overwhelmed her. However, by that time, Ailan had already been shattered into countless fragments. For an entire day and night, Ruri disregarded the haunting images that replayed in Inori's mind, her desperate pleas to the Sanjong dragon and Ailan's self-sacrifice to protect everyone, perishing alongside the monster. The anguish was suffocating, and other than retreating into this room to numb herself with sleep, she felt utterly powerless. After forcing herself to regain composure and weighing her thoughts for a considerable time, the memory of Shiyu Kasa no Oka flickered through her mind like a revolving lantern. She recalled Shiyu's words at the CAF entrance, "I have quite a fondness for Ailan." Then the recollection of yesterday surfaced, after showing Ailan the manuscript. "I confessed to him." Ailan did not refuse. With her hands pressed against her chest, Inori compelled herself to cease her thoughts. A wave of bitterness began to spread, inexorably engulfing her heart. Inori exhaled softly, gradually recalling the myriad moments spent with Ailan. At that moment, her phone abruptly rang. Could it be her mother? She hastily answered the call. "Hello, mother." On the other end, a voice feigning tears emerged. Inori has someone she likes now, and she doesn't even contact her mother when she goes out. It truly saddens me. What are you talking about? Silly mother. But I must remind you. Even if you have someone you like, hugs and kisses are permissible, but you cannot. I would never. Inori retorted, filled with indignation. It seems mother is overthinking this. Our Inori doesn't possess such boldness. If she truly has someone she likes, she might not even be able to hold a proper conversation. After all, our Inori is quite the tsundere. Who said that? Just a moment ago. Inori suddenly realized she had almost fallen into her mother's trap again. Oh, what happened just now? Nothing. Nothing at all. I'm hanging up now. Goodbye, mother. Aren't we going to chat a little longer? Never mind. Goodbye. With that, Lily abruptly ended the call. What kind of assumptions does this Fujoshi make about others all day long? Lily sighed in frustration, instinctively brushing her fingers against her lips. So this is what a kiss feels like. Rather pleasant, indeed. But, Kazuki Shiyu, Yukino Shida, Kato. Lowering her gaze, Lily slowly recited these names, ultimately recalling the grim visage of Anki Runa. Runa, farewell forever. With this thought, Lily embraced her blanket and opened the door to Aaron's bedroom, quietly slipping into the guest room. She lay upon the familiar bedding in the guest room and curled up within Aaron's covers. Time to sleep. Tomorrow heralds a fresh beginning. Meanwhile, in the netherworld, King Enma furrowed his brow as he scrutinized a report. How should they deal with this human named Anki Runa? Although he had not personally caused the demise of 10,002 individuals, the report indicated that he had been complicit with the malevolent dragon. Beneath the grand desk, a well-dressed little demon spoke with utmost respect. My lord Enma, for such a lowly realm, it would be prudent to completely erase any existence of this individual. After a moment of contemplation, King Inma nodded slightly. Indeed, that would be the most secure resolution for that world. You handle it. Understood. With that, the little demon retrieved a laptop from his cloak. Upon entering Enki Runa's name, all his life's details appeared on the screen. The little demon skillfully navigated the device, sending the data to the recycling bin before clicking to permanently delete it. Instantly, the memories of Enki Runa began to fade from the minds of everyone on Earth. Even within schools, government agencies, and across the internet, all direct records pertaining to him swiftly vanished. It is done, my Lord Enma. Even those who were familiar with Enki Runa will, after a single night's sleep, forget that he ever existed in this world. Very well. I see that we must keep a vigilant watch over that lowly realm. The whereabouts of the Time Realm's Goddess employees must be monitored. Who knows? That planet may explode one day. I can only imagine the additional workload that would entail. Yes, I understand. Chapter 86, The Longest Night, My Dear Ape. You may kiss me now. Since the night of Ailan's demise, Yukino Shida Yukino has not rested even for a moment, merely sitting on the sofa in a daze. The belief that Ailan might return was the sole thread of hope that sustained her. However, upon witnessing Ailan's resurrection with her own eyes, the tension within her suddenly dissipated, leaving Yukino Shida Yukino feeling utterly exhausted. Ailan gently carried Yukino Shida Yukino into her room, laying her softly upon the bed. I apologize for causing you worry, she murmured. Yukino shook her head, replying, You have already expressed your apologies that night. As long as you return, I am perfectly content. Observing the pallor on Yukino's face, Ailan could not help but furrow her brow in concern. With a gentle touch, Yukino smoothed Ailan's furrowed brow, her delicate features lighting up with a tender smile. It's nothing. I merely haven't rested well. A brief nap will suffice. Could you please massage my legs? I've been sitting all day, and they feel a bit numb. Ailan sat beside Yukino Shida's bed, gently resting the long legs bound in stockings upon her own thigh, then gradually began to massage them. As Yukino gazed down at Ailan, a faint blush graced her cheeks. The tactile sensation of the massage emanated from her legs. Although the movements of the muscular figure known as the ape lacked gentleness, the physical contact provided her with a modicum of comfort. Ape, I am. Yukino softly exhaled, calling out once more, Ape, I am. Ailan lifted her head and gazed at Yukino Shida Yukino. I have always been here. In that moment of mutual eye contact, all the unease in Yukino Shida Yukino's eyes swiftly faded away. Ailan gazed intently at Yukino Shida Yukino, who, at that moment, was breathtakingly beautiful. Inhaling the unique fragrance that enveloped Yukino, Ailan's gaze unconsciously drifted downward, where the exquisite, jade-like skin of her neck subtly radiated youthful charm. Is it beautiful? Yukino's face flushed even deeper. Yes, it is indeed beautiful, Ailan replied earnestly, nodding his head. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Yukino's eyes. Sometimes, when Sarakuin sees me, he wears that same dazed expression. Has he perhaps become infatuated with me? It has been so for quite some time at this. The joy in Yukino's eyes became all the more difficult to conceal. She slowly closed her eyes and whispered, Then, Sarakuin, you may kiss me now. Her voice was barely audible. The emotions of a long-lost connection could no longer be articulated through mere words. Yet, Yukino knew that something had to be done in this moment. Only then could her heart find tranquility, allowing her to sleep peacefully that night. Ailan's Adam's apple bobbed nervously. The distance between them diminished, and at last, their lips met briefly. The contact was fleeting. Yukino felt her heart racing, as if it might leap into her throat. Ailan, savoring the moment, gently smacked her lips. This sensation was truly delightful. Although Yukino Shida Yukino's movements were rather inexperienced, they were in stark contrast to a certain golden retriever's clumsy attempts. She merely flicked her tongue against Ailan's lips. Should we indulge in this once more? Gazed expectantly at Yukino Shida Yukino. Although he uttered such words, Yukino once again closed her eyes. This kiss lingered for an extended duration. Just as Yukino was on the verge of breathlessness, Ailan gradually withdrew. With a bashful glance, Yukino shot him a shy look. The latter chuckled softly, ruffling his hair. By the way, Monkey King, I have something for you. Saying this, Yukino turned and opened her bedside cabinet, retrieving 2 gleaming orbs from within. Dragon balls? You brought them back? Yes, purifying these is your task, right? I thought that if you didn't return, these might be your last hope for resurrection. As she placed the Dragon Balls into Ailan's hands, Yukino's complexion paled slightly. She dared not recall the events of the previous day. Had she not seen these Dragon Balls and thought of AI Rant's possible revival, she might have considered following him into oblivion. Monkey King. Can these truly grant any wish? Observing the fully purified Dragon Balls, AI Rant reflected, well, I wouldn't say any wish, but desires akin to rejuvenation, resurrection, or world domination can indeed be fulfilled. By the way, the Supreme Kai of Time promised me that upon completing the purification of the 7 Dragon Balls, I would be allowed to use them to realize one wish. Yukino gazed at AI Rant with curiosity, asking, then what wish does Monkey King wish to fulfill? Well, to be honest, there is nothing I cannot share. My wish is. AI Rant leaned close to Yukino's ear, softly whispering her heartfelt wish. Upon hearing it, Yukino shot AI Rant a glare before burrowing herself under the covers, revealing only her adorable little head. Yuan, you should leave now. I need to sleep. Huh? But I want to stay here a little longer. No, it's already quite late, and I'm very tired. All right, fine. Then you should rest early. As AI Rant stepped out of Yukino's room, he caught sight of Pulu, who was eavesdropping at the door, grasping the nape of its neck. AI Rant fixed a fierce gaze upon it and demanded, did you hear anything just now? And no, boss, I didn't hear a thing. At that moment, the protective voice of Yukino echoed from the bedroom. Pulu-kun. Humph. Upon hearing the voice, AI Rant reluctantly cast aside Pulu and warned, keep a vigilant watch. If a single mouse appears in this apartment, I will feast on cat meat. The entire building? Boss, I'm not merely a cat. Isn't it a bit excessive to expect me to catch mice every day? I possess many skills. Skills? What use are they? Your combat power barely reaches 5. Pulu-kun. Do not bully it. Hurry back and rest. All right, I understand. After giving Pulu one last glare, AI Rant returned to his own apartment. Inside his bedroom, half of Yukino's face was buried in the blankets. Reflecting on AI Rant's earlier wishes, her cheeks flushed even deeper. Hentai, she murmured softly before diving completely under the covers. Soon, she drifted into a peaceful slumber, utterly exhausted from the past few days. Chapter 87. This night seems endless. Upon returning home, AI Rant was taken aback by the scene in the dining room. In the pitch-dark apartment, there was but a solitary glimmer of light. Kato Megumi sat quietly at the dining table, cradling a cup of red tea. Kato-san, are you not going to rest? Where is Shirwa-senpai? Aaron took a seat at the dining table, only to discover it abundantly laden with an array of delectable dishes. The senior had already retired to rest, and these were the provisions I had prepared in advance. However, it seemed that Kaza no Oka, Yukino Shida, and Sawamura lacked an appetite, leaving me in a quandary about how to manage the surplus. Kata K tilted her head, displaying a hint of perplexity, her eyes momentarily glinting with mischief before it vanished. Allow me to handle this, Aaron proclaimed, patting his chest, and then eagerly reached for the tempura before him. Kato, this tempura is splendidly crispy. And this fried meatball, the mackerel, the octopus. I find these all quite delightful. Aaron's mouth was filled with food, rendering her speech somewhat indistinct. Although the dishes appeared rather ordinary, it was only upon tasting them that one could truly appreciate their exquisite flavors. Much like the presence of Kato Megumi before her, who, though seemingly unremarkable at first glance, revealed a gentle beauty upon closer inspection. Kato Megumi did not mind Aaron's exaggerated manner of eating. She merely propped her chin up with one hand and commented casually, it's interesting that while you refer to Kasumigakaka-senpai as Shiyu-senpai and call Sawamura by her first name, you persist in addressing me with honorifics. How curious. Aaron paused his actions. Within the confines of this gaming club, his interactions with Kato Megumi seemed to be the most minimal. No. There was another individual whose exchanges were even fewer. What was their name again? And Aaron lowered his head, pondering for an extended period. Yet he could not recall this person's name. What was Aaron contemplating? Kato Megumi's voice interrupted his reverie, prompting him to swallow the meatball in his mouth. Aaron responded earnestly to Kato Megumi. No, it's nothing. I suppose I shall call you Megumi from now on. Although they had not yet reached that level of familiarity, it was due to Kato's presence over 2 consecutive weekends that Aaron had been spared the misfortune of consuming those unpalatable cold bento boxes. After respawning, Aaron wandered through the cosmos for what felt like an eternity before finally detecting the essence of Earth, during which he had been quite famished. Once again, it was Kato who had thoughtfully prepared food for him. For this, he was profoundly grateful. With this thought in mind, Aaron continued, Megumi, thank you for these meals. If there is ever a way I can assist you, please do not hesitate to ask. Upon hearing Aaron's address, a peculiar glimmer flickered in Kato Megumi's eyes. Oh, it's no trouble at all. I genuinely enjoy cooking. However, if you wish to repay me, I will certainly let you know when the time comes. Speaking of which, Kato Megumi's voice once more captured Erin's attention as she delicately sipped her red tea. Shall we continue with the activities of the gaming club? Of course we shall. Although that individual is no longer with us, it is precisely because of this club that we have all come to know one another. I believe that both Eruri and Shiyu Senpai would not wish to abandon it either. At this moment, a noticeable shift appeared in Kato Megumi's expression for the first time. Is that so? Then I have already conceived the task I would like to entrust to you, Erin. What is it? It is to continue as the temporary male lead of this game. After all this effort, I find myself somewhat eager for the day this game is unveiled. Erin felt a twinge of reluctance. The purification work on the second planet had already been completed, and he could simply assume the role of a passive investor. However, just 2 minutes prior, he had uttered the words, "If you need anything from me, please do not hesitate to ask." Gazing into Kato K's eyes, which sparkled with anticipation, Erin exhaled softly. I understand. I look forward to your guidance, K. Likewise, please take care of me, Erin-kun. In the stillness of the night, as Erin lay in slumber, he was suddenly enveloped by a wave of warmth. Moments ago, a figure had stealthily entered the room, slipping beneath the covers and nestling into his embrace. Erin-kun, Erin-kun, the person murmured repeatedly, their softness pressed closely against his chest. Soon after, a few tears trickled down onto his neck. Ailan suddenly regained consciousness. Sister Shiyu? He called out softly. There was no response. Instead, as the intensity of their closeness increased, the two pressed even tighter together. Tears streamed down her cheeks, dripping onto Ailan's body. With her face nestled against Ailan's neck, Shiyu Kazakiri's cold voice carried a hint of sobbing. Hold me. This was not a request. Her tone was resolute and left no room for doubt. All right. As he spoke, Ailan wrapped his left arm around Shiyu's waist, gently caressing her silky hair with his right hand. Feeling Ailan's warmth, Shiyu completely lost control. Ailan, you scoundrel. How could you die before responding to my confession? You must not die. As she spoke, she bit down on Ailan's neck. I'm sorry. At that moment, I could do nothing but self-destruct. Clearly, this answer did not satisfy Shiyu Kazakiri, but ultimately, she reluctantly relented. Sister Shiyu? Ailan-kun, let me stay like this for a while. Shiyu tightened her embrace around Ailan's neck. After a while, her breathing gradually steadied. Sister Shiyu, Ailan called out gently. Still, there was no response. Has she fallen asleep? Erin cautiously turned her body to the side, attempting to gently lift Kasumigakaka Shiyu from her embrace. Yet, even in slumber, Shiyu clung tightly to Erin's neck. In a villa in Tokyo, Seiki Kusuwa abruptly awoke, drenched in sweat. He gasped for breath. Was this a precognitive dream? Indeed. A precognitive dream foretells impending danger through visions in one's sleep. Yet, the events that unfolded in his recent dream surpassed his comprehension. An alien with golden hair, devoid of eyebrows, a golden tail, and a menacing appearance, would obliterate this planet with a colossal energy sphere on New Year's Day? This is bad. Anxiously, he rose from his bed. Wait, wasn't that alien the one named Aaron? Hadn't he perished? Chapter 88. Do Saiyans fear the chainsaw? The romance war commences MMM. Ah, her lips parted, delicate lashes trembling as she involuntarily murmured. It had been a long time since she had slept so soundly. Kasumigakaka Shiyu slowly opened her eyes, scanning the unfamiliar room. Ah, yes, she had come to seek Aaron last night. At this thought, her cheeks flushed slightly as she glanced at the pillow she had been clutching, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. She had been embracing that guy before drifting off. When had he slipped away? Releasing the pillow, she propped herself up and assessed her condition. A soft giggle escaped her lips. How adorable. It turns out Aaron has his charming side. She tidied her hair and scrutinized her reflection in the bedroom mirror. Her skin glowed with a healthy, rosy hue, and the dark circles that had previously required makeup to conceal had vanished. Kasumigakaka Shiyu was naturally an alluring woman, and with her fatigue dissipated, she appeared even more radiant. She pressed her lips together, a satisfied smile gracing her face. Last night, she had adequately replenished her energy from Aaron. Just as she turned to exit the room, she suddenly overheard a conversation between Aaron and Katamegumi. Aaron, this morning when I awoke, I did not see Kasumigakaka-san. Do you know where she has gone? Oh, Noticing Kato, who still held a kitchen knife, Aaron instinctively took a small step back, inadvertently blocking the doorway. Hey, I caught a whiff of something delicious from the room. Are you making breakfast? Yes, I am preparing breakfast with Yukino Shida-san. We both have a habit of rising early. Yukino is up too? Yes, didn't she come to wake you just now? You didn't know? Huh? Yukino came by? A thin sheen of cold sweat began to bead on Ailan's forehead. This statement seems to carry considerable weight. Why did Ailan suddenly start sweating? Although May has arrived, the mornings are still quite chilly. Is he feeling unwell? Kato tilted her head in confusion as she gazed at Ailan. It must be an illusion, Ailan thought, as he noticed the blade of the knife in Kei's hand seemingly directed towards him. Haha. For those of us trained in martial arts, a mere trickle of cold sweat is but child's play, nothing to be concerned about. Kei, I shall freshen up now. I eagerly anticipate today's breakfast. With that, Ailan sidled away and slipped into the bathroom. Observing Ailan's hasty retreat, a subtle smirk crept upon Kato's lips. She cast a glance toward the door of Ailan's bedroom, humming an unfamiliar tune as she proceeded to the kitchen. Splashing cold water on his face, Ailan leaned on the sink. My goodness, the women on this planet are quite ferocious. Had he not sensed any murderous intent moments ago, he might have believed Kato intended to use that knife on him. But wait. I have already transcended to Super Saiyan. What I have to fear from a kitchen knife? Humph. Humanity is truly foolish. Aaron gazed at his reflection in the mirror, engaging in a quiet soliloquy, though his demeanor still bore an air of uncertainty. After completing his morning routine, he approached the kitchen with a heart full of trepidation. Evidently, the self-hypnosis he had attempted earlier had not yielded significant results. Yukino was diligently setting the dining table with dishes, and with the assistance of Kata Megumi, she felt considerably more at ease. Upon noticing Aaron, Yukino Shida's icy voice rang out, Mr. Monkey. Indeed, Ailan instinctively stood at attention. I will go wake up classmate Zaimu for breakfast. It is already prepared. Oh, all right. I shall do so at once. Aaron's gaze unconsciously fell upon the food in Yukino's hands. There is no poison in there, is there? Why is no one moving? We can't eat until everyone is gathered. Even a gorilla should possess some common sense. Hey, I'll go right now. Just as he turned around, Yukino's voice reached him again. Aaron, don't do anything bad to Airi. How could I possibly? I'm not that kind of person. Unable to voice his protest, Aaron hastened his steps, feeling somewhat guilty. This rhetorical question had swiftly transformed into a statement of certainty. I had thought that Yukino Shida would surely be angry with Aaron. Suddenly, Kata Megumi appeared behind Yukino. How could she not be angry? Yukino sighed, however, some matters cannot be resolved through anger. I would never push away someone I cherish in such a manner. Kata Megumi lowered her head and murmured, Is that so? I feel the same way. It's time to eat, Airi. In the guest room, Airi was languidly tending to her twin tails. Upon suddenly hearing Aaron's voice, she instinctively sprang from her seat. Wait, hentai Aaron, don't come in. I didn't plan to. Hurry up and come eat. I know. I'll be right there. With her hands clasped before her chest, Airi's small bosom rose and fell with her breaths. You can do it, Airi. You definitely can. After silently encouraging herself, she shook her twin tails and boldly opened the door. However, Airi's exaggerated movement caused her to collide directly with Aaron, who stood at the threshold. Seeing her sway backward, Aaron quickly steadied her by grasping her shoulders. In that moment, the motivation Airi had just mustered seemed to fade away. What are you doing so close to the door? Were you eavesdropping? Hentai Aaron. I would never stoop to eavesdropping. You silly Airi. Hurry and get ready. Yukino and Megumi have already prepared breakfast. I know, but you need to move aside. With such a large frame blocking the door, I can't get out. 20 minutes later, everyone had finally gathered. As the host of the house, Aaron nonchalantly took the seat of honor. Yukino and Kasumigakaka Shiyu sat on either side of him, while Kata Megumi and Airi took their places to the right of Yukino Shida and Kasumigakaka respectively. Aaron-kun, if you're free today, could you accompany me to gather materials? I've submitted the 3rd volume of the Love Rhythm series, and am preparing for a new book. I need your help. No way. Yukino preemptively declined Kasumigakaka Shiwa before Airi could. Why, one might wonder. Kasumigakaka Shiwa gazed intently at Yukino Shida, her legs involuntarily trembling. The reason lies in the fact that today, the esteemed Yarakuen shall accompany me to school. Following the battle that transpired 2 days ago, our school was devastated. Though the cause has been inaccurately attributed to a gas explosion, we received a notification yesterday instructing us to gather at the site of the ruins, seemingly to determine our forthcoming academic location. I understand now. Chapter 89. Another 2 Dragon Balls discovered. Today's breakfast appears rather sumptuous. Ailan chuckled awkwardly and promptly stuffed a bun into her mouth. Quite delicious. I never imagined that you two could actually make buns. Yukino nodded slightly, stating, only the filling was prepared by me. The subsequent tasks were all completed by Kato-san. TCH, I can cook too. I shall take charge of dinner tonight. In Aruri's eyes, Kazuki Shikibu's earlier comment appeared somewhat shameless. She cast a disdainful glance at Kazuki, retorting, come on, I recall that aside from boiling instant noodles, you can't do anything else, right? Didn't you try just last Saturday? What do you know? That was mere modesty. Modesty and knife skills? You could have transformed those shredded potatoes into fries. At that moment, Kazuki began to take Aruri seriously for the first time. Wondering why she had been so intent on undermining her today. Kazuki-senpai, Sawamura-san, please cease your quarrel. We are all friends, are we not? Kato's tone carried a hint of exasperation. Humph. Aruri grabbed another bun and took a bite. Ah, truly delightful. After devouring another bun, she showered compliments upon Yukino and Kato. Unable to restrain her laughter, Yukino appreciated such genuine individuals, relishing the affirmation from others. Kato nodded appreciatively. It's wonderful that Aruri enjoys it. Kazuki scrutinized Aruri with increasing suspicion, sensing something was amiss. As long-standing rivals, they were always keenly aware of each other's changes. Although she could not yet ascertain the cause of Aruri's transformation. After the meal, Yukino and Ailan stepped outside together. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, Ailan. Yukino rarely called out his full name. Ailan was momentarily taken aback. Being called by his full name at that moment felt ominous. I do not wish to walk to school today, carry me. Ah? Oh. Upon hearing Yukino's words, Ailan inexplicably let out a sigh of relief. He obediently embraced Yukino and soared towards the school. In midair, Yukino hooked her hand around Ailan's neck and stole a glance at him. Noticing his anxious demeanor, a subtle smile crept onto her lips. A throng of students gathered at the edge of the ruins of Tsubahai. Indeed, it could be considered ruins, for only 2 nights prior, the school had been completely obliterated, leaving behind a gaping pit several meters deep. Hiratsuka Shizuka held a megaphone and shouted, everyone, remain calm. Please line up in an orderly fashion by class. With her command, the previously chaotic crowd began to settle into an organized formation. Hey, Hikigaya, why do you have such deep dark circles under your eyes? Have you not slept well these past few days? Feeling a gentle pat on his shoulder, Hikigaya Hachiman turned swiftly, his heart racing upon recognizing the visitor. Ailan? Weren't you supposed to be dead? In pieces, no less? Haha, indeed, but for various reasons. I have returned. Hikigaya Hachiman reached out to touch Ailan. He felt warm. Hey, don't get too touchy. I'm not like you. I'm straight. I'm not been either. Hikigaya Hachiman protested. Honestly, I'm just an ordinary person, and enduring such absurd experiences is quite overwhelming. I see. No wonder your dark circles are so pronounced. It seems you haven't had restful sleep these past few days. Well, that's not entirely the reason. Hikigaya Hachiman lowered his head sheepishly. The primary reason for his sleeplessness was that 2 days ago marked the first time he had held a girl in his arms. His excitement had prevented him from resting well. As for Ailan, since Yukino had mentioned that Ailan might very well come back to life, Hikigaya Hachiman merely observed a symbolic moment of silence for him, believing her words given the extraordinary events of the past days. At that moment, the bald principal approached Hiratsuka Shizuka, taking the megaphone from her hands. Ahem, dear students, as you are likely aware, a gas explosion occurred in the school just the day before yesterday. Fortunately, it happened after school hours, and no one was harmed. After the Golden Week, the school will be rebuilt on the original site. Of course, to ensure that your studies are not hindered. You will be attending Shichi Academy in Tokyo for a year after the Golden Week. As soon as the words of the bald-headed dean fell, a myriad of discussions began to circulate among the students. Is Shiozi Yuan not that prestigious institution which only the offspring of noble families can attend? Indeed. It is said that the students within are predominantly children of influential figures. Surely, for ordinary individuals like us, entering such an esteemed place would feel utterly out of place? Nonsense, we would undoubtedly be mingling in the outer academy. It is likely that we would encounter very few students from the inner academy throughout our year there. Ailan unconsciously stroked his chin. Shichian Academy? That name sounds quite familiar. Kagaya wants me to confess? Hearing Ailan mumble to himself, Hachiman Hikagaya rolled his eyes. AI ran. Which girl are you fixating on this time? Huh? What girl? Still pretending. No wonder you exploded the day before yesterday. It seems that the ultimate fate of a socialite is indeed to implode. Cough, cough. The bald principal coughed, signaling for the students to quiet down. Now, let the members of the Shuchian Student Council share some important announcements. Subsequently, two elegantly dressed, stunning young ladies stood before all the students of Suba High. Upon recognizing them, everyone gasped in admiration of their beauty. One had shoulder-length white hair adorned with a black headband, exuding an air of noble grace. The other had waist-length black hair, reminiscent of Yukino Shida Yukino, yet distinctly different, while Yukino emanated a coolness softened by gentleness. This girl projected an aloofness that kept others at bay. Of course, in terms of physique, the two were equally captivating. Hello everyone, I am Anna Kinomoto, the president of the Shuchian Student Council, and beside me is Vice President Kagaya Shinomiya. I will now share the academic schedule of Shuchian Academy. Anna Kinomoto offered the audience a drink of water. In the crowd, AI Ran scrutinized them with suspicion. Wasn't the president of Shuchian supposed to be Miyuki Shirogane? What was this Anna Kinomoto about? It seemed he had heard that name before. Moreover, there was a heavy aura of mischief surrounding these two. Particularly that Kagaya Shinomiya. She exuded the same aura AI Ran had sensed at the bar last time. At this point, AI Ran was 100% certain that these two were the hosts of the Dragon Balls. His gaze was unabashed, and Kagaya Shinomiya, standing beside Anna Kinomoto, quickly sensed the unusual attention. She coldly directed her gaze toward AI Ran. Their eyes met for the first time. Chapter 90 Shuchian Academy appeared somewhat desolate during the Golden Week. Principal Adolf Pescarolo was bustling through the teaching building, engrossed in his phone. Huh? How could this be? There are no students in class today. Why can't I find any rare Pokemon? He raised his phone above his head. Yet the game interface on the screen remained unresponsive. Suddenly, a cool female voice emerged from behind him. Principal, please refrain from engaging in such peculiar behavior at school. If someone discovers you, it could adversely affect our school's reputation. Upon hearing that voice, Adolf Pescarolo remained rooted to the spot, motionless. It's teacher K. Sukmafuyu. You are as stern as ever, a quality I truly admire. However, please refrain from conversing with me for the moment. I have discovered a rare pocket sprite here. The principal interjected, please, no more antics. This morning, Anna accompanied her classmate from Shikigami High to the General Marshal School. Oh? But didn't Anna's mother specifically instruct us to minimize her involvement in such activities? After all, Lady Kin no Kuni is a member of parliament, and we must adhere to her request with utmost seriousness. As he spoke, Adolf Pescarolo began to move, albeit in a most peculiar manner, holding his phone aloft while half-squatting, resembling a gorilla. Observing the principal's continued frivolity, Kei Sukmafuyu furrowed her brow slightly. Yet, considering the matters she was about to report, she suppressed her dissatisfaction. Classmate Anna Kin no Kuni is an exemplary student, graceful in appearance, outstanding in academics, and of commendable character. She truly represents our esteemed Zayazyuan. No wonder you, as both a classmate and teacher, shower praise upon your most cherished student. However, Anna's mother has been advocating for stringent measures to prevent unhealthy interactions among youth, a philosophy that has evidently influenced her educational approach towards Anna, which is rather antiquated and conservative. She even prohibits Anna from attending physiology classes. Adolf Pescarolo nodded, signaling that he was attentively listening. I have previously discussed this with Lady Kin no Kuni, but she wishes to safeguard Anna in this tumultuous society, thus imposing strict restrictions on her exposure to all unnecessary interactions with the opposite sex, effectively isolating her from all forms of sexual education. She aims to eradicate potential dangers at their inception. A hint of unnaturalness surfaced on Kei Sukmafuyu's otherwise serious face. Recently, the discipline committee member, Aino, confiscated several students' inappropriate materials and placed them on my desk. When Anna happened to pass by, she curiously inquired why those girls were dressed so scantily. Even such an outstanding student like Anna, if she continues in this manner, how will she ever navigate society? She could easily fall prey to deception. Thus, I pondered allowing her to gradually engage with the outside world. Within the bounds of my guidance, I shall ensure her safety. This is also my duty as an educator. Teacher K-Suk, your perspective is commendable. Truly, you are the most cherished teacher at Zayazyuan. Adolf Pescarolo tucked his mobile phone into his pocket and ambled towards the principal's office, closely followed by T. Sukmafuyu. Upon entering the principal's office, Adolf transformed into a different persona, sitting behind the desk with a grave expression. I believe I grasp your intentions. What are your subsequent plans? The upcoming exchange year from SBU High presents an excellent opportunity for our school. Given the current scale of the student council, complete management is unattainable. Therefore, I propose selecting a male student from SBU High to serve as an assistant to the student council. Ideally, this individual should be honest and dependable, especially since the student council is currently comprised entirely of girls. A general affairs position? Indeed, that role is commendable, as it involves laborious tasks requiring physical stamina. A boy willing to endure such arduous duties must possess commendable character. I entrust this matter entirely to your discretion. Thank you, Principal. With that, T-Suk Mafuyu tossed her beautiful cherry blossom-colored hair and, clad in high heels, strode confidently out of the principal's office. The scene shifts back to Chiba City. AI Ran gently cradled Yukino Shida Yukino as they descended from the balcony into his apartment. Kashiwagi Poem and Eri Eri were seated on the sofa in the living room, engrossed in their respective creative endeavors. Meanwhile, Kata Megumi clutched her controller, immersed in conquering a new visual novel game, seemingly on the verge of unlocking a hidden romantic route. As Yukino calmly leapt from AI Ran's embrace, both Kashiwagi Poem and Eri Eri furrowed their brows simultaneously. A glance exchanged between them revealed a shared understanding. Was Yukino attempting to assert her dominance over them? Prior to Yukino and AI Ran's departure, the two had already engaged in a conversation. After all, Eri Eri's conspicuous behavior could not possibly evade Kashiwagi Poem's keen observation. Following a period of discourse, they both reached a clear conclusion. While friendship is precious, love must be fervently pursued. Hentai AI Ran, how do you plan to manage your studies moving forward? I have been quite anxious about it this morning. With the horn sounded, Eri Eri took the initiative to make her move. AI Ran found a stool and took a seat, then remarked, for the coming year, we shall be attending classes at Shozuyuan. His mind was consumed with thoughts of Dragon Ball, rendering his tone rather indifferent. So you will be studying in Tokyo? Would you like me to help you find accommodation? I'm quite familiar with Tokyo. That won't be necessary. I can manage on my own. Tokyo is not far from Chiba. And Yukino has already informed her family. The Yukino Shida family will assist us in securing a place in Tokyo. Are you two going to cohabit? Eri was struck by AI Ran's words, momentarily frozen in astonishment. Not quite, classmate Sawamura. We're merely looking for two nearby apartments. Yukino Shida Yukino wore an air of confidence, having anticipated her opponent's reaction, displaying remarkable composure. I see. Eri appeared somewhat deflated, as if on the verge of retreat. Kashiwagi Yuta cast a glance at Eri, reflecting that perhaps she should not have held any expectations. After all, her combat prowess was on par with that of Peru. Clearing her throat, she addressed AI Ran. Since the game is set to continue, how about we embark on a group trip during this golden week? I happen to have an invitation for a hot spring. This was a gift from Machida when her novel had sold 500,000 copies, and it was the perfect opportunity to utilize it. Kashiwagi Yuta surveyed Eri and Yukino, then glanced at her own chest. Once there, AI Ran will surely understand what type of woman is most suitable for him. Eri, this time I shall show you how to truly engage in battle. Chapter 91. The hot spring trip commences. After some discussion, Kashiwagi Yuta's travel plan was approved without issue. Yukino Shida Yukino had never ventured on a trip with peers her age, and she felt a sense of anticipation. Thus, in the afternoon, AI Ran received the invitation from Kashiwagi Yuta and, a day in advance, booked a hotel in Hokkaido. Meanwhile, Kashiwagi Yuta, Kata Megumi, and Sawamura Eri returned to Tokyo. When girls travel, a great deal of preparation is required. They would reconvene at AI Ran's apartment the following morning. On the train to Tokyo, Kashiwagi Yuta was busily typing on her laptop. Eri sat beside her, elegantly perusing the outline of her new book. When in public, Eri managed to maintain her facade impeccably, provided she refrained from speaking. To book a hotel in such a manner, possessing the ability to fly felt almost like cheating. It was a shame not to use such talent for delivering parcels. She consumed so much yet still possessed such strength. Setting her outline aside, Eri pouted and turned her gaze towards Kashiwagi Yuta. You've changed. The new book actually features a hot spring scene. The significance of this book to me far surpasses that of the love metronome. The sole criterion for assessing the quality of a novel is its sales. Thus, to enhance sales, one must discern what readers truly desire. May I inquire, dear readers, whether the scene involving the hot spring is engaging? If not, I shall promptly revise it. Who is the failure here? You gloomy woman. It appears that Shiyu Kasumagakaka possesses a peculiar ability, with merely a few words. She can provoke Airi Spencer Sawamura into a fit of fury. I did not imply that it lacks visual appeal, after all. I am the original illustrator for this new book. I have no prior experience with hot spring illustrations and require on-site research. Ah, how utterly cumbersome. Airi, in her vexation, ran her fingers through her hair. The corners of Shiyu Kasumagakaka's mouth curled upward in satisfaction. Thus, this hot spring trip is indeed essential. Aaron shall secure the accommodations today, and we shall embark on our journey tomorrow morning. At that time, the thought of her fiercest rival, Yukino Shida, invaded her mind, and Shiyu surreptitiously glanced at Airi, whose development seemed no more advanced than that of a middle schooler. What of the male protagonist? Must you insist on having Aaron as your model for hentai? Oh, wasn't it Airi who previously wished for Aaron to be your model as well? Perhaps this trip could serve as an opportunity to gather the necessary material? Airi pinched her chin, subconsciously nodding. Indeed, you make a valid point, you plump woman. The following morning, Shiyu Kasumagakaka arrived at Aaron's home first. As the apartment door was ajar, Aaron, seated on the sofa, lifted his gaze to behold a pair of long legs clad in black stockings entering his line of sight. Shiyu, adorned in a pink miniskirt and draped in a red jacket, showcased her alluring figure splendidly. Soon after, her voice of complaint reached Aaron's ears. This suitcase is exceedingly heavy. Aaron rose to her feet and accepted the suitcase from him. Its weight made him involuntarily grimace. Traveling with a girl was fraught with complications. It hardly resembled a vacation and felt more akin to moving house. It appears that today's Aaron is quite the gentleman. Should I reward you for this? Shiryu Kazanokai teased, playfully gesturing towards her lips with a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. I have no such intention. I merely noticed that you were struggling with such a heavy burden. If you were to strain your back, it could jeopardize the day's itinerary. Oh, with that, Shiryu Kazanokai stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Aaron and nuzzling against him. Before Ailan could break free, she took a step back. Well, this is the reward. What are you all doing? Upon hearing this voice, Ailan's lips twitched as Yukino appeared at the doorway. Unlike Kasumagakaka Shiyu, who was laden with numerous belongings as if preparing to move, Yukino Shida carried only a single shoulder bag. She was adorned in a pristine white long dress, complemented by a blue coat. During their field training, Yukino Shida observed that Ailan seemed particularly fond of this attire. The only notable difference today was that Yukino Shida, usually with her long hair flowing freely, had made an unusual choice to braid her hair into two plaits, crowned with a white hat. I was merely giving Ailan a courteous hug, Kasumagakaka Shiyu said innocently, winking at Yukino Shida. A courteous hug, Yukino Shida echoed. Yet Ailan sensed the temperature around her plummeting rapidly. Kasumagakaka Shiyu, undeterred, crossed her arms and cast a glance at Yukino Shida. As Ailan was about to speak to lighten the atmosphere, Yukino's icy gaze shot over, causing him to promptly close his mouth in compliance. Goodness. It's still early in the morning. Is there anyone who can come to his rescue? Aaron found herself grappling with existential doubts. Despite having attained the status of a Super Saiyan, she felt as though she occupied the lower echelons of the food chain in the presence of these two women. Are earthly women truly this formidable? Good morning, Aaron, Yukino Shida, and Kashiwa greeted the two newcomers, Kata Megumi and Airi Spencer Sawamura, who appeared behind Yukino Shida Yukino. Both girls were exquisitely adorned, with Airi, as always, showcasing her impeccable fashion sense. The dress she wore, complemented by her golden twin tails, radiated an undeniable charm. Today, it seemed that Kata Megumi had also taken special care in her appearance, donning the exclusive Saint Megumi ensemble. Ailan gently stroked her chin, noticing that Yukino Shida Yukino and Kata Megumi's attire today seemed quite similar. Upon seeing Ailan, Airi let out a cold snort, turning her head away as if sulking. Is it that time of the month? Ailan felt a sense of melancholy, as if she had done nothing to provoke her. Was Lily still in slumber? Lily, dragging a suitcase larger than that of Kasumi no Oka Yutaha, pouted and responded listlessly to Yutaha's inquiry. Last night, inspiration eluded me. I asked the hentai Ailan to send me a half-naked photo of himself, but he completely ignored me. Aaron's expression darkened. What a perverse statement this is. Requesting a man to send you nude photos at midnight, and yet you dare to label me as hentai? Yukino Shida's brows furrowed even more deeply. Classmate Sawamura. As a lady, one should not casually ask a boy for nude photographs. The atmosphere in the room became exceedingly delicate. Faced with this series of unexpected developments, Aaron lamented his predicament. His gaze unconsciously drifted towards Kato Megumi, and fortunately, she remained as serene as ever today. However, Kato Megumi's subsequent words abruptly shattered Aaron's daydream. Well? Arari, please don't be upset. Soon, when we arrive at the Hot Spring Inn, you will have the opportunity to gather material. Ailan rubbed his brow, expressing a sense of resignation as he said, now that everyone is present, let us embark on our journey. I would like to test the abilities I have recently acquired. Please place your hands upon my shoulders. Chapter 92. The Mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits beneath the snow. Yukino and the others rested their hands on Ailan's shoulders, gazing at him with a look of confusion. Aaron smiled, extending her index finger to her forehead. The energy orb I left near the hotel should still be intact. Found it. With that, she activated her teleportation ability, and in an instant, several individuals vanished from their location. After a brief moment of dizziness, Lily was the first to open her eyes. Gazing at her surroundings, she exclaimed in astonishment, Wow, Aaron, what kind of power is this? You've transported us directly to Hokkaido. This must be magic. Can you teach me? Well, this is a special ability called teleportation. Although it is not exactly magic, your unfamiliarity with martial arts makes it quite challenging for you to grasp, Aaron replied. Then teach me. I want to fly too. Lily said excitedly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. As a technology enthusiast, the allure of flight and teleportation was undeniable for her. That's no problem. We can start with the basics, running 10 kilometers every day, doing 100 sit-ups, 100 push-ups, and 100 squats. While it may seem daunting, this is foundational. We can eventually add more intense training, such as digging with bare hands and evading a tiger. Aaron continued enthusiastically. Hearing Aaron's enthusiastic monologue, Lily quickly interjected, I've suddenly realized that being a homebody might suit me better. This seems a bit beyond my capabilities. Haraha. Next time, just take me flying. The group chattered excitedly as they arrived at the hotel Aaron had booked the day before. The hotel owner looked apologetically at Aaron, saying, I'm terribly sorry, sir. Due to a system malfunction, only one of the 2 rooms you reserved yesterday is still available. One room. Aaron was somewhat taken aback. While Lily's reaction seemed even more pronounced, her eyes filled with profound meaning as she gazed at Aaron. Noticing Lily's stare, Aaron shot her a glare. Me, the mightiest warrior of the universe. A Saiyan. How could I possibly engage in such antics? Does the proprietor not possess another room? There are so many of us. Money is not an issue. Apologies, but we truly have none available. I am sincerely sorry, as it is currently the Golden Week. And all nearby lodgings are fully booked, the owner replied. This room is ours. I still have great faith in you, Aaron Kuin, declared Kasumigakaka Yudaha. For today, she was utilizing her invitation voucher. Yukino nodded in agreement, stating, Yes, Ningen Kuin is quite proper. I also find it acceptable. I also believe it to be fine. Upon seeing that Kata Megumi concurred, Lily stamped her foot in frustration, exclaiming, What the heck? I agree too. This room it shall be. With that, she snatched the room key from the owner's hand and eagerly made her way toward the room. Ailan and her companions followed suit, leaving only Shiyu from the Kasumi Hill still lingering at the bar. Once she was certain that no one else was around, she leisurely spoke. Thank you, uncle. Do not mention it, he replied. If your parents were to discover that I arranged for you to share a room with a boy, they would surely be furious with me. Fear not, for I shall visit your grave annually should that time come. Today marks the first step in my life's decisive battle. I shall take my leave now. With that, she strode towards the room with a light-hearted gait. The inn was a quintessential example of traditional Japanese lodging. The room was modestly sized, its layout quite simple. One wall featured a closet, while opposite hung calligraphy and paintings alongside an antiquated television set. Outside, a spacious porch was adorned with several cushions for resting. Dear guests, this shall be your room. There are 2 sets of bedding in the closet, and I shall bring the rest shortly. The innkeeper's daughter subtly exchanged a glance with her cousin, having persuaded her father at length the previous night to facilitate this arrangement. Shiyu's eye sparkled. Good sister, when you next visit Tokyo, I shall take you to the amusement park. Thus, the 2 silently brokered an unspoken agreement. Subsequently, the innkeeper's daughter bent slightly before departing the room. Let it be known, from this point onward, Ailan is not permitted to cross over. You may only sleep in the corner of the closet, Lily declared, using her hefty suitcase as a barrier, hands on her hips. As she traced a line in the air with her right foot, clad in delicate white stockings, along the suitcase's placement, The corners of AI Ran's eyes twitched incessantly. Is this corner, where I am unable to turn over, truly the place where I sleep below? Very well. AI Ran, disinterested in her, walked ahead and pulled open the sliding door of the porch. A gust of warm wind suddenly swept into the room, causing the hanging wind chimes to sway gently, producing a melodious sound. The scenery here is truly enchanting. Yukino Shida set down her backpack, captivated by the view outside. Before her lay an expansive meadow, and in the distance, several snow-capped mountains stood majestically, eternally draped in white. The location chosen by Senior Kasumi no Oka is indeed splendid. The landscapes of Hokkaido are undeniably magnificent. AI Ran could hardly comprehend the essence of beauty. It was already May, yet such a vast expanse of grass bore no mosquitoes. The sight of the snow-capped mountains, in their icy splendor, had nearly become tiresome to her. Well then, let us return to admire the scenery later. Since we have arrived at this exquisite hot spring hotel, let us indulge in the soothing waters first. AI Ran, this establishment features mixed bathing for families, you know. Kasumi no Oka Utaha leaned slightly closer to AI Ran, tilting her head and winking at him, her voice imbued with allure. You all go ahead and bathe. I shall remain here for a while. I will join you once you have finished. Aaron settled down cross-legged on the porch, his tail instinctively rising. The reason he chose this position rather than kneeling was simply that sitting cross-legged was more comfortable, providing a greater sense of relaxation. Upon witnessing this, Kasumi Kakashiya smiled softly before leading Yukino and others to the hot springs. As for Aaron, feeling a bit bored, he soared towards the snow-capped mountains in search of a suitable training location. Half an hour later, he returned to the inn in disappointment. It was utterly impossible to train there due to the overwhelming number of people. Was it truly the case that so many ventured out during the Golden Week? Upon entering his room, he was taken aback by the scene that unfolded before him. Hey, have you finished bathing so soon? Where is everyone? There is a ladies' area, as well as a dedicated relaxation space, but one must wear a yukata to enter. They have all gone there. And as for me, Kato Megumi, clad in a pink yukata, slightly furrowed her brow, appearing somewhat distressed. Aaron-kun, I seem to have encountered a little trouble. What is it? I'm not quite sure how to wear a yukata properly. It seems I've put it on incorrectly, as there are always two extra ties at my waist that I can't seem to fasten. AI Ran then took a closer look at Kato Megumi. Indeed, her attire seemed quite different from the girls in yukatas he had seen outside earlier. Perhaps you should seek Yukino's assistance to help you with that? He suggested. Honestly, I find myself unable to move properly right now. Kato Megumi stood up, yet she seemed perplexed as to how to wear the garment, her feet constricted by the yukata, rendering her unable to take a step. It appears that wearing a yukata for the first time indeed requires someone else's help, she remarked, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. AI Ran, if you wouldn't mind, could you assist me? Chapter 93, Kato Megumi's turn, huh? I'm not quite sure how to do it either. Noticing Kato Megumi's troubled expression directed at him, AI Ran let out a resigned sigh. Well, let me check on my phone to see how it's done. With that, he retrieved his phone and began searching for tutorials, diligently studying the instructions. Aaron began to untie the sash around her waist. Kato was quite cooperative, even slowing her breathing significantly. Although her expression remained serene, Aaron could hear the rapid beating of her heart. There was still a hint of tension within her. Observing Aaron's clumsy attempts, Kato inquired in a calm tone, Aaron, do you have confidence in helping me put on the yukata? It should be manageable, shouldn't it? His lips twitched slightly. If he were to insist on making a statement, he might be more adept at undressing than donning a yukata. After a moment, he successfully untied the sash around Kato-K's waist, gently pulling away the bindings that restrained her legs. Instantly, Kato-K regained her freedom. She wiggled her feet. But perhaps due to the sudden movement and the smoothness of her skin, the yukata slipped from her body before she could react, falling to the floor and revealing her bare form. Kato-K opened her mouth, her previously indifferent expression transforming into one of astonishment. Since no undergarments were worn beneath the yukata, she found herself completely exposed before AI Ran. Her skin was alabaster, flawless, and even radiating a milky sheen. Her figure was proportionate, though not as exaggerated as that of Kasumi Kakashiya. Her curves surpassed those of many high school girls. AI Ran was utterly stunned, even feeling a warmth beginning to accumulate within her nasal passages. AI Ran swallowed hard, her gaze instinctively shifting from her chest to her navel, and then slightly lower still. The posture of Kato-K was indeed quite delicate. When her yukata slipped off, she immediately reacted, but alas, she failed to grasp it in time. Consequently, her hands instinctively shielded her lower body, and her legs came together reflexively. Even the usually composed Saint K felt a blush creeping onto her delicate face, her eyes betraying a mixture of distress, shyness, and a hint of panic. She resembled a helpless little rabbit, irresistibly alluring. "I am truly sorry. It was unintentional." Ailan finally came to her senses, hastily taking a step back, intending to turn away. However, at that moment, an unexpected event occurred. Yingerly's large box lay obstructively in the center of the room, and as she retreated, she inadvertently stumbled over it. Although a practitioner of martial arts possesses a stable foundation, Ailan's heart was anything but steady at this moment. Consequently, she found herself leaning dangerously backward. "Ailan, be careful!" Kato K exclaimed, alarmed at the sight of Ailan teetering, disregarding her own state of undress as she reached out to catch her. And then, Ailan's posture, which had been leaning back, shifted to a forward tilt. With a soft thud, the two of them collapsed onto the bedding, their gazes locking with one another. Ailan could even discern his own reflection in Kato K's eyes. At this moment, his left hand pressed down on the hand she had grasped, while his right hand cradled the back of her head, their noses almost touching. The warm breath exhaled by Kato K brushed against Ailan's nose, creating a ticklish sensation, yet it was particularly fragrant. It still carried that sweet scent of locust flowers. It was intoxicating, utterly intoxicating. In her heart, Ailan silently exclaimed, then hurriedly spoke. "I apologize, Kato. I just accidentally." "It is not your fault, Ailan," Kato K interrupted, gazing into Ailan's face, her heart racing even faster. She slightly tilted her head, revealing her graceful neck. Ailan, would you mind standing up?" I'm sorry." Ailan pulled the pillow closer and placed it beneath Kato Megumi's head. Just as she was about to stand up, a sudden sound of hurried footsteps intruded from outside, accompanied by a distant yet approaching female voice. Kato, why haven't you come yet? That curvaceous woman in black stockings wants me to come and take a look. Is it Sawamura?" Kato Megumi shifted her body. Her eyes, betraying a hint of anxiety, was still pressed against her, and she herself was completely bare. As the sound of approaching grew louder, the anxious could no longer hesitate. With a swift motion of her foot, she lifted the blanket beside her and pressed head against her chest. Grasping the blanket with her left hand, she pulled it over them both, leaving only their heads exposed. Just as the blanket settled, the door swung open with a loud thud and hurriedly entered the room. Upon hearing the noise, quickly turned to the side, attempting to raise the blanket with her shoulder to conceal the presence of two individuals beneath it. However, this maneuver proved quite uncomfortable for. The awkward position made it difficult to breathe, and as his breath brushed against her skin, experienced a sensation of unprecedented ticklishness, her previously slightly flushed cheeks deepening in color. Fortunately, was a deeply myopic homebody. She had removed her contact lenses while soaking in the hot springs earlier, rendering her vision blurry and preventing her from noticing anything amiss for the time being. "Why are you lying in bed? Are you feeling unwell?" questioned, her expression one of confusion. "Not much. Just didn't sleep well last night. I'm just catching up on some rest. I'll get up for dinner soon," replied. "Is that so?" said, somewhat skeptical. She wondered why I was so tightly wrapped up. Then she noticed a foot protruding from under the blanket. Suddenly, she seemed to understand. As a seasoned doujinshi artist, she immediately recalled some specific scenarios from her works. "I see. Well, when you feel better, come join me," said nonchalantly, walking over to the exposed leg and stepping down hard, even grinding her foot a bit. "Hentai. Just wait." At this moment, Ailan, ensconced in his blanket, lamented his predicament. The pain was certainly not unbearable, given the defensive prowess of the Isaiah race. The gentle force exerted by Lily felt akin to an ant's bite. However, with a pillow pressing down from above and legs being stomped upon from below, he found himself truly at wit's end. Suddenly, the sound of a door slamming echoed through the air, prompting Ailan to emerge from his cocoon. "Kato, I need some time alone," he said, striding towards the porch where an overwhelming aura enveloped him, propelling him skyward. Meanwhile, Kato K slowly rose, her complexion flushed, the blanket shielding her chest as if she had just finished a significant endeavor. Chuckling at the sight of Ailan ascending into the heavens, she couldn't suppress her laughter. Chapter 94. Once again tormenting Lily over an hour later, Ailan returned to the inn. He had utilized his instantaneous teleportation to locate a deserted planet, ravaging it beyond recognition before making his way back. However, upon his arrival at the inn, a new surprise awaited him. Witnessing the scene before him, AI Rant's eyelids twitched incessantly. You must have conspired for this inside the room. Shiyukaza no Oka sat upon the bedding, her half-removed patterned red kimono revealing a glimpse of her form. Fortunately, AI Ran did not behold anything inappropriate, as Shiyu was in the process of fastening her bra, her hands maneuvering behind her back to secure the clasp. The sudden appearance of AI Ran left Kasumiga Kakashiba momentarily stunned. Although her heart raced with anxiety, she managed to maintain a teasing smile on her face. However, before she could utter a word, AI Ran directly stepped outside to the porch and closed the door behind her. Having learned from past experiences, Saiyans do not stumble in the same place twice. What a Clitch D scenario straight out of a harem romantic comedy. Eren could not help but utter a complaint. Next, it won't be Yukino or Arari's turn, will it? Just as he voiced his thoughts, the voice of Kasumigakaka Shiwa echoed from within the room. Eren-kun, could you do me a favor? More assistance? Eren felt a twinge of reluctance. Having just aided Kato, now he was being asked to help her as well. Nonetheless, he cautiously inquired, Shiwa-senpai, what do you need my help with? At that moment, Kasumigakaka Shiwa, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, found herself in a predicament. At this stage, her sole desire was for Eren to fall in love with her, yet she was not prepared to take their relationship a step further. Thus, when she encountered Eren in her current state, she could not help but feel shy. However, she genuinely required Eren's assistance. With a troubled expression, she glanced towards the entrance, brushed her flowing hair aside, and softly confessed, "You startled me when you suddenly appeared, causing the button on my back to misalign, and now I cannot unfasten it." As she spoke, she attempted to reach behind her with her right hand, but alas, her efforts were in vain. If it were Yukino or Arari, they likely had never encountered such a dilemma. After all, the issue of a bra being too tight was not something one with a B79 cup size would typically experience. "Are you sure you want me to help you?" Eren asked, somewhat uncertain. Kasumigakaka Shiwa, her face still aglow, affirmed with a simple yes. In truth, she could have waited for Yukino and the others to return to seek their assistance. However, this unforeseen circumstance aligned seamlessly with her original plans. It would indeed be a pity not to take advantage of this opportunity. Apologies to the other three women, but I will ensure that Eren-kun understands that a woman's worth encompasses not only intelligence and beauty, but also her physical attributes. With this thought in mind, Kasumigakaka Shiwa urged with a trembling voice, "Please hurry and come in. This button is truly uncomfortable." "Very well," he replied. Eren let out a sigh before stepping into the room. Regarding the simple garment known as a bra, there was no need for Eren to consult tutorials on his phone. He approached the back of Kasumi no Oka Shiyu and clumsily attempted to unfasten the buttons. "Please help me fasten it," Kasumi no Oka Shiyu continued, her voice trembling even more intensely. In truth, she was merely a master of bravado. When AI Ran finally entered, her face was flushed to the point of appearing as if it might bleed. AI Ran pondered to herself, having already untangled everything. She was indifferent to taking this final step. Just as she was about to secure it for her, a voice from outside the room interrupted her. "Mom, you needn't worry about me. I'm simply traveling with members of my club. It's perfectly safe." "Who are you?" "A guardian from the gates." AI Ran lamented inwardly. Realizing her miscalculation, how could the golden retriever return so swiftly? In the room, Kasumigakaka Shiyu's expression darkened as she listened to Iri Shiro's voice, estimating that she would be entering the room in just a few seconds. AI Ran, you should hide for a moment." "Oh, what?" Just as AI Ran was about to step onto the porch, she was abruptly halted by Kasumigakaka Shiyu. At that moment, she had no time to worry about her unfastened bra, which hung loosely from her arms. AI Ran stood there completely stunned. This was the second time. Kasumigakaka Shiyu's gaze swiftly scanned the room, quickly locking onto the closet. She urged AI Ran to move towards it. "I apologize for putting you through this, AI Ran-kun. Please, just let me go outside to the porch. There's no time." AI Ran's muffled protests were entirely disregarded by Kasumigakaka Shiyu, who mercilessly shoved him into the closet. However, this closet was rather small and could not adequately conceal a Saiyan standing at 180 centimeters tall. Since his legs had entered first, they wedged against the sliding door, preventing it from closing completely, leaving half of AI Ran's face exposed. With a sigh, Kasumigakaka Shiyu had no choice but to position her body to shield the visible portion of AI Ran. What a troublesome journey this has become. AI Ran, hang in there. I promise to make it up to you later. Just as she finished speaking, Inairi had completed her phone call and entered the room. Presently, Inairi had her hair styled in a bun and was adorned in a light beige yukata, with a hint of moisture still lingering on her neck. Kasumi ga Kakashiyu. What are you doing by the closet? I am observing the layout of the room. The forthcoming narrative requires intricate detailing, Kasumi ga Kakashiyu replied, feigning calmness as she contemplated how to divert Inairi's attention. At that moment, Inairi retrieved her framed glasses from her large suitcase. Oh, whereas Ailan. Mentioning Ailan's name led Inairi to recall the potential encounter between him and Katu. She pouted in dissatisfaction and turned her gaze toward Kasumi ga Kakashiyu. Yet this time, she sensed something amiss. Ailan concealed herself behind Kasumi ga Kakashiyu. Perhaps due to the earlier nervousness, Kasumi ga Kakashiyu did not fully obscure Ailan, allowing some strands of her hair to be visible from Lily's perspective. After all, Ailan's hairstyle closely resembled that of Tabul, the Saiyan. The hair atop Tabul's head was indeed difficult to conceal. Kasumi ga Kakashiyu averted her gaze slightly and, feeling a bit guilty, remarked, where's Ailan? To be honest, I'm not quite sure. What a charade. Lily silently scoffed, though she knew this was not the moment to expose them. Doing so would only lead to Ailan's embarrassment. Just wait. I shall find an opportunity to be alone with Ailan. I will not relinquish him to you. Chapter 95. Miss Yukinoshita sat firmly at the finish line. As evening fell, the journey had merely commenced for a day. Aaron felt as though he was on the verge of being overwhelmed. He sat cross-legged outside the porch, while inside, Yukino and others were meticulously adjusting their yukatas. To his surprise, there was a fireworks festival today. Their timing had indeed been impeccable. Arari, with her twin tails swaying, appeared quite exhilarated, adorned in her exquisite yukata. She looked forward to attending the festival with someone she cherished, engaging in the various activities, savoring the delectable festival foods, and capturing moments for memories. It was simply perfect. Kasumi ga Kakashiyu cast her a sidelong glance. How could it not be? From the accommodations to the fireworks, she had devoted an entire day to meticulously planning every detail. If it weren't for her inability to find a reason to go out alone with Aaron, would she allow Arari to revel in this happiness? With this thought, Kasumi ga Kakashiyu let out a silent sigh. After a while, the door to the porch swung open. Behind the lost-in-thought Aaron, the gentle voice of Yukino emerged. Ningen-kun. Her tone carried both a hint of shyness and a sense of calm, perfectly embodying the purity and beauty of her youthful spirit. Ailan turned her head, instantly captivated. Her long hair, cascading down to her waist, was elegantly secured with a pale blue butterfly-shaped hairpin. The pristine white yukata enveloped the young girl, adorned with blossoms of varying sizes and delicate shades of blue. Her fair feet were encased in immaculate white tabi, complemented by a pair of wooden sandals in a natural hue. Although this attire appeared simple, for some inexplicable reason, it suited Yukinoshita perfectly. Noticing Ailan's momentary daze, a faint blush appeared on Yukino's cool countenance. Despite her shyness, she gazed at Ailan with hopeful eyes and softly inquired, "What do you think of my outfit?" "Renyen-kun? It's beautiful. Honestly, I find it hard to look away, really?" The corners of Yukino's lips curled slightly. Renyen-kun is always so straightforward, lacking any subtlety. However, I shall trust your taste for now. Yukino swiftly turned and walked towards the house, her smile growing brighter. Then, a voice called out, "Let us go together to the fireworks festival." "All right." Ailan stood up and followed her inside. As soon as he entered the room, 3 pairs of piercing eyes fixated upon him. "Ailan-kun, what do you think of my outfit?" Kasumi ga Kakashiyu twirled before him, her dark red yukata seemingly unable to contain her youthful figure, leaving Ailan momentarily entranced. He raised his thumb in approval, exclaiming, "Shiyu-senpai, you look stunning today." Beside them, Lily lowered her head, muttering, "What a clumsy oaf." "Ailan, you are particularly adorable today as well." Upon hearing Ailan's words, Lily's cheeks flushed crimson. "Humph. I have always been this cute." Even without hentai Ailan's compliments, that fact remains unchanged. With a haughty expression, she quickly caught up with the already departing Yukino, murmuring to herself as she walked. As expected of hentai Ailan, he knows just how to charm the girls. It's best to leave quickly, lest I become ensnared in his flowery words. Aaron's gaze shifted towards Kato Megumi, though Kato still bore that indifferent demeanor. Aaron discerned an unmistakable glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. "Megumi, today you are far more enchanting than those so-called heroines from the games." Although Aaron was the last to offer a compliment, she was more than willing to graciously accept it. Kato's tone remained calm, yet after she turned away, Aaron felt a twinge of unease. Nevertheless, her excitement for the game their club was developing grew, especially since Aaron had already assumed the role of the male protagonist. Whoosh. Bang. The resplendent fireworks soared into the sky, leaving a shimmering trail before bursting into a myriad of stars. The spectators gazed upwards, marveling at the brilliant display. How dull. Compared to this, the explosions of planets are far more beautiful. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, Aaron flicked the tail behind her. Yukino Shida Yukino and Kasumigakaka Shiwa nestled closely beside her, while Kato Megumi stood slightly behind, her eyes flickering for a brief moment before regaining composure, albeit her hand subtly grasping Aaron's tail. As for Arari, her attention was entirely captivated by the fireworks above, rendering her unusually quiet. How beautiful! Yukino Shida murmured, her gaze fixed on the night sky. Such events are rare, whether in Chiba or Tokyo. Hearing her words, Aaron turned to look at Yukino Shida, the colors of the fireworks reflecting upon her face. Amidst the flickering lights, Yukino Shida exuded an ethereal beauty, shrouded in a gentle haze. Ailan gazed at her in silence, momentarily entranced. His heart began to race involuntarily. How wonderful it would be to witness such exquisite scenery again in the future. Yukino Shida Yukino remained oblivious to Ailan's expression, her attention wholly captivated by the fireworks. No matter where you wish to go to admire the views, I shall accompany you. The words slipped from Ailan's lips before he could contain them, and he quickly turned his head away in embarrassment. Seeing Ailan revert to his awkward demeanor, Yukino Shida stifled a laugh behind her hand and then rested her hand on Ailan's arm. Meanwhile, Kasumigakaka Shiyu was equally unyielding, wrapping her arms around his other arm while casting him a pointed glare. Behind Ailan, the gaze of Spencer Izumi finally fell upon the scene before her, instantly making her feel as if she had consumed several lemons. How infuriating! How exasperating! Hentai Ailan. Izumi gritted her teeth and boldly squeezed herself between Ailan and Kasumigakaka Shiwa. Hentai Ailan. I'm feeling a bit chilly. Please lend me your coat. Oh, certainly. Without much thought, Ailan removed her jacket and handed it to Ing Lily. At that moment, Ing Lily nodded in satisfaction. I am truly a genius. I have effortlessly caused these two women to release Hentai Ailan. Humph. Hentai Ailan. Just you wait. Don't let me catch an opportunity. Chapter 96. Ing Lily's midnight visit. After the fireworks festival concluded, the group lingered outdoors for several more hours before returning to the second floor inn. I felt uneasy about sharing a room with Hentai Ailan, so I devised a plan. Perhaps we should find a sturdy rope to bind him. Alternatively, we could administer some sleeping pills to ensure he falls into a deep slumber, thus guaranteeing that Hentai Ailan won't suddenly transform into a beast in the middle of the night. Upon hearing Ing Lily's words, Ailan looked at her as if she had seen a ghost. This girl must have read too many stories. Since we chose to stay together with the Monkey King, we must trust him. If you, classmate Sawamura, are uneasy, you can sleep at the far end of the room. I shall rest beside the Monkey King. Yukino Shida Yukino firmly stood by Ailan's side, as the two had spent an entire year together in the icy world. If the Monkey King harbored any ill intentions, it would mean that while two entered that realm, three returned. Reflecting on this, Yukino Shida felt a twinge of regret welling up within her. Ing Lily tossed her twin tails, declaring, even so, I refuse to sleep in the corner. I want to rest near the closet for easier surveillance of Hentai Ailan. I will keep a watchful eye on you. Kasumigakaka Shiyu scoffed. Surveillance of Ailan? Are you monitoring him or seeking to pilfer? Before long, the three began to bicker over their sleeping arrangements. Ultimately, it was Kata Megumi's words that interrupted them. Everyone, it's rare for us to be out together. Why don't we play a game? The atmosphere here is quite pleasant. Let us share ghost stories. Megumi's suggestion held merit. Aaron's eyes sparkled with excitement as she swiftly extinguished the lights in the room. Storytelling? This is where Aaron truly excels. The illustrious cosmic thief, Lady Aaron. Must leave a spine-chilling ghost story to send shivers down your spine. Otherwise, the mischief of today would all be in vain. Hentai Aaron, why have you turned off the lights? I am not ready yet. Ing Lily clutched a pillow, her neck shrinking in apprehension. Her cerulean eyes glimmered in the darkness, radiating a pitiful light. That is precisely the point, to frighten you. Today, are you not the guardian of the door? Ailan chuckled mischievously, then cleared his throat. Allow me to commence. I possess a particular talent for recounting ghost stories. As he spoke, he activated the flashlight on his phone, illuminating his face, and deliberately lowered his voice. Wait. Ing Lily interjected hastily. Hentai Ailan, let me prepare. Taking a deep breath, she patted her cheeks. I am ready now. You may proceed. Very well. I shall begin. Today, I will narrate the tale of a girl named Sadako. Once upon a time, there was a girl named Sadako. Ailan had long realized that tales of midnight tolling bells and vengeful spirits like Sadako had faded from this world, which is precisely why he chose to narrate this story. Indeed, merely 5 minutes later, Yukino leapt into his embrace. Ailan unconsciously displayed a smile. 2 minutes later, Kasumiga Kakashiyu was trembling as she lay on Ailan's back. At that moment, Ailan felt as if something was amiss, and his smile gradually faded. Indeed. 2 minutes later, Katamegumi wrapped Ailan's arm around her chest. Before he could relish that softness, Yukino and Kasumiga Kakashiyu pinched him around the waist, one after the other. Additionally, there was Arari, who had already covered her ears and nestled under the blankets before Yukino leaped into Ailan's arms. The previous ghost story segment had led to a slight awkwardness, yet this minor discomfort did not hinder their shared slumber. After witnessing Yukino and her companions snuggling under their blankets, Ailan retreated to her secluded corner, separated by a box and a coffee table. This night, she found herself plagued by an unsettling restlessness, making sleep elusive. Ailan possessed a remarkably keen sense of smell, as the air in the room was infused with a multitude of delightful fragrances. After savoring their essence, Yukino soon drifted into slumber, her routine always so remarkably consistent. Kasumiga Kakashiyu and Katamegumi were still tossing and turning restlessly. The most exaggerated of them all was Inori, who had completely cocooned herself within the blankets, trembling in a tight ball. This girl truly lacked resilience. Before long, drowsiness enveloped Ailan, and she too gradually succumbed to the embrace of sleep. As time passed, in the dead of night, Inori, feeling parched from the cool air of the air conditioning, rose from her slumber, groggy and disoriented. She ambled to the coffee table to pour herself a glass of water. With a hearty gulp, she drained the glass. After quenching her thirst, she fought against her weariness and, in the darkness, fumbled her way back to her bed, only to inadvertently pull back Ailan's covers. The warmth within the bedding elicited a soft, contented sigh from her lips. Unbeknownst to Ailan, someone had entered the room. She merely felt a chill and instinctively pulled the blanket closer around herself. Meanwhile, Inglili furrowed her brow, sensing the cold. However, there seemed to be a particularly warm presence beside her. Thus, she turned slightly, burying her face in Ailan's chest, and succumbed to a satisfied slumber. As dawn approached, Inglili found herself in a dream. In this reverie, she and Ailan had been in love for a year, marrying on the day of their graduation. At the moment he placed the wedding ring on her finger, she blushed and rose onto her toes, offering her cherry lips to him. Suddenly, the dream became unclear. With her eyes slightly open, she appeared to awaken, yet remained ensconced in the dreamlike state. Gazing at Ailan, who was so near, she leaned in and kissed him once more. In a daze, Ailan felt an inexplicable warmth on his lips, which jolted him awake. As he opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of a blushing Inglili, who seemed to have also come to her senses. She wrapped her arms around Ailan's waist, seemingly touching him. Their eyes met, and instinctively, Inglili felt the urge to scream. Ailan hastily covered her mouth. Calm down, Inglili. This is my bed. If you make a sound here, we will be irreparably tarnished. Upon witnessing Inglili slowly nodding in agreement, Ailan finally exhaled in relief and gradually removed her hand, causing Inglili's cheeks to flush even deeper. Suddenly, she shot a fierce glare at Ailan. This is all your fault. Hentai Ailan. With that thought in mind, Inglili revealed her 2 sharp canine teeth and bit down on Ailan's lips. Ailan was utterly bewildered. Inglili, are you truly this malicious? Do your parents know? Chapter 97. Keiko Kato officially joins the fray on the final day of Golden Week. 2 moving trucks parked beneath the apartment building. Tomorrow marked the commencement of the new school year, and the Yukino family had arranged an apartment for Yukino near Shuchian Academy. Naturally, Ailan had also relocated to that vicinity. However, due to the absence of other houses in the neighborhood, Ailan rented a residence approximately a kilometer away from Yukino's new home. The former owner of the residence had established a karate dojo, which resulted in the property having a rather sizable training area. This pleased Ailan immensely, even though it seemed that another tenant already occupied part of the premises. Nonetheless, it was reported that the other resident was a working individual who left early and returned late, which Ailan found acceptable. Ailan took it upon himself to handle all the physically demanding tasks associated with the move. as he had no desire to wait for the slow-moving movers who were well past their prime. All he required was for the workers to neatly arrange the items on the truck. Meanwhile, Yukino Shida directed operations from downstairs, her eyes sharpening with vigilance whenever someone brushed against her precious Mr. Pan dolls. I told you, AI Rand's physique is perfectly suited for delivery work. Just look at those muscles. Lily exclaimed from the balcony of the 15th floor, her gaze entirely fixated on AI Rand, her voice tinged with excitement. Shiyukaza no Oka cast her a sidelong glance. Are you no longer even attempting to disguise your feelings? Be careful, you're about to drool. Humph. So what? I'm simply craving his physique. Shiyu, feeling disgruntled, shook her legs and chose to disregard the lovesick Lily. Just a mere golden retriever, she thought, hardly a threat. Even if a roasted duck were placed before Lily, with her skills, she could undoubtedly resurrect it and let it fly away. Her attention then shifted to Keiko Kato, who stood not far away, her hands clasped over her chest, fixated on AI Rand. This woman posed the most formidable competition, her level of danger surpassing even that of Yukino Shida. Shiyu's female intuition incessantly warned her. Feigning nonchalance, Shiyu approached Keiko Kato and casually inquired, Kato-san? Keiko Kato raised an eyebrow slightly, indicating her attentiveness. Shiyu closed her eyes, and, upon reopening them, the hesitation within her dissipated. Certain matters warranted direct confirmation. AI Rand was already accompanied by Yukino Shida. Although their bond had been steadily strengthening thanks to Shiyu's initiative, it was crucial to preempt the emergence of any rivals. One enemy was sufficient, and that was Yukino Shida alone. What are your thoughts on AI Rand-kun, Kato-san? Kato's pupils constricted as she delicately moved her fingers from her chest and methodically brushed her hair. A subtle glimmer flickered within her usually placid eyes. The query posed was exceedingly broad. Perhaps if Kazunokura-senpai could narrow it down, I might be able to furnish a response that would satisfy her. A satisfactory reply? Kato-san would likely not be able to fulfill that expectation. Kazunokura Shiyu keenly sensed Kato's recent peculiarity, realizing that some inquiries no longer warranted further probing. The next step should be to take the initiative. Kato-san is aware of my affection for Arikuin, and of course, Yukino Shida, who has always been by his side, shares the same sentiment. Indeed, I have noticed that when Kazunokura-senpai and Yukino Shida-san lay eyes on Arikuin, a peculiar spark often dances in their gazes. Especially now. Kazunokura-senpai seems entirely different from the person I first met. Shiyu unconsciously smiled, as if reminiscing. All these changes within me are thanks to Arikuin. Had it not been for him, I would have perished twice by now. However, my feelings for Arikuin are not born from mere gratitude. It is the sense of security I find in his presence that truly captivates me, causing all my longings to naturally gravitate toward him. For us women, that sense of security is paramount. I see. Kato's tone remained unperturbed. Even as Kazunokura Shiyu spoke of her feelings for Era, she exhibited no signs of wavering. This astonished Shiyu. I am genuinely curious. When did Kato-san develop feelings for Arikuin? It seems your interactions have been rather limited. It was during our first stay at Arikuin's home. Kato replied without hesitation, as if she had never doubted her feelings for him. Although we first met at a CAF. He accurately recalled my name when I returned to his home days later, and he noticed my movements. Such attentiveness had never graced my life in the preceding 16 years. He is truly a singular presence to me. Here, Kato paused for a moment before adding, of course, that was merely the initial reason for my interest. Many events unfolded thereafter, gradually leading me to realize that I had indeed developed feelings for him. Romantic affection is never instantaneous, it necessitates a process. Albeit that process may only span a few days. Kato-san's abilities are truly wondrous, akin to the invisible girl from a comic book. No one else can see her, save for the one destined to acknowledge her existence. Kazunokura-senpai chuckled lightly. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, tousling Kato-K's shoulder-length hair, as she unveiled a serene smile. Thus, Kasumigakaka Shiyu endeavored to seize the conversational reins between the two. Initially, I inquired about Kato's opinion on Arikuin. Has Kato now arrived at her conclusion? Indeed, she has. Kato-K grasped her hair delicately, recalling that during their previous journey, Aaron had casually mentioned, K. If you were to grow your hair long, you would undoubtedly become the center of attention, the leading lady. Moreover, both Kasumigakaka Shiyu and Yukino Shida were present at that moment. Since it was merely a whimsical remark from Aaron, no one paid it much heed back then. Reflecting on this, her smile blossomed even more radiantly. I believe I shall continue to grow my hair long. Is this answer satisfactory to you, Senior Kasumigakaka? I understand. Kasumigakaka Shiyu silently sighed. As expected, her intuition proved correct. Yet another competitor had emerged. Chapter 98. The Reappearance of the Dragon Ball Host. At long last, they had arrived at their new home. Ailan pushed open the grand gate of the estate. Kazuki no Okapoetsu, Sawamura Eri, and Kata Megumi were all gazing at the residence with a mixture of curiosity and intrigue. Their visit today was primarily to familiarize themselves with the surroundings, as Ailan would permanently reside in Tokyo from now on, allowing them the pleasure of visiting her daily. Yukino Shida Yukino had not accompanied them, as she was preoccupied with organizing her new abode. However, she was not overly concerned, for the distance was minimal, and the time she could spend with Ailan was ample. Kata Megumi donned a pink apron, declaring, Ailan is rather inept at tidying up, so I shall take charge along with Senior Kazuki no Oka. You simply need to move your luggage into the hallway. Ailan expressed her heartfelt gratitude, saying, You have truly been of immense help. Upon hearing these words, Kato Hui revealed a faint smile. However, nearby, Lily furrowed her brow and kicked Ailan's calf, exclaiming, Hintai Ailan, I can help too. Give me an apron. You can actually tidy up the house? Ailan looked at her with skepticism. Huh? I am determined to become a perfect young lady. Do not underestimate me. With that, she awkwardly donned the apron. Yet, mere seconds later, a look of distress crossed her face. Turning to Kazuki no Okashiyu, she asked, could you assist me? I seem to be unable to reach the strap at the back. Kazuki no Okashiyu sighed and placed her hand on her forehead. I think it would be best if you avoided causing any trouble. Hey. Are you underestimating me too, you black-clad woman? Seeing Lily's fearless demeanor, Kazuki no Okashiyu raised her hands in surrender. All right, I'll tie it for you. But do be careful. Ailan has many delicate porcelain items, so please do not break anything. Am I such a careless person? Witnessing this scene, Ailan felt a twitch at the corner of her eye. An ominous premonition suddenly gripped her heart. However, sensing Lily meant well, it would be better not to dampen her enthusiasm. Sure enough, as Ailan moved the second box into the corridor, a series of crashing sounds echoed from inside, the unmistakable sound of breaking dishes. Immediately after, Lily's anxious voice followed. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Ugh, you pretender of a young lady. Perhaps it would be best if you stood aside and did not cause any more trouble for me and Kato, came Kazuki no Okashiyu's voice. Ailan, still in the corridor, smirked slightly. It seemed her foreboding had indeed been validated. Once more, she stepped outside. Ailan noticed a woman clad in formal attire, with flowing cherry blossom-colored hair, lingering by the entrance. Hello, may I assist you with something? Ailan greeted the woman. Oh, I reside here. Are you the new tenant the landlord mentioned? Ailan observed the bewilderment and wariness etched on her face, prompting her to introduce herself. Greetings, I am Ailan, a former student of Zongwu High School. I will be attending Zaiyan as a guest student for the coming year. Thus I shall reside here during this time. Are you a guest student? The woman with cherry blossom-colored hair regarded Ailan with surprise, but quickly regained her composure. Hello, I am Matsukasa Fuyuki. However, you shall address me as Teacher Matsukasa from now on, as I am the history instructor for the second year at Zaiyan. Ailan, how could it be that the person sharing the same roof with me is my teacher? Not just any teacher, but one who instructs in a subject in which he is least proficient. Even the battle-hardened Saiyans possess their own vulnerabilities. For instance, Kakarot harbors a deep-seated fear of needles, while Vegeta is particularly averse to slippery creatures, especially worms. As for Ailan, he dreads the prospect of reading. Upon learning of the profession of Tongsu Jindo, Ailan instinctively felt the urge to make a hasty retreat. If all else fails, perhaps I should consider relocating. How can one possibly find peace of mind sleeping under the same roof as a teacher? Ailan pondered quietly to himself. Suddenly, he detected a peculiar aura emanating from Waterutoma. Is this sensation related to the Dragon Balls? Remarkably, there are 3 hosts of Dragon Balls within a single Shuchian Academy. Ailan's expression fluctuated between light and shadow. The locations of the 4 Dragon Balls had been confirmed, yet the subsequent tasks appeared insurmountable. The 4-star ball rested beneath the snow on the person of Yano, who happened to be Yukino's elder sister. The 5-star ball was in the possession of Anna Kinomoto, the president of the Shuchian Student Council. The 6-star ball belonged to Kagaya Shinomiya, the vice president of the same council. Ailan had encountered both of them just days prior. Anna Kinomoto exuded the aura of a refined young lady. Although Ailan was familiar with her name, precise details eluded him. As for Kagaya Shinomiya, the recollection of her frigid gaze induced an involuntary headache. Already overwhelmed, Ailan now discovered that a Dragon Ball was in the hands of this history teacher. At that moment, he longed to submit his resignation to Kane, uncertain if it would be accepted. However, he soon sighed, recognizing that the merciless employer would not easily permit his departure. Upon learning of Ailan's identity, Motoi Fuyuki quickly resumed her role as a teacher. Her expression filled with concern as she regarded the troubled student. "Are you all right? You look rather unwell." "I'm fine, Ms. Motoi. I still need to move this luggage to the corridor. My companions are assisting me with the packing. There may be some noise, so I apologize." With that, Ailan lifted an oversized suitcase and swiftly made his way toward the corridor. He had no desire to prolong a one-on-one conversation with the teacher. "Companions?" Motoi Fuyuki inquired, glancing into the room where she spotted Shiyukasa no Oka and her friends diligently tidying up. She then shifted her gaze back to Ailan, quickly forming her own conclusions. Living under the same roof indicated a manageable situation. The fact that 3 young ladies were willing to assist him suggested he adeptly interacted with girls and presumably possessed commendable character. Moreover, his ability to lift such a large suitcase indicated considerable physical strength. At that moment, Motoi Fuyuki's gaze toward Ailan shifted slightly. A male student who embodied these 3 traits was indeed the ideal candidate for the Student Council's General Affairs position. The principal had entrusted her with the task of correcting Anna Kinomoto, and she had unexpectedly found a suitable candidate so soon. Observing Ailan engaged in conversation with Shiyukasa no Oka and the others, Motoi Fuyuki pondered for a moment. It was decided. Ailan, you have been appointed as the head of the Student Council for this term. Chapter 99. Kei Sakamaki after tidying up the room. Poem of the Misty Hill crossed her arms and gazed at Ailan with a knowing look. "Oh, so Ailan-kun will be sharing a roof with a mature woman with cherry blossom-colored hair?" As she spoke, Poem's eyes turned more ominous, and even the bystander, Sawamura Eri, revealed a mischievous grin towards Ailan. She had just sneaked a glance at Kei Sakamaki. "That figure is something I could never hope to achieve in this lifetime. Even from a genetic standpoint. What am I thinking? Keisaka-sensei is supposed to be my history teacher from now on." Ailan rubbed his temples in distress. Now that he had confirmed the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls, he could never allow Tong Su Jindong to vanish from his sight, even if that individual was his most feared teacher. At that moment, Kato Kei leisurely emerged from the kitchen, beads of sweat adorning her nose. Since she was Ailan's teacher and shared the same roof, he should invite her to join for a meal. Lunch would be ready shortly. Preparing a meal substantial enough to satisfy a Saiyan was no small feat. Aaron could distinctly sense that Kato Megumi's breath had quickened considerably. However, Kato's current demeanor instinctively suggested that she was the mistress of the house, instructing her husband to invite the neighbors over for dinner. TSK, Kasumagakaka Shiwa frowned. It seemed that the elderly woman need not worry, as Kato posed a greater threat. "Very well then, I shall invite Professor Kurisu. Thank you for your efforts, Megumi." "It's nothing, Aaron. You have also been of great assistance to us." Upon arriving at Kurisu Mafuyu's residence, Aaron knocked on the door. "Professor Kurisu, are you there?" A flustered voice responded from within. I'm here, Aaron. Please wait a moment." Shortly thereafter, a cacophony of sounds echoed from inside. After a brief while, Kurisu Mafuyu opened the door just wide enough for her to slip through. Aaron peered through the narrow crack into the dimly lit room, shrouded in an oppressive darkness. Nothing was discernible, yet he was acutely aware that this was the sanctum of his teacher. The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to quickly avert his gaze. At that moment, Todoroki Masato stood before Aaron, her expression as stern as ever, though a flicker of anxiety danced in the depths of her eyes. "Aaron, is there something you wish to discuss with the teacher?" she inquired. "I was hoping to invite teacher Todoroki to lunch, as we shall be neighbors for the coming year." Todoroki Masato shook her head, preparing to decline, for it was essential to maintain an appropriate distance from students to uphold the dignity of the educator. Just then, a small creature suddenly emerged from the crack in the door. Aaron's gaze was immediately drawn to something. "What is this?" Upon hearing Aaron's voice, Tongshu Jindong followed his line of sight to the ground. "A cockroach." Tongshu Jindong instantly leaped up, her face as pale as a ghost, and threw herself into Aaron's embrace, her trembling fingers pointing at the floor, too frightened to even glance at it. A cockroach? It was only then that Ailan discerned the pitch-black object before her. just as she was about to step on it, when she suddenly sensed a chill emanating from behind. Oh, so this is AI Rancoin's history teacher. Who would have thought that their relationship would become so intimate after just one meeting? The ominous aura began to materialize on the face of Kasumiga Kakashiyu, causing AI Ran to involuntarily shiver. Teacher, please let go. Touching inappropriately can be perilous. It turned out that the teacher had a fear of cockroaches. Upon noticing AI Ran raise her hands and witnessing her exasperated expression, Kasumiga Kakashiyu quickly deduced the situation, and the coldness surrounding her gradually dissipated. However, the cockroach that had emerged began to crawl towards Tigusamaki, its wriggling antennae startling her once more. She clung tightly to AI Ran's neck, her legs wrapped securely around his waist. This is the end. Teacher, you've touched a forbidden area. A mournful wail echoed within AI Ran's heart. With a swift motion, Ptolemy from the Hill of Twilight retrieved a small booklet from her bag, rolled it up, and struck the cockroach with it. Subsequently, she grasped the collar of Akatsuki Matoi's back and hoisted her up. Teacher, it is now safe. Why do you not hastily release AI Ran? Alone in the corner of the dining table, AI Ran sat with a rigid expression, his hands pressed firmly against his knees, resembling a student awaiting reprimand. This demeanor was not solely due to the piercing gaze of Poemu from Shishi Hill, but rather the overwhelming presence of a teacher rendered the Scion's strength utterly insignificant. Moreover, the recent events weighed heavily on his mind. Kato Megumi placed the final dish on the table, a serene smile adorning her face. The meal is complete. To please AI Ran, I even fried a plethora of chicken wings, and there is no need for formalities, Teacher Tongsu. With that, she took her seat beside the impeccably poised AI Ran. Tongsu Mafuyu endeavored to uphold her icy teacher persona. Were you all students of SBU High School previously? I don't recall seeing you at Shuziyuan. Not at all. We hail from Toyonoki High School. With an outsider present, Ing Lily reverted to her demure facade. Tongsu Mafuyu examined the group with a puzzled expression. So you are not from the same school. How did you come to know each other? Kato Megumi replied calmly. Although we are from different schools, we formed a gaming dojin club, and AI Ran is our leading man. Your leading man? Tongsu Mafuyu exclaimed in surprise, as she had never engaged with games and was unfamiliar with the nuances of the second dimension. Yet, she comprehended the implication of leading man. Could it be that AI Ran had simultaneously courted 3 girlfriends? What transpired at night? Coughing slightly, a faint blush crept across Tongsu Mafuyu's cheeks, only to vanish swiftly. How improper. How could high school students behave in such an unrefined manner? AI Ran. Entangled in these impure relationships with the opposite sex, it is the teacher's duty to set you right. She cast a serious gaze upon AI Ran. AI Ran. Yes. AI Ran instinctively stood at attention. Due to the merger of the 2 schools, the administration intends to add an additional position of general affairs to the student council, and I would like to recommend you. At this juncture, Tongsu Mafuyu nodded inwardly. The virtuous student council president, Anna, would surely influence your misguided views on purity. Under the watchful eye of the teacher, you might even learn how to interact with the opposite sex through Anna. Perfect. Chapter 100. Nothing is ever coincidental. The following morning, AI Ran continued her journey towards Shuchian Academy, accompanied by Yukino Shida Yukino, just as she always did. With all the students relocated to Shuchian, the classes remained unchanged. Yesterday, AI Ran ultimately accepted the invitation from Kirigaya Mafuyu. After all, the student council harbored 2 remarkable talents. Suddenly, AI Ran abruptly turned around. Upon exiting, he felt an intense gaze fixated upon him. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, he was unable to discern the tangible presence behind it. It was as if everything was merely an illusion. Observing AI Ran's peculiar behavior, Yukino Shida Yukino inquired, Ningen-kun, why do you seem so paranoid today? Aaron's thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the voice of Yukino Shida. After pondering for a moment, he remarked, it must be my imagination. Ever since I arrived in Tokyo, I have felt as though someone is watching me. As he spoke, Aaron suddenly recalled the invitation from Kinu Mafuyu the previous day. In fact, my current neighbor is our new history teacher, and she invited me to join the student council at Shuchian yesterday. Isn't that splendid? I also hope that Sarakuen can interact with more people. What about our club activities? He inquired. I previously asked teacher Hiratsuka about this. During my time at Shuchian, all club activities at Suba High are temporarily suspended. But I can choose to join a club at Shuchian, or even apply to establish a new club through the student council. I see, Aaron mused, stroking his chin. So, does Yukino intend to re-establish the service club? Yukino nodded. Yes, my goal has never changed, whether at Suba High or at Shuchian. I shall become the first member this time. Whatever you do, I will accompany you, he declared. Yukino's cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Sarakuen now occasionally uttered words that were rather endearing. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, within a certain building, Kusuwa Seiki was utilizing his clairvoyance to monitor Ailan, following his prophetic dream. Kusuwa embarked on his investigation. To his surprise, he discovered that, aside from Ailan, there were several women in this world who exuded an eerie aura, akin to that of the two monsters that had appeared before the Golden Week. Thus, he initiated his plan. He first observed Anakinomoto and Kagaya Shinomiya, finding that they attended the same school and were both part of the student council. Through his observations of Kanu Mafuyu, he learned that the student council at Shuchian was in need of a general affairs officer. With this knowledge, the subsequent steps became straightforward. Using his supernatural abilities, he altered the status of all the houses surrounding Yukino's new home to display as rented. He then caused Kanu Mafuyu's landlord to be reassigned on a business trip to Siberia. Finally, during Kanu Mafuyu's first encounter with Ailan, he subtly influenced her thoughts, suggesting that this man would be well-suited for the role of general affairs officer in the student council. After a series of maneuvers, all the dangerous individuals, except for the one who had already entered university, were gathered together by Kusuwa. Ah, come now, this extraterrestrial's vigilance is rather excessive. Despite my use of both a barrier and the skill of invisibility, he still perceives something amiss? However, aside from the woman who has already entered university, all those with an unusual aura have gathered together. As for that woman, I shall devise a plan for her later. After all, their assembly facilitates my subsequent monitoring, allowing me to respond promptly should any unexpected occurrences arise. Yet, this extraterrestrial named Ailan does not appear to be a malevolent being. What could possibly drive her to annihilate Earth? In the next moment, Kiki Nancho vanished from his location. On the first day of the new academic year during the Golden Week, although Ailan had changed schools, it made little difference to her. If one were to pinpoint a distinction, it might be that the desk before her seemed far more luxurious than the ones at TBU High School. Its solid wood construction allowed one to feel the essence of nature while resting upon it. After classes, Ailan was escorted to the student council room by Kei Sukmatoi. Knock, knock, knock. Please enter. With Anakin no Miya's voice emanating from within the student council, Ailan and Kei Sukmatoi stepped inside in succession. Upon entering, Ailan found Anakin no Miya seated behind a desk, diligently attending to paperwork, while Shikigami Kagaya prepared tea beside the cupboard. On the sofa sat a girl with soft pink hair, eagerly engrossed in examining the cards in her hands. Ailan was aware of her name, the student council secretary, Chika Fujiwara. Good afternoon, Teacher Kurisu. Anakin Amori stood up, bowing and smiling at Mafuyu Kurisu. Kagaya Shinomiya also glanced over, nodding to Mafuyu Kurisu. Good day, Teacher Kurisu. After this, she redirected her focus entirely to the tea set in her hands, exuding an aura that discouraged intrusion. Chika Fujiwara bounced over to Mafuyu Kurisu's side, grasping her hand. Mafuyu is here in the student council. Shall we play games together? Mafuyu Kurisu subtly stepped back, as she found it challenging to engage with the exuberant student before her. No, Fujiwara-san, the teacher has other matters to attend to. However, as a member of the student council, it is crucial that you do not become overly engrossed in games. Your studies should take precedence. Ugh, Mafuyu is always so strict. Fujiwara replied. At school, please refer to me as Teacher Kurisu. Ah, understood, Mafuyu. I promise next time. Observing Fujiwara, Mafuyu Kurisu sighed in exasperation, then patted Ailan on the shoulder. This is Ailan, a student from SBU High. Yesterday, I invited him to join the student council as the general affairs officer. Anna, why don't you two chat for a bit? I need to return to grading papers. If anything arises, feel free to come to my office. All right, Teacher Kurisu. After giving her instructions to Anna Kinemori, Mafuyu Kurisu turned and exited the student council room, leaving the space for the students. At this moment, Kagaya Shinomiya placed the brewed red tea in front of Ailan, then handed a cup to Anna Kinemori and Chika Fujiwara. After completing these tasks, she silently retreated behind Anna Kinemori, not uttering a word throughout. Seeing this, Anna Kinemori offered Ailan an apologetic smile and said, I'm sorry, Ailan. Kagaya is just a bit shy around new people. But the tea she made is delightful. Would you like to try it? Chapter 101. Something seems off with Anna Kinemori. Ailan settled onto the sofa, lifting a cup to his lips and taking a gentle sip. This sensation feels amiss. Under the influence of Yukino, He had begrudgingly become something of a connoisseur of black tea. Yukino's brews always imparted a refreshing essence. Yet, the cup before him, though it possessed a delightful flavor, undoubtedly crafted with meticulous care by Kagaya Shinomiya, failed to evoke any response within him. The tea slid down his throat, leaving only a faint bitterness lingering on his palate. This bitter taste prompted a slight frown from Ailan. At that moment, Kagaya's voice pierced through the silence. Though merely a mundane inquiry, it resonated with an icy tone. "What is the matter, Ailan? It seems my tea does not suit your taste." "No, Vice President Shinomiya, your black tea is quite commendable. It's just..." "Just what?" "It feels as though your tea embodies a rigid adherence to tradition, lacking any vitality." Upon uttering this, Ailan suddenly realized that it was rather impolite to critique someone on their very first meeting. "Is that so?" Kagaya murmured, falling silent thereafter. Witnessing this exchange, Anna Kinomoto endeavored to ease the tension. She narrowed her eyes and chuckled softly. "Since you were introduced by teacher Takitsu, then." Rising to her feet, she took a slight step back and nodded at Ailan. "Welcome to the student council, Ailan. Let us strive to coexist amicably from here on." "Thank you." Ailan nodded slightly. Although he had yet to recall specific details about the Anajin Palace, the young lady before him exuded an undeniably pleasant aura. Her manners were impeccable, maintaining a respectful yet approachable distance, exuding warmth and accessibility without a trace of the arrogance typically associated with those from affluent families. Even when she smiled, she would delicately cover her mouth with her hand, embodying the essence of a refined lady. While Saiyans generally favored formidable women, Ailan found no aversion to this version of Anajin Palace. At least in Ailan's eyes, this well-mannered young lady could easily be considered a friend of the opposite sex. However, in contrast, a certain faux lady with twin ponytails, well, the two were hardly comparable. Fujiwara Chika beamed as she surveyed Ailan. "Our student council has a boy now. By the way, Ailan, would you like to join us for a card game? It's a lot of fun and our club's latest invention." Yet, before Ailan could respond, Shiguma Kagaya interjected. "Fujiwara, you received numerous club applications from students of SBU High this morning. We should prepare to inspect the club classrooms now. This isn't the time for leisure. Let us go." "Huh. Why so stingy, Kagaya-chan?" As she reached Ailan's side, Shiguma Kagaya offered a slight nod before striding out of the student council room. "Goodbye, Ailan. Let us chat next time." Though Fujiwara Chika's face was marked by reluctance, she hopped along after her. With their departure, the student council fell quiet once more. Anajin Palace returned to her seat, attending to the documents before her, and remarked, "I apologize. Shiguma has always been quite serious about her work, hence her demeanor." "It's all right," Ailan replied, indicating his indifference, then inquired, "President, what responsibilities will I have upon joining the student council?" Anajin Palace took a sip of tea and smiled gently. "Primarily, you will be responsible for the management of various club equipment and facilities. Of course, the workload may increase during large events. To put it simply, it's just a bit of busy work," Ailan used. Ailan internally defined this job in the most straightforward manner. It embodies the fundamental qualities of a corporate worker. Noticing Ailan's silence, Anna Jinzagong assumed he was dissatisfied with the position and added, "In truth, this job is not overly complicated. Many tasks do not require our direct involvement. The club president manages these aspects. While organizing daily activities, they also oversee the equipment of various clubs. Our role is merely to liaise with them, ascertain their needs for supplies, and only after they submit their funding requests do we step in to resolve matters." Anna Jinzagong's clear and logical explanation was easy to comprehend, prompting Ailan to nod in understanding after a single hearing. "I see now," he acknowledged. "That seems to be it. However, verbal explanations cannot encompass all the duties of the administration. I will fetch a written student council guide for you, Ailan, which I hope will assist you in your work." With that, Anna Jinzagong approached a nearby filing cabinet, opened the door, and stretched on her toes to reach for the folder resting atop. Observing her struggle, Ailan stood and walked over. "Allow me to assist you, President." "Oh, no. There is no need to trouble you with such trivialities, Ailan. This falls within the purview of the student council president." Anna Jinzagong made a small jump, successfully grasping the folder. However, due to her relatively modest height, Ailan noticed that a pot of cacti was precariously perched atop the folder. The cactus was whimsically adorned to resemble a clown, its vibrant colors strikingly vivid. Who would be so careless as to place that there? Just as Anna Jinzagong moved, the pot of cacti suddenly tipped, and hurtled towards her head. Aaron's gaze sharpened, and in an instant, she was by Anna Jin's side, her arm encircling Anna Jin's shoulders, drawing her closer. With her other hand, she securely cradled the pot of the cactus. However, the unsteady Anna Jin was entirely unanchored in Aaron's embrace. A peculiar sensation surged rapidly from the depths of her heart, spreading throughout her being. Anna Jin, her complexion flushed, tilted her head back, gasping for breath uncontrollably, only to succumb to weakness once more, bowing her head again. Aaron hastily adjusted Anna Jin's posture and quickly stepped back. Unlike the fragrance she had previously detected from Yukino Shida, Yukino, and the others, Anna Jin emanated a subtle scent of roses. "Are you all right, President?" I'm fine." Anna Jin slumped into her seat, gasping for breath, her legs instinctively drawing together. Observing her state, Aaron merely assumed she had been startled and did not dwell on it. "President, it is quite late. I shall take this document home to study and will arrive punctually at the student council room tomorrow." "Okay, all right." Even at this moment, Anna Jin's emotions remained tumultuous. Chapter 102. The sudden appearance of the golden-haired underdog. As she departed from the school, the sky had already darkened. With Yukino Shida Yukino having returned home, Aaron found herself meandering along the road alone. As she turned a corner, she suddenly spotted a flash of golden hair whizzing by on a bicycle from across the street. Lily? Aaron was somewhat taken aback. Today, Lily had donned that green tracksuit once more, her thick glasses perched upon her nose, while a hat obscured much of her face. Perhaps she believed this disguise to be flawless. However, amidst the ordinary attire of the people on the street, her eccentric ensemble only served to make her stand out even more. Aaron shook her head in silence, contemplating for a moment before deciding to follow suit. After all, the night had fully descended, and it was never safe for a girl to be alone outdoors. The cycling did not last long. Lily furtively surveyed her surroundings like a thief before swiftly slipping into the bookstore. The proprietor, engrossed in examining a volume, lifted his gaze and nodded in acknowledgement upon noticing the girl with her identity obscured by a hat, dressed in an unassuming manner. He then pointed directly to the innermost row of bookshelves. The new volumes were all located there. The Yuri titles were at the bottom, the humiliation genre in the middle, and the BL titles perched atop. Lily, resembling a secret agent, subtly nodded in response to him and discreetly made her way further inside. Although to an outsider her actions appeared indistinguishable from those of a thief, the owner remained unfazed, continuing to peruse the book in his hands. Clearly, Lily was a regular patron. Despite the limited communication, certain matters could be discerned through the exchange of books and transactions. For instance, Lily's preferences. Shortly after Lily ventured in, Aaron appeared at the entrance of the bookstore. He glanced at the photographs adorning the walls before stepping inside. Upon taking a cursory look around, he noted that the bookstore was not particularly large, housing only 6 or 7 rows of bookshelves. As he approached the third row, he was suddenly met with Lily's peculiar giggles. He involuntarily shuddered. It seemed her laughter was reminiscent of the time she had taken nude photographs of him. With a soft sigh, Aaron continued deeper into the store. Lily was already cradling a dozen or so books in her arms. However, this collection did not suffice, as she continued to select more. Observing her captivated expression, Aaron refrained from interrupting, instead casually picking up a nearby volume to glance at. The author's name was signed as Kaguki Lily. Wasn't this drawn by Lily? Aaron was instantly intrigued, and he turned to the first page. However, after merely glancing at it, his face flushed. Yet, the blush was not one of embarrassment, but rather of indignation. The protagonist within the pages bore a striking resemblance to Aaron, down to the bare torso and identical wounds that marked his skin. In the protagonist's embrace lay a princess with modest attributes. Yingerly, Aaron clenched her teeth and silently roared within, then coughed forcefully. Upon hearing that sound, Lily's expression shifted dramatically. She did not turn around, but instinctively sought the nearest bookshelf to hide behind. Why on earth was Aaron here? Lily found it hard to believe. This was her secret sanctuary, a place she had never imagined encountering Aaron in such a manner, and her heart instantly filled with anxiety. Aaron looked at Lily, who was frantically hiding her face in her hands, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. This girl, having concealed herself behind the bookshelf, Lily no longer heard Aaron's voice and thought she must have misheard. Phew. It seems I have truly lost my sanity. How could the lecherous Aaron possibly be here? With a lingering sense of trepidation, she gently patted her chest and cautiously peeked out. However, just as she emerged from behind the bookshelf, she was met with Aaron's mischievous grin fixed upon her. Ah! Instinctively, Lily let out a cry, but in an instant, she felt a hand covering her mouth, and before she could fully comprehend the situation, she found herself enveloped in Aaron's embrace. Ailan lowered her head and whispered softly in her ear, "What is it? Am I truly that frightening? Besides, this is a bookstore, isn't it? Why the sudden alarm?" The warm breeze incessantly caressed Lily's ears, rendering her weak and almost melting into a puddle. Her delicate face flushed a deep crimson, as if she might bleed from embarrassment. She looked up at Ailan with a pitiful gaze, who gradually released her from his embrace. Just as Ailan was about to withdraw his hand from beside Lily's, he hesitated for a moment. Then, still feeling uneasy, cautioned, "I'm going to take my hand away now, so please refrain from shouting." Lily nodded eagerly, inhaling the scent that lingered around Ailan, her legs nearly giving way beneath her. Observing Lily's obedient demeanor, Ailan finally loosened his grip. The moment she was free from his hold, Lily quickly stepped back, breathing heavily. Could she truly have been frightened? Was her courage truly so feeble? With an innocent expression, Ailan playfully blinked at Lily. At that moment, Lily gradually regained her composure. She revealed her charming canines and exclaimed, "Hentai Ailan. How dare you take liberties with me in public? Prepare to face the consequences." With that, Lily lunged towards Ailan. Her arms wrapped around his neck while her legs secured themselves around his waist. Once firmly in place, she playfully nibbled at Ailan's neck, teasingly asking, "Are you part dog?" Aaron let out a sigh, then grasped Lily by the back of her collar, lifting her up. "Humph. Hentai Aaron, put me down. I wish to duel you." "Duel, you say? Even if I stood still, you couldn't possibly defeat me. Besides, I merely followed you out of concern for your safety, given the late hour." Upon hearing Aaron's words, Lily's struggles gradually ceased, and a subtle smile crept onto her lips, only to be quickly suppressed. Tilting her head, she inquired, "Were you truly worried about me?" "Of course I was. What else would you think?" "Humph. I assumed you were a hentai stalking an innocent maiden in the dead of night." Despite her words, Aaron could discern that Lily's mood had considerably improved. He gently set her down on the ground. "Well then, I must return. You should head home as well. The safety in Tokyo is rather questionable." The moment those words escaped his lips, Lily immediately flared up again. "Hentai Aaron, you are dreadfully uncouth. If you are aware of the danger, you ought to escort me home." With that, she kicked at Aaron's calf. Chapter 103. Lily's boudoir before long. Aaron and the blushing Lily exited the bookstore. "Come, I shall see you home." "No, it's unnecessary. My bicycle is parked over there." Lily hastily shook her head and pointed toward her bicycle. After leaving the bookstore, her courage seemed to vanish entirely. It is often said that repeated failures lead to a depletion of spirit, and clearly, Lily's threshold for such depletion was much lower than most. Aaron rolled his eyes at Lily and said, "All right, I'll escort you home." He took the stack of notebooks from her hands, secured them to his bicycle, and began to push the bike forward. After a few steps, he suddenly realized that Lily had not followed him. He turned around and called out to the daydreaming Lily, "Let's go, Miss Sawamura." "Humph. Aaron is hardly a gentleman. He doesn't even wait for me." With that, she bounced over to his side. "By the way, did you just sneak a peek at the drawings in my notebooks?" Aaron nodded weakly. "Yes, I've seen it. The artwork is commendable, but the female protagonist in the male lead's arms is rather flat." "Aaron, are you really that superficial? A girl's worth cannot be measured solely by her physical appearance." Lily exclaimed, her voice tinged with frustration, as if Aaron had struck a nerve. "Hey, shouldn't we turn at this intersection if we're heading to your house?" "Wait, don't change the subject." After a playful exchange, Aaron and Lily finally arrived at their destination. "We're home." Lily cheerfully took the bicycle from Aaron and pushed open the door. "Aaron, you finally showed a hint of gentlemanly behavior tonight." "Thank you." Before she could finish her words, the lively Sayaka emerged from behind the door, interjecting with a teasing smile as she looked at the two. "Oh my. It seems that Lily not only went out for shopping tonight, but also had a date with a boy. No wonder you returned so late." "Mom, it's not a date. We just happened to run into each other. Aaron was just giving me a ride home." Ignoring her daughter's flustered retort, Sayaka continued, "Lily, since Aaron accompanied you home, you should express your gratitude." She then turned her gaze towards Aaron. "You must be Aaron, right? I often hear your name from Lily. Come in for a cup of hot tea." "Mom, well, then, I suppose I'll intrude." The Saiyan had evidently not yet mastered the art of social interactions. When invited, He would nod in agreement as long as there was no apparent risk involved. Huh. Lily was taken aback. Why does Aaron respond so naturally? This is my home. After all, isn't it more natural for you to be in my house? Aaron shot a glance at Lily. At least half of the snacks we bought have been devoured. Stop talking. Being called out about her visits to Aaron's home in front of her mother made Lily's face flush crimson. All she wanted was to sweat Aaron with her twin tails. However, considering Aaron's imposing physique, she realized it would be futile and quietly abandoned the thought. Never mind. I won't argue with this brutish alien. She hurriedly entered the house, changed into her slippers, and dashed back to her room on the second floor, leaving behind a haughty silhouette. Witnessing this scene, Sayaka's smile grew even brighter. Oh my, it seems that Aaron and Lily share a wonderful bond. Ailan did not perceive the playful tone in Sayaka's words, a skill he had yet to master. He thoughtfully stroked his chin before responding, Indeed. My relationship with Eri is quite good. Observing Ailan's candidness, even referring to his daughter by name, Sayaka's interest was piqued further. Ailan, please come in. I shall prepare some tea. Do not feel constrained. Consider this place your own home. Thank you, Auntie. After a brief interlude, Sayaka returned with a tea tray adorned with various snacks and fruits. Ailan, could I trouble you to deliver this tray to Eri? It is essential for you young people to communicate well. I shall refrain from intruding. Certainly. Ailan approached the door of Lily, delicately balancing a tea tray. She knocked gently, yet after a moment, there was no reply from within. Closing her eyes to sense the surroundings, she realized that Lily was not in her room. Astonishingly, she had already begun her bath. Is it truly time for a bath already? Girls can be quite troublesome. Just a short walk home. And she feels the need to bathe. Ailan let out a scoff, then, quite at ease, opened Lily's room. Upon entering, he was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, this chaotic space strewn with sketches was actually the sanctuary of Lily? He set aside a notebook haphazardly placed on the coffee table and placed the fruit bowl down, sitting cross-legged on the floor. Regardless of its disheveled appearance, this was, after all, a young lady's personal domain. However, his attention was soon captivated by the plethora of notebooks scattered throughout the room. Time seemed to slip away, and before long, the sound of running water ceased from the bathroom. Lily emerged, adorned in a pale yellow dress, one of her favorites. Although Ailan had previously seen her in sports attire, what girl does not long to present her finest self before a beloved? What is that delightful scent of snacks wafting through the air? Without her glasses, Lily's sense of smell was particularly acute. She wrinkled her delicate nose and opened the door to the room. Due to her severe myopia, she initially failed to recognize who was seated on the floor. Mom, why did you bring snacks here? This room is absolutely off-limits to that hentai Ailan. It would be so embarrassing, yet her mother remained silent. It was only after she donned her glasses and discerned Ailan, along with the notebook in his hands, that a piercing scream erupted from her lips, so shrill that Ailan instinctively covered his ears. Hentai Ailan, what are you doing here? Your mother asked me to bring up the snacks. By the way, Lily, your room is quite a mess. And there are risku books scattered everywhere. Upon hearing Ailan's words, Lily's eyes instantly dulled. Chapter 104. Lily is destined to win. Hentai Ailan. What are you doing? Lily pounced forward like a hungry tiger. With a nimble twist, Ailan evaded Lily's strike and leisurely remarked, I haven't done anything. I'm merely examining the comics you purchased. As she spoke, Ailan firmly grasped Lily's shoulder, securing her in place. Despite being restrained, Lily's desire to resist intensified. Her face flushed crimson, yet her fierce expression showed no signs of abating. Hentai Ailan, how dare you intrude upon a girl's room? Lily exclaimed. It was your mother who permitted my entry, and you seem to have ventured into my room as well, not to mention that day when you silence. Lily recalled the incident of their unexpected kiss, fearing that if she did not intervene, her mind would overload, leading to a fainting spell. Yet, despite the irrationality of her reasoning, she quickly sought another justification to salvage her dignity. Then why did you rummage through my comics? Hentai Ailan. You leave your comics scattered about my house. I merely intended to help you organize them. Besides, I don't mind who reads such materials in a girl's room. Those are merely comics, you know. Regardless of the excuses Lily employed, Ailan always managed to counter with an air of nonchalance, presenting arguments so compelling that she found herself at a loss for words. Frustration bubbled within Lily. Was this truly the impression she had presented while at Ailan's home? I refuse to accept this. Hentai Ailan. Hiding in a girl's room to indulge in such materials, undoubtedly perverse. Recognizing that Lily's state of agitation would not resolve swiftly, Ailan reluctantly withdrew her hand from the girl's shoulder and returned to her previous seat. Lily, do you have a towel? Ailan. What are you planning now? Please, you just showered. Your hair is still wet, and now I am soaked as well with an expression of helplessness. Ailan pointed at his black school uniform. Having just transferred to Saiyans, he had received only this one set of uniform, with the remaining pieces expected to arrive in a few days. He certainly did not wish to wear a water-stained uniform to school the following day. Lily, feeling a bit bashful, scratched her head and suggested, "Why don't you take off your clothes? I have a dryer at home." As soon as the words left her lips, her face flushed even deeper, realizing she might have uttered something quite bold. She instinctively lowered her head. However, Ailan's subsequent words nearly sent her into another frenzy. "No, thank you. I still harbor a degree of wariness towards you, until you fulfill our agreement. I would never consider being half-naked in your presence again. How do you perceive me? I am a lady. You are the pervert." With that, Lily lunged at him once more. This time, Ailan was taken aback. He had not anticipated her to resort to such tactics again. At that moment, he was savoring a delectable dessert. It must be said that the culinary prowess of Sawamura Sayuri was truly exceptional. The flavor of this dessert even surpassed that of Yukino Shida Yukino. He squinted his eyes, completely immersed in the bliss brought about by the sweet treat. Consequently, he was caught off guard by Lily's sudden advance. In an instant, Ailan, who had been sitting on the floor, found himself toppled over by Lily. At that moment, both of them were momentarily stunned. Ailan was utterly bewildered. He could hardly believe that he had allowed a woman to mount him again. Was this an endless ordeal? Were the women of Earth truly so fierce? Could they not show even the slightest respect towards a Super Saiyan? Lily was equally astonished. Although she had previously shared several intimate moments with Ailan, including 2 kisses, those had all been in a state of unconsciousness. Now, in full awareness, she found herself seated upon Ailan, and the position was. Lily parted her lips, yet no words emerged, and inexplicably, she leaned against Ailan's chest. Her heart raced wildly, yet upon feeling Ailan's warmth, she seemed to be transported back to that rainy night, where a sense of security flowed from him into her heart. The sin of Ailan, which had initially stirred her shyness, gradually calmed her restlessness. Lily, what was she to make of her current state? Her head instinctively nestled deeper into Ailan's embrace, much like a golden retriever yearning for closeness with its owner. Observing her demeanor, Ailan decided against voicing his initial thoughts. "It's nothing. I merely wanted to call your name. I must admit, it rolls off the tongue quite nicely." Rolls off the tongue? Ailan's words jolted Lily back to reality. She slowly lifted her gaze from his chest. Her face flushed crimson, yet she maintained her haughty demeanor. "Is that so? Is my name so easy to say? I thought it was something of significance." Was this implying that such affectionate terms were commonplace for hentai Ailan? Humph. Even though you always appear so foolish, I might consider it if you were to confess to me. With that thought, Lily leaned back down, eager for Ailan's next words. Lily, could you possibly get off me? Huh. Lily, not hearing what she had hoped for, looked at Ailan in disbelief. Was hentai Ailan shy? Or did he truly want her to confess first? In truth, her assumptions were entirely off the mark, just moments ago. Ailan had sensed the presence of Sakamura Koharu just outside the door. He felt too embarrassed to maintain such an intimate position with Lily any longer. However, completely oblivious to this, Lily had little regard for anything else. She shouted at Ailan, "Hentai Ailan." This time, in a state of complete awareness. Lily recklessly approached Ailan. The moment their lips met, Ailan's eyes widened in astonishment. How could this girl extend her tongue again? Lily grasped Ailan's hands with her own, intertwining their fingers. At that moment, Ailan was utterly devoid of any capacity to resist. Meanwhile, Sayaka quietly opened the door just a crack. The scene within left her utterly astonished. She covered her mouth with her hand, her breathing slowing significantly. Goodness! When did her daughter become so bold? Chapter 105, The greatest threat is always the undetected. Aaron emerged from Lily's room, her backpack in tow, and coincidentally encountered Sayaka Sawamura, who was already in the living room. Are you leaving, Aaron? Won't you stay for dinner? No, thank you, Mrs. Sawamura. Perhaps another time. Aaron shook his head, declining the other's invitation. He had a matter of great importance to attend to that evening. Alas, sometimes Aaron appeared overly serious, which surely would not endear him to the ladies. My dear, I would like to have a chat with you. Worry not, if necessary. I shall arrange for a car to take you home afterwards. With Ms. Zakamura's words reaching this point, Aaron found it difficult to refuse. Thus, he set down his backpack and took a seat on the sofa. Aaron, do have a cup of tea. I have heard from Lily that you have a fondness for black tea. Thank you, Mrs. Zakamura. Ailan took a delicate sip. The fragrance of the tea lingering in the air, gently dissipating the warmth that remained from the affectionate moment shared with Lily, allowing him to gradually regain his clarity. The tea was splendid. At this point, Ailan was genuinely intrigued by how the devoted and nurturing Mrs. Sakamura could have raised such an exuberant daughter. If you enjoy it, do indulge a bit more, Mrs. Sakamura suggested, pouring another cup for Ailan while casting a glance towards Lily's room. Where's Lily? Ailan is leaving, and she hasn't come out to bid farewell. Lily has fallen asleep, Ailan replied. Fallen asleep? Mrs. Sakamura exclaimed, her eyes gradually filling with astonishment. Could it be that after she left just moments ago, these two had engaged in something more serious? So soon? How was Lily? Was she truly as delicate and easily swayed as a gentle breeze? But you must be cautious. I am not yet prepared to become a grandmother. Stop. Mrs. Sakamura. Please, hold on. Aaron gazed at her with a look of incredulity. Just moments ago, it seemed that Sayaka had been lurking just outside the door. She must have witnessed who had been pushed down. Indeed, with such an ability to speak untruths with her eyes wide open. Sayaka and Arari were truly mother and daughter in every sense. With a sigh of relief, Aaron steadied his emotions and spoke. Arari merely fell asleep. We have not engaged in any inappropriate actions. Though a hint of guilt gnawed him, Aaron maintained a facade of innocence. Nevertheless, he instinctively brushed his lips with his fingers. In truth, the reality wasn't too far from the surface. After nibbling on Aaron, Arari had nestled against his chest and, before long, succumbed to slumber. Noticing that Arari showed no signs of awakening, he gently placed her on the bed, tucked her in, and then tiptoed away, only to encounter Sayaka. With keen interest, Sayaka scrutinized Aaron. What kind of security allowed her daughter to display her sleeping visage in the presence of a boy without a shred of worry about what might transpire? Most astonishingly, it was Arari who had taken the initiative throughout. However, the children were merely beginning to bond. It was not yet her moment to intervene. Yet, Sayaka swiftly shifted her tone. Aaron, my daughter Arari is my most treasured possession. If you were to make her unhappy, what should I do? After all, despite her seemingly carefree demeanor, Arari's heart remained quite fragile. Rest assured, our interactions with Arari have always been delightful. I am confident they will continue to be so, Aaron declared, giving Sayaka a thumbs up. Is that so? That is wonderful. Sayaka nodded, seemingly relieved. However, she soon detected a peculiarity in Aaron's words. Wait, what do you mean by we? After departing from Sayaka's home, Aaron hastily made his way back to his residence. He had an important matter to attend to that evening. Upon returning home, he changed into a different outfit and hurried downstairs. As he reached the entrance, a muffled grunt reached his ears. Alongside that sound, a flurry of papers cascaded from the other party's hands, scattering chaotically across the floor. Miss K. Suzu, are you all right? Aaron hastily assisted her to her feet. As Tangshu Jindong rubbed her ankle, her pair of icy gaze swept over Aaron, momentarily pausing in surprise. Aaron, are you really heading out at this late hour? She inquired. Yes, I am accustomed to training around this time. Feeling a bit out of sorts, she added, lately, I have been inexplicably unsteady on my feet. Tangshu Jindong's expression and tone remained as indifferent as ever. But she suddenly furrowed her brow and fixed her gaze on Aaron, saying, Aaron, even if you wish to exercise, you must not return too late. High school students should adhere to curfew regulations. Ailan obediently nodded. He harbored an innate fear of teachers and was solely focused on hastily departing. At that moment, Matsuba Fuyuki recalled the events of the last day of Golden Week and reminded him, by the way, Ailan, while the school does not prohibit romantic relationships, it is prudent to avoid impure interactions with the opposite sex. Upon uttering this, her face momentarily flushed, yet she swiftly regained her composure. I heard from teacher Hiratsuka that your grades have consistently been the lowest in the school. Starting tomorrow, I shall provide you with guidance every day after school. You are now also a member of the student council, and we cannot allow academic performance to undermine its prestige. Huh? Aaron was utterly astonished. At school, he had Yukino Shida focusing on her studies, and upon returning home, he was confronted with the unexpected appearance of Mafuyu Kurisu. Was this truly necessary? Just as he was about to conjure up an excuse to evade the situation, he heard Mafuyu let out a gasp. Had she stumbled? He watched as she once again teetered unsteadily, leaning backward. Ailan swiftly advanced to stand before Mafuyu, one hand cradling the back of her head while the other supported her waist. Their contact did not give rise to any particularly delightful scene. After Ailan helped Kanesuk Fuyuki to regain her balance, she quickly stepped back. Thank you, Ailan-san, Kanesuk Fuyuki said, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. It was indeed detrimental to maintain the dignity of an educator to stumble twice in front of a student. It's quite all right, Kanesuk-sensei. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Aaron waved goodbye to Tong Sujindong and then jogged out of the courtyard. After casting a glance at Aaron's retreating figure, Tong Sujindong shifted her gaze down to her feet. How unbecoming of me. What has been amiss these past few days? Could it be the inadequacy of these high-heeled shoes? At that moment, a sound, imperceptible to human ears, emanated from Tong Sujindong's forehead. A portion has been transferred again. Such a minuscule fragment that the Saiyan will undoubtedly remain oblivious. Who would have thought I would encounter a Saiyan who is both mentally fragile and immensely powerful? I shall bide my time. Once I have fully drawn out the evil heart of that Saiyan, all that he possesses will belong to me. Chapter 106, Anomaly of the Super Saiyan Mode. After bidding farewell to Tong Sujindong, Ailan flew solo to Antarctica. It was May, and the region was enveloped in polar night, with temperatures plummeting to -40 degrees. Gale-force winds, akin to razor-sharp blades, relentlessly swept across the land. No creature could endure such extreme conditions. Even the majestic emperor penguins, faced with this harsh environment, found themselves powerless. They could only huddle together in sheltered valleys, seeking refuge from the biting winds upon the glacier. Aaron sat cross-legged upon a massive block of ice, his eyes closed. The blizzard relentlessly battered his form, and within mere minutes he was engulfed by the snow and ice. However, this state did not endure for long. The aura surrounding Ailan suddenly surged. The ice and snow began to melt away rapidly. His eyes abruptly opened, and the once ebony pupils transformed into a vibrant emerald. His power escalated once more, enveloping him in a golden radiance. Soon, he transcended into the state of a Super Saiyan. Aaron exhaled deeply, yet almost immediately, a surge of bloodlust began to rise from the depths of his heart, threatening to erupt at any moment. However, he believed that he could still maintain control over this level of murderous intent. Should I attempt to ascend to Super Saiyan 2? He murmured to himself. As his aura intensified once more, the power within him coursing wildly. Soon, arcs of lightning manifested around him, apart from the lock of hair falling over her forehead. Ailan's hair stood erect in its entirety. Her tail flicked with agility, and at that moment, the fur transformed into a brilliant golden hue. As she completed her transformation into Super Saiyan 2, a wicked smile crept across Ailan's face, and crimson veins rapidly emerged in the whites of her eyes. A relentless mantra echoed in her mind. Tear everything apart. Tear everything apart. Tear everything apart. With his eyes closed, Ailan attuned himself to the life force emanating from a nearby hollow in the mountains, sensing an abundance of vitality. Almost instinctively, an energy sphere materialized in his hand, which he flung forward with a casual motion. Moments later, a deafening roar reverberated through the air, followed by the emergence of a colossal crimson mushroom cloud, towering over 1,000 meters high. As he absorbed the dissipating essence of thousands of lives, Ailan could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Ascending slowly into the sky, he was eager to locate the next congregation of beings. Yet, just as he was about to soar away, his movements abruptly halted. The golden radiance swiftly faded, and Ailan reverted to his original form. Like an object in free fall, he plummeted from the sky, landing onto the icy surface below. Gasping for breath, he found himself drenched in sweat despite the frigid temperature, which hovered below -30 degrees. That was close. I nearly unleashed my wrath again. Although Ailan had struggled to suppress the ferocity and bloodlust inherent in his transformation into a Super Saiyan, he had managed to retain a semblance of rationality. However, in that moment after catching his breath, Ailan settled into a meditative posture. He understood all too well that his incarnation as a Super Saiyan 2 was merely a product of the old Kai's extraordinary abilities. Upon emerging from the hyperbolic time chamber in Kinto, his base combat power had already reached an impressive 4.5 million. Following the potential unlocking ceremony conducted by the old Kai, His base power had ascended to a level sufficient to achieve the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. It appeared that Ailan's innate talent had surpassed all pure-blooded Saiyans save for Broly. Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan at the age of 25, while Vegeta did so at 35. In contrast, Ailan was merely 19 years old. Yet, being born of extraordinary circumstances meant that his transformation lacked the weight of experience. Both Goku and Vegeta had undergone countless harrowing battles before attaining their Super Saiyan forms, whereas Ailan had resorted to this means of deceit to achieve his change. His mindset had never quite aligned with his formidable strength. Moreover, during his time in Kinto, he had only begun to reconcile the duality of his existence. He had never truly become a whole person. The following day, Ailan entered the student council room, his eyes shadowed by dark circles. Rarely had he gone without sleep the night before. The bloodthirst that followed his transformation into Super Saiyan 2 lingered in his mind. Just then, the voice of Anna Kinshage interrupted his reverie. "Congratulations, Ailan. Your official appointment has been finalized today." "Thank you," he replied, casting a glance around the student council room. "Has everyone else not arrived yet?" He then cast a discreet glance at the Anna Jean Palace before him. The corners of Anna Jean Palace's mouth curled up ever so slightly, her back straight as an arrow, adorned in a summer short-sleeved white shirt uniform, with every button meticulously fastened to the collar. The golden insignia of the student council president hung perfectly in place, no matter how one looked at her. There was no fault to be found. She was the epitome of a well-mannered young lady. Aaron withdrew her gaze. Although Anna Jin's palace was the host of the Dragon Pearl, the malevolence surrounding her was rather subtle. At that moment, Shikigami Kagaya and Fujiwara Chika entered together. Upon seeing Aaron, Shikigami Kagaya paused slightly, then nodded in acknowledgement before coldly remarking, "Today marks your official appointment, General Aaron." "Indeed, it does. I look forward to your guidance in the future," Aaron replied. Ailan nodded at Shigami Kagaya, although she always appeared to maintain an air of aloofness. This demeanor might be a result of the influence of the Dragon Balls. Perhaps it would be wise to observe her a little longer. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the members of the student council commenced their duties. "Vice President Shigami, have all the club applications from Tomo High been verified?" "Not yet, President Anna. Thus far, we have merely compiled a preliminary report on each club's funding requests. All clubs will undergo a restructuring, necessitating a comparison with last quarter's data to create a comprehensive visual chart. Only then can it be submitted to you. Given that this involves a reallocation of funds, we must proceed with utmost diligence." "Very well, Vice President Shigami. Please provide me with the detailed data within 2 days, and Ailan will assist you in procuring the necessary supplies." "Understood. Chika and I will continue with the statistical work," replied Shigami Kagaya, casting a glance at Ailan before striding out of the student council room. Upon witnessing this, Chika Fujiwara, who had just retrieved the flying chess set, grimaced, "Wait, aren't we going to play here for a while?" "Hold on, Kagaya-chan." Chapter 107. "What are you doing, Senior Anna?" After Kagaya and Chika departed, Anna Kinomoto rose and approached the small table where the teapot rested, her gaze drifting out the window. Due to the rain, there were few people about the school. The vibrant symphony of youth that typically filled the air from the sports and music clubs had momentarily ceased, replaced by the sound of rain lashing against the window. "It is quite tranquil, isn't it?" "Indeed, it is quite serene." The process of Ailan's painting came to an abrupt halt as Anna Jinzagong stood motionless, her gaze fixed upon her. An unsettling aura began to emanate from her, a stark contrast to the stillness of her expression, which revealed no discernible emotions. She simply stared blankly at Ailan. "President, why do you look at me like that?" A sense of inexplicable tension gripped Ailan as she met Anna Jinzagong's gaze, an ominous feeling that something significant was about to unfold. Without responding, Anna Jinzagong slowly approached the entrance of the student council room, reaching out to turn the latch, which emitted a faint click within the confined space. President." Ailan looked at her with a sense of inexplicable unease, as her feelings of apprehension grew stronger. Anna, wishing to delay Ailan for a moment, approached him and halted just 2 steps away. There was a matter of significant concern that lingered in her mind, and she could not quite comprehend why thoughts of Ailan would provoke such feelings. Aaron furrowed her brow slightly. What could it be? What was the reason for such a situation? Anna, with her delicate hands grasping the hem of her gown, began to ascend slowly. Her graceful and refined visage bore an expression of perplexity, her eyes as clear as crystal, devoid of any impurities. Within the confines of the locked room, the gentle patter of rain could be heard from outside. At that moment, It seemed as though it had begun to rain softly within the room as well. AI Rand's eyes widened, her mind seemingly on the brink of a standstill as she beheld the striking image before her. What on earth was she doing? After a moment of dazed astonishment, AI Rand gradually regained her composure, forcing her gaze away from the exposed realm before her and redirecting it to the face of Anna Jinzagong. Their eyes met in close proximity, and AI Rand noticed a faint blush rising on the other's cheeks. Anna gazed at her with an unwavering look, her eyes clear yet brimming with an indescribable excitement. As AI Rand studied Anna's face, long-buried memories from her past life suddenly surged forth. Anna Jinzagong, wasn't she the Yandra from that lewd world? What on earth was happening now? Erin's mind commenced a gradual analysis amidst profound astonishment. She had just posed the question, what is the reason for such an occurrence? But what precisely does this situation refer to? Is it the rain? Or perhaps a lack of clarity? As Anna of the Gene Palace articulated her thoughts, she took a small step forward, her delicate fragrance of roses wafting towards Erin, causing her heart to flutter unexpectedly. Wait, President Anna, please, hold on a moment. Erin leaned against the sofa, her hand resting upon its seat, with no path left to retreat. I still do not quite comprehend your meaning. What precisely do you seek from me? The ideal image of a young girl lifting her skirt, with both figure and beauty in splendid harmony, is one that not a single youth could resist, not even a Saiyan. However, feeling the increasingly oppressive aura of malevolence, Erin forced her gaze to remain fixed upon the face of Anna Jinzagong. After a moment of contemplation, Anna Jinzagong finally spoke. I apologize, my previous statement was overly vague. And it is entirely understandable that Erin did not grasp it. Allow me to elucidate further. Seemingly fatigued, she released her grasp on the hem of her skirt, concealing once more the captivating curves that had previously been revealed. Erin finally exhaled slowly, the earlier scene having rendered her utterly incapable of thought. However, Anna's subsequent actions shattered Erin's defenses. With her hands positioned at her waist, she drew the zipper downwards, and the long dress, now devoid of its attachments, succumbed to gravity and cascaded to the ground. What on earth is Senior Anna doing? Erin's mind exploded as the scene before him continued to bombard his senses. He swallowed hard, feeling a slight heat rising in his throat. He considered himself far from a paragon of virtue, particularly after the memories of 2 lifetimes had merged within him. Had it not been for the training he received from Katakei, he could scarcely imagine what state he would be in now. After school, in the deserted school building, with the student council room locked tight and rain pouring outside, the proximity of the male and female high school students heightened the tension, as they could hear each other's breaths, creating an atmosphere that felt decidedly off. Was this scenario not something he had encountered in a certain script found in Aries' room? The movement of AI Ran as she retreated sent the sofa toppling over. Yet Anna Jinzagong remained unfazed. The last time, feeling the weight of AI Ran's gaze, Anna sensed her body growing warmer. She was uncertain of what this signified. Yet she chose not to dwell on it. The last time, it was also in the student council, when you shielded me, and I collapsed into your embrace. That moment, a sense of foreboding grew ever stronger within AI Ran, prompting him to cautiously inquire, was there an issue that time? Anna of the Gene Palace gently nodded, her hand slowly encircling her own form, feeling as though her body was slipping beyond her control. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she continued to experience a subtle tingling sensation coursing through her. That time, when she inadvertently fell into AI Ran's embrace, her body had taken on an unfamiliar strangeness. AI Ran noticed that her tone was becoming increasingly inappropriate, and the aura of the 5-star ball grew ever more intense. Taking a deep breath, he sought to expel the chaotic thoughts from his mind. President, could you please remain calm? Are you aware of what you are doing? I am aware, she replied, her gaze still clear and devoid of any distractions. I am inquiring of AI Ran, hoping you might illuminate my understanding. Erin found it impossible to dismiss her words, despite the impression that the person before her seemed rather infatuated. Why seek me out? Why not approach others, or even your family with this inquiry? I cannot divulge anything to my mother. If she were to discover my physical contact with a male, she would undoubtedly be furious. As for why I refrain from confiding in others, it is solely because only Erin evokes such a reaction within me. This must be due to the fact that the president has not engaged with any other males besides myself, correct? Yet, it is not merely the physical contact that incites this. I am certain of it. Anna Jinzagong shook her head, her gaze unwavering. It is the gaze. The gaze? Ever since the incident yesterday, whenever Erin's eyes fall upon me, I experience an uncontrollable and peculiar reaction, my heart racing, and, just like now, I cannot pinpoint when it began, But Anna Kinzigong felt her entire body flush, her thighs trembling slightly. At this moment, AI Ran was utterly bewildered. Was this due to Anna Jinzigong being infatuated, or was it related to the five-star ball? Chapter 108. How to Rationally Confront a Delusional Individual Lacking Common Sense. Anna Jinzigong gasped, her brow slightly furrowed. Being gazed at so intently by AI Ran seemed to amplify that peculiar sensation. Could AI Ran enlighten me on what is transpiring? If clarity eludes, I might need to draw closer. A lamentable product of conservative educational values. One might surmise that if she were pushed onto the conference table to partake in some bizarre activities, she would remain oblivious to the nature of the events unfolding. AI Ran swiftly recalled the information regarding Anna Jinzigong. He then took what he deemed to be the most rational course of action. Indeed, he approached Anna Jinzigong, crouched down, and gently lifted her long skirt, meticulously assisting her in fastening the zipper. Breathing in the scents that permeated the air, AI Ran let out a sigh. AI Ran, classmate? Anna Jinzigong regarded him with a look of curiosity. I understand the situation. May we sit down and converse? AI Ran righted the fallen sofa and took a seat upon it. After calming his emotions, he endeavored to initiate the ensuing conversation with a tranquil demeanor. In a fleeting moment, AI Ran felt as though he had assumed the role of a physician. Please, take a seat, Anna, he urged. After a brief hesitation, Anna Jinzigong heeded her inner instinct and settled beside AI Ran. Though her thoughts remained tumultuous, they had improved significantly from before. Casting a glance at Anna Jinzigong's flushed complexion, AI Ran pondered for a moment before retrieving a handkerchief. At that moment, he found himself feeling somewhat bashful. Well, I suppose I should wipe it. I can manage that, right? He mused. Anna Jinzigong nodded in agreement. AI Ran turned her head aside, adhering to the principle of avoiding indecency. The current situation in Anna's palace should not be attributed to the influence of the five-star orb. However, as her emotions oscillated violently, the malevolent energy of the orb began to seep forth. This was the first time AI Ran witnessed how human emotions could indeed affect the Dragon Ball. It must be said that Anna's palace is undeniably formidable. Aaron, feeling somewhat troubled, rested her hand on her forehead. The palace of Anna Jane, which only responded to her, remained oblivious to the implications of this. Naturally, it sought answers from her. What a predicament this is. Why has the task of purifying the Dragon Pearl become increasingly burdensome? What should be done next? AI Ran thought quickly. Observing her deep in contemplation, Anna, having completed her tasks, quietly awaited her without uttering a word of impatience. It was imperative to maintain Anna's composure. The incessant encroachment of malevolent forces was no trifling matter. The host of the second star served as a cautionary tale. As long as the demands were not excessive, it was essential to accommodate her as much as possible. With this in mind, AI Ran resolved to speak. President, I find it challenging to articulate this matter to you. Why? Is it something difficult to express? Anna naturally harbored doubts. A faint blush lingered on her cheeks, continuously stimulating AI Ran's hormones through her olfactory senses. This was not merely a matter of difficulty in expression. Your upbringing has conditioned you in such a way that you possess no awareness of gender dynamics. I cannot simply impart physiological knowledge to you under the guise of an opposite gender. AI Ran was on the verge of speaking, yet held back her words due to various apprehensions. Meeting Anna's gaze in the palace, she remained as clear and inquisitive as ever. Reminiscent of a fawn wandering away from the clamor of the city, brimming with curiosity about the unknown. Unaware, she possessed no defenses regarding the dynamics between men and women. Do my utmost to steady her emotions. In her heart, AI Ran reminded herself sternly once more. If classmate AI Ran felt troubled, it was perfectly acceptable to remain silent. She sincerely regretted taking up your time today. Anna Jinzigong observed AI Ran's persistent silence and her fluctuating expression, believing she had inadvertently placed her in an uncomfortable situation, and thus she lowered her head slightly in apology. However, the doubts within her heart remained unresolved, and a faint sense of restlessness lingered in her mind. The malevolent aura of the five-star sphere was also being released along with her anxiety. Realizing that this could not continue, AI Ran grasped Anna Jinzigong's hand firmly, gently channeling energy into her body. In that instant, Anna Jinzigong felt as though she had been electrified once more. The calm that had settled in her heart now spiraling out of control. President, please remain calm. You need not find the previous reaction peculiar. It is a response that every woman experiences, and it is entirely natural. Aaron's voice slightly rose, pulling Anna Jinzigong back from her unusual state. She then began her explanation. Is this something every woman experiences? Yes, indeed. There is no need for surprise. However, having lived 2 lifetimes, Ailan had only encountered such a strong reaction from Anna Jinzigong. For now, she needed to stabilize her emotions. I see. Anna Jinzigong nodded, somewhat understanding, and continued to inquire. So, every woman observed by you, Ailan, will encounter a situation similar to mine? No, it is not like that. Ailan felt a surge of emotion, almost on the brink of tears. How extraordinary it would be to possess such an ability. Ailan realized that a more detailed explanation was imperative. Otherwise, the ensuing situation could become quite dire. Not every woman would react merely to a note. Their responses often depend on specific actions and behaviors. Those who are particularly sensitive in constitution tend to exhibit such pronounced reactions. Anna nodded in understanding, for she was an astute individual. She quickly focused on the notion of sensitivity in constitution and drew parallels. The distinction between those who are generally ticklish and those who are extremely so? Is that correct? Indeed, this analogy is quite apt. You belong to the latter category of extreme ticklishness. I see now. I have a clearer understanding of why this situation has arisen. However, Ailan, why do you alone evoke such peculiar sensations within me? Ailan was asked why she felt such a profound connection solely with herself. Was it truly possible to fall in love with oneself after just a mere touch? It seemed implausible. Or could it be attributed to the 5-star orb within her? Taking a deep breath, Ailan resolved to take action. President, it is likely that our previous physical contact has awakened something hidden beneath the instincts of the body. Ailan found herself at a loss for words, able only to convey a vague notion. In any case, President, one must refrain from such behavior towards any member of the opposite sex in the future. Such actions are decidedly inappropriate. Anna, with a bewildered expression, blinked innocently and asked, but what is wrong with that? Chapter 109. I believe I have developed affections for classmate Ailan. Ailan is on the brink of madness. How is it that she constantly encounters such bizarre occurrences? Do your utmost to please her. Ailan fiercely reiterated within her heart that a girl's body should only be revealed to those she cherishes or to her future spouse. This is a principle that must never be compromised. However, as soon as she uttered this declaration, a sense of unease washed over her. It seemed as though she had encountered many individuals. Yet, at that moment, she cast aside such thoughts and continued to gaze at Anna Jinzigong with unwavering determination. Anna Jinzigong, contemplative, revealed a faint smile. Rest assured, I would never behave in such a manner towards anyone else. To be frank, apart from you, Ailan, I have never harbored such thoughts towards any other male. Even the mere act of proximity induces a sense of resistance within me, though I am unsure why. Perhaps it relates to that hidden impulse you mentioned earlier. Ailan nodded. As a Saiyan, he had indeed utilized the fullest extent of his vocabulary to elucidate the matter to Anna at the Jinzigong Palace. However, he still felt a sense of unease and continued, what I have conveyed today is merely a general explanation. To truly comprehend the intricacies of this issue, I believe that the literature on normal physiological knowledge should adequately satisfy the president's thirst for understanding. The school library should have such resources. I understand. The peculiar atmosphere that had previously enveloped them gradually dissipated as their conversation progressed. After reiterating the importance of refraining from similar actions with other members of the opposite sex, Ailan rose to take his leave. In truth, he had recently sensed a troubling change in his own body, though he had yet to discern its cause. Will the president be waiting here for family to arrive? Yes, it may take a little while longer. Then I shall take my leave for now. Please take care on your journey. Ailan swiftly exited the student council room, firmly closing the door behind him. He needed to promptly get in touch with Kane, for he increasingly sensed that something was amiss with his health. After Ailan departed, Anna Jinzigong took her place, settling into the spot Ailan had just vacated. She reached out to the table, picking up the cup he had previously used, and slowly pressed it against her face. Why have I become this way? Unable to control myself? Anna Jinzigong's gaze grew distant, her breath becoming increasingly erratic. Hiss. Ailan. This is the scent of Ailan. I must visit the library. The thought suddenly echoed within her heart as Anna Jinji Palace, holding Ailan's cup, swiftly exited the student council room. Unbeknownst to her, Kaguya Shino stood quietly behind the door, her cold gaze observing everything. Upon returning home, Anna Jinji Palace plunged into her room, gazing out the window. The gentle patter of the rain stirred a feeling of unease within her. For over a decade, from the moment she could remember, she had adhered to the arrangements set forth by her elders, embodying exemplary conduct and excelling academically, as was expected. Each day revolved around the monotonous triangle of school, private tutoring, and home, where she followed the prescribed routine without error, like a finely tuned machine operating solely according to predetermined commands. Yet, even the most intricate of mechanisms can malfunction, and so too could Anna Palace. Her mother's teachings were unwavering. Any interaction with the opposite sex before graduating from university was deemed impure. She was advised to steer clear of men, to avoid any physical contact. Even when Anna Palace, in her confusion, sought clarification, her mother offered no detailed explanation, merely imposing a strict prohibition against any engagement with related matters or knowledge. Driven by a delusional belief that adherence to her own ideals would ensure Anna's pure and healthy maturation, her mother's rigidity stifled Anna's burgeoning sense of self. Although the ever-obedient Anna Palace began to feel a sense of disorientation, she buried these feelings deep within her heart, unaware of their presence and never daring to rebel. It was not until her close encounter with Ailan yesterday that everything shifted. The intense gratitude she felt for Ailan's act of saving her was overshadowed by the thrilling sensation of their bodies in close proximity. This feeling coursed through her, even altering her mental state. It was an unfamiliar experience that seemed to unlock the door to a new world. The weight of pressure lifted, her mind felt liberated. Akin to a bird breaking free from its cage, soaring for the first time beneath a vast blue sky. The once dim world around her suddenly burst into vibrant life, inviting her to indulge and reminisce repeatedly about the experience. Today, after Ailan entered the student council room, Anna found herself instinctively drawn to him. When they were alone, she locked the door and adjusted her skirt out of an innate desire for privacy. His gaze ignited a surge of emotions within her: excitement, joy, exhilaration. Although the ensuing explanation left her somewhat bewildered, her strong comprehension skills allowed her to grasp it to a certain extent. Subconsciously retrieving a physiology book from her bag, Anna Palace embarked on her journey of learning, encountering knowledge she had never before comprehended. Gradually absorbed, it resided within her mind. The knowledge gleaned from the book was not comprehensive. It notably lacked an explanation for the reaction that was uniquely hers in relation to Ailan. As time meandered on, the clock struck 9. Ordinarily, she would have been tucked into bed by this hour. However, today, Anna wished to indulge in a moment of defiance. She reopened the romance novel she had casually borrowed from the library. Soon, she found herself captivated by the text. The protagonist's experiences stirred her emotions, and the intricate portrayal of their feelings set her heart racing and her thoughts in a delightful disarray. Upon finishing the novel, she could hardly ascertain the time. She had never stayed up this late before. Unconsciously, she began to envision herself and Ailan as the characters within the story, traversing through various narratives. She nurtured her most beautiful aspirations of love. In her imagination, they watched the sea together, donned yukatas at a fireworks festival, prepared meals side by side, and cared for one another, just as the couples depicted in the book shared an inseparable bond. Covering her face with her hands, Anna experienced the meaning of blushing for the first time. As she gazed at the passage of the introduction, she pressed her hand against her chest. Such was the sensation. This feeling was akin to affection. I have developed feelings for Ailan. Once more, her eyes fell upon that quote, and she gently recited, "Love exists within the genetic makeup of every individual. Usually, it lies dormant, silent, and unassuming, until one encounters that special person for whom one is willing to change." Chapter 110, Kasumi no Okapoem. You approached in a maid outfit. Meanwhile, Ailan found herself ensnared in a veritable hell within the confines of her home. Ailan, please concentrate. You have been working on that paper for nearly 3 hours. Admonished Tong Su Jindong, her tone grave. Throughout her brief teaching career, she had never encountered a student of such remarkable dullness, one who could doze off after merely glancing at the text. As an educator, her sense of duty compelled her to never abandon any student. It was evident that Ailan had not heeded her words, her head bobbing slowly, observing the student before her, on the brink of succumbing to slumber. Tong Su Jindong gently brushed her silky, straight pink hair aside and sighed softly. Ailan, let us conclude for today. Your foundation is still rather fragile. I have brought along some annotated textbooks for you to peruse during this time. What? Is today's session already over? Ailan, who had been on the verge of sleep, suddenly perked up. You must remain focused during your studies, Tong Su Jindong remarked succinctly, her expression and demeanor as consistently aloof as ever. Please wait here. I shall fetch the textbooks for you. Thank you, teacher. They should be right here. Tongsu Zhendong made her way to the porch of AI Ran's home, kneeling down to search for the stack of books she had left there. Ailan promptly approached her side, eager to offer assistance. Kei Sumafuyu glanced up at him momentarily, neither accepting nor declining his help. Her delicate fingers sifted through the pile of books in search of what she desired, just as she was about to speak. The ground trembled unnaturally once more. Ailan immediately sensed the malevolent aura emanating from the dragon pearl, her entire being poised in vigilance. In but a fleeting moment, that wicked essence vanished without a trace. After attuning herself to the presence of Tongsu Mafuyu, Ailan quietly exhaled a sigh of relief within her heart. Suddenly, a sharp tearing sound resonated. Reminiscent of fabric being ripped apart, Tongsu Mafuyu's expression shifted dramatically, her eyes widening in disbelief, as her hand holding the book froze mid-air, her body trembling slightly. Ailan gazed curiously in the direction from whence the sound emanated. What was that noise? After all, the Dragon Ball had just stirred. And Ailan had not entirely let down his guard. Tisuk Fuyuki, sensing Ailan's scrutiny, swiftly pivoted to face him. Her delicate features taut with an unwavering resolve glimmering in her eyes. It's nothing. It was merely your imagination from earlier. AI Ran narrowed her eyes. The aura of the Dragon Ball had just manifested, leaving no room for doubt. There was something suspicious about Tongsu Zhendong. Could the malevolent energy she sensed earlier be intertwined with her very will? AI Ran pondered for a few moments, her chin cradled in her hand, before suddenly widening her eyes in realization. Her gaze inadvertently drifted towards the graceful curvature of teacher Tongshu's well-defined figure. After a brief pause, she nonchalantly redirected her attention to the porch outside, feigning ignorance as if she had seen nothing at all. However, the amateurish performance of the Saiyan was far too conspicuous to escape the keen perception of Tongsu Mafuyu. Abandoning all pretense, Mafuyu knelt upon the ground. Her head bowed in deep regret, fists clenched tightly. A sense of failure washed over her. In that moment, the dignity of her role as an educator seemed to crumble. She had never anticipated such an unforeseen circumstance would arise. As AI Ran accepted the textbook from Matsukusa Fuyuki, she spoke as if to reassure her, saying, "Well, it is quite normal for fabric to wear out after prolonged use. Please do not mind, Teacher Matsukusa." Subsequently, AI Ran rummaged through her belongings at home and produced a garment to cover Fuyuki. In no time, Fuyuki emerged from her despondency. Raising an eyebrow as she took the clothing from AI Ran, her previously tense expression softening somewhat. AI Ran, could you assist me a little? I find myself in a bit of a predicament. Ah, certainly. With that, AI Ran grasped Fuyuki's hand, gently pulling her up from the ground. However, perhaps due to the abruptness of the motion, the sound of tearing fabric echoed once more. This time, Fuyuki could no longer maintain her composure. Her face flushed not simply with embarrassment, but with an overwhelming sense of despair. It seemed that the seams of her suit skirt had completely ripped apart during the previous action. In an instant, she contemplated discarding the clothing in her hands to stabilize her skirt, yet she hesitated, recognizing that this garment was offered out of kindness by AI Ran. In that fleeting moment of indecision, the skirt entirely released its hold, succumbing to the force of gravity. This is a disaster. Fuyuki relinquished her resistance, exhaling softly as her expression turned serene, resigned to her fate. To expose such a disgraceful appearance before her students was unbecoming of a teacher. She vowed to learn from this lesson and submit her resignation afterward. At that moment, she had fully resolved how to address the aftermath. Being a teacher revealing her body in front of underage students was ethically and legally indefensible. Even if AI Ran were to overlook it, she could not forgive herself. AI Ran, I am sorry. Slowly, Fuyuki opened her eyes to find AI Ran completely shut hers, swiftly removing her school uniform and, relying on her memory, wrapping Fuyuki's lower body with astonishing speed. Once she completed this act, AI Ran quickly stepped back a couple of paces. Teacher Matsukusa, please rest assured, I did not see anything. Today was merely an unfortunate accident. Indeed, AI Ran is truly a commendable student. Although his academic performance may be lacking, his admirable character is bound to impart valuable lessons to Anna. As Tongsu Zhendong opened her mouth, she was just about to express her gratitude. The door to Ailan's home was suddenly flung open, and a figure clad in a maid outfit dashed in from outside. It was Shiyuka Shino. She had been meticulously planning for this night for 2 days. Having left a spare key to Ailan's house in advance, she procured a maid costume online, and under the cover of night, stealthily made her way to his residence to seize Ailan completely. This was a revamped scheme following the previous failure at the Hot Spring Inn, and it was nothing short of flawless. However, when she beheld the scene inside Aaron's home, she was momentarily taken aback. Wait, who would have thought that teacher Kurosaki, instead of resting at home, would engage in such activities at a student's house late at night? The unexpected tableau briefly caught Wataru Kurosaki off guard. Yet, the composure of an adult allowed her to swiftly regain her poise. Oh? What could it possibly mean for Kishino-san to appear at my student's home dressed in such provocative attire at this hour? The two stood facing each other, mere inches apart, while Aaron swallowed nervously, instinctively taking a step back. Chapter 111. The anomaly triggered by the 7 Stars Dragon. As Ailan observed the intense confrontation between the two, she could not help but clear her throat, saying, Teacher Tongshu, perhaps you should return for now. After all, it is still May, and there is a possibility of catching a chill if you only wear a coat. Tongshu Masaki involuntarily flushed, tugging at her coat and adopting a somewhat tense expression. Of course, I shall return to change my clothes. Ailan, remember what I just told you. Interactions among high school students must remain pure. With that, she cast a glance at Shiryu of the Kasumigakaka, who remained defiantly crossing her arms. Teacher Tongshu, Ailan and I have always maintained our purity. That's good to hear. The air fell silent for a moment as Tongshu Masaki departed from Ailan's residence, her footsteps gradually fading away. Once she sensed that Tongshu Masaki had truly returned to her own room, Ailan turned to Shiryu and offered an awkward smile. Senior Shiryu, I want to convey that the situation is not quite as it may seem. Do you believe me? Oh. Shiryu continued to embrace her arms, taking a few steps forward. Aaron's lips involuntarily twitched a few times. His legs felt fatigued. In the moment she approached, Poem of the Twilight Hills, Kagaya deftly wrapped her delicate hands around his neck. Subsequently, her cherry-red lips parted slightly, and a voice so faint it was nearly inaudible mingled with her warm breath, brushed against Aaron's ear, eliciting a slight tickle. Come closer. Aaron was aware of her desires, yet he believed it prudent to acquiesce to her wishes at that moment. No sooner had he spoken than he felt a weight settle upon his back, prompting him to embrace the arch of Shiyu Kazanaka's feet and carry her towards the living room. Aaron-kun, am I too heavy? She inquired. Heavier than a mountain, he jested. Yet I distinctly recall witnessing you lift hundreds of kilograms without so much as a flush or a gasp. Have we not even begun our journey together? And you already expressed disdain for me? As Aaron fell silent, Shiyu, undeterred, gradually leaned against his back, savoring his warmth. It was barely past 9 o'clock. Ample time remained for her to achieve her aims. Upon reaching the living room, Shiyu seemed reluctant to dismount. Aaron-kun, we have arrived, he remarked, exasperation creeping into his voice. Indeed, she murmured, shifting her cheek, crossing her legs, and nudging off her little leather shoes. The sound of her footwear hitting the floor elicited a wry smile from Aaron as he continued to carry her toward the sofa. Then, without ceremony, he deposited her onto the couch. Aaron-kun, such actions may cost you dearly in a girl's affections, Shiyu chided playfully. Yet she rose on her own accord to retrieve a beverage from the refrigerator, treating the space as her own abode. Nay, I believe that if I were to act otherwise, it would be even more detrimental to my standing. Ailan seated himself beside her, having endured the torment of Miyuki Tosaka for several hours. Even a Super Saiyan would falter under such strain, and his body gradually slid backward, seeking respite against the sofa. Yet, just as he made this move, Poem of the Misty Hill, Shiyu, ensnared his neck once more, subtly redirecting his reclining posture. In the next moment, Ailan found his head resting upon a pair of ample, rounded thighs. Ailan-kun, you must assist me in the creation of my new book. Even if you lie down, you must adhere to the plot I have devised. This is our agreement. Before Ailan could utter a word, her long, supple fingers began to gently press against his temples. Humph, this only serves to your detriment. Do you recall what I mentioned? A knee pillow can cause damage to a girl's knees. The corners of Shiyu's mouth curled upward. Oh, can I interpret Ailan-kun's concern for me as genuine? I am merely stating a fact. Today is special. Ailan-kun should cooperate with me in gathering material. Humph, before long, your legs will begin to ache, and then you shall have your moment of lamentation. Aaron instinctively shifted her cheeks, carefully regulating the pressure of her head as she began to relish the unparalleled experience of a lap pillow for the very first time in her life. One cannot deny that the sensation of silk against her skin is rather delightful, especially with a faint, ethereal fragrance that subtly dances at the tip of her nose. Oh, at times, Aaron resembles the proud and haughty Yuzuki, yet I find this trait of yours rather endearing. Upon hearing the words of Shiyu from Kazanaku, A peculiar expression crossed Aaron's face. The gathering of materials must have concluded. As she spoke, she attempted to rise from Shiyu's embrace. However, Shiyu interjected, "Not yet, Aaron. You cannot act independently until I declare the gathering concluded." In a moment of desperation, Shiyu instinctively clamped her legs around Aaron's waist. As Shiyu moved, Aaron's gaze instinctively fell upon her. Hiss, beneath the maid outfit, she was not wearing any safety shorts? Shiyu. Aaron's heart began to stir uncontrollably. With the intense fluctuation of his emotions, the nearly imperceptible specks of dust that had just fallen from Tongshu Mafu merged instantly into Aaron's being. In the next moment, his breathing grew labored, and his heartbeat intensified. It was at this juncture that Aaron became acutely aware of his own peculiar state. This surge of impulse felt undeniably wrong. Although he had not yet reached the point of losing control, he was uncertain how much longer he could maintain his composure if Kashinokasaka Shiyu continued her advances. "Senior Shiyu, please let go. I feel somewhat off." Off? Observing Aaron's flushed face, Kashinokasaka Shiyu showed no intention of halting her pursuit. The attack continued unabated. Despite a minor setback during their last hot spring trip, she was utterly confident in her ability to achieve her goal tonight, making Aaron her boyfriend. With her arms once again draped around Aaron's neck, she clung to him like a koala. "Aaron-kun, you like me, don't you?" Aaron instinctively nodded, "Senior Shiyu." Just as the words left her lips, a stern voice suddenly pierced the air. "Aaron, Kazanaku, what are you two doing?" The voice belonged to the serious-faced Matsuno Fuyuki, clad in a vibrant red tracksuit, who was now glaring at the two sitting on the sofa. Chapter 112. Kazanaku Shiyu vs. Matsuno Fuyuki due to Matsuno Fuyuki's unexpected arrival. Kazanaku Shiyu was momentarily rendered speechless, while Aaron seized the opportunity to rise from the sofa. Furrowing his brow, he quickly assessed his own condition. Yet no matter how he examined himself, there was nothing amiss. Kazanaku Shiyu was on the verge of losing her composure. How could this woman appear once more? They were so close. Did Ailan just nod? Does he like me? The expression on Kasumi no Okashiya's face swiftly shifted between anger and embarrassment. Meanwhile, after a brief moment of surprise, the temperature around Keisuke Fuyuki plummeted. Kasumi no Oka, appearing at a male classmate's house dressed like that at night, and engaging in such behavior, you must seriously consider your future before proceeding with anything. At the same time, after initially being taken aback and feeling shy, Kasumi no Okashiya regained her composure. She understood that if she yielded before Keisuke Fuyuki now, it would be even more challenging to engage in affectionate gestures at Ailan's home in the future. Thus, she adopted a frosty demeanor and coldly stated, "As the teacher can see, wearing a maid outfit is merely a small hobby of mine. As for my earlier actions with Ailan, they were solely for the purpose of gathering material for my new book. Is that not permissible? Wearing such an embarrassing outfit in a male classmate's house merely for the sake of interest? Mind you, he is a prospective boyfriend." Kasumi no Okashiya corrected her sternly. Had Keisuke-sensei not appeared just now, Ailan might have already made a definitive commitment, even if he were a formal boyfriend. Such behavior would still be inappropriate. This impure conduct is undeniably perilous, especially when he is merely a prospective boyfriend. Keisuke Fuyuki's expression also tightened. How could she stand by and watch her students engage in such activities? If proper precautions were not taken, it could result in a lifetime of repercussions. Therefore, she resolved that they could no longer remain in the same room together. It was simply too risky. The two confronted each other with wide eyes, and Ailan even sensed a noticeable drop in the room's temperature. Just then, the lights of several neighboring houses suddenly illuminated. Had the volume of their argument disturbed the peace? Realizing that this could not continue, Ailan hurriedly shut the door. This state of affairs absolutely must not be witnessed by others. It concerns the dignity of a Saiyan. Ailan-kun. Both Keisuke Fuyuki and Kasumi no Okashiya were momentarily taken aback by Ailan's actions. If this continued, the neighbors might think poorly of my character. Ailan stepped into the midst of them, spreading her hands in a gesture of resignation. Indeed, upon hearing her words, both individuals obediently fell silent. Yet, the silent battle of glances persisted, leaving Ailan, who stood in the middle, feeling quite uncomfortable. Ailan, upon reflection, your foundational knowledge is alarmingly inadequate. The teacher will need to provide you with further guidance before you can return, declared Tongsu Matoi, who was resolute in her intention to prevent them from being alone together. With familiarity, she made her way to Ailan's living room, planning to tutor her until 10 o'clock and then, under the pretense of the last train, send Kasumi Shiyu home. Recalling how AI Ran had nearly nodded in acknowledgement of her feelings moments ago, Shiyu pouted in dissatisfaction, determined to drive this woman away. She seized AI Ran's arm tightly. There is no need to trouble teacher Tongsu with tutoring. After all, you have only just become AI Ran's teacher. As her girlfriend, I am more than capable of helping her excel. Tongsu Matoi appeared unfazed by this declaration. Moving directly to the coffee table where she had previously assisted AI Ran with her studies. Calmly, she knelt down and closed her eyes, donning her home workout attire to prevent any further mishaps. This brazen behavior incited a deep-seated frustration in Shiyu, yet for the moment, she could conjure no effective countermeasure. Shiyu, do you have a change of clothes in your bag? If so, please go to my room and change. AI Ran shook his head with a bittersweet smile. His current state was evidently far from normal. Under such circumstances, the sight of Shiyu Kasumigakaka clad in a maid outfit was undeniably overwhelming. This is unbearable. The maid ensemble fit Shiyu perfectly, accentuated by a collar around her neck, paired with her mature and alluring demeanor, which made AI Ran's breath quicken. He forced his gaze away from her thigh-high stockings, recognizing that continuing to stare would be exceedingly impolite. Did his almost boyfriend not wish to gaze further? Shiyu Kasumigakaka smiled softly, leaning closer to whisper in AI Ran's ear, seemingly undeterred by the presence of another person, even casually advancing the intimacy of her address. Senior Shiyu, oh my, I've truly hit the mark. Alas, there are outsiders today. Let's save it for next time, when I can wear it just for you. With a slight smirk, Shiyu interrupted AI Ran's words and gracefully made her way towards the bedroom. AI Ran gazed at her retreating figure and suddenly noticed that the area behind Kasumigakaka Shiyu's ears appeared to be flushed. Classmate AI Ran, this is something you must remember. Since your foundation is lacking, while committing things to memory, you must also grasp the art of learning. As she entered teaching mode, Kei Sakamatoi was utterly unambiguous. Her delicate, fair fingers gripped a fountain pen as she pointed to the annotated content in the textbook, prompting AI Ran to highlight the key points. Their inadvertent closeness made Kasumigakaka Shiyu, seated on the sofa, feel somewhat displeased. However, this time, she refrained from taking any action. Although she occasionally indulged in a bit of childishness, yearning for AI Ran's undivided attention, she maintained a sense of propriety regarding significant matters. Kasumigakaka Shiyu had already heard from Yukino Shida Yukino that adapting to the lifestyle of Earthlings was an essential part of his work. Consequently, learning was unavoidable. Moreover, AI Ran's academic performance was woefully inadequate, and Kei Sakamatoi, without charging for tutoring, stayed up late to help him catch up. Such an act was something Kasumigakaka Shiyu would never wish to disrupt, yet it still left her feeling irked. Could these two not exercise a bit of restraint? An hour later, Kei Sakamatoi's tutoring session finally concluded, and the clock approached 10 o'clock. Kasumigakaka-san, it is getting late. Please return home quickly. It would be troublesome if you encountered danger. This overt urgency caused the corners of Kasumigakaka Shiyu's mouth to twitch. There's no need for you to worry, teacher. I have already decided to spend the night at my quasi-boyfriend's house. As for studying, I've been granted early admission to Waseda University, so it's perfectly fine if I don't attend. Upon hearing this, Kei Sakamatoi's brow immediately furrowed. Chapter 113. The teacher will also spend the night here. Kei Sakamatoi glanced up, her eyebrows raised. This is a miscalculation. My plan has failed. Yet, I cannot allow them to continue like this, at least until after graduation. I shall also stay here for the night. Although she had only briefly interacted with Kasumigakaka Shiyu on 2 occasions, Kei Sakamatoi was acutely aware, based on her educational experience, that persuading her to leave would be futile. Thus, she resolved to remain and prevent any impulsive actions. However, her statement caused both AI Ran and Kasumigakaka Shiyu to widen their eyes in astonishment. Kasumigakaka Shiyu clenched her teeth and said, Kei Saka-sensei, have you forgotten that your own home is right next door? Meanwhile, AI Ran rubbed his forehead, bewildered by the unfolding events. It was not the first time Kasumigakaka Shiyu had spent the night at his place. The key issue was how Kei Saka-sensei had become involved. A 3-way game? That seemed rather intriguing. No. Swiftly dispelled these thoughts from his mind, feeling increasingly unlike his former self. It struck him as peculiar that while classmate Kasumi no Oka could stay, the teacher could not. With a serious expression, Kei Sakamatoi set down her pen. Kasumi no Oka Shiya tossed her hair with a cold smirk, asserting, I am AI Rankuin's girlfriend, whereas you are not. First of all, you are not AI Ran's girlfriend. You just claimed he is your prospective boyfriend. Kei Sakamatoi retorted, echoing Shia's earlier words. She continued, "If someone who is not a girlfriend like Kasumi no Oka can stay, then why can't the teacher?" "What a nonsensical argument." Shia replied, somewhat exasperated. "Teacher, why don't you just go back and rest? Although the room is spacious enough, the bedding is wholly inadequate." So much had transpired throughout the day that Ailan felt on the verge of overload. It seemed prudent for everyone to return to their respective homes and tend to their own affairs. "Just squeeze in," Sakamafuyu suggested succinctly, unfazed. Ailan, feeling increasingly helpless, replied, "Teacher, 3 of us might be a bit cramped." No sooner had he spoken than Shia stepped on his foot with considerable force. Sakamafuyu tilted her head, giving him a look that seemed to say, "What are you thinking? Sleep together? Ailan at your age. You are still rather young for a teacher. I will go back to fetch some bedding," she declared, rising to her feet. However, after kneeling for over an hour, the moment she stood, Sakamafuyu felt as though her lower body had lost all sensation, causing her to lean back precariously. "Be careful." Ailan promptly grasped the hand of Tongsu Jindong, gently guiding her from under her arm. "Thank you, Ailan," she said. Observing Tongsu's clumsiness, Ailan sighed, "Shall I accompany you?" "No need. My legs are merely a bit numb. I shall recover shortly." After a while, Tongsu gradually regained her composure, slowly extricating herself from Ailan's embrace and making her way towards the entrance. She managed to maintain a semblance of calm throughout the journey. Upon returning to her abode and shutting the door behind her, a sudden flush of embarrassment crept onto her face, transforming her previously icy demeanor into one of extreme anxiety. The realization that she had repeatedly lost her composure weighed heavily on her, and recalling the words she had just uttered sent her heart racing. What a blunder. It seems I have spoken in a manner that could easily be misconstrued. She had already made physical contact thrice, with considerable parts of her body having mingled with that of the Saiyan, yet it was still far from sufficient. Meanwhile, the atmosphere around Ailan grew somewhat awkward. Shakazuki Shiyu scrutinized Ailan for a moment before clicking her tongue in annoyance. "I'm off to take a shower now, my prospective boyfriend." After a while, Tongsu reappeared, clad in a lightweight nightgown, clutching a comforter as she entered Ailan's home. Shiyu had initially intended to seize the opportunity presented by her shower to instigate something, but as she peeked out from the bathroom, she was met with the sight of Tongsu seated on the sofa. After observing for a while, she discerned that the opportunity for mischief had evaporated, prompting her to retreat back into the bathroom in frustration. By the time everyone had completed their evening routines, it was nearing midnight. After exchanging goodnights, the 3 of them retired to their respective rooms to rest. In the dead of night, Shakazuki Shiyu quietly opened her eyes, glancing at Tongsu beside her and smirking. "Ah, you are still too naive, unaware that one must always guard against a night raid. Yet, perhaps this was for the best. Ailan, wait for my arrival. Today, I shall facilitate your official promotion." Gently pulling back the covers, Kasumigakaka Shiyu had just extricated her foot when that voice she loathed so intensely reached her ears. "Where are you headed, classmate Kasumigakaka?" "To the restroom. I'll accompany you. Let's go together." After realizing that her nocturnal endeavors were in vain, Kasumigakaka Shiyu resigned herself to sleep. However, the sleeping posture of Sakafuyuki was truly beyond description. Her body frequently encroached upon Shiyu, as if she were a plush pillow embracing her, with her more ample form often pressing against Shiyu's face. What an insufferable woman. The next morning arrived. Ailan's dark circles showed no signs of fading. He had endured a restless night. Throughout the entire evening, he found himself ensnared in a relentless series of dreams, revisiting the myriad tasks he had accomplished over the past decade. Transformed into a colossal beast, he had become a veritable machine of slaughter, unleashing devastating energy blasts that claimed countless lives. In the realm of dreams, he laughed maniacally. It was not until the first rays of sunlight caressed his face that Ailan jolted awake. After completing his morning routine, he noticed that the guest room shared by Kasumigakaka Shiyu and Tokisaki Kurumi remained eerily silent. Why were they still in bed? Did they not have school to attend? Muttering to himself, Ailan approached the door and knocked, yet received no response for an extended period. Surely, these two must be sleeping quite soundly. With no other option, he gently pushed the door open. However, the sight that greeted him left him momentarily stunned, as a wave of warmth enveloped him. Kasumigakaka Shiyu and Tokisaki Kurumi were deeply asleep, huddled together for warmth in the frigid night. Their noses were pressed closely together, and their bodies, both generously endowed, were intimately intertwined. Their sleepwear was disheveled, revealing far more than intended, were it not for his knowledge of their contentious relationship. Aaron might have mistaken their closeness for a tender affection. Ladies, it is time to rise. Ailan hesitated to enter, merely calling out from the threshold. At her summons, both individuals simultaneously opened their eyes, momentarily taken aback before expressing disdain and pushing each other aside. What a dramatic sleeping posture you have, Teacher Tuka, remarked Yutaha Kasumagakaka as she sat up, seizing the initiative. Oh, it appears that you, too, resemble a koala when asleep, Kasumagakaka-san. Chapter 114. The tale of the student council begins within the confines of the student council room. Anna Kinomoto was diligently attending to documents, her gaze occasionally drifting towards the sofa. There, Ailan was meticulously reviewing the inventory list of club equipment provided by Kagaya Shinomiya. Kagaya placed a cup of red tea before her, and, with an unwavering tone, stated, General Affairs Officer Ailan, all club equipment must be procured by next Monday. I shall accompany you, as it would be rather inconvenient for you to handle the purchase of the dance club's costumes alone. Understood, Vice President Shinomiya, Ailan replied. Ailan casually lifted the cup of red tea, instantly capturing the attention of Shigami Kagaya. The man before her had previously dismissed her prowess in the art of tea. Unwilling to accept this slight, Kagaya had brought her cherished collection from home today. As the cup drew nearer to Ailan's lips, Kagaya's gaze transformed from a placid pool into a sharp, piercing focus. Just as Ailan was about to sip the tea, the door to the student council room swung open, accompanied by a cheerful voice that entered alongside it. Kagaya-chan, Anna-chan, and Ailan-san, let us play a game together. The arrival of Fujiwara Chika abruptly interrupted Ailan's action, prompting her to place the teacup back onto the table, turning her attention towards Chika. Kagaya furrowed her brow and spoke, Fujiwara-san, playing games in the sacred student council room could tarnish our image. Oh, really? Chika tilted her head, blinking innocently at Kagaya. I think it's quite all right. Everyone has been working diligently these past few days, and a little relaxation wouldn't hurt. Suddenly, Anna Nishinamiya stood up and, while speaking, settled herself beside Ailan. As she sat down, a hint of an unnatural blush crossed her face. Well, since the president has spoken, let us indulge for a while. What game have you prepared today, Fujiwara-san? Yay, let us play Ludo today. Watching these three swiftly reach a decision was quite a sight. Ailan found herself momentarily speechless. What, then, is my opinion? The game in question, known as Ludo, is designed for 4 players. Participants take turns rolling dice, maneuvering their pieces around the board, and ultimately entering the central base to score points. The player who successfully navigates all their pieces into the base emerges victorious. It is, without a doubt, a rather ruthless game, for it involves a fierce struggle for survival among 4 contenders. The term cruel seems quite fitting. After deciding on the next game to play, the 4 of them settled onto the sofa, with Anna and Ailan seated together, while Hikari Shikigami and Chika Fujiwara occupied the opposite side. Ailan cast a fleeting glance at the chessboard before him and let out a sigh. What a tedious game it was. For a Saiyan capable of wielding power with absolute control, could one not simply roll the dice to achieve their desired outcome? Indeed, it was a battle devoid of suspense. With this thought lingering, he listlessly lifted the teacup from the table. Just as he was about to take a sip, a faint jolt of electricity coursed through him. Unbeknownst to him, Anna had somehow nestled herself beside him. Despite the 2-meter-4-long sofa, their shoulders and thighs were pressed closely together. HM? Why has the malevolent energy of the 5-star ball resurfaced? At this moment, Ailan could no longer indulge in her tea, as she began to sense the aura of Anna Jinzagong. However, as the two drew closer, the sinister energy of the 5-star spear abruptly vanished. Casting a glance at Anna Jinzagong, who was gently rubbing her legs, Ailan swiftly arrived at her conclusion. If it's only to this extent, I might as well go along with her for now. After all, that malevolent energy is no trifling matter. On the other side, upon witnessing Ailan once more set down her teacup, Shikigami Kagaya's brows furrowed even deeper. Oh, does Ailan and Kagaya-chan find this game unentertaining? Observing the expressions of Ailan and Shikigami Kagaya, Fujiwara Chika felt that the allure of the game was somewhat lacking. Thus, she resolved to introduce some enticing prizes. I happen to possess 2 movie vouchers. The winner can take someone along to enjoy a film. How about that? Isn't it much more interesting now? However, I should be the first to roll the dice. Oh no, Fujiwara-san, that won't do. Although I've never played this game before, my analysis of the rules suggests that having the initial advantage is crucial. Upon hearing about the movie tickets, Anna Jinzagong perked up. Weekend. 2 people. Dimly lit cinema. Alone time. These words flashed through her mind in quick succession, and in an instant, her breath grew noticeably heavier. Shikigami Kagaya casually nodded. I think having the order determined by rock, paper, scissors would be better this weekend, since it's permissible to go out. Perhaps I could have Hayasaka take me to the cinema to experience the common folks' leisure. Shikigami Kagaya became somewhat intrigued by the 2 movie tickets. I'm indifferent. Ailan expressed her disinterest in watching a film. She might consider it if it were a voucher for a high-end buffet instead. Then let us resort to rock, paper, scissors. Fujiwara Chika, raised under strict parental guidance, was not allowed to visit the cinema on weekends. Thus, as long as the game was enjoyable, it mattered not to whom the movie tickets were given. And so, the 4 individuals, each harboring their own thoughts, began their game of rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. For Ailan threw a punch, and so did Anakin Nomiya, as well as Shikami Kagaya. Only Fujiwara Chika threw a cloth. Am I not still the first? Fujiwara Chika joyfully cast the dice. Then, a 3. In a game of aeroplane chess where only a 6 can take off, this was undoubtedly a meaningless roll. Shikami Kagaya picked up the dice. It seems the advantage of going first is not so evident. Only taking off a plane in the first round can be considered an advantage. The dice rolled in Shikami Kagaya's hand, and with a gentle flick, she cast it. How could this be? It was a 5. Next was Anakin Nomiya's turn. She grasped the dice, her hand trembling slightly for reasons unknown. With a firm grip, she rolled it lightly. Sensing the motion of the dice, she positioned the 6 side upward, calculated the force required, and then threw it. 6. At the moment the dice came to a halt, Anakin Nomiya exclaimed with excitement. 3 seconds later, Ailan tossed the dice carelessly. 6. Apologies. This game was impossible for him to lose. He could roll as many as he desired. 20 minutes later, Fujiwara Chika seemed to suddenly lose her balance. Leaning towards Shikami Kagaya. How could this be? I haven't even rolled a single plane. On the other side, Ailan also looked at the board with disbelief. How could this happen? I lost 2. He then turned his gaze towards the victorious Anakin Nomiya. Her accuracy in throwing surpassed his. Chapter 115. The terrifying Anakin Nomiya. By the way, President, here are the movie tickets for you. Fujiwara Chika pulled 2 movie tickets from her bag and then asked, President, who do you want to go to the cinema with this weekend? Anakin Nomiya accepted the tickets, revealing a sweet smile. It's a secret. Shikami Kagaya's gaze lingered on the movie ticket for a moment before she quickly turned her head elsewhere. President, it's already quite late. I shall take my leave now. Very well, Vice President Shikami. Please be careful on your way home. Kagaya-chan is leaving now? Wait for me. Let us go together. As Shikami Kagaya and Fujiwara Chika departed, a feeling of unease began to creep over Ailan, prompting him to start packing his things in preparation to leave. However, just as he had gathered half of his belongings, the sudden sound of a door locking reached his ears. Again? Ailan turned around and saw Anna Jinzagong slowly approaching him. For some reason, he was suddenly reminded of the tale of the big bad wolf and the little white rabbit. And the typically proud Saiyan subconsciously found himself identifying with the role of the little white rabbit. President, this was not the first time. So Ailan managed to suppress his astonishment. Observing the visibly flustered Anna Jinzagong, he felt he had already figured out how to handle the situation. As long as he did not overly provoke her, he could gradually purify the malevolence of the 5-star ball with positive energy. Anna Jinzagong's voice trembled slightly. I won the game just now. Praise me. I did wonderfully, didn't I? So, Ailan, please compliment me. Aaron's hand resting on the table was firmly held down by Anna Jinzagong. You must go along with her. Did not Anna Jinzagong's earlier request amount to a compliment? Although I am somewhat unclear about the reasons, as long as it is merely this extent. Complying should pose no issue. Reminding herself inwardly, Ailan discreetly took a step back and, in accordance with the other's request, spoke aloud. President, you have performed remarkably. Your throwing accuracy exceeded my expectations. In fact, it is truly astonishing that a girl who has never trained in martial arts could exhibit such precision. It can only be described as genius. To Ailan's astonishment, the moment these words left her lips, Anna Jinzagong clutched her chest, uncontrollably kneeling on the floor, her legs gradually splaying out to the sides. Adopting a position akin to that of a duck, she pressed her lips together, her breathing becoming increasingly rapid, while her chest heaved noticeably in contrast. Ailan was momentarily taken aback as Anna, the poised president of the student council, seamlessly transformed before his eyes into such a different persona. The stark contrast overwhelmed his senses, leaving him utterly astonished. It was truly absurd. Aaron felt an increasing heat enveloping him, as the discomfort he had been experiencing frequently over the past few days surged once more, forcing himself to suppress the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. He glanced at Anna, who was kneeling gracefully on the floor. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to assist her to her feet. Just as he was about to act, Anna extended her hand towards him. Her fingers were long and flawless, neatly manicured, devoid of any polish, showcasing a beautiful, delicate pink hue. Ailan stepped forward and grasped that hand, intending to exert force to pull Anna Jinzagong up. However, he was taken aback as she simultaneously exerted her strength, drawing Ailan towards her. The moment she exerted force, Ailan sensed a shift. Does she truly wish to compete in strength with a Saiyan? How naive. Wait, why is her strength so immense, and what is this current? In an instant, a powerful surge of electricity coursed through Ailan's body, momentarily paralyzing him and causing him to lose his balance, toppling towards Anna Jinzagong. Can she truly influence the Dragon Balls with her will? Is this something a human can achieve? In the next moment, still astonished, Ailan found himself cradled in Anna Jinzagong's hands, landing perfectly in her embrace. Anna Jinzagong lowered her head, closed her eyes, and inhaled the scent emanating from Ailan, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, her entire being quaking with emotion. At long last. She held him again. Now he is in my arms. The faint fragrance from Anna Jinzagong filled Ailan's nostrils, and the unusual fluctuations of energy within him became more pronounced. As a youthful and vigorous Saiyan, the moment he lost control, his body reacted instinctively. The mental barriers that had constrained him shattered in that instant. Every cell in his being sounded the charge. But how could he possibly concede so easily? Ailan bit his tongue. He did not harbor any disdain for Anna Jinzagong's beauty and figure. However, the impulsive urge, which did not stem from self-awareness, left him feeling quite uncomfortable. Even the physical response, in his view, was a humiliating display of insufficient self-control. A Saiyan would never succumb in such a situation. Anna Jinzagong, do not take it too far. MMM. Before Ailan could utter a word while struggling to free himself from her embrace, he was once again pulled back, as if a bullet was chambered, fitting perfectly. Huff, call me Anna. Anna Jinzagong was in high spirits, the flush on her face still evident, and her eyes seemed to glisten with unshed tears. Do not jest, Earthling. The tingling sensation had yet to fade, and Ailan found himself unable to muster any strength. He attempted to pry Anna Jinzagong's hands apart, but to no avail. In a moment of desperation, he reached under her arms to tickle her, and this time, it proved effective. Anna Jinzagong immediately went limp, her strength significantly diminished. Seizing this opportunity, Ailan swiftly extricated himself from her grasp and stood up. Wait, do not just sit there. Let me catch my breath. Ailan gasped heavily, casting a peculiar glance towards Anna Jinzagong. The formidable five-star dragon capable of wielding electricity was truly a formidable adversary. A mere jolt had left Ailan incapacitated for an extended period. Why must this happen? I cannot fathom it. Whenever I find myself alone with Ailan, I inexplicably become quite odd. Anna Jinzagong gradually rose to her feet, her expression tinged with bewilderment, yearning for Ailan's praise, longing to hear Ailan's voice, and desiring to engage in close proximity with Ailan. The mere thought of these desires brought her immense joy. She approached Ailan once more, and as her excitement escalated, Ailan could even perceive the emergence of yellow electricity around her. Wait, please do not move. Let us converse in this manner for a moment. In that instant, Ailan set aside the pride of a Saiyan and chose to follow the dictates of his heart once more. Chapter 116. Completely unprepared for Anna's assault upon hearing Ailan's words, Anna Jinzagong obediently came to a halt. Anna, will. Before Ailan could finish, Anna Jinzagong promptly interjected. Call me Anna. Very well, Anna. Ailan displayed an admirable compliance, especially in the presence of that yellow lightning. Anna, I should have mentioned earlier that these actions are reserved solely for those one cherishes or for a future spouse, correct? Only Ailan has the ability to elicit such feelings from me. Thus I surmise that my affections lie with Ailan. Anna Jinzagong spoke with unwavering conviction, a testament to her thoughtful contemplation. Observing his continued forward momentum, Ailan gritted her teeth and declared, I have someone I adore. In fact, not just one. In summary, he is an absolute scoundrel. Are you aware of that? At that moment, after a brief moment of catching her breath, Ailan gradually subdued the tumult within her. Since yesterday, she had been attempting to reach out to Cain, yet to no avail. As for Ailan, I am indifferent. All I desire is to be with the person I cherish. Now, Ailan found herself at a loss for words, taken aback by Anna Jinzagong's assertion. As Anna's emotions began to stabilize, the yellow lightning gradually dissipated. She approached the somewhat silent Ailan, lowered her head, and took hold of her hand. Only Ailan has the ability to. The corners of AI Rand's eyes twitched. The scene was undeniably peculiar. Anna now envisioned herself as a domineering CEO, while the two stood face to face, their breaths distinctly audible. Anna, do you truly comprehend what you are doing? I do. I have feelings for AI Rand. And I am unwaveringly certain that you are the one for me. You occupy my thoughts incessantly, and I yearn to encounter you within the confines of this student council. Just being within your gaze brings me unparalleled joy. As the books say, I am overwhelmed with satisfaction and happiness, a sensation that causes my temperature to rise uncontrollably. As she spoke, she pressed AI Rand's hand against her chest. I am certain this is love. Anna's face flushed a deeper shade of crimson. From AI Rand's perspective, this woman was undeniably proactive, passionate, and fervent, reminiscent of the elite female warriors he encountered on planet Vegeta. While AI Rand was momentarily lost in thought, Anna instinctively intertwined her fingers with his and wrapped her other arm around his waist, her face resting fully against his chest. A sensation she had never before experienced rippled throughout her being, as Anna seemed to harbor an urge for even greater excitement. AI Rand. Only in this way can I feel happiness. Her voice began to waver noticeably, her body trembling with increasing intensity, her eyes sparkling with affection. At this moment, AI Rand gradually regained her composure, setting aside all extraneous factors. Regardless of the circumstances, it seems an opportune time to convey positive energy to Anna. AI Rand made no immediate move, merely channeling his energy into Anna's body. However, he suddenly realized that the purifying effect seemed somewhat diminished compared to previous instances. The purity of the positive energy within him had slightly waned. Before he could ponder this further, Anna's hand, adorned with the Jin Ji Gong ring, had already slipped beneath his shirt at his lower back. Anna, what are you doing? I don't know. I just feel compelled to do this now. And for some reason, it feels quite pleasant. Sensing impending trouble, AI Rand swiftly completed the transfer of energy and stepped back a fraction. Anna, I urge you to exercise caution, especially regarding matters of the heart. I can assure you, while you certainly align with my aesthetic preferences, I have yet to develop any romantic feelings for you. Certain things must remain unacted upon until mutual confirmation is achieved. Do you comprehend? Not quite. This is a reciprocal choice, akin to you, Anna, deciding to purchase a car. You spot a model you adore and are eager to take it home. However, regrettably, someone is currently test driving it, and you lack sufficient funds. At this juncture, can you simply dismiss the individual in the vehicle and drive it home without hesitation? Not to mention, the car is not only occupied in the driver's seat but also has its rear seats filled. AI Rand crafted what she believed to be the most perfect analogy, murmuring softly to herself. However, now that the matter had been broached, she hoped that Anna Jinzagong would comprehend her sentiments. I understand, yet throughout my life, whenever I have desired something, regardless of its cost, I have always brought it home. Therefore, what price must AI Rand pay to accompany me home? As Anna Jinzagong spoke, her complexion flushed with warmth. She felt utterly defenseless against the allure of the vehicle named AI Rand. Although, as AI Rand had mentioned, someone was still test driving it. She could not bring herself to dwell on such thoughts at this moment. She abruptly grasped AI Rand's collar, pressing her face against his, just as she contemplated advancing further. AI Rand's limbs had fully regained their strength, and he quickly held her shoulders to restrain her. In the next moment, though the tingling sensation coursed through his palms once more, this time, a prepared AI Rand managed to maintain his composure, avoiding a repeat of his earlier indiscretion. Who could fathom how this seemingly delicate woman could wield such emotional influence over the Dragon Ball? What an embarrassment for the five-star ball. After successfully thwarting Anna Jinzagong's advances, AI Rand felt utterly drained. Clearly, we could no longer engage in such activities at this level. Certain matters must await a deeper emotional connection. What must I do to cultivate a profound affection in AI Rand? At the very least, it cannot be achieved through these means, do you understand? Observing AI Rand's serious demeanor, Anna Jinzagong suppressed her desires, tightly clutching her skirt as she earnestly stated, I have diligently studied various physiological texts over the past few days. The literature asserts that physical contact is the most vital means of nurturing romantic feelings between men and women, serving not merely as an expression of mutual desire, but as a profound declaration of love. To better understand one another's bodies, the bond between two individuals will deepen, fostering greater intimacy. At this revelation, AI Rand was utterly taken aback. Which physiological text conveys such notions? Are you certain you were perusing a biology book and not something akin to a juvenile romance? Moreover, why is your hand once again reaching beneath my shirt? Is this your rationale for indiscriminately exploring my body under the guise of understanding me and enhancing our connection? Is this your justification for becoming infatuated? Chapter 117. The Saiyan confronts his inner self for the first time. Ailan felt overwhelmed by Anna's remarks. This time, he did not hold back. He gently exerted some strength to extricate her from his embrace. After taking a deep breath, Ailan swiftly organized his thoughts. Although I am unsure of what the biology book states, such overt displays of intimacy may delight those who share a close bond. However, I must admit that I find myself somewhat perplexed at this moment. Ailan being perplexed? Indeed. His candid response rendered Anna silent. Observing her furrowed brow, he felt a pang of sympathy and added, I am not troubled by you as a person. Despite our brief acquaintance, I can see that you are truly remarkable. It is hard to imagine anyone disliking you. I simply wish that you could maintain your composure before taking certain actions, particularly in matters of the heart. I believe human emotions should be expressed with greater subtlety and nuance. At this point, Ailan paused. It was now evident that Anna, during periods of intense emotional turmoil, could unleash a portion of the power of the five-star ball. Therefore, while accommodating some of her behaviors, it was essential to impose certain constraints on her. Otherwise, should the malevolent energy of the Dragon Ball erupt, it could lead to dire consequences of various kinds. More subtle and nuanced, Anna seemed to grasp something profound, nodding slowly. I understand. I will act according to what Ailan has advised. Do you truly comprehend? Ailan felt a sense of trepidation. For the last time she was asked to delve into a biology book, it had inexplicably transformed her into an infatuated fool. Rest assured, I shall not engage in any further indiscreet behavior. Anakin no Q, placing her hand upon her chest, declared, I shall gradually and methodically embark on endeavors that will cultivate a fondness in Ailan for me, until she is willing to embrace a closer intimacy with me. As she swept her hair back from her forehead, a few strands remained clinging to her skin due to perspiration. The gentle rays of the setting sun filtered through the window, casting a soft pink hue across the space between them. Anna's unconventional confession stirred a sense of emotion in Ailan, yet it was not what he desired. The intricate web of relationships he shared with Yukino Shida, Utaha Kasumigakaka, Eri Ryuzaki, and Megumi Kato had yet to be unraveled. How could he possibly venture into another? Moreover, the constant burden of purifying the Dragon Balls weighed heavily on his heart. And now, to this day, Ailan found himself at a loss regarding what course of action to take, confronting his own innermost feelings. Ailan discovered that he seemed to have developed affections for not only Yukino Shida and Utaha Kasumigakaka, but also for Megumi Kato and even Eri Spencer Sawamura. Perhaps this inclination had begun in a past life. However, upon realizing this, he could only feel a sense of turmoil. These women were not mere figments of his imagination from a previous existence, but vibrant individuals existing in reality, regardless of his memories as a reclusive otaku or the principles guiding him as a Saiyan. He had always believed that a monogamous relationship was the only sensible arrangement between men and women, even in the case of Saiyans, whose personalities might resemble that of the boorish character Pug. There had never been a precedent for polygamy, not even for King Vegeta. Yet, Ailan was undeniably a man of insatiable desires. After merging the memories of 2 lifetimes, he found himself unable to resist the allure of such feelings, even giving rise to an unrealistic fantasy. Taking a deep breath, Ailan cast a glance of apology toward Anna, silently conveying that he could not reciprocate her feelings. Listen closely. Anna, perhaps I had not articulated my thoughts clearly before, so I shall express them earnestly now. The image you have of Ailan Cohen may be a mere figment of your imagination. He has affections for multiple girls and indulges greedily in the tenderness they offer him. He yearns to live joyfully alongside them, hoping that these young women can coexist harmoniously. While he has yet to devise a practical solution, he is genuinely contemplating this matter. Such behavior might be excusable in ancient times, but in modern society, even across the cosmos, it is unequivocally the mark of a scoundrel, despicable in every sense. Do you understand? With a long sigh, Ailan felt a sense of clarity wash over him. This was the first time he had voiced his innermost thoughts. Even the Time King, who possessed the ability to read minds, could not help but roll his eyes upon recognizing Ailan's sincerity. Contrary to Ailan's expectations, Anna Jinzagong did not display the anticipated look of withdrawal. Instead, her gaze sparkled with renewed vigor. So what? The simple phrase, imbued with an unwavering spirit, resonated in Ailan's ears. Just like me, Aaron Cohen is merely pursuing what he desires and striving for his ideals. There is nothing wrong with that. Anna Jinzagong believed this to be utterly justified. Her conviction stemmed not only from a lack of comprehensive sexual education but also from her sincere belief, forged after breaking free from a mechanical existence spanning over a decade, that as long as one does not violate the law or harm others, humanity should indeed pursue its desires. At that moment, Aaron was utterly flabbergasted. Such a terrifying proclamation of a harem had been accepted by her with such simplicity. Ailan took a deep breath and once again scrutinized the magnificent Anna Jean Palace before him. He reaffirmed that this woman bore an uncanny resemblance to the elite warriors of planet Vegeta, possessing a purity that was utterly beyond his reach. I am delighted to have learned about Ailan's aspirations, and I shall not hinder your pursuits. In return, I kindly ask that you do not dismiss me outright. Instead, I implore you to gaze upon me with your attentive eyes. Anna Jean Palace rested her head against Ailan's chest, this time adhering to his earlier request, her hands clutching the fabric of her dress tightly, refraining from further physical contact. Yet, the intensity of her yearning caused her small fists to clench so tightly that they turned slightly pale. Aaron's lips parted slightly as she placed her hand upon her head. Is this sufficient? Is this enough? The obedient response evoked in Aaron a vivid recollection of the elegant and courteous Anna of the Jean Palace, whom she had first encountered. The slight irritation born from Anna's previous actions dissipated in an instant. I understand, Anna. Although I am truly unable to respond to you immediately, I assure you that I shall watch over you attentively. Upon hearing this reply, Anna of the Jean Palace instantly lifted her gaze, her heart racing with newfound fervor. Ailan gently moved her hand away from Anna's head, her fingertips delicately untangling the few strands of hair that had become matted with sweat. A faint smile then graced her lips. Chapter 118. When the adulterous cat is caught in the act, have your emotions settled? Ailan inquired with a tone of genuine concern, gazing at Anna's bashful face. Anna's forehead remained pressed against Ailan's chest, her breath still distinctly audible, yet it was evident that such a level of intimacy proved difficult to satiate. I apologize for causing you trouble, Ailan, she murmured, her grip on her skirt tightening, her hands growing increasingly pale. Ailan could even hear the anguished cries of the dress on the verge of tearing apart. No matter, in your current state, I shall not neglect you. Anna of the Brocade Palace felt somewhat bashful as she sensed herself teetering on the edge of endurance. Although Ailan cannot respond to me, could you perhaps embrace me when no one is around? Ailan lowered her head to gaze at her, remaining silent as she opened her arms wide. Anna, filled with joy, tightly embraced Ailan's waist, her breath quickening, as if a fervent addict, greedily inhaling the scent that enveloped him. Aaron experienced a blend of joy and anguish as she savored the fruits of Anna Jinzagong. Just then, a knock echoed on the door of the student council. Upon sensing the presence outside, Aaron discovered to her astonishment that it was Yukino Shida Yukino. Another series of knocks ensued, prompting Aaron to hastily pry Anna Jinzagong's hand away and return to the sofa, feeling a tinge of guilt. Anna swiftly regained her composure, embodying the dignified demeanor of a refined lady. Aside from a slight blush on her cheeks, her expression betrayed no unusual emotion. Observing Anna Jinzagong gracefully making her way to the door, Aaron mused that women are indeed born actresses. With a decisive click, Anna opened the door. Hello. It's a pleasure to meet you, President Anna. I am Yukino Shida Yukino from Class J, second year. Yukino Shida politely greeted Anna Jinzagong, harboring some curiosity about why the student council's door was usually locked. It was then that she noticed Aaron, seated upright on the sofa. Is that you, Monkey Lord? Yukino Shida silently pondered, her gaze sharpening as she glanced at Anna Jinzagong. Apologies, Yukino Shida-san. I was just discussing with Aaron about the supplementary equipment for the club. Due to budgetary constraints, we cannot disclose any details until the official funding figures are finalized. Anna Jinzagong swiftly entered work mode, fabricating an explanation with ease. Is that so? I'm sorry. It seems I have come at an inopportune time. Yukino Shida remained skeptical of Anna Jinzagong's words, yet found herself unable to articulate a counterargument. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit to the student council, Yukino Shida-san? Anna Jinzagong prompted again, narrowing her eyes. Yukino Shida, although uncertain of the relationship between Aaron and this Anna, deemed it essential to nip any potential threats in the bud. The competition was already fierce enough. I am here primarily for two matters. Firstly, I have come to escort Aaron home. Secondly, I wish to inquire why the application for the Servitude Club was rejected. Upon concluding, she glanced at Aaron, a confident smile gracing her lips. Ah, so Yukino Shida-san is indeed the person Ailan mentioned he is fond of. Anna Jinzagong remarked with an even tone, as if nothing had transpired between her and Ailan. I am aware of the situation regarding the Servitude Club. The reason for the rejection stems from the rigid enrollment requirements at Shuchian Academy. Clubs must have a minimum of 5 members to be formally registered, while those with fewer than 5 can only form an unofficial group without funding. Is that so? Yukino Shida lowered her head. Prior to her arrival, she had acquainted herself with the distinction between clubs and circles at Shuchian Academy. If it were merely a circle, the service club would not only lack an independent activity room, but would also be prohibited from accepting student requests. Consequently, the service club would lose its very purpose for existence. At this moment, Ari, who had already reached the entrance, pondered for a moment and said, Anna, President, if the service club were to add another member, could you expedite the approval process? Given that this is a request from Ari, the secretary, I could temporarily be affiliated with the service club. Although my time to participate in activities is limited, as long as the membership requirement is met, the club's application would naturally be approved. Anna Kinemiyama discreetly blinked at Ari. Ailan raised an eyebrow, comprehending the meaning behind that gaze. It seemed to convey, I have performed quite well, so I deserve a reward the next time we find ourselves alone together. Yukino frowned slightly, replying, No need, President Anna. I will find another formal member. I do not particularly appreciate actions that clearly exploit loopholes in the rules. This is certainly acceptable. However, I must remind you, classmate Yukino Shida, that the servant club must assemble 5 official members by next Wednesday, as that is the final day for club registrations. I understand, President Anna. Yukino Shida nodded gently towards Anna Kinemiyako, then turned and walked towards the corridor, casually remarking, Let's return now, monkey. Her earlobes flushed a faint pink, and she instinctively quickened her pace. Reflecting on it now, those words seemed to imply that she and Monkey were already cohabitating. How utterly embarrassing. Ailan was momentarily taken aback. Then he turned to Anna Jean and offered a look of apology. I'm sorry, President Anna, but I must leave early today. There's no need for apologies, Ailan. Even as a member of the student council, I would never impose upon you the obligation to remain in the council room at all times after school. If you have matters to attend to, please do so. Now, I shall proceed with the paperwork for the council. Then, see you later. As Anna Jean closed the door to the student council room, Ailan turned to follow Yukino Shida. Although her emotional intelligence was not particularly high, she fully comprehended Anna Kinjo's final words earlier. Inside the student council room, Anna Kinjo leaned against the door. She slowly reached into the crevice of her clothing and retrieved a pin-like recording device. With a gentle click, Ailan's voice emanated from within. President, you did exceptionally well. Your throwing precision can only be described as genius. I understand, Anna. Although I truly cannot respond to you immediately, I will certainly keep a close watch on you. Listening to Ailan's voice from the recording device, Anna Kinjo gradually slid down from the door to the floor. Ailan. Tonight, I shall find solace in your praise and sleep peacefully. Chapter 119, A Long-Awaited Sweetness. Ailan followed Yukino Shida to her apartment. This residence was still developed by the Yukino Shida family's construction company. And to ensure Yukino's comfort, the furnishings and layout were remarkably identical to the apartment in Chiba. Upon entering the living room, Yukino, who had remained silent until then, finally spoke. I thought you would have a great deal to say to me. As she spoke, a cryptic smile danced in her eyes, fixating intently on Ailan's face. Uncertain of how to begin, was this a valid excuse? Indeed. Yukino Shida chuckled softly. After all, you've always been somewhat inarticulate, and now you appear quite normal. Why does it sound as if my image in your mind is rather dire? In truth, I am not so unfathomable, well, except when it comes to studying. Yukino Shida maintained her smile, her tone languid. Indeed, it is quite dismal. For you are not merely a training fanatic, but also one who enjoys attracting attention from others. Although I understand that being surrounded by a throng of adolescent beauties brings you joy, I find such matters exceedingly distasteful. No, in reality, I am not particularly elated. At times, it feels rather burdensome. Ailan unconsciously revealed a bitter smile. Oh, could it be that the Lord of the Apes experiences anguish over such matters? Yukino Shida lightly mocked, before returning to her usual tone. Is President Anna the host of the Dragon Balls? Ailan nodded, recognizing the astuteness of Yukino Shida. Who was perceptive enough to grasp this nuance? Indeed, it was not solely Anna Kinomoto who possessed the Dragon Ball. Vice President Shinomiya Kagaya was also a host. To discover 2 Dragon Balls within the student council was quite astonishing. Yukino's voice was tinged with concern. Is there danger? Although the presence of the 2 was troublesome, it was not perilous. The real threat lay in sharing a roof with teacher Tokasaki. She harbored a 7-star ball, and the mere sight of her unsettled me. Speaking of which, may I stay here tonight? I truly wish to avoid returning to her torturous lessons. Another Dragon Ball, perhaps? Regrettably, I am unable to assist you. My dear Yuen. Just as Yukino Shida found herself spiraling into despondency, Erin's voice pierced through her gloom. Is it permissible for me to stay here tonight? This utterance instantly dispelled her melancholy. Yukino Shida felt her cheeks flush as she averted her gaze toward the sofa in the living room. This apartment has but 1 bedroom. If you truly intend to stay, you shall have to sleep on the sofa. It matters not. I am comfortable wherever I rest. Ailan expressed her indifference, stating that she could even share a cat bed with Pu-Er-Lu. Huh, where is Pu-Er-Lu? It hasn't been seen today. There is a cat CAF nearby, and Pu-Er-Lu has gone to work there, claiming a desire to earn money to buy cat food. It has not returned for several days. Ailan stroked her chin, pondering. This lazy cat is actually willing to work for money? Perhaps there is a charming little female cat at that CAF that has caught its fancy. Never mind, it doesn't matter. That foolish cat is of little use anyway. The time has now reached 9 o'clock. Eren and Yukino Shida Yukino were seated on the sofa, engrossed in the remastered version of Mr. Pan. Yukino squinted and stifled a yawn as a sudden wave of drowsiness washed over her, prompting her to retire to the bathroom for a shower. Inside, she felt an undeniable shyness. Despite having shared many experiences in the icy realm, she had never bathed in the same space as Eren. Although their bond had grown increasingly intimate, a sense of bashfulness still enveloped her. After finishing her shower, she hesitated in the bathroom for a moment, mustering a facade of composure before stepping out. With no guest room available, Yukino Shida Yukino's cheeks flushed slightly, her gaze wandering, embodying the quintessential demeanor of a bashful young girl. Ailan observed quietly, choosing not to expose her predicament, merely offering a gentle smile. I can sleep on the sofa. It's fine. I shall take a shower too. Today has been rather eventful, and I find myself somewhat fatigued. Shy yet captivated. Yukino watched Ailan enter the bathroom. After a while, she returned to her own room, her cheeks flushed. However, she did not close the door completely, leaving a slight gap, believing that with Ailan's keen observational skills, he would surely notice. I must be out of my mind, Yukino thought, feeling a wave of shyness wash over her as she covered her face with her hands. It's all right. After all, we have shared a bed before, she rationalized, seeking the most reasonable explanation. Time passed, and when the sound of water ceased in the bathroom, she inexplicably held her breath, pulling the blanket up higher. As footsteps approached from the living room, her heart raced ominously. Yet, in the end, the door remained unpushed. From the sounds, it seemed Ailan had indeed remained in the living room. What a dense fellow. Yukino sighed deeply, attempting to steady her emotions. It was true. Having known him for quite some time, he often resembled a block of wood. A sense of regret washed over her. Surely, under these circumstances, it was far too humiliating for her, as a girl, to call him in. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. I knew you weren't out working, Purelu. You were off chasing after some little female cat, weren't you? Huh. How did you know, boss? Humph. Your whiskers are practically forming a heart shape. How dare you neglect your duties at home and run off every day? You foolish cat, prepare for your demise. Tonight, I shall turn you into a cat stew. Unable to contain herself any longer amidst the chaos outside, Yukino burst out. Yinran. Do not bully Purelu. Come in here at once. In no time, Ailan's figure appeared at the doorway, looking utterly perplexed as he regarded her. Yukino, aren't you tired? Why aren't you asleep? Yukino suppressed her flurry of emotions, a mixture of embarrassment and indignation. You will sleep beside me tonight, and you are not allowed to leave. I'm worried you might bully Purelu. Ailan nodded earnestly. All right. Yukino's chest rose and fell rapidly, uncertain whether it was due to anger or shyness. However, in the next moment, Ailan had already burrowed under the covers, wrapping his arms around her waist and rolling over on the bed. When Yukino regained her senses beneath the snow, she found herself tightly nestled in Ailan's embrace. The entire room was shrouded in darkness, yet Yukino could feel Ailan's gaze upon her. Have you seen enough? Not yet. It feels as though one can never gaze upon you enough. Then close your eyes and sleep. Yukino buried her face in AI Ran's chest, sincerely grateful that the lights were turned off at that moment. AI Ran continued to embrace Yukino's slender waist, albeit with a gentle touch. Within a few moments, the girl nestled in his arms began to breathe evenly, as if she had succumbed to slumber. However, the true state of Yukino could never elude AI Ran's keen perception. He leaned in slowly, whispering into her ear, "I long to kiss you, Yukino." A slight tremor coursed through her body, and her head tilted upwards ever so slightly. In the next instant, AI Ran captured the girl's lips with his own. Chapter 120. Let us host a gathering. Kissing, for lovers entwined in affection, becomes an increasingly irresistible act after the first encounter. As AI Ran's lips met Yukino's, the girl who had been eagerly awaiting this moment shyly wrapped her arms around his neck. Her sweet breath playfully brushed against AI Ran's face. And as he savored the warmth and fragrance enveloping him, he involuntarily opened his eyes. Yukino was nestled in his embrace, so close that her exquisitely fair cheeks, even devoid of makeup, revealed no flaws. Bathed in the moonlight, she exuded an allure he had never witnessed before. The intensity of their feelings was undeniably fervent. AI Ran's heart raced uncontrollably as she gently bit down on her cherry-like lips. Yukino responded with all her might, despite her lack of experience. Her fervor was unmistakably evident. In a fleeting moment, their lips parted and their foreheads met, noses brushing against one another. Yukino softly called out AI Ran's name before closing her eyes and retreating into his embrace. "You must remain by my side forever," she whispered. Vivid images danced in her mind like scenes from an old film, each frame unfolding with clarity, excluding the turmoil caused by the malevolent dragon. Their journey together had been remarkably tranquil. From their initial encounter to profound understanding, and ultimately to love during solitary moments, Yukino often found herself grappling with doubts. Despite their stark personality differences, why had she fallen so unreservedly for him? Yet, she had never discovered a definitive answer to this perplexing question. Perhaps it was that he possessed everything she admired: strength, composure, and an unwavering readiness to come to her aid at a moment's notice. Their connection had transcended the need for excessive words to express their emotions. The enigmatic synergy between them enveloped Yukino in a profound sense of comfort. The only regret she harbored was that AI Ran was a notorious flirt. In truth, Yukino had always been aware of many things. Before being kissed again by AI Ran, she placed her index finger against his lips, her eyes glistening with tears as she poignantly repeated her earlier words. "You must remain by my side forever." "All right." In the darkness, AI Ran responded earnestly. Subsequently, the two shared another kiss, enveloped in silence throughout the night. As morning broke, Yukino was the first to awaken. She stared vacantly for a few moments, her drowsiness and the confusion of waking gradually dissipating, leaving her cheeks flushed. Cautiously, she glanced beside her. The simian gentleman remained asleep, his breathing steady and serene, appearing to be in deep slumber. The dawn had yet to fully break, and as she reached for her phone, a slight movement inadvertently caused him to furrow his brow before relaxing again, prompting her to cast a discreet glare at the still slumbering figure. The Saiyan race truly seemed unlike carbon-based life forms. Her intention in retrieving her phone was to request a leave of absence. After a brief moment of hesitation, she ultimately decided to send a message to Hiraizumi Shizuku, simultaneously requesting leave for AI Ran as well. Although she was aware that AI Ran, being so unlike a carbon-based being, could certainly attend school as usual, she hoped that by taking leave herself, the simian gentleman would choose to stay behind. Naturally, she preferred his company. However, as Yukino assessed her own condition for the day, she realized she would be unable to prepare a meal for him. She then illuminated her phone screen once more. Opening the Line app to enter the group chat of the Fangame Club, the simian gentleman has successfully assumed the role of general affairs in the student council at Shirji Academy. "I wish to celebrate this. Let us gather for dinner at his home after school today." Shortly after sending the message, Kariya Shiyu and Sawamura Spencer Arari replied in succession. "Yukino, how could you wake up at this hour?" "Humph, you're awake too, aren't you? You black-clad matron. Stop pretending to be a lady. I was up all night working on my new manuscript." "Ah, please don't refer to me like that. And you're not the only one who was sleepless. I spent the entire night drawing." After Arari sent her message, she pouted in dissatisfaction, turning her gaze back to the artwork before her. Still centered on the same theme as before. Only this time, the princess was depicted atop the knight, forcefully kissing him. "All right, You too. While your work is indeed essential, do remember to take care of your health. Kato-san has always maintained a regular routine. Let us convene at the Simian gentleman's home tonight. I shall also bring along members of the servant club. After sending this message, Yukino revealed a satisfied smile. However, upon reading the latest message from Yukino Shida, Kasumigakaka Shiyu furrowed her brows slightly, sensing something amiss in today's communication. Meanwhile, Kato Megumi, who was hidden beneath her blankets, repeatedly reviewed the conversation among Yukino Shida and her companions, gently biting her lower lip. Once the group chat concluded, Yukino's drowsiness dissipated entirely. She fixed her gaze on Ayana Kuji for a moment and murmured, hinting and cooing, "There are times when I truly wish to strike you with great force. However, I suspect that even if I did, your tough exterior would render it inconsequential, leaving only myself to feel a twinge of pain." She whispered this, cautious not to disturb him, yet unable to resist reaching out to touch Ayana Kuji's handsome features. "Although I may not be able to assist you with your work, at the very least, I can offer you some ideas and prepare delicious food for you. What do you think?" "Sounds good." The unexpected sound of Ayana Kuji's voice startled Yukino. Immediately, she noticed him opening his eyes, a smile gracing his face, illuminated by the faint morning light. Yukino Shida's cheeks flushed crimson, and almost instinctively, she sought refuge beneath the blankets. Ailan did not grant her an opportunity, swiftly pulling her into his embrace. "Are you pretending to sleep?" Yukino cast a glance of embarrassment and indignation at Ailan, her alluring charm inadvertently radiating from her features. "I cannot recall ever waking up after you. I simply find myself instinctively wanting to observe the peacefulness of your slumber." "Does this include the first time?" Ailan nodded slightly. The first time she pretended to be asleep was likely on that inaugural night spent in the world of ice and snow. So, it turns out that the seemingly honest demeanor of the great ape was merely an act. "I cannot believe I was deceived by you." Yukino's half-hidden face was ensconced within the blankets, her voice somewhat muffled. With a gentle smile, Ailan tenderly brushed aside the silken strands of Yukino's hair. "Oh, I just requested a leave from teacher Hiratsuka. We need not attend school today." Very well. If you're feeling unwell, I shall remain here to keep you company." "Indeed. As I had surmised, the gentleman from the monkey clan will stay by my side." At this thought, a subtle smile graced the corners of Yukino's lips, and she softly added, "I have contacted the members of the gaming club and the service club this evening. We shall celebrate your appointment as the student council secretary at your home." Chapter 121. They are about to step into the battlefield. Yukino informed the members of two clubs that a gathering would take place at Ailan's residence tonight. The specifics were left somewhat vague, as the two groups had met previously at Suba High, and they could simply introduce themselves when the time came. Kato Megumi sat in a moving train, lost in thought. Something must have transpired between Ailan and Yukino Shida last night. Had Ailan ultimately made his choice? As for tonight's gathering, never mind. It is futile to dwell on it. She would soon meet them all. Upon disembarking from the train, Kata glanced towards Ailan's estate before turning to head toward the nearest supermarket. She needed to prepare snacks, beverages, and culinary delights for the evening's festivities. Ailan possesses an astonishing appetite, yet she remains entirely unfamiliar with the culinary arts. It seems that Yukino Shida might find it inconvenient to prepare these dishes today. As she placed item after item into the shopping cart, a realization dawned upon her. The provisions required for a gathering of 7 appeared to far exceed her initial expectations. The sheer volume of ingredients before her suggested that it would be impossible for one person to manage alone. It seemed at least 3 individuals would be needed to transport them. Had she known earlier, she would have notified Ailan. Surely she alone could have handled the task. Should she call Ailan for assistance? Kato quickly dismissed this thought. Today, Ailan would likely prefer to accompany Yukino Shida instead. How then could she transport these ingredients? It was impossible for her to carry so much food at once. Perhaps she could make several trips? She wondered if this supermarket offered a cart rental service. Just as Kato was deep in contemplation, her phone rang. It was Ailan. She hurriedly answered the call. "Ailan, is there something you need?" The timing of the call was impeccable, as she had been contemplating matters concerning Ailan. So although her expression remained neutral, her voice bore a noticeable tremor. "Hey, where are you? Although you're both familiar with Tokyo, I still felt a bit uneasy and wanted to check in." Alongside Ailan's voice, the lamentations of Pururu could be heard in the background. Clearly, Pururu had once again caused some uproar, having been extracted from a pile of mother cats at the cat CAF by Ailan earlier that afternoon. While you haven't quite resolved your relationships with Kasumiga Kakashiya and the others, how dare you turn the cat CAF into your harem? I can't bear the thought of you becoming cat stew. Don't worry, Aaron. Just relax at home. I should be able to get there shortly. It won't take long. Understood. Call me if anything comes up. Okay. She concluded the call in a light-hearted tone. Kato sighed softly, her previously furrowed brow easing considerably. Glancing at the items in the cart, she realized that while the quantity was substantial, solutions were within reach. Perhaps she could borrow a cart or transport the items in batches. Fortunately, Aaron's home was not far from here. Surely she could devise a plan. With renewed determination, Kato steeled herself. Just then, a familiar voice emerged from behind her. Kato? Aren't you headed straight to Aaron's house? It's you, Kasumiga Kaka-senpai. I wanted to prepare the ingredients before heading over. What brings you here? Upon recognizing Kasumiga Kakashiya, Kato paused momentarily. Although they shared the same objective, she was reluctant to jeopardize her friendships with the others. Aren't we celebrating Aaron today? I wish to arrive empty-handed, as it would be rather impolite, so I prepared to purchase some fruit. Two young ladies met fortuitously before the impending formal occasion. Lily stepped out of her home with a hint of unease, while behind her, Zhu stood by the door, waving enthusiastically and wishing her a triumphant outing. It seemed that Zhu was more excited than her daughter. Indeed, Lily had grown up. Just the other day, she had brought her boyfriend home. And now she was off for another date. While her mother felt a tinge of sadness, she also mused that soon, Lily would no longer belong entirely to her. However, even on a date, affectionate gestures were permissible, yet she must refrain from the previous incident where she had been overly forward, which might frighten the boy away. Zhu, observing Lily's hesitation, playfully remarked, "What on earth are you talking about, silly mother? I was not being improper." Embarrassment flooded Lily's cheeks as she turned back. Realizing her mother had discovered the events from their last encounter in the bedroom, Zhu waved her hand dismissively, smiling. The quintessential tsundere. Never mind, dear. It is a matter for the young. Have fun, but do remember to take your wallet and phone. I have everything, Lily replied. Then off you go. Be safe on the way, and if you're out late, call me, and I will come to fetch you. But if you decide not to return, do send me a message, all right? Understood. Without further ado, Lily turned to leave. At that moment, Zhu's voice called out again, "By the way, I placed something very important in your backpack. If you don't return tonight, remember to use it." Huh? What is it? It's something significant. You will find out when you check before leaving the house. Got it. Lily waved her hand and hurried out of the courtyard, watching her daughter's retreating figure. Zhu recalled the moment when she had asked herself repeatedly about how Lily looked while changing clothes. In that moment, she felt as though she were gazing at her younger self. Back then, she too had been easily embarrassed and quite understanding. Even the way of winning over a beloved man mirrored her own experiences. With a smile, she thought, let it unfold naturally, as a mother. My role is to support her unconditionally from behind. Especially regarding safety measures, she hoped Lily would not need them today. Yet, she couldn't help but notice, when she had seen Lily change, that though her daughter remained slender, her backside seemed to be filling out more meanwhile, as Lily walked. She pondered the significance of the item her mother had mentioned. She arrived at a secluded corner by the roadside, glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and opened her backpack. Upon discovering the contents, her face flushed crimson. What on earth is that woman constantly thinking about? How could I possibly find any use for this item? She picked it up with the intention of discarding it, yet hesitated at the very moment she was about to act. After a brief internal struggle, Lily furtively surveyed her surroundings and, feeling a pang of guilt, repacked her backpack before continuing her journey to the station. Chapter 122. Everyone has arrived. Coincidences abound. Konoha Shiyu entered the supermarket with the simple intention of not appearing empty-handed today, wishing to bring a small gift for Ailan. After all, today was different from the usual, with several former members of the service club present, and she felt it was essential to uphold at least the basic courtesies. However, to her surprise, shortly after entering the supermarket, she spotted Kato Megumi finishing a phone call. With her keen sense of hearing, she successfully captured several key phrases from the conversation. "Dear Ailan, do not fret over my well-being. I shall arrive shortly." After hanging up the phone, I found myself enveloped in a solitary melancholy. The recollection of Kata Megumi's declaration that day stirred a twinge of bittersweet emotion within Kasumiga Kakashiya. Ailan Jun is indeed a fickle-hearted individual. She murmured a note of dissatisfaction in her heart. Once Kato hung up the phone, She found herself in a quandary when Shiyu Kazunoko approached her with a warm greeting. Is this the ingredient for today's gathering? It must be quite burdensome for one person to carry. Allow me to assist. No, 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 I couldn't possibly trouble you. It was merely a spontaneous whim that led me to purchase these items. I wouldn't want to impose on you. Senior Kazunoko. Kato-K quickly waved her hands. Ever since the declaration made during Golden Week, she had not encountered Shiyu Kazunoko again. After all, the latter was not in the same year and had been granted direct admission to Waseda University, thus she could choose whether or not to attend school at her leisure. Kato-K understood that Shiyu's energy during this period was entirely devoted to the new book she was preparing for Ailan. However, after several days apart, the reunion felt somewhat awkward. Don't mind it, we are headed in the same direction, so it would be delightful to walk and chat together. Shiyu Kazunoko smiled naturally, equally unwilling to let trivial matters tarnish her friendship with Kato-K. In that case, I am truly grateful. Kato-K, not one to be overly sentimental, dismissed any notions of declining assistance from a perceived rival. After a moment's hesitation, she acquiesced. Thus, the two of them walked side by side. With Shiyu Kazunoko extending her kindness first, Kato-K chose to set aside her worries for the time being and engaged with her in their previous manner. As they exchanged thoughts on topics of interest to young women, the atmosphere between them evolved, becoming far more enjoyable than at the outset. At the entrance of Ailan's home, Yubihama Yui rang the doorbell and awaited a response. After a while, when there was no reply, she pressed the button once more, yet still received no answer. Just as she was about to ring it a third time, Hikigaya Hachiman intervened. No need to ring again. Why not? If they are not home, ringing will yield no results. If they are inside but preoccupied with something else, they would at least shout to let us know. It's also possible that Ailan is engaged in an activity that makes it inconvenient for her to respond or open the door. But SH Yukino texted me 10 minutes ago saying she was waiting for us. Then there is truly no need to knock. Hikigaya Hachiman leaned against the porch with his hands in his pockets, a smirk crossing his face as he recalled the message from Yukino Shida, Yukino, that morning. It seemed that some girls from the gaming club would also be joining them today, based on information gathered prior to the Golden Week. This so-called celebration had an ominous air, suggesting that it would undoubtedly lead to chaos, especially since the instigator of today's gathering was the formidable Yukino Shida Yukino. Perhaps it would be best to let that social butterfly unravel. With that thought, Hikigaya Hachiman braced himself for a swift retreat. However, beside him, Yubihama Yui gleaned an unexpected narrative from Hikigaya's words. Hey, do you think something might have happened between SH Yukino and Ailan inside? Why would you think that? Hikigaya Hachiman asked, puzzled. I just instinctively considered a few possibilities. You see, SH Yukino texted me 10 minutes ago saying she was waiting for us. But now that we're here and there's no response, I can't help but worry that something has happened. Like what was reported in the news yesterday, where 2 people were found unconscious at home due to a gas leak. Or perhaps something akin to the last incident where a monster appeared. Hikigaya Hachiman stepped from the porch to stand before the door, straightening up to meet Yubihama Yui's gaze. Hey, that line of thought is quite frightening. I was merely speaking off the cuff, just speculating. Yubihama Yui's voice faltered as fear began to creep in. The two exchanged glances, and the wind stilled. In the next moment, their eyes widened in unison, and they lunged at the door, pounding and striking it. Hikigaya's voice broke from the strain of his exertion. Bang, 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 bang. Ailan, open the door. Ailan, is everything all right? At that moment, amidst the persistent knocking, the door swung open, revealing a face that reeked intolerably. Anyone interrupted in the midst of a pleasurable moment would wear a similar expression. Just before the knocking began, he had been savoring the softness of Yukino's lips and her unfamiliar responses. In the intimate company of one another, the newly enamored couple often sparked a fervent connection. The initial ring of the doorbell could be disregarded, yet such a vigorous knocking could not be overlooked. Fortunately, it was merely a kiss. You too. Do you intend to demolish the door?